Chapter 1 The Arrival Nth, Beginning Goth Cultivation. On a road strewn with gravel, a carriage slow limidite sway forward, carrying Twamin on a talandro bust, Theatheraboyof around to leave nor 12 long with a third coachman Hoedson 50 winters. The man, in his 30s, weighs a picture-reef muscular strength, he's bar cling with vitality, exuding an orophager. The younger companion, however, gazed out the window with a look of bewilderment, lost in the fleeting scenery. You have a something to it, the robustman said, extending a larga flat bread toward the boy. Thank you, uncle, ye replied softly, snapping back to reality accepted the bread, his words barely above a whisper. Hey thin began to nibble in the bread, reflecting on thevins had transpired over the past few months. Just 3 months prior, he had been mysterious lie transported world, inhabiting a body that was not thy own. Initially, exhilaration coursed through him, but thought Joyce and Gavway toadspondency. The original owner of this body was named EU, sharing his name, and ways a taciturn child was seldom ventured outside. The last time he had stepped out, he had fallen into Ivor and was subsequent liar skewed be villagers from a Sham town. However, the original EU had not survived it was that the thief found himself in Thyson familiar body, devoid of any corresponding memories. Perhaps it was a stroke of luck, or perhaps it was an unfortunate tetwist fate. The original EU's reclusive nature meant thusly vaguely acquainted with the villagers, so even without memories, noon noticed any discrepancies. Tragically, the boy was an orphan, cared for on Libyan elderly grandmother. 2 months prior, before he could have begin to cultivate his agricultural skills, his guardian passed away, leaving him utterly alone. With the remaining family, Haralid on the meager provisions left in the house and the charity of the village chief. The chief, a kind-hearted man, not only provided him with a food boodle sonata said disinterest in books, taking the timido teach him how to read. Whether it was due to the original use prior knowledge or perhaps a militant instinct in this body, he learned swiftly, mastering reading in just 1 month. Then, 4 days ago, a man claiming Tobe Helsinki appeared Dekong, who sat beside Hyman Thekaraged. After learning Goff the original grandmother's death, Thiesinkel had kept vigil at their grave for 3 days before deciding to take him to live in the town. Initially, Yu had been reluctant to leave, believing the tal life off farming gint the village was quite happy alling, a live off leisure hornedfer. However, everything changed when he witnessed Dekang effortless lie punch through a tree trunk as thick as salmon's thigh. He realized that the village felt too small, and must not grow complacentrither, one should strive for progress and improvement. Thus, his shameless lie begadisinkel to take him to the town. After 2 journey, Yu funnily arrived at his destination, Hyang town. In stark contrast to the humberer thin home soft he village, the tone bustled with life, filled with structure graft head fromberkendwood. Before long, the carjahol teden fronto fast spacious courtyard. Before you and disinkel kudais embark, Ammon approached the back of the carjan lifteth curtain. Deputy Hallmaster, you've returned, the mangaritted with utmost respect. Ye King responded curtly, then leap head down from the carriage with an air of indifference. Ye Ura is a Danebro, intrigued be Hesinkel's sympathizing demeanor. However, Hekwa clid iverted to Satanshin, surveying the surroundings with curiosity. The coerty art was expansive, dotted with numerous red buildings. 2 guards is to the entrance, and through the open gates, a glimpse said several individuals performing peculiar movements. Recalling what Yi King had mentioned about martial arts training, Yi sparkled with excitement. Tomorrow, I will teach you, Yi King said, noticing Yi's fascination. For now, let's shed inside. All right, uncle, Yi nodded, yet his gaze remained fixed on the practitioners. To him, martial arts were an utterly novel concept. Every man, after all, has fantasized about scaling rooftops or traversing world with a sword in hand. Passionate? Deputy Hallmaster. Greetings, Deputy Hallmaster. As ye can enter at the courtyard, the people within paused their activities, offering the respectful salutation on seeing him. In the back courtyard, a woman in her 20s approached them. You're back, she exclaimed. Did not go to fetch our mother? What's these? She inquired, casting a curious glance at you. I'll explain later. This is mine of you, you. You will be living here from now, Yi King introduced, seemingly mindful of Yi's feelings. You, this is your aunt, young Ilian. Perhaps to spare you from sorrow, Yi King refrained from mentioning the passing Goff Fisk's grandmother and instead focused on introductions. Hello, Aunt, Yu greeted politely, understanding the Thua Sabautalai, Vunder Herrufand, that maintaining Giju Drapertway. You must be tired. Come and city Andrist, young Elian said with a warm smile, taking Yubitha hand as he guided Haman to the house. Once inside, she fussed over him with maternal concern, a kintathato fackering mother. Yet, Yu, no longer the naive boy Hinsuis, could sense a thunder lying gangzy Thai urgency in her demeanor. Yu found himself puzzled. Anxiety? I Farah Khaled correctly, Yi King had mentioned Hehad Nokeldrin. With no cousins to compete with, and no vested interest between him and Yang Yin, did she appear sound settled? However, Heko Sen ought to dwell in it. After all, Fuashari to practice martial arts and Simplido survive if need be, Hekud ki fizz distance from Thizonificamido thought. Thievening passed without incident. After dinner, Yi King assigned him a room, and Yi settled into his living quarters. The following morning, brimming with anticipation for his martial arts training, Yi awoke early and hurried outside. To his surprise, he discovered numerous people already engaged in their training routines. I see truly the case that Tevin in a different world, Anna must compete fiercely? Yi found himself a talash for words. According to Thetai Main his previous life, I twash berli six in thimmerning. Yi come with him. Yi can't led from behind him. Yi scratched his head, uncertain. Wasn't the supposed Toby training? What was thighs about? Despite his confusion, he followed Yi King to secluded room at the corner of the courtyard. Inside, the room was filled with various training apparatus barbells made from stones, wooden dummies, and more, resembling a decayed training facility. Since you are familiar with martial arts, let me explain some crucial points about training, Yi King said, gesturing for Yudo Takisiatan and Nearby Bank. He then began his explanation. Martial cultivation is divided into three realms: the initial stage for refining skin, flesh, and tendons; the intermediate stage for refining bones, organs, and viscerand advanced stage for refining blood, marrow, and meridians. Each level attains significantly enhanced sona strength, and I am a master in the intermediate stage. He continued, at the level of refining organs, breaking gatry with a single punch ismer killed splay, and an ecanaventiator stone bury hands. However, these was not the crux of teameter the real concern waste hat practicing martial art for inherent risks. This risk did not pertain to physical injury sustained during training rather, it was the peril of potential litterance forming into Ammonster. Yi Sweden in disbelief upon hearing this revelation. Hemmerly wished ta traverseth world with this word hehiden when tension off becoming Gammonstert hat feasted upon human flesh. Chapter 2 The Dangers of Cultivation and Adjusting Thoughts. However, there is no need for alarm. By taking the appropriate tepals, one can significant liar do lihood up becoming Gammonster, Yi King explained with a reassuring smile, sensing Yus Hawk. What os practicing martial arts led to becoming Gammonster? Yi used, confusion evident in his voice. After all, having read countless novels, these was the fierce time Hayden countered sa concept. I'm not quite sure about. It's just the way things are, Yi King admitted, scratching-ish awkwardly. Yura is a dame bro, intrigued. So, the shad become a idly accepted belief? Yet, logically speaking, every occurrence must have eakozite could simply happen, thou treason, could it? You don't need to know Timik, Yi King interjected, sensing spiraling thoughts. Thepelserv Emrelia Zanid themist critica factor here will power. Observing you deep in thought, Yi King gamed to direct this focus. After all, overthin King would serve no purpose, especially licensia was still just a child knowing Timich my tenderest training. Window web engineer training? Yi used, his excitement palpa by Eshino dead hotfully. Regardless of the possibility of becoming Gammonster, it did not dampen his enthusiasm for martial arts. Moreover, the risk was not absolute, at least in his village. He had never reared Talsoftminsters. Of course, thought could be attributed to Thievelos remoteness. There wasn't a Van martial artist the Reth Thamerly engaged in exercises to keep fit. Alright, this is a martial arts manual I obtained personaliatis not partofts na Wolfgang's teachings, so I want need to Horner faction, Yi King said, producing a manual from within his clothing gone hand in jito you. Yi regarded Yi King with soft curiosity and suspicion. The Snake Wolf Gang? Headed in Twana join? It seemed the T-Sinkle's intentions were not entirely binin. However, Yusukezu was soon captivated by the martial arts manual, and he eagerly grasped ditan hishans. Ma shanti shu? Yu murmured softly, these ways indeed than emioft he technique. Hebri fly flipped through hepigest there were illustrations text that appeared quite comprehensible at first glance. Yet, Yi Awarian embarrassed expression, for aside from the images, he could not decipher the meaning of words inscribed. I just quite normal not to understand I will teach you shortly, Yi King said with a smile, then reclaimed the manual and produced a human anatomy illustration, beginning to explain in detail. In the afternoon, within the training room, Yi was drenched in sweat, performing some exceeding peculiar movements. Yi King student Arbi, occasionally correcting Yi's mistakes. To her spast, marking the closest Yu had come to complete a mastery of the technique. Soon, he completed the final movement of Mashanti Shu, Beautathatment, Abluepanil appeared before him. Yi was momentarily taken aback, and then, due to exhaustion, head down into the floor. Let's levitate, thought for not take a good rest, and I shall return shortly. Observing the sweat-soaked Yu, Yi King offered a few words of advice before departing the training room. After all, head to instructatively yubudal soother member soft guild, or else his position would not be secure for long. Once Yi King left, Yi Arabeticizes. Is this no tan illusion? Gazing at Thebluepanel before him, Yi was slightly dazed. Was this the Rivalo Fagolden Finger? Ma Shan Tishu common grade, consisting of 3 tiers, capable of strengthening the body, with the highest level being muscular refining. Ma Shan Tishu, first tier 15 chance of becoming admin, 50 failure rate, 30 chance of successful cultivation, 4.5 for perfect cultivation, 0.5 for overclocked cultivation. Phew. To think the rise of 15 chance of transforming into adamant, how called it be so? Why not just one? Before Yakud thorough analyze a the golden finger, he was bewildered by the frightening mutation probability. Here Kaleth spirit driving pill that Ekang had placed in Thecker, which was said toast in cultivation and reduce mutation risks. Yet, just as he prepared to retrieveth pill for a trial, Hinata said that efficiency of becoming Jadaman had diminished to 1, and a plusing appeared next to the other options. Staring at the blue panel, Yi was momentarily stunned. Was this the method of feudalizing the golden finger? Regaining his composure, Yu, filled with excitement, raised the shan totep thebluepanel, but the shan passed straight through it. Add point stuver clocked cultivation? Reflecting on his previous action, Yu tentatively suggested. Ash's words fell, the overclocked cultivation rate, 14.5. Indeed, it works. Yu's facial took with exhilaration. Hethan attempted again, discovering Thatmerlib isolent lyriciding, his mind dullo cat points. However, Hess soon found himself puzzled was in cultivation busted on proficiency? Why did it also display probabilities? Atrial will reveal. Yi was about to proceed with a test but paused Donsmarie. The probability of becoming Jadaman remains excessively high, and a 50 failure rate is blatant, lie setting up for failure. Human nature is inherent lie greedy, and Yi was no exception. If you're to adjust, why not go out? However, after making gaslight adjustment, Yi discovered an Etherishu couldn't modify the probability is up to 50, and efficiency of demonization could not besetto 0. Mashan Tishu, first tier 0.1 chance of becoming Gadman, 14.9 failure rate, 30 successful cultivation, 4.5 perfect cultivation, 50.5 overclocked cultivation. At least the panel appeared quite pleasing to thigh, particularly the overclocked cultivation, though its effects remained certain. Yu promptless will allowed his spirit driving pill indeed, he could not further reduce the efficiency of becoming Jadaman, but he had effectively saved on the pills. Shaking his head slightly, Yi commends this cultivation. This time, however, it was different from before. As soon as Shevegant the first movement of the technique, his body instinctively started moving on its own. The movements appeared impeccably standard, and he even felt an unbearably chew upon his skin. Dichinus sways a sensation resulting from the first stage of skin refining. Yet, if memory served correctly, such sensations shouldn't manifest after completing a full cycle, Butha admirably beggin. Could it bejuatoth the precision of his movements? Half an hour later, Yu finally complete the full cyclioft technique. However, before he could assess his condition, has suddenly felt darkness and limitless consciousness. Time passed, and when Yu grow galargan de senses, he glanced out the window to find hat night had fallen. You're awake. I was genuinely worried sick about you. Seeing Yu awake, Yi King hurried over with a concerned expression. What happened, Tom? Yu skid hoarsely. He only remembered finishing his cultivation and, then sudden lifting. Next time, don't push yourself so hard. Your constitution is too weak, and coupled with the excessive exertion during training, that's how you fainted. Yi Kang reproached gently. Had he not genetical Yu for dinner, he would have remained unaware of Yi's fainting. Moreover, martial practitioner Smas Natan Lai learn perseverance a buddle sodium liar plenish their badilla nutrients. Fortunately, Yi was merely undergoing his first cultivation. Had he tempted it several more times, he might have risked severe consequences. You understand I will be more careful in the future, Yi replied, his face filled with remorse. Yet at that moment, his Satan was not on the conversation, but rather fixate on the panel before him. Seeming Lijuatohi's weakened state, the previous adjusted panelid transformed. Noton lihid thecency of demonization surged tostig jaring 20, but the failure at Hadelsori Act 79. Chapter 3, The Body Refining Pill. Has it truly brought the skin refinement to fruition? With Yikang's assistance, Yu approached the table and began to devour the food voraciously. As the sustenance filled his stomach, he instantaneously felt a significant improvement in his physical condition, yet his skin began to itch once more. After consuming an entire table laden with dishes, Yu leaned back in his chair, clutching his stomach. This is the body refining pill. You can take one while practicing, which will greatly reduce your need for food, Yikang advised, placing 2 vials of the body refining pill on the table before Yu. Thank you, Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Although he was not the original body, he could sense Yikang's concern for his family. Silly child, we are family. There is no need for thanks, Yikang replied with a smile. Though a hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes in his youth, he had ventured out, hoping to bring his family to enjoy a life of comfort upon achieving some success. Yet, upon his return, everything had changed, leaving only Yu behind. Yikang then discussed some training precautions with Yu, advising him to take care and rest before departing the room. Once Yikang left, Yu opened the interface. Now that he was satiated, the interface returned to its previous state. It seemed that the probabilities on the panel were not fixed. He wondered if the failure rate would decrease or vanish altogether once he mastered the techniques. After a moment's hesitation, he turned his gaze to the body refining pills on the table. Now that he was well fed and aided by the pills, it should be feasible to practice. Shouldn't it? With thoughts of soaring through the air in the future, Yu gritted his teeth and opened a vial, swallowing a body refining pill. Feeling warmth radiating from his abdomen, he commenced his training once more. As before, his body began to move autonomously, and the familiar itching sensation returned, as if something was crawling upon his skin. After completing a full cycle of the technique, he noted that he did not feel faint from hunger this time, clearly indicating the pill's efficacy. However, as Yikang had mentioned, a single body refining pill should allow for 3 to 4 training sessions at least, yet he did not feel the warmth in his abdomen. As though the pill's effects had been entirely expended, it appeared that he had triggered either perfect training or overclocked training, which also intensified the consumption of both the pills and his body's nutrients. Yu stroked his chin, contemplating the implications of the probability panel. However, he had only just begun his training and had completed it merely twice. He was still unclear about the concepts of perfect training and overclock training. In the following hours, Yu continued his practice, bolstered by the body refining pill and his obsession with the horse mountain technique. The next morning, Yu awoke drenched in sweat, feeling somewhat weak as he lay on his bed. Over the course of the night, he had practiced the horse mountain technique 12 times. The results were strikingly evident. The itchy sensation on his skin had completely vanished, confirming what Yi Kong had previously stated. He had achieved skin refinement. It was astonishingly swift. One must understand that for an ordinary person, attaining complete skin refinement could take anywhere from a month to several months. Yet, he had traversed this arduous path in just one night. Of course, the consumption of the pills was equally rapid. From the 2 vials Yi Kong provided, each containing 10 pills, he had consumed 17 over the course of the night. It was thanks to the pills that he had managed to practice more than twice. Without them, it would have been a struggle to even train once in a night. Nevertheless, despite this, he now felt ravenously hungry. Gazing at the dim light filtering through the window, Yu rose from his bed. However, he did not leave the room. Instead, he retrieved a nail from beneath his pillow. He had no means to test the stage of his skin refinement, so he could only rely on this method to ascertain the effectiveness of his training. With the completion of his skin refinement, Yu's strength had increased significantly. Previously, due to inadequate nourishment in the village, he lacked the strength to lift even 50 pounds. His young age also contributed to his inability to support such weight. Now, however, he found himself considerably stronger, effortlessly lifting the solid wooden bed that weighed over 100 kilograms. He could feel his strength continuing to grow. Yu extended his left arm, revealing 2 blood marks. Remnants of his earlier tests point one of the marks was notably deeper, a result of his initial excitement when he had applied too much pressure. He took the iron nail again and pressed it against his skin. But it yielded no response, not even breaking the skin. With determination, he applied greater force. At around 100 pounds of pressure, only a white dot appeared, and it wasn't until he exerted nearly 150 pounds that he pierced the skin slightly. Is this truly the culmination of skin refinement? Why does it seem more formidable than what Yi Kong described? Yu pondered, a swirl of questions flooding his mind. According to Yi Kong, in the early stages of skin refinement, one could not expect to be impervious to blades and bullets, as body refinement is a gradual process, with skin refinement serving as a precursor for subsequent training. For instance, the next stage is muscle refinement. If one cannot achieve skin refinement, any exertion would inevitably rupture the skin, resulting in injury before a confrontation even commenced. Throughout the later stages of training, the skin would continue to grow more resilient. Yet, his skin, not only was it not impervious, but it seemed capable of withstanding up to 200 pounds of force without significant damage. This was quite exaggerated, clearly exceeding the introduction provided for the technique. During the period of complete skin refinement, strength would gradually increase to around 220 pounds, with skin toughness also improving. While this may seem modest, considering the constraints of his age, even in his previous life, it required extensive training to achieve a force of 200 pounds. By this calculation, engaging in combat at the same level would equate to being unscathed. However, in the heat of battle, weapons possess an inescapable lethality. So conventional complete skin refinement would evidently not confer immunity. Perhaps he was still too unfamiliar with the intricacies of training, or Yu glanced at the perfect training and overclock training displayed on the panel. Perfect training referred to executing movements with impeccable precision, thus facilitating a quicker and more effective training experience. Meanwhile, overclock training, enhanced by a significant probability boost, allowed him to remain in this elevated state for the majority of his training. Yu, it's time for breakfast. Just as Yu was lost in thought, the voice of young Ilian broke through. Yu placed a hand on his grumbling stomach, a wave of intense hunger washing over him. Upon entering the living room, he found 2 individuals seated inside. One was his uncle Yi Kong, while the other was a boy who appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, youthful in countenance yet robust in build. Come, Yu, let me introduce you. This is your aunt's younger brother, Yang Jian. As soon as he stepped inside, Yi Kong began the introduction. How wonderful, just one night has passed. And I've gained another uncle, who is scarcely older than I. Yu inwardly scoffed, though his face maintained a pleasant smile. However, calling this young man uncle felt utterly inappropriate. Fortunately, Yi Kong did not linger on the matter. After all, they shared no blood ties, and the sudden appearance of this individual was indeed disconcerting. Chapter 4. Unexplained hostility, thunderous hand when Tai Lai. During breakfast, Yu continued to devour his food with abandon, as if he had never eaten before. Yu, did I not advise you to approach your training gradually? You are still young, and such gluttony could harm your health, Yi Kong remarked with a furrowed brow. Observing Yi Yu's excessive consumption, given Yi Yu's current state, it was evident he had not rested well the previous night. Otherwise, considering his usual appetite, he would not appear so ravenous. I understand, uncle, Yi replied politely. Before resuming his meal, there was no way he could explain to Yi Kong that he was, in fact, experiencing a miraculous boost in his abilities. Moreover, he was uncertain about the current situation and could not afford to appear too peculiar. So he opted for silence. Once he had satisfied his hunger, Yu lifted his gaze and noticed Yang Jian staring intently at him, his expression tinged with a hint of hostility. Why? Yu felt perplexed. What was the deal with young Ilian and Yang Jian's family? Why did it seem so off? Although he acknowledged his own attractiveness, that hardly warranted such animosity. Uncle, may I peruse some books on martial arts? Ignoring Yang Jian, Yu turned his attention to Yi Kong. He was eager to understand his current circumstances and whether they posed any potential danger. I do have a few books in my room. I'll fetch them for you shortly, Yi Kong replied with a smile, appreciating his diligent nephew. Even if he lacked martial talent, having Yi Yu around would still grant him a decent position in the future. After chatting a bit more, Yi Kang's gaze shifted back to Yi Yu, yet Yang Jian's scrutiny grew increasingly unsettling. Upon exiting the living room, Yi Yu mulled over the probability panel's implications as he made his way towards the training room. However, midway through, he found his path obstructed by a figure. Looking up, he realized it was none other than Yang Jian. What is it? Yi Yu inquired, furrowing his brow at the sight of Yang Jian. I merely wish to inform you that some things are not for you to take. Yang Jian coldly addressed Yi Yu from a position of superiority, saying, if you are unwell, seek treatment. Do not flaunt your inferior intellect here. Yi Yu scoffed and retorted, this guy must be suffering from some serious issue. Otherwise, how could he utter such juvenile remarks? However, it is evident that Yi Kong must be concealing something valuable, which has prompted Yang Jian to exhibit hostility towards him. You little brat, what did you just say? Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, Yang Jian was instantly enraged, grabbing Yi Yu by the collar and scolding him. Who are you calling a little brat? Yi Yu showed no fear and grinned, replying, I'm calling you a little brat. Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Jian realized something was amiss. Oh, so you are calling me a little brat? Yi Yu exclaimed, feigning enlightenment. Look at you, a mere child trying to engage in a war of words with me. You've certainly been spoiled. I in a fit of rage. Yang Jian lifted Yi Yu off the ground, but suddenly, the voice of Yi Kong rang out from behind. Yang Jian, what are you doing? Yi Kong reprimanded with a dark expression. Brother, I was just playing with Yi Yu. Yang Jian responded, momentarily regaining his composure upon seeing Yi Kong. However, when he turned to look at Yi Yu, the once jovial expression on Yi Yu's face had transformed into one of sheer fear, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Put him down at once. Yi Kong pointed at Yang Jian, scolding him. After all, he is just a child. Upon hearing Yi Kang's words, Yang Jian hastily released Yi Yu, who scampered behind Yi Kong in a show of fear. You should hurry and practice, Yi Kong said coldly to the still motionless Yang Jian. Yes, Yang Jian replied, then dashed towards the front yard. Are you all right? Once Yang Jian had departed, Yi Kong, with a concerned look, pulled Yi Yu closer and inquired that I'm fine. Yi Yu gently shook his head. Why did Yang Jian want to hit you? Upon hearing Yi Yu's assurance, Yi Kong continued to ask. Previously, when returning to the village, He had heard the villagers mention that Yi Yu was taciturn and not fond of interacting with others. While Yi Yu had been much more cheerful on their journey, that was likely due to their familial bond. Given Yi Kang's understanding of Yi Yu, who was new to this environment, it was clear he would not initiate conflict. He just said something about not taking things that don't belong to me. Yi Yu cautiously replied. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Yi Kang's expression darkened significantly, though it quickly transformed back to his usual gentle demeanor. Let us go. I will take you to retrieve a book, Yi Kang said with a smile. Then led Yi Yu towards their residence. Yi Kang did not take Yi Yu back to his own room, but instead to a small storage room nearby. After some fussing behind the wooden door, he soon produced a small booklet from within the layers of the wooden partition. Take this booklet home, memorize it, and then burn it. Yi Kang handed the booklet to Yi Yu, his expression turning serious as he spoke. Thunderclap fist? One Tai Lai? Yi Yu murmured, glancing at the booklet, a sudden image flashing in his mind of the person who had been knocked down by the senior brother with a single punch. What did you say? Yi Kang asked, puzzled by Yi Yu's mumblings. Nothing, I was just curious about what this is, Yi Yu deflected, holding the booklet and questioning. This is a high-grade yellow martial technique and the foundation of my existence within the Snake Wolf Gang. Yi Kang sighed. Years ago, he had been fortunate enough to encounter a deceased beggar while seeking shelter from the rain in a ruined temple. With the intent of giving the beggar a proper burial, he discovered this booklet. The martial technique known as Thunderclap Fist had fallen from the beggar's possession. He had relied on this technique to carve out a path for himself, ultimately joining the Snake Wolf Gang and marrying the daughter of a hall master. Although he was aware of the hall master's intentions, the martial technique needed to be passed down. Yi Yu's arrival had disrupted his plans, and in order to reassure his father-in-law, he had intended to pass the technique on to Yang Jian in the coming days. However, it now seemed that plan would need to be postponed. Joining the gang had been a youthful folly, and no one could predict when their time would come. There was no option for withdrawal. Now, should he hand over the secrets of the Thunderclap Fist to his father-in-law, any unforeseen incident could spell disaster for Yi Yu, given the circumstances of the day. Therefore, regardless of what lay ahead, he could not risk exposing this technique to his nephew until he had the means to protect himself in the training room. There won't be anyone else around. You can memorize this martial technique here. Once you've finished, burn the manuscript and do not speak of this to anyone. Before leaving, Yi Kang reminded Yi Yu once more. The destruction of the manuscript was a precautionary measure. As long as the manuscript was not found, Yi Yu would be safe. Once Yi Kang departed, Yi Yu eagerly opened the manuscript, initially intending to play a trick on Yang Jian, but unexpectedly found himself with a valuable acquisition. Cultivation required a gradual approach. Although he had achieved great mastery in the skin refinement stage, his increase in strength would take time. Thus, during this period, he could only adapt to this growth through nourishment. Chapter 5. Cultivating the Thunderclap Fist. Pinnacle of skin refinement. According to Yi Yu's estimations, reaching the limits of his strength in skin refinement would take approximately another week. After all, he was not like others. While they progressed steadily, their strength would increase in tandem with their training, allowing them to transition to the next stage upon reaching their limits. His training was akin to inflating a balloon. He had expanded the balloon first, but filling it with water required time. Now equipped with this technique, he could seize the opportunity to practice during his free time. After reviewing the Thunderclap Fist martial technique, Yu opened his status panel, only to find that it had not been recorded. It seemed he would need to practice it once before it could be acknowledged. Noticing the lack of response, Yu began to scrutinize the technique carefully, committing it to memory. Although he was uncertain why Yi Kang insisted on destroying the manuscript, it was clear that it had something to do with Yang Jian. As long as he followed the instructions, he would be fine. After spending 2 hours, Yu finally grasped a general understanding. He decided to dedicate some time to practice it. If he could get it recorded on the probability panel, he would not need to rely solely on rote memorization. Having discovered that during his attempts to cultivate the Masan body technique, the smoother the practice went, the clearer his memory of it became. He realized he was passively acquiring cultivation experience. Moreover, not only was he gaining experience, but his panel attributes were also changing. First layer of Masan body technique. 0.1 chance of transforming into a demon. 35 completion of cultivation. 14.4 perfect cultivation. 50.5 overclocked cultivation. At this point, the failure rate had vanished entirely, redirecting onto the other two options. Unfortunately, it was somewhat regrettable. Whether it was due to the excessively high rate of overclocked cultivation. The previous state persisted. However, it was still quite satisfactory, considering the latter two options accounted for 64.9. Next, you began to practice according to the instructions of the Thunderclap Fist manuscript. However, practicing martial techniques differed from cultivating techniques. The latter followed a fixed pattern, requiring only the completion of the prescribed movements. In contrast, martial techniques demanded agility and a variety of movements, placing a high demand on physical coordination. As a time traveler. The most vigorous activity he had ever engaged in was riding an electric bike. The most strenuous exercise he had done was likely going downstairs to retrieve takeout. Therefore, the challenge posed by the training manuscript was evident. Thus, aside from taking a lunch break, it wasn't until close to evening that he finally completed a round of Thunderclap Fist in a rather clumsy manner. The moment he finished, you eagerly opened the probability panel. Name, EU, Strength, Skin Refinement, Adaptation Period, Technique, Masan Body Technique, First Layer, Martial Technique, Thunderclap Fist, Barely Beginner. At this moment, the panel had changed and provided a basic introduction. However, upon seeing the phrase barely beginner, EU's expression darkened. What does barely beginner even mean? Thunderclap Fist. High-grade yellow martial technique, characterized by speed, precision, and ferocity in strikes. Thunderclap Fist. Barely beginner 90 failure rate in cultivation. 8.5 chance of successful cultivation. 1.4 chance of perfect cultivation. 0.1 chance of overclocked cultivation. Alright. So this is how you want to play it, Yu thought sarcastically, rolling his eyes at the astonishing 90 failure rate. If he couldn't adjust the probabilities, considering his current situation, it could take him days to succeed. With nothing more to say, he directly transferred 50 of the failure rate to overclocked cultivation. Although there remained a 40 chance of failure, the likelihood would gradually decrease as his proficiency increased. Moreover, given that he was overclocking his cultivation, he was confident that the growth rate of his proficiency would not be an issue. Now, it's time for me to take action. Yu, brimming with confidence, began his cultivation, eyeing the soaring overclocked cultivation rate. Of course, the outcome was predictable. He failed right at the start. As soon as Yu initiated the movements, he could only throw 2 punches before faltering completely. However, this failure led Yu to discover a significant issue. Failing in cultivation left him feeling extremely fatigued. In other words, engaging in cultivation would consume energy, yet it spared him the effort of executing the movements. Damn it! Is this possible? Previously, during his cultivation of martial arts, he had never encountered failure, hence he was unaware of this. However, he had not anticipated that failing in cultivation merely resulted in a depletion of stamina, rather than necessitating the completion of an entire set of movements. Yet, after failing, he felt even more fatigued than before his practice. After commencing again, this time his training triggered overclocked cultivation. The series of movements flowed seamlessly, appearing extraordinarily smooth, devoid of any awkwardness. Throughout the training process, countless insights flooded into his mind, as if he had always practiced this way. Moreover, with just this iteration, what was once a struggle to grasp the fundamentals had transformed into a preliminary understanding. With his progress accelerating at an astonishing rate, over the following week, Yu spent his time eating, sleeping, and cultivating. Whether it was due to the previous incident or not, he had not seen Young Jin again. While young Ilian remained unchanged, Yu was indifferent to this. The absence of disturbances was precisely to his liking. Furthermore, he harbored no desire to encounter Yang Jin again, for based on their last meeting, that lad was quite the troublemaker. One should not assume that youth grants the liberty to concoct various excuses. Oftentimes, such individuals are the most detestable. They are fully aware of their misdeeds and the consequences therein, yet they never contemplate reform, instead reveling in the sensation. After a week of acclimatization, Yu finally reached the pinnacle of skin refinement. However, he found it peculiar that he was significantly different from others. During this period, he had observed others practicing martial arts. All were learning the same techniques, yet the results were markedly different. Generally, after cultivating the Ma mountain body technique to the first level, one's strength would range between 200 to 250 Jan. Yet he had achieved a terrifying 400 Jin. Indeed, approximately 400 Jin. Logically, given his youth and undeveloped physique, his strength should be lower. Yet, the reality was contrary. His strength was nearly double that of an average practitioner. After much contemplation, Yu speculated that it must relate to overclocked cultivation. If his assumptions were correct, ordinary cultivation could only achieve standard levels, while perfect cultivation represented the theoretical zenith of the technique. Overclocked cultivation, as the term suggests, should surpass the limits of the technique. Yu had previously inquired with Yikong, who merely stated that some individuals possess extraordinary talents, resulting in unusual speeds and effects in their cultivation, what is commonly referred to as talent. Of course, Yu did not perceive himself as particularly gifted. According to the probabilities outlined in the technique, he could only be deemed slightly talented. During this time, Yikong had once again provided him with body-refining pills. Although he had received 2 bottles, Yikong cautioned him to extend the intervals between taking the pills. After all, medicine can be toxic. Consuming a large quantity within a short span could easily lead to meridian blockages, flooding the body with toxins detrimental to cultivation. Yu felt a twinge of doubt regarding this, as he had not sensed anything amiss. After all, in this aspect, he was the most qualified to speak. Consuming 17 body-refining pills in one night was no trivial matter. Were there any issues, he would have sensed it long ago. Thus, Yu speculated that perhaps it was due to his idle cultivation that his body felt no discomfort. Chapter 6. Mastery Achieved. Progressing to the second layer of the technique. Aside from reaching the pinnacle of skin refinement, his most significant advancement was in the cultivation of the thunderclap technique. Thunderclap technique. Mastery achieved 20 success rate, 28.4 perfect cultivation, 50.1 overclocked cultivation, 1.5 comprehension of thunder momentum. Martial skills differ from techniques in that they are categorized by proficiency. Initial understanding, proficient mastery, mastery achieved, and extraordinary transcendence. Presently, he had attained the 3rd stage of mastery in the thunderclap technique. However, it is worth noting that Yikong had only reached this level a year prior, after diligently practicing for 9 years. During his training in the thunderclap technique, Yikong had also come to instruct him, yet Yu always felt that Yikong fell short. Dio put it simply, he felt that Yikong was not as formidable as he himself was. Had he not wished to appear too exceptional, he would have even considered offering Yikong some pointers on the thunderclap technique. Upon reaching the 3rd stage of the thunderclap technique, the original failure rate had vanished. And as his training progressed, the probability of perfect cultivation had approached nearly 30. Additionally, he had gained an ability known as thunder momentum, consequently altering his status panel. Name: Yu. Strength: pinnacle of skin refinement. Technique: Ma mountain body technique, 1st layer. Martial skill: thunderclap technique, mastery achieved. Insight: thunder momentum, 1. 5. The enhancement of insight was exceedingly gradual, and for reasons unknown, he was unable to adjust the probabilities. During the week of training, he had only triggered comprehension 4 times, barely elevating the thunder momentum to 1. 5. Even so, this was sufficient for him to perceive the distinct advantages of thunder momentum. When executing the thunderclap technique, incorporating thunder momentum would significantly amplify both attack power and speed, applicable to any form of assault. The only drawback was the immense toll it took on stamina. Each time he unleashed thunder momentum, it felt as though his body had been drained of energy. It was an indescribable sensation, akin to an emptiness that was not hunger, but a universally understood feeling. He had once subtly inquired about thunder momentum with Yikong, yet Yikong was entirely unaware of what it was. After much contemplation, Yu concluded that it was due to his insufficient foundational strength. After all, he was still only at the pinnacle of skin refinement. No one would expect him to cultivate a martial skill to such an extent, especially one classified as a high-grade yellow martial skill. However, the cultivation speed of the thunderclap technique had recently slowed, possibly due to his weak foundation. Now that he had surpassed the growth phase of skin refinement, Yi resolved to refocus his cultivation efforts on the technique. Ma Mountain Body Technique Second Layer, 0.1 chance of transformation into a demon, 5 failure rate, 90 completion rate, 4.4 perfect cultivation, 0.5 overclock cultivation. Unlike before, the failure rate for the Ma Mountain Body Technique had not proven to be as high as anticipated. Perhaps having familiarized himself with the pattern of previous training had influenced the display of such data. Sticking to the familiar approach, he allocated 50 to overclocked cultivation. There was no other choice. It was simply too enticing. With a 50.5 chance of overclocked cultivation, Yu swiftly consumed a body refining pill and then commenced his training in the second layer of the Ma Mountain Body Technique. Although the posture for the second layer was more complex, who could blame him for his idle cultivation? He paid little heed to whether his movements were precise, and completing the training would still yield corresponding experience, enabling him to practice normally like an average person without relying on the probability panel in the future. The moment he entered the training state, Yu felt a sense of heat enveloping him, a manifestation of entering the flesh refinement stage. As he delved deeper into the Ma Mountain Body Technique, this sensation of heat intensified. Upon completing the full set of movements, he felt an acceleration in his blood flow, and his skin appeared as red as a cooked shrimp. Sensing a gnawing hunger in his abdomen, Yu hastily retrieved another body refining pill and swallowed it, which alleviated his discomfort, causing his flushed skin to gradually return to normal. Was the flesh refinement stage this consuming? Yiqingyu remarked, her complexion flushed, with a hint of trepidation. Without the body refining pills, she feared she might have fainted again, much like last time. Observing the pitch-black night outside, Yu contemplated for a moment before stealthily making his way towards the kitchen. As the deputy leader of the Snake Wolf Gang, Yikang's family was quite well off, allowing them to enjoy pork with nearly every meal. One should not underestimate the commonality of pork. During his time in the village, aside from the fish and shrimp he caught from the creek, he had not consumed any other meat for 3 whole months. It was not just him. The entire village collectively raised pigs, with only the festival periods offering a meager share. In this world of scarcity, consuming pork essentially signified a middle-class status. Traversing the narrow corridor, he had just felt unbearably hot, yet now a chill enveloped him. What bizarre weather is this? Wasn't it still early autumn? Yu involuntarily shivered and murmured softly. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the night felt exceptionally silent. Since the residents here were gang members, many had the habit of drinking and chatting at night. Though Yu resided in the back courtyard, he could often hear those gang members boasting. Yikong would occasionally join his subordinates for drinks, as they were his underlings, and it was essential to foster camaraderie. For individuals who danced on the knife's edge, no one expected others to lend a helping hand. But at the very least, they should refrain from stabbing each other in the back. Arriving at the darkened kitchen, Yu cautiously opened the cupboard. His hands fumbled through the pantry, seeking a few buns to quell his hunger. However, instead of buns, he seemed to have touched some silky threads, which felt as smooth as hair. Wai Yu was taken aback by this sudden thought, hastily retracting his hand. For him, not believing in the existence of ghosts did not mean he was free from fear. As he gazed at the pitch-black cabinet, the more he pondered, the more unsettling it became, to the point where he felt the temperature around him drop considerably. However, he was already ravenous and had to muster his courage to lean forward. Just then, a rapid banging sound from outside startled Yi Yu. What the hell? It's the middle of the night. Who's banging like this? Yi Yu couldn't help but curse. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hurriedly left the kitchen. Under normal circumstances, the sound of a gong would not be struck unless something significant had occurred. Previously, Yikong had warned him that if the gong rang, he should seek him out, and if he couldn't find him, he should leave at once. After all, as a member of a gang, vendettas were commonplace, especially since this was a small stronghold of the Snake Wolf gang. However, just as Yi Yu departed, a shadow slowly slithered out of the cabinet like liquid. Chapter 7. A Death. Tales of the Supernatural. As Yi Yu traversed the corridor, he spotted Yikong, whose complexion was pale and troubled. What has happened? Yi Yu inquired with a hint of confusion. A death? Yikong, seemingly recalling something, continued. Since you have chosen the path of martial arts, you will inevitably encounter such matters sooner or later. Come with me to take a look. For martial artists, violence was an ordinary affair. Although Yi Yu was still young, when faced with a martial confrontation, no one would concern themselves with his age, particularly among those in gangs who adhered to a philosophy of eradicating threats completely. All right, Yi Yu responded without hesitation. As a martial artist, how could he avoid witnessing bloodshed? Subsequently, Yi Yu followed Yikong as they swiftly made their way to the front courtyard. Upon arriving, they found over 10 gang members gathered, all with grim expressions and a hint of fear lurking in their eyes. Wai Yu curiously scanned the surroundings. The doors and windows appeared intact, and there were no signs of a struggle. Could it have been a swift kill? Deputy Hall Master, you have arrived. The person is inside. A small leader immediately approached Yikong, pointing towards a room. Let us go in and see. Yikong nodded and led Yi Yu inside. However, apart from the initial small leader, the others showed no inclination to enter. Once inside, they beheld a gang member clad in black lying on the ground. The man's face was upturned, his complexion a ghastly green, eyes wide open as if he had been scared to death. Uncle, what sort of martial prowess could inflict such harm? Yi Yu asked, trembling slightly as he observed the seemingly unharmed individual who appeared to have died of fright, merely gazing at the gang member's iron-blue face. Frozen in terror, sent chills coursing through him. It seemed unlikely he would sleep well tonight. He feared nightmares might plague him. He was not killed by someone, Yikong stated as he examined the body, his expression darkening. There are no signs of injury, nor any traces of a struggle in the room, which leads me to suspect something rather sinister. Not killed by someone? Then what could it be? Yi Yu asked, utterly perplexed. That's not for now, Yikong replied, his expression grave as he turned to the small leader beside him. Fei Ling, gather everyone. Tonight, no one is to sleep, and they must stay together. Even for a trip to the restroom, no fewer than 3 persons should go. Upon hearing Yikong's instructions, Fei Ling promptly left the room. You stay here with the gang members. I will fetch your aunt. Yikong instructed Yi Yu before departing the courtyard. Wai Yu cast a puzzled glance at Yikong's retreating figure, sensing that something was amiss in this unfolding drama. Grumble at that moment. Yi Yu's stomach audibly protested, reminding him that he had ventured out in search of food, only to stumble into this chaotic situation. Had he known, he would have snatched a few buns earlier. Young master, we have some buns here. If you don't mind, you can have some. A gang member approached him eagerly with a bun in hand, eager to please in this courtyard. Yikong held the highest authority. Although they knew Yikong had a nephew, Yi Yu rarely ventured out, leaving them without the opportunity to curry favor. Thus, upon noticing Yi Yu's hunger, The gang members were eager to appease him. Yi Yu had no objections. After all, anything was better than the meager offerings he had in the village. Not to mention plain buns, even a simple steamed bun would be a treat. "Do you know what happened?" Yi Yu asked, nibbling on the bun while glancing at the others. However, the gang members stuttered, unable to articulate a coherent explanation. "I heard it was some unclean entity at work." Just then, an older gang member, around 40, stepped forward with a serious demeanor. "Oldly, don't spout nonsense here. There are no such things as ghosts or monsters. Those tales are mere fabrications. I would slay any that dare show themselves." A younger gang member scoffed, dismissing the notion. While the others remained silent, most were skeptical of such stories. After all, they lived perilously, and their courage was far greater than the average person. They were unlikely to believe in the supernatural. Rather than attributing a death to a ghost, they would sooner believe it was the result of some profound martial technique. Please don't dismiss it. Several similar incidents have occurred in town recently. The officials have investigated the causes of death, and none were due to physical injuries. They were all terrified to death, Oldly insisted, recounting recent events in the city when he noticed the others' disbelief. Unlike the young martial artist who trained daily, he, having exhausted his potential, didn't waste time on such matters. He often ventured out, either to indulge in pleasures or collect protection fees. Just yesterday, as he passed by a household, he witnessed officials carrying out a body. The sight of the corpse, with its ashen face and wide eyes, resembled that of the gang member lying in the room. Driven by curiosity, he inquired with an acquaintance among the officers and learned that this was the 6th case of someone dying from fright this month. Such occurrences were not rare, but in a place where lives were deemed cheap, a handful of deaths hardly raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing Old Lee's account, the expressions of the gathered gang members turned grave. Disbelief aside, fear took root. Even the previously disdainful young gang member's face darkened. "Is it really that eerie?" Yu murmured softly, suddenly reminded of the kitchen. Had it not been for the ruckus outside, he would have, as this thought crossed his mind, Yu involuntarily shivered. Could it be that ghosts truly exist? After all, if traversing to another world was possible, the existence of ghosts didn't seem too far-fetched. Yet, as a successor of socialism, Yu felt 1,000 doubts within. However, recalling the sensation he had touched earlier, that silky, smooth texture bore an uncanny resemblance to hair. But how could hair be found in a cabinet? "What are you all discussing?" At that moment, Yikong entered with young Alien. "Nothing much, just debating who would be so bold as to commit murder here." Oldly, who had been fervently discussing the supernatural, instantly changed his demeanor, speaking with feigned righteousness upon seeing Yikong. The others exchanged knowing glances, rolling their eyes at his sudden shift. "What happened to your ghosts? Speak up so the deputy hall master can hear." Though they thought this, no one dared to voice it. After all, avoiding confrontation with such seasoned gang members was wise. Chapter 8. Bloodlust and Restraint. The arrival of the officials. "All right, everyone, let us gather here for the night. Yi Yu, come with me." Yikong instructed the gang members before leading Yi Yu to a secluded corner of the courtyard. "Why, Yi Yu? You should refrain from wandering around for the next few days to avoid any unforeseen incidents." Yi Yu looked up in surprise at Yikong's words, realizing that the matter might indeed be grave. "Uncle, could it truly be?" Yi Yu hesitated, casting a questioning glance at Yikong. The notion of martial artists dealing with supernatural entities seemed incongruous with their usual conduct. Primarily, he didn't believe in such things, prompting him to seek his uncle's perspective. However, Yikong nodded, surprisingly affirming the concern. At that moment, Yi Yu's mind buzzed with confusion. He had merely wished to practice martial arts. Surely, he shouldn't have to confront such matters. Moreover, if such entities did exist, could martial artists even contend with them? Yet, given Yikong's demeanor, it seemed unnecessary for him to deceive him on this issue. After all, as the deputy hall master of the gang, Yikong might have indeed encountered such phenomena before. Uncle, there is something I wish to discuss with you. After much contemplation, Yu ultimately decided to recount the events that transpired in the kitchen. It could indeed be that kind of entity. However, you were fortunate that no mishap occurred. Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, Yi Kang's expression grew notably grave, for he was well aware of the conditions in his own kitchen. How could there possibly be silk threads stored within the cabinets? Moreover, as Yi Yu described, such materials could be deemed of superior quality, and in his household, only young Ilian don garments made from such fabric. Can we contend with such a thing? Noticing Yi Kang's troubled demeanor, Yi Yu felt compelled to voice his concerns, as this matter was of utmost importance to him. He had no desire to confront such an otherworldly threat, just as he began to see progress in his martial pursuits. When a warrior reaches the second stage of body refinement, a force known as blood energy is born within them. This blood energy is inherently masculine, significantly enhancing the warrior's strength and exerting a certain influence over those ghastly entities. However, even I can merely repel them. I am far from capable of vanquishing them. If one is not careful, there exists the peril of being slain by these specters. With a resigned sigh, Yikong lamented that these entities were unlike ordinary monsters. Their capabilities were bizarre and multifaceted, far beyond the grasp of an average person. If he were to truly encounter such a creature, it was highly likely he would meet his demise there. So, blood energy can indeed affect these entities? Yi Yu exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. He was unafraid of a fight to the death, for if he were to lose, that would merely be his fate. However, the thought of being unable to even struggle against such a malevolent being filled him with despair. Yi Yu, I merely spoke in jest. Do not take it to heart. Blood energy can only exert a minimal influence. And my earlier assertion of being able to repel them was somewhat exaggerated. The difference between surviving and perishing is vast. Observing Yi Yu's expression, Yikong hurriedly clarified his statement. He feared that Yi Yu, in his youthful ignorance, might mistakenly believe he could challenge such a supernatural being simply due to his burgeoning strength. Furthermore, the impact of blood energy on those entities is negligible, like a candle attempting to burn an elephant. One would likely be crushed in an instant. I was merely speaking casually. Yu scratched his head and chuckled. Yet, in his heart, he was not thinking along those lines. Since blood energy was useful, the inability to slay them must simply be due to insufficient strength. With his potential for cultivation, if he could not reach the second stage of body refinement, then he would strive for the third stage. There would surely come a time when he could triumph. At least having hope is a positive thing. It is far better than doing nothing and awaiting death. What shall we do now? Yi Yu suddenly inquired, as remaining in this place was not a viable solution. One could never tell when that ghastly entity might emerge. Given the recent events in the city, that specter did not appear particularly formidable. Otherwise, it would not have only claimed one victim at a time, nor would it linger in the same location after committing its deeds. I have already dispatched someone to notify the authorities. It is best that they handle such matters. Yi Kong shook his head, somewhat helplessly. Why should he take it upon himself to deal with this? Reporting to the officials is the rightful attitude of a townsman. Subsequently, Yi Kong led Yi Yu back to where their associates awaited, anticipating the arrival of the officials. An hour later, just as the crowd was beginning to feel drowsy, a group suddenly entered. At the forefront was an official clad in a green robe with black trim, striding confidently as if he held great authority, clearly the leader among them. The others were dressed in black or gray, with one in gray carrying an iron box. Deputy Leader Yi, it has been a while. The green-robed captain greeted, though a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. The gang had always had a fraught relationship with the officials, yet they could help restrain those in the martial world and assist the authorities. However, the gangs often caused trouble in their quest for territory. Thus, the officials held a mixed attitude toward the gangs. Captain Mao, You are quite busy with your duties. It is indeed rare for us to meet." Yikong replied with a polite bow, though internally he cursed himself for not expecting the authorities to send this troublesome fellow, Mao Yinrui. For the gang to thrive, it was essential to maintain a good rapport with the officials. However, Mao Yinrui's demands had grown increasingly insatiable. Should he feel unsatisfied, he would resort to all manner of trouble, leveraging his connection as a relative of the county magistrate, leaving them little recourse to counter his whims. Not difficult, not difficult. After all, where there's a will, there's a way, Mao Yinrui said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Indeed, indeed, Yikong responded, while inwardly he was cursing the man vehemently. Watch yourself, that ghastly thing might take you away. Let us go inside and see what the situation is, Mao Yinrui suggested, casting a glance at Yikong before proceeding into the room. Alongside him were a constable and a coroner clad in gray. Naturally, Yikong followed suit, for it was better not to oppose the officials. The adage "the people do not fight with the authorities" has stood the test of time. Yu's eyes darted slightly. The manner of death of that gang member was indeed horrifying, yet if he could glean any useful information from the officials, perhaps he could avert such tragedies in the future. With this thought in mind, Yu approached the entrance, peering inside. He observed the coroner opening the deceased's garments and then producing a small knife to begin the autopsy. Little one, you have quite the audacity. Your serpent wolf gang is indeed lacking in new blood. To allow such a young child to join your ranks?" Noticing Yu's watchful gaze, Mao Yinrui turned to Yikong, mocking him. "That is hardly the case. Merely a helper we engaged for the gang." Attempting to secure a livelihood for these unfortunate souls, Yikong replied, his eyes growing cold yet maintaining a smile. "Is that so? Little one, if you wish to see, then come in. Lurking at the door serves no purpose." Mao Yinrui beckoned to Yu with a grin. Realizing he had stirred trouble, Yu glanced at Yikong, seeking guidance. "What are you waiting for? Come in," Yikong urged. Seeing that Yu hesitated, Mao Yinrui's expression soured. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yu stepped inside. After all, this was still the territory of the Serpent Wolf Gang, and even the officials could not act without reason. Gang members were accustomed to living on the edge. Anger them, and they might resort to any means necessary, why lord. "It is indeed the work of that unusual entity," the coroner stated gravely, raising his gaze. He held a pair of tweezers in hand, from which dangled strands of hair extracted from the neck of the deceased gang member. Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. It truly was that entity at play. Normally, in such a backward area, it would be impossible to insert hair into a blood vessel without harming the surface of the body. As the crowd awaited, a sudden explosion resonated from the backyard, followed closely by the incessant sounds of a fierce struggle. Yu's spirit jolted. Indeed, the malevolent entity was lurking in the kitchen. At that moment, Yu felt his legs weaken, a wave of relief flooding his heart as he realized he had survived. He couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his fortune. Had it not been for the allure of the gong, he might have ended up as a mere corpse. The group stood frozen in place, exchanging hesitant glances, yet none moved to assist. For them, facing real weapons was one thing. After all, a cut would elicit pain. However, the mere thought of the rumored supernatural beings instilled a paralyzing fear, rendering them immobile. The sounds of battle did not persist for long, and soon the entire courtyard fell silent. Everyone held their breath, too afraid to utter a sound. Yu felt a moment of indecision, a strong urge to venture into the backyard and investigate. Truth be told, he was quite curious about these entities, having only seen them on television in his past life. Yet, ultimately, reason prevailed. He feared that if he approached, he might never return. After a brief interval, a bloodied constable staggered from the backyard, collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this, the crowd rushed forward to ascertain the constable's condition. Yu, having remained with young Ilian, stood a bit farther away, just as the crowd moved to inspect. Yikong and Mao Yinrui burst forth from the backyard, urgency etched upon their faces. "Quick, scatter! He has been possessed by an evil spirit," Yikong shouted. Upon hearing this, the crowd shuddered, a palpable atmosphere of dread enveloping them. Yet, in the midst of their shock, the fallen constable suddenly opened his eyes, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, sending chills down their spines. In the instant he regained consciousness. He sprang up, drawing his long knife and sweeping it around him. 3 members of the group, too close for comfort, had their throats slashed in an instant. However, when fear reached its zenith, the body instinctively reacted. "Die!" One of the group members drew his knife fiercely, severing the constable's neck in one decisive stroke. Witnessing this, the crowd sighed in relief, believing the crisis had been quelled. "It's over. Relax," one man said, observing the member still poised in a striking stance. He intended to step forward to reassure him, but was met with the blade in the other's hand. Caught off guard, he was pierced through the chest, while the member's face contorted into the same eerie smile as the constable. Others, witnessing this, frantically retreated. Yet for a martial artist, exposing one's back to the enemy is far from wise. In mere moments, 2 more fell lifeless to the ground. This time, Mao Yinrui charged forward, wielding a blood-soaked long knife, cleaving the member in half with a single stroke. Simultaneously, the fallen body let out an ear-piercing scream. The crowd instinctively covered their ears, yet the sound persisted, seemingly capable of penetrating any barrier. "Shut up!" Mao Yinrui bellowed, then pulled a yellow talisman from his chest, infusing it with vital energy before slamming it onto the corpse. The body trembled violently, then exploded like a deflated ball, caught off guard. The crowd was engulfed by a mist of blood, obscuring their vision. That moment, a gray shadow surged through the blood mist, darting towards Yu. Though he was a distance away, the shadow moved faster than he anticipated, leaving him no chance to evade. Yu did not wish to await his fate passively and resolved to employ the thunderous hand to confront the threat. After all, even if it proved futile, he yearned to make a final stand. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Yikong appeared beside him, his right fist enveloped in blood, striking the gray shadow. With a dull thud, the shadow erupted. "Are you all right?" Yikong asked, scanning the surroundings warily while addressing Yu, who stood dazed. "I'm fine," Yu replied, shaking his head. Just as he was about to inquire about the ghostly entity, a translucent shadow suddenly darted into his hand, causing him to shudder in fright. Yet Yikong appeared oblivious, still tense, keeping a vigilant watch on their surroundings. Did that ghostly entity perish? Mao Yinrui, noting the situation, approached with a grave expression. "It should have died." Yikong responded uncertainly, recounting the earlier events. Although he was familiar with these ghostly beings, this was his first encounter in combat, and thus he could not ascertain for certain if it had truly perished. Nevertheless, given that Mao Yinrui had gravely wounded the entity, it was unlikely to be in good condition if it had survived. Yu stood behind Yikong, eager to relay what he had witnessed. After all, he had seen the ghostly possession firsthand. It was nothing short of a heartless demon. Yet, recalling Mao Yinrui's methods, coupled with the absence of any anomalies, fear of death instigated a moment of hesitation within him. "Everyone, gather around me and approach one by one." After hearing Yikang's words, Mao Yinrui began to summon the others, producing another yellow talisman from his chest. "You all will go first." He turned to Yikong and Yu, his demeanor resolute. Upon seeing the yellow talisman, Yu's heart raced. Having never encountered such a thing, he intuitively understood it was meant to test for possession. The anxiety within him surged. He dreaded the possibility of being discovered as possessed. However, Mao Yinrui remained oblivious, mistaking Yu's tension for sheer fright. As the vital energy flowed into the talisman, the strange characters inscribed upon it glimmered with a faint golden light. Mao Yinrui approached the two, and when the talisman failed to react, he moved on to inspect the others. As he distanced himself, Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, replaying the image of the translucent entity in his mind. Could it have merely been a figment of his anxious imagination? Once Mao Yinrui completed his inspections, the talisman showed no signs of reaction. Not only were those present relieved, but even Mao Yinrui let out a breath of relief. With only one red sun talisman remaining, he knew if he didn't survive, he might have no choice but to flee. Tonight, we shall remain here until dawn before departing. Do not blame me for what happens if anyone dares to wander off. Mao Yinrui surveyed the surroundings, raising his blade and speaking coldly. This caution stemmed from the fact that ghosts feared sunlight to prevent the entity from evading the ghostly detection spell. Though he could have left immediately, having come this far, he had already utilized the red sun talisman and the ghostly detection spell. If he didn't seize the opportunity to garner some merit, it would truly be a loss. The group turned their gazes towards Yikong, who nodded, signaling for everyone to refrain from any unnecessary movements. After all, Mao Yinrui was not someone to be trifled with. Should trouble arise, even the Snake Wolf gang might not intervene. To the gang, a death was not worth much, especially if it meant incurring the wrath of the authorities. Subsequently, everyone sat down on the ground, quietly awaiting the arrival of dawn. Yu positioned himself a few meters away from Yikong and the others, equally eager to ascertain whether he had truly been possessed. With a distance of 3 meters, Yikong had already sensed the tension. Bored, Yu opened the probability panel, initially intending to check his status, but was suddenly drawn to a new item that had appeared. Name: Yu, Strength, Early Stage of Flesh Refinement, Cultivation Technique, Masan Body Technique, Second Layer, Martial Skill, Thunderous Hand Mastered, Intent, Thunder Momentum, 1. 5. Tuning Rate. 5. Tuning Rate. What is this? As someone accustomed to reading web novels, Yu quickly grasped its significance and proceeded to open the panel for the Thunderous Hand. Unlike before, this time the attributes displayed the option for addition and subtraction. Previously, after adjusting the probabilities, the plus and minus signs would simply vanish. Considering the panel's tuning rate, Yu tentatively clicked the plus sign next to Thunder Momentum. To his surprise, the panel remained unresponsive. Yu raised an eyebrow. Could he have miscalculated? Undeterred, he tried several more times, and when he clicked the minus sign next to Successful Cultivation, the probability indeed decreased by a notch. Initially, he thought he could only adjust the probabilities by 50 points. Now it seemed he simply had yet to meet certain criteria. Glancing back at the panel, he noticed the tuning rate had also diminished slightly. With a heart full of anticipation, Yu once again focused on the Thunder Momentum option. This Thunder Momentum was indeed a rare treasure. If he could add points to it, the outcome would be extraordinary, undoubtedly transforming it into a formidable weapon. Upon witnessing the probability of Thunder Momentum actually shift, Yu's excitement reached a fever pitch. Though this tuning rate might stem from that ghostly entity and be exceedingly precious, some things only reveal their value once utilized. Without further hesitation, Yu decided to go all in. Thunderous Fist, mastered 15 success in cultivation, 28.4 in perfecting, 50.1 in overclocking, 6.5 in comprehending thunder force. Upon observing the panel for the Thunderous Fist, Yu found himself yearning to experiment with its effects, were it not for the inconvenience of displaying it before outsiders. Nevertheless, he did discern some drawbacks, namely, that the allocation of adjustment points could not be undone nor transformed back into adjustment points. Well, this arrangement isn't too shabby. At least Thunder Force is a universal ability, one that is unlikely to become obsolete. One would hope it remains relevant. Furthermore, with the increased probability of Thunder Force, the difficulty of comprehending it would be significantly mitigated. As time flew by, and while everyone else succumbed to drowsiness, a ray of sunlight illuminated the group. Yu rose, feeling no discomfort in his body. Indeed, he felt rather warm. It seemed his assumptions were correct. That wretched entity had truly perished, transforming into adjustment points. After waiting for over an hour, Mao Yinrui, seated on the ground, confirmed that the ghostly entity was indeed dead. Otherwise, given its prior condition, it could never have departed so quietly. Master Mao, might we return to rest? Yikong inquired, observing the weary faces of his companions. As he approached Mao Yinrui and presented a small cloth pouch, of course, I must also express my gratitude for your assistance. Otherwise, matters would not have been resolved so swiftly, Mao Yinrui mused, weighing the pouch with satisfaction before nodding and smiling, entirely devoid of the imperious demeanor he had exhibited upon arrival. As Mao Yinrui departed with the remaining constables, Yikong could not help but mutter a curse under his breath at the thought of leeches. Yet, some matters were unavoidable. With several constables having perished, future arrangements might lead to incessant troubles. Although he had expended considerable funds, he resigned himself to the notion that it was merely a cost of averting disaster. Chapter 11. Trading for elixirs, a life taken. 2 days later since the incident with the specter, Yu had sequestered himself in his chamber, diligently practicing his skills. Meanwhile, Yikong had been rising early and returning late, often accompanied by his gang, seemingly embroiled in some turmoil within the Shilang gang. Yu had inquired, but Yikong was reticent, merely urging him not to dwell upon it. Yu felt powerless in this regard. After all, he was merely a martial artist at the body refinement stage. If Yikong could not resolve it, there was little hope for him, and of course, Yu did not remain idle. He seldom ventured outside, preferring to remain indoors for his training. However, his need for elixirs was overwhelming. In the span of just 2 days, despite dedicating a portion of his time to mastering the Thunderous Fist, he had consumed 2 bottles of body refinement elixirs, the primary elixir for the body refinement stage. Its cost was relatively reasonable, yet still beyond the means of someone without a job. He contemplated asking Yikong for assistance, yet found himself hesitant to broach the subject. Initially, he had intended to seek out Yikong. But with Yang Ilian's pregnancy and his desire to keep his progress a secret, he ultimately refrained. This was the plight of living under another's roof. Though Yikong had treated him well, he sensed a shift since Yang Ilian's condition had come to light, and he did not wish to feel indebted to Yikong. After all, he was not Yikang's nephew but merely a vessel for another's spirit. He could discern Yikang's goodwill, yet it was predicated on the blood relationship between Yikong and his nephew. Yu glanced at the 4 bottles of elixirs upon his bed, gifts from Yikong. Yet due to his ability to adjust probabilities, these body refinement elixirs no longer held value for him. Today, he resolved to venture out, hoping to exchange them for more body refinement elixirs. The worth of body refinement elixirs was comparable to that of the body refinement elixirs. If all went well, he could secure at least 4 bottles, sufficient to elevate his prowess to the muscle refinement stage. Having made up his mind, Yu seized the elixirs and stealthily exited the courtyard through the back door. Since Yang Ilian had previously escorted him, he quickly located a pharmacy that sold elixirs. Upon entering, he found not only himself but numerous others purchasing elixirs as well. Fortunately, the transaction proceeded smoothly. After verifying the authenticity of the elixirs, Yu successfully exchanged for 38 body refinement elixirs. However, as he traversed an empty alley, he was confronted by a masked man blocking his path. Without a doubt, he recognized this as an encounter with robbers. Likely, they had targeted him due to his youth and the fact he had just exited the pharmacy. "Kid, hand over your money and elixirs, and we'll spare your life," the masked man threatened, brandishing a dagger as he slowly advanced towards Yu. Yu attempted to turn and flee, but found his escape thwarted by another figure behind him. "Hey, don't struggle. We won't harm you if you comply." The scrawny masked man chuckled, exuding confidence. "Please don't kill me. Take whatever you want," Yu exclaimed, panic-stricken, as he tossed the elixirs onto the ground. The thin, masked man appeared satisfied, perhaps underestimating Yu's resolve due to his youth. As he began to gather the fallen bottles to eye in that moment, Yu surged forward, his right hand clenched into a fist with the middle knuckle protruding slightly, delivering a powerful strike to the scrawny man's chest. In the face of the man's incredulity, Yu's punch caved in his chest, and with wide eyes, he fell lifelessly to the ground. After a brief moment of shock, Yu realized just how formidable his strength had become. The second robber, witnessing the scene, turned and fled toward the alley's entrance. Yet, his speed was no match for Yu's. Within 2 breaths, Yu was upon him, landing a decisive blow to his back. With a resounding crack, the man collapsed, lifeless. "Damn it, 2 pathetic fools dared to rob me. You nearly had me fooled," Yu scoffed, staring down at the fallen men. This marked his first battle, and he had been utterly oblivious to the extent of his own strength. Judging by their speed, they were Chapter 12, Early Stages of Muscle Refinement, the demonized Deputy Hall Master in the subsequent fortnight. Although the 2 deceased individuals were discovered, it did not incite much turmoil. Veiled as they were, and given their unsavory reputations, the authorities swiftly classified the incident as a failed robbery resulting in counterattack fatalities. A mere notice soliciting leads was posted at the government office, and thus the matter was considered closed. During this period, Yu remained reclusive, dedicating himself solely to his training and neglecting all other affairs. Even during meals, he preferred to eat alone in his room. Though Yikong had called upon him several times, the recent troubles with the Shilang gang led him to gradually refrain from intervening in Yu's affairs, merely advising him to balance work and rest. Cautioning against overexerting his body, Yu felt rather helpless. Should he confide in Yikong that he had taken a life and thus had no desire to make an appearance? Fortunately, despite the monotony, his diligent training yielded remarkable results. Name: Yu. Strength: Early stage of muscle refinement. Cultivation technique: Mashan body technique, 3rd level. Martial skill: Thunderclap palm, extraordinary. Essence: Thunder force, 51. Mountain force, 3. Adjustment rate: 0 thanks to an ample supply of pills. Including those gifted by Yikong, his strength advanced rapidly, attaining the early stage of muscle refinement. Unlike others who typically reached around 600 gene of power at the peak of body refinement, he had achieved 1000 gene, and at the early stage of muscle refinement, he reached an astonishing 1300 gene. By such calculations, once he breaks through to the second stage of body refinement, he would be capable of shattering a tree with a single punch. Of course, this would be under the enhancement of the Thunderclap palm. In addition to this, the Mashan body technique underwent a transformation upon reaching its final layer. Mashan body technique, 3rd layer, 0. 1 chance to transform into a demon, 19 completion of training, 29.4 perfect training, 50.5 over frequency training, 1 comprehension of mountain force. Yu conducted a test, finding that mountain force stabilized his form while enhancing both his defense and power. In his current state, it was likely that even those at the peak of muscle refinement would struggle to contend with him. However, this was merely speculation, as others also possessed martial skills, and he had yet to engage in combat with anyone. Nevertheless, should those 2 masked individuals return from the dead, he was confident that a single punch would surely obliterate them both. Among the various developments during his training, the most significant was the Thunderclap palm. Previously, it had been at a stage of consummate mastery, leading him to believe it had reached its limits. However, upon elevating the Thunder Force to 51, the Thunderclap palm spontaneously transcended to an extraordinary level, and he could distinctly sense that this martial skill had approached its zenith. Fortunately, as the Thunder Force could still be enhanced, he possessed room for further improvement. Moreover, Yu extended his right hand, a blue arc of electricity swirling incessantly within it. He could hardly believe that the thunder force could indeed summon lightning. No wonder Yi Kong had never even heard of force. It was likely that few could comprehend it, let alone reach his level. He had merely been fortunate to grasp the concept through the probability panel, a feat that would be nearly impossible for others lacking the requisite talent. Yi Kong had mentioned that among those he knew who practiced the Mashan body technique, none had managed to comprehend mountain force. Another point of interest was the overfrequency training. Yu speculated that the emergence of force in his martial techniques was likely related to this, as there had been no mention of force when he initially began his training. The power of thunder force was immensely formidable, yet its sole drawback lay in its substantial consumption of stamina. With his current strength, he could barely maintain the thunder force for 30 seconds, which limited its use to a trump card. Yu, your uncle has returned and is calling for you to join him for dinner. That moment, young Ilian's voice resounded from outside the door. I'm coming, Yu replied, swiftly donning his attire before exiting his room. Upon entering the living room, he found Yi Kong seated in the main position, his face etched with concern. What has happened? Yu inquired, puzzled. Although Yi Kong had previously appeared fatigued, today his countenance bore an unusual pallor. Given young Ilian's pregnancy, Yi Kong usually wore a cheerful expression. One of our deputy hall masters has been demonized and has stolen some treasures as well as a martial technique from our gang. The hall master has commanded us to apprehend him, Yi Kong explained, his expression one of resignation. I called you here to warn you to refrain from going out. Demonized humans are particularly bloodthirsty and tend to target vigorous martial artists. It was unfortunate for Yi Kong, as the task of pursuing the demonized deputy hall master fell to young Ilian's father, Yang Kuei, thus placing the responsibility squarely on his shoulders. However, Yi Kong was concerned that the demonized individual would possess significantly enhanced strength, which made him apprehensive. Martial technique? Upon hearing about martial techniques and treasures, Yiyu's eyes brightened. His current technique was one provided by Yi Kong, yet it only allowed him to cultivate to the early stage of muscle refinement, no longer meeting his aspirations. Having chosen not to disclose his training to Yi Kong, he was unable to request any additional techniques or even training resources, necessitating that he devise his own means. Ultimately, it was his rapid progress, achieving the early stage of muscle refinement in less than a month, that led him to decide against informing Yi Kong. As the saying goes, one should harbor no ill intent, yet remain cautious of others. He did not wish to test the integrity of others either. If he could intercept that martial technique, he might find himself free from worries for a time. Naturally, such thoughts were optimistic, as his strength remained somewhat lacking. Even with the use of thunder force, the likelihood of victory was slim, especially against a demonized human. However, if he accompanied Yi Kong and the others, perhaps an opportunity would present itself. Yu subsequently queried Yi Kong about the demonized deputy hall master. Yi Kong, perhaps fearing for Yiyu's safety, shared what he could and advised him not to wander aimlessly. During their conversation, Yiyu gleaned crucial information. The demonized deputy hall master had sustained injuries. In the course of his escape, he had been wounded by the arriving deputy hall master. However, due to the formidable constitution of the demonized, he managed to flee. If that were the case, Yu contemplated the possibility of launching a covert strike. Although the challenge might be formidable, fortune favors the bold. Having led an unremarkable life in his previous existence, it was time to strive for something greater. Nonetheless, he must exercise caution. Survival should take precedence, and his primary objective was to observe the battles of others. After all, he currently possessed raw strength but lacked the experience that could only be gained through observation, as the probability panel could only facilitate passive training, not active combat. Thus, this endeavor would serve as an opportunity to accumulate experience. Chapter 13. Demonized Humans, Astonishing Combat Power. As the three dined, a hurried member of the gang burst into the room. We have located Li Yun in the southern wild bee forest. Deputy Guo has already set off, and the hall master specifically instructed me to inform Deputy Yi. Upon reaching the doorway, the gang member bowed, explaining the situation. Then we must depart at once. Yikong wasted no time, scarcely finishing his meal. After giving Yi Yu and the others a few parting words, he swiftly followed the gang member out of the living room. Yi Yu observed Yikang's departure, recalling the map in the training room, and quickly deduced the location of the wild bee forest. Following a hasty meal, Yi Yu informed young Ilian that he was returning to practice, then exited the hall. Young Ilian harbored no suspicions, for Yi Yu had maintained this routine for days, his obsession with martial arts far surpassing that of others. While others occasionally ventured out, Yi Yu had hardly left his room since half a month prior when he accompanied her to buy clothes. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Yu was simply fearful of capture, opting to remain hidden until the situation calmed in his room. Yi Yu rummaged through his belongings for an old outfit, smearing his face with mud before setting off toward the wild bee forest. Guided by his memory, upon arrival, he found the wild bee forest to be a dense grove of cedar trees, teeming with large, aggressive hornets. These hornets, while similar to those from his past life, possessed a far more potent venom. Ordinary individuals lacking special protection could not dare to tread upon this ground, as even a single sting could prove fatal, even to those at the muscle refinement stage. Upon entering the wild bee forest, Yi Yu first surveyed the ground, using the numerous fallen branches and cut grass to ascertain the direction in which Yikong and the others had ventured. Progressing cautiously, he soon discerned the sounds of combat ahead. As he navigated through the underbrush, he crouched low, stealthily advancing towards the source of the commotion. Upon arriving at the scene, his eyes were immediately drawn to a towering, black-skinned monstrosity standing at an imposing height of 2 meters and 50 centimeters. The creature's body was a mass of bulging muscles, its long arms reminiscent of a gibbon, and a tuft of dark fur sprouted along its spine. Its teeth were serrated like those of a shark, and its mouth, splitting open to the earlobes, appeared grotesque and terrifying. With eyes that glimmered with madness, is this what a demonized human looks like? Concealed amidst the verdant underbrush, Yi Yu observed the dark-skinned monstrosity. Murmuring to himself, this was indeed his inaugural encounter with a demonized human, and it was as bizarre as Yikong had described. However, during the initial stages of demonization, humans do not entirely lose their reason. Instead, they amplify their obsessions, devoid of any moral compass. This implies that a demonized individual might protect others, yet they would resort to exceedingly brutal methods. Such was the rationale behind the vice leader's theft of treasures and secret manuals. For the majority of martial artists, the pursuit of strength is their singular obsession. Conversely, demons can grow stronger by slaying and devouring others, their formidable vitality allowing them to disregard most injuries, enabling them to launch frenzied counterattacks even after losing limbs. Thus, upon encountering a demon, it is customary to report it to the authorities promptly. As for why the Shilang gang undertook the capture themselves, it was primarily to prevent the leakage of their wealth and techniques. For any faction, the wealth they acquire is seldom untainted, and even more so for the techniques that sustain their existence. Should the authorities intervene, such assets would inevitably be confiscated, particularly precious martial arts tomes, which, if known, would serve as a means of control. Naturally, the Shilang gang was unwilling to let their techniques fall into other hands. At that moment, Yikong and another man in his 40s were engaged in a fierce battle with the dark-skinned monster. A gaping wound, several centimeters long, marred the creature's abdomen, from which a peculiar black blood flowed incessantly. Yet, the two men could not gain the upper hand. Rather, they found themselves suppressed by the demon. Such is the nature of demons. Even when injured, they can easily dominate martial artists of equal rank. Suddenly, the demon extended its right hand, swirling with a mass of black mist, before delivering a powerful strike towards the vice leader, Guo. observing this. Vice leader Gua swiftly positioned his sword before him, hoping to deflect the blow. However, the sheer force of the demon's strike shattered his sword and sent him flying in midair. Gua spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly gravely injured. Seizing the opportunity, Yikong clenched his fist, extending his index finger, and, enveloped in a surge of blood energy, unleashed a thunderous punch upon the demon's head. The tremendous force caused the dark-skinned monster to stagger and collapse to the ground. Yet, the strength of the demon lay in its physique. It merely shook its head, attempting to rise from the ground. Yi Kong executed the thunderclap fist, his hands becoming mere blurs as they relentlessly struck the demon's head. Utilizing the momentum of the thunderclap fist, he momentarily managed to suppress the creature. However, the demon soon recognized its opening and reached out to grasp Yikang's legs. Aware of the demon's ferocity, Yikong understood that if captured, he would likely have no chance of survival, prompting him to leap backward, evading the demon's grasp. Yet, Yikong did not relent. He rapidly concentrated the blood energy into his hands and unleashed two blood-red fist shadows, propelling the dark-skinned monster away. Witnessing this scene, Yu felt a surge of adrenaline, almost wishing to leap in and take Yikang's place. However, rationality ultimately triumphed over impulse. After all, the distinction between possessing blood energy and lacking it was monumental. Though he sensed his own power was formidable, he could not engage the enemy from a distance. Thus, if he were to strike, it must be a decisive blow to eliminate the threat instantly. Otherwise, his physicality alone could not withstand the demon's onslaught. Nevertheless, it must be said that the thunderclap fist was indeed formidable, and it was no wonder others coveted it, especially as he had only begun to master its intricacies. Yikong had already reached an extraordinary level of proficiency, and if confronted with an equally ranked opponent, he would undoubtedly emerge stronger, bolstered further by his thunderous might. A devastating weapon. However, as Yu beheld the dark-skinned monster rising after Yikang's fierce blow, he found himself hesitating. Though he yearned to seize the opportunity, he could not recklessly sacrifice himself. If two martial artists of the refinement realm struggled against the severely injured demon, he would likely be gravely harmed with just a single touch. Observing the surrounding gang members, it was evident that they were too apathetic to even employ arrows, for they knew their strengths were futile. Soon, Yu's gaze shifted upward, spotting several gang members stealthily climbing a tree while carrying a large backpack. "Now!" Vice Leader Gua shouted, prompting the gang members atop the tree to unfasten the cloth bags at their waists, casting down several nets. These nets, woven from iron wire, ensnared the demon, rendering it momentarily immobile. Seeing the demon trapped, the other gang members rushed in, gripping the iron nets tightly. Meanwhile, Yikong and the injured Vice Leader Gua unleashed their ultimate techniques, launching a ferocious assault on the dark-skinned monster. Watching the demon gradually being subdued, Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly, fearing this venture might be in vain. His treasures and manuals seemed to slip away from his grasp. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned his gaze back to the demon. Apart from a pair of trousers, the creature bore no possessions. Yet, earlier during their meal, Yikong had mentioned that nothing had been found. Yu's attention shifted to the underbrush, where he soon discovered a patch of trampled grass stained with black blood. His gaze ventured deeper into the wild bee forest, and he no longer felt inclined to linger. Since he could not find an opportunity to ambush the dark-skinned monster, it would be wiser to explore within and see if he could uncover any treasures or manuals. With this thought in mind, Yu wasted no time. Taking advantage of the Shilang gang's focus on the demon, he crouched low and began to crawl toward the depths of the wild bee forest. Once out of sight of the Shilang gang members, Yu stood up and hastened along the trail marked by the dark blood. Minutes later, he halted, frowning at the sight before him. Two members of the Shilang gang lay sprawled on the ground. surrounded by a swarm of fist-sized tigerhead bees. Goodness, who could withstand such enormous tigerhead bees? Yu muttered. Eyeing the bees' gleaming stingers, it was clear that the two gang members had also ventured here in search of treasures and manuals. Whether their intentions mirrored his was uncertain, but the swelling on their bodies indicated that these bees were far more formidable than those of his previous life. Just by their size, even Yi Kong and the others might not be able to withstand them. Yu looked up at the trees, where a massive 3-meter beehive hung at the intersection of two large branches. However, as he spotted a dark package in the distance, uncertainty washed over him. Disturbing the swarm would undoubtedly lead to doom, yet he was reluctant to abandon the easily attainable prize. Half a minute passed, and he pondered whether he could escape this perilous zone. Yu whispered to himself, gazing at the beehive. Just then, a commotion erupted behind him. Fortune favors the bold. Misfortune befalls the timid. As long as I run fast enough, these tigerhead bees might not catch me. With resolute determination, Yu crouched low. Assuming a starting position, his gaze fixed firmly on the coveted package ahead. As blue arcs of electricity crackled around his legs, Yu propelled himself forward with great force, sending dirt flying in all directions. Resembling a cannonball in flight, before the tigerhead bees could react, Yu barreled through them, effortlessly snatching up the gray cloth package from the ground. Without looking back, he surged ahead. Yet, he had underestimated the speed of the tigerhead bees. Recovering quickly, they flapped their wings and soon appeared behind him. With their stingers as thick as a pinky finger, Yu summoned every ounce of strength he could muster. However, the thunderous might could only be sustained for half a minute. If those dozens of tigerhead bees caught him, his fate was all but sealed. As time pressed on, Yu's anxiety escalated. Suddenly, he spotted two snarling wild dogs in his line of sight. Observing their gaunt figures, he charged forward without a second thought. The wild dogs, sensing danger, turned and fled deeper into the forest. Yet, compared to Yu's full-speed advance, the famished dogs could not hope to outrun him in mere seconds. Yu had caught up to one of them. Their eyes locked, the wild dog appeared bewildered but instinctively opened its mouth to bite at Yu. Yu initiated this. After Yu found his justification, he swiftly turned and kicked the wild dog towards the swarm of more than a dozen hornets that were pursuing him. With the wild dog's assistance, most of the hornets were diverted. Yet two still continued to chase after Yu. He glanced at another wild dog, which seemed to comprehend his intent and promptly fled in the opposite direction. Yu felt a twinge of regret. But with only two hornets left, they no longer posed a threat. He then retreated behind a large tree and awaited the approach of the remaining hornets. The moment they appeared, Yu unleashed a flurry of blue arcs of electricity from his hands, shattering the heads of both hornets with his strikes. Sensing his dwindling stamina and noticing that the hornets had ceased their pursuit, he dispelled the blue arcs coiling around his legs and made a sharp turn. Sprinting towards the forest's edge, an hour later, Yu returned to Heyang Town, his face alight with excitement. However, upon witnessing the towering flames engulfing the courtyard, he was momentarily bewildered. Had he truly been gone for merely 3 or 4 hours? And now his home was reduced to ashes. As he approached the vicinity of the courtyard, he spotted a group of individuals clad in gray, adorned with mountain motifs on their chests, engaged in combat with the members of the Snake Wolf Gang. The Mountain River Gang. Having dined often with Yi Kong, he had occasionally heard snippets about the happenings in Heyang Town. Though the town was not large, it housed tens of thousands of residents, and within its confines existed two rival gangs, the Snake Wolf Gang and the Mountain River Gang, each controlling half of the territory. Despite minor skirmishes, these clashes were usually inconsequential, as both gangs were of comparable strength, and any serious conflict would result in mutual devastation. To prevent exploitation by the authorities and other smaller factions, both gangs typically exercised restraint. Yet, Yu had not anticipated that the Mountain River Gang would mount a surprise attack on the Snake Wolf Gang today. The courtyard was now surrounded by dozens of Mountain River Gang members, and over 10 corpses lay strewn across the ground. They encircled the area without attacking, clearly intent on incinerating those trapped within. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yu hurried to the back entrance of the courtyard. Although the Mountain River Gang members noticed him, they did not pursue him. Yu softly spoke to young Ilian. Listening to the hurried footsteps outside, he hoisted young Ilian over his shoulder and scaled the wall, only to encounter the members of the Shanhua Gang rushing to provide support. However, at that moment, he had no intention of continuing the fight. The priority was to get young Ilian to safety. Most of the Shanhua Gang members were not as strong as Yu, and he quickly shook them off. Though two small leaders from the gang relentlessly pursued him, one of the small leaders launched several flying darts, prompting Yu to dodge hastily, but the other small leader seized the opportunity to close in. Swinging a large knife aimed at Yu's back, Yu's pupils, constricted as blue arcs of electricity, enveloped his legs, and the sudden surge of speed momentarily stunned the knife-wielding small leader. At that instant, Yu abruptly halted and pivoted, delivering a powerful right punch. The knife-wielding man reacted swiftly, raising his blade to block, yet he underestimated Yu's strength and could not fathom the might of the extraordinary thunderous fist. Upon contact, the long knife bent under the force of Yu's punch, sending the small leader flying. Chapter 16. Encountering interception. Escaping the town, Yu shot a fierce glare at the small leader attempting to launch a surprise attack with darts. It seemed that Yu's fierce gaze had startled him, causing a momentary freeze. Seizing this opportunity, Yu swung his arm to strike the nearby window, sending splintered wood shards hurtling toward the small leader. The small leader, regaining his composure, brandished twin daggers to defend himself, but Yu took advantage of the moment to close in. His fist, crackling with lightning, struck directly at the small leader's forehead, delivering a fatal blow. Just as the knife-wielding small leader got back on his feet, he witnessed this scene. Faced with Yu's ferocity, he lost all desire to continue fighting and turned to flee. Observing this, Yu decided against pursuing him further. His immediate concern was to get young Ilian away from this place. Moreover, his body was in a very weakened state, and his earlier actions had merely been a bluff. The continuous use of thunderous momentum had left him utterly exhausted. Prolonging the battle would only lead to doom. Fortunately, the opponents were still dazed by his earlier display and showed no inclination to engage him further. Gazing at the small leader, whose face was now bloodied, Yu chose not to inspect the spoils but turned to run toward the distance. However, as he traversed the alley, a figure suddenly lunged from the left, delivering a kick aimed at Yu. Gritting his teeth, Yu thought of young Ilian behind him and forcibly twisted his body, bracing his left arm to absorb the kick. Though his offensive power was formidable, his defense ultimately lagged. And being caught off guard, he was sent flying. Yet, Yu's reflexes were sharp. He cradled young Ilian in his arms, and the two of them tumbled across the ground for over 10 meters before coming to a halt. Yu glanced at young Ilian, relieved to see she was still breathing. Looking up, he noticed that the assailant was a towering man, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with a physique resembling that of a bodybuilder. "Kid, not bad at all. If you kill young Ilian, I will let you go and even allow you to join the Shanhua Gang. What do you say?" The burly man grinned at Yu. "Do you even believe your own words?" Yu replied coldly, contemplating his next move. However, based on the intensity of the earlier attack, it was clear that this man possessed strength far beyond that of a typical bone refinement realm warrior. If he had been at his peak, perhaps he could have fought back, but now he could barely think of escaping. "Let me go. Survive." Young Ilian's voice echoed in Yu's ears. From her perspective, without her as a burden, Yu would have a chance to live. Yet, Yu understood that even without young Ilian, escape was impossible. His current condition made it futile to outrun the opponent. Indeed, your talent is too formidable at such a young age. Possessing such strength is not a good thing for you, the burly man said, a sinister smile creeping across his face. However, should I cripple your limbs? You would no longer be able to seek revenge. With that, the burly man lunged towards Yu. Observing the approaching figure, Yu's lips curled into a bitter smile. Was this how he was to meet his end? His journey as a wandering swordsman had not even begun before it was to be cut short, a truly regrettable fate. Just as Yu was lost in contemplation, a figure suddenly burst forth from the side, delivering a punch aimed at the burly man's forehead. The burly man's reflexes were quick, and he retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fists collided, producing a shockwave that sent dust swirling around them. Yu looked up, and a look of surprise illuminated his face. The newcomer was none other than Yi Kong. Yet, it soon became evident that Yi Kong was in a poor state, with several knife wounds marring his back and shoulders, indicating he too had fallen into an ambush. Yu, wait for me outside the town, Yi Kong instructed in a low voice before unleashing the thunderous fist to engage the burly man. Heh, Yi Kong, you'd best mind your own business, the burly man sneered, swinging his massive fist and instantly sending Yi Kong staggering back several steps. Yu's expression shifted rapidly. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, hoisted young Ilian into his arms, and swiftly made his way toward the outskirts of the town. Regardless of how this battle unfolded, he vowed to return and eradicate the Shanhua gang. Upon reaching the town's edge, Yu discovered numerous corpses strewn about, including that of the previous Deputy Hall Master Gua from the Wild Bee Forest. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed past the bodies toward the nearby thicket. Once he was certain no one was around, Yu finally paused, casting his gaze upon young Ilian. Due to excessive blood loss and their frantic escape, young Ilian's breath was faint, as though she could succumb at any moment. Yet, Yu possessed no healing skills. He could only tear at his clothing to bind her wounds, hoping to stave off fatal blood loss. As he regained his composure, Yu began to notice something amiss. The area that should have been guarded by soldiers at the town entrance had not a single official in sight. Moreover, despite the prolonged battle within the town, not a single constable had emerged to intervene. For the authorities, having a single dominant force was hardly advantageous. So why were they allowing the Shanhua gang to slaughter the members of the She-Wolf gang indiscriminately? Or was it that only the area where Yi Kong was located had been attacked, while the rest of the She-Wolf gang remained unaffected? After all, Heong Town was quite large, and their position lay in the southern part of the city, where there were 3 She-Wolf gang strongholds alone. Nevertheless, this situation surely had something to do with the authorities, for Yi Kong had previously mentioned that the She-Wolf gang had been acting with reckless abandon lately, with some even openly defying members of the government. It was possible that the authorities had already devised a plan to eliminate the She-Wolf gang, which explained their indifference to the violent clashes within the town, even going so far as to withdraw governmental personnel. After waiting for half an hour, Yu resolved to leave. Yi Kong had been absent for too long, and it was likely that his situation was dire. Young Ilian's condition was precarious, and she too was at risk of death at any moment. However, returning to the town was out of the question. Doing so would surely expose them to the wrath of the Shanhua gang, especially with an injured person in tow. There was a nearby village he intended to check out. As for whether young Ilian would survive, that was left to fate. One thing was certain. He had made an enemy of the Shanhua gang. As long as he drew breath, he would ensure that not a single member of the Shanhua gang remained. Yu rose from the underbrush, preparing to leave the area when suddenly, a bloodied figure appeared in his line of sight. "Are you all right?" Yu asked with concern, seeing Yi Kong, who was covered in wounds. "I'm fine. Here, take this blood recovery pill and give it to your aunt," Yi Kong said, a flicker of pain evident in his eyes, as he hurriedly pulled a vial of pills from his clothing and handed it to Yu. Without further inquiry, Yu took a brown pill from the vial and placed it into young Ilian's mouth. Moments after taking the pill, young Ilian, who had previously been unconscious, began to regain some color in her pale face. "We need to head to the wild bee forest," Yikong said, observing that young Ilian had stabilized. Why Yu nodded, then lifted young Ilian and followed Yikong in the direction of the wild bee forest. Chapter 17. Yikang's departure. Purchasing pills staying in Heong Town was no longer an option. "I plan to take you to the nearby Jilin city," Yikong suddenly spoke as they made their way. He had contemplated leaving the she-wolf gang for some time now. His potential was limited. Even with further progress, his strength would plateau, and breaking through the third realm of body refinement seemed a distant dream. He had grown weary of the constant violence and sought a stable life for young Ilian. If this continued, he feared he might not have the same luck next time, and he would regret it for the rest of his life. However, while joining a gang was easy, extricating oneself from it was far more challenging. After having taken so many resources from the she-wolf gang, how could they allow him to leave easily, now that the she-wolf gang was under attack? It presented a perfect opportunity for them to depart. Even if the she-wolf gang did not collapse, they would likely be too preoccupied to concern themselves with them. Yet, upon hearing Yikang's words, Yi Yu's body froze momentarily. What's wrong? Yikong discerned Yi Yu's unusual demeanor and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "I wish to remain." After a moment of silence, Yi Yu slowly responded, "This desire of mine is not a sudden whim. For my cultivation speed has been rather extraordinary. While an ordinary person might toil for years to reach my level, I have achieved the muscle refinement stage in less than a month. Previously, I had been content to quietly cultivate, albeit at a slower pace, due to the lack of conflict. However, after this incident, I have come to understand the paramount importance of strength. Even without any malicious intent, one must possess sufficient power for self-preservation. It is inevitable that I will part ways with Yikong, so it is better to take this opportunity to diverge, as once I activate my hidden potential, we shall no longer be on the same path. Moreover, I am not truly Yikang's nephew. Yet, remaining here is perilous. If I have any plans, we could discuss them in Jilin City, could we not?" Gazing at Yi Yu's youthful visage, Yikong felt compelled to persuade him. After all, he was his own nephew, and given his affiliation with the Shilang gang, how could he allow Yi Yu to stay here? "No, I have made my decision to stay. After some time, I shall seek you out," Yi Yu declared resolutely, locking eyes with Yikong. "Better to endure short-term pain than prolonged suffering. Having spoken my mind, I must stand firm." "Are you truly certain?" Yikong paused for a moment, letting out a sigh. Deep down, he already knew the answer. It reminded him of his own past, when he had resolutely departed from his village upon discovering that martial arts could grant him strength. At that moment, he was unyielding, eager to carve out a name for himself in the world. Yet, upon leaving the village, he realized his insignificance and the fragility of his talents. Yu remained silent, but his steadfast demeanor spoke volumes. Before long, the two arrived near the wild bee forest, where a carriage awaited them. After placing young Ilian into the carriage, Yu retrieved the cloth bag he had previously acquired. Upon seeing the bag, a flicker of surprise crossed Yikang's eyes. If the bag was in Yi Yu's possession, it was evident that he had also been present in the wild bee forest. For during their pursuit of the demonized deputy hall master, they had spotted this very bag. Alas, in the heat of battle, they had dispatched 2 gang members to retrieve it, only for those poor souls to be stung to death by a tiger-headed wasp. Leaving the bag lost, perhaps Yi Yu's innate talent surpassed his own. "You will require funds for your journey to Jilin City. Here is 1,000 taels in silver," Yi Yu said, handing the notes to Yikong. Having relied on Yikang's care for so long, he felt it appropriate to offer some money, especially since they did not know when they would meet again. "There's no need for that. You will have many expenses of your own. I have saved enough for myself and your aunt." Yikong politely declined Yi's generosity, recognizing that the money would serve Yi better. I have ample resources. This will suffice for a considerable time, Yi insisted, pushing 1,000 taels of silver into Yikang's embrace with a smile. The cloth bag contained a total of 2,000 taels. Even after leaving half behind, it would sustain him for quite a while. Since he chose to stay here, should he find himself short on funds, he could always seek assistance from the Shanha gang, who would likely not refuse him. Of course, if they did happen to reject him, that would be just as well, as he would be seeking vengeance. Due to young Ilian's injuries, their conversation remained brief. After bidding farewell, Yikong drove the carriage away from the wild bee forest. Watching the carriage fade from view, Yi gradually withdrew his gaze. It is time once again for delightful cultivation, he thought, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes at the mention of the Shanha gang. With Yikang's departure, Yi quietly returned to Heong town, carrying the cloth bag. Although he longed to stay in the wilderness, he required food, clothing, and shelter, not to mention the need to purchase medicinal pills for cultivation. Leaving the town would significantly slow his progress, and without Yikong, he had fewer reservations. He would pursue his cultivation with utmost fervor, so long as he did not succumb to demonization. Upon returning to Heong town, Yi stealthily stole a piece of clothing to wear, then proceeded directly to the apothecary. Although gang conflicts raged, they posed little threat to the town. If the townspeople were harmed, even the authorities would intervene. Nevertheless, common folk tended to steer clear of any violent clashes to avoid attracting the ire of bloodthirsty gang members. At the apothecary, Yi purchased 50 bottles of body refinement pills and 10 bottles of great replenishment pills, totaling 125 taels. The body refinement pills were relatively inexpensive at 25 taels, but the great replenishment pills were costly, crafted from rare herbs to replenish vitality. He required these pills during his cultivation to compensate for the nutrients his body lacked, as mere sustenance was insufficient. With the great replenishment pills, he could effectively reduce his reliance on food. In summary, Yi now had the means to indulge himself without restraint, and once his strength grew, he could target the Shanha gang, setting off a cycle of perpetual conflict. After leaving the apothecary, Yi rented a small courtyard in Qingbei. While he considered staying at an inn, it was not conducive to his training, and although it was slightly inconvenient to venture out for food, it was not a significant issue. Despite being Yikang's nephew, he rarely ventured outside, and nearly everyone who had seen him was long gone, as long as he remained cautious around the officials and kept a low profile. He believed he would avoid any major troubles. Besides, he was not an easy target. Even if his identity became known, he had little reason to fear. In contrast, it was the Shanha gang that should be wary. Thus, Yi settled into Heong town alone. Chapter 18. Iron Body Technique, Second Stage of Body Refinement. The following morning, after a restful night, Yi felt refreshed, though his left arm throbbed painfully from a kick delivered by a burly man. Given his constitution, he estimated he would recover quickly. After a brief meal at a nearby eatery, Yi returned to his room and retrieved the cloth bag he had acquired from the wild bee forest. Aside from the silver notes, the bag contained a manual. This was the treasure he truly sought. Iron Body Technique? Yi murmured softly as he examined the cover. Upon opening the manual, he discovered it to be a top-tier yellow-grade technique, on par with the thunderclap fist. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. The rewards were truly commensurate with the risks taken. Yi's eyes sparkled with delight, momentarily forgetting that these riches had been effortlessly acquired. However, the new technique required him to undergo a fresh round of cultivation, as the foundational principles differed significantly. Unlike the Masha body technique, the iron body technique could be cultivated to the third stage of body refinement, the blood transformation stage, with each phase's upper limits surpassing those of the Masha body technique. Had he started from the muscle refinement stage, the attributes gained earlier would remain intact. Others might have chosen to begin their training from the muscle refinement stage to save time. Yet with his previous foundational training, he would progress more swiftly, albeit still requiring a considerable amount of time. Fortunately, he possessed a system and, more importantly, he had time in abundance. With that thought, Yu immediately began to study the technique. And before long, he commenced his practice of the iron body technique. In the evening, damn it, is my cultivation aptitude truly this poor? Although he had successfully practiced the iron body technique, Yu felt no joy. After all, he had laid the groundwork previously, yet it took him an entire day to master the first layer of the technique. Of course, the difficulty was also tied to the technique's rank. Higher-ranked techniques naturally bore greater challenges. Iron body technique first layer, 10 chance of demonization, 40 chance of failure, 44 chance of successful cultivation, 5.5 chance of perfect cultivation, 0.5 chance of accelerated cultivation. Yi was utterly speechless at the attributes displayed before him. He had never expected such a high failure rate. Did his previous cultivation experiences count for nothing? He completely forgot that he had spent an entire day merely to master the first layer. Without further hesitation, he poured all his efforts into maximizing the accelerated cultivation function. Swallowing 2 body refinement pills, Yi dove back into his training. The long-lost sensation of skin itching returned, invigorating Yi, as it signified that the iron body technique could indeed enhance the foundations of body refinement. In the following days, Yu immersed himself in relentless training, unable to extricate himself from the pursuit of strength. After a month, he finally elevated his power to the peak of the muscle refinement stage. Even more astonishing was that his strength had surged to a staggering 2,000 gene. Now, even without employing Thunder Might, it would be exceedingly difficult for a body refinement stage martial artist to withstand a single blow from him. It was time to break through to Yu softly murmured as he took out the manual for the iron body technique, scrutinizing it with great care. Subsequently, he commenced his training in the 4th layer. Unlike the previous stages, the second realm of body refinement necessitated the transformation of vital energy and blood power. Without it, a breakthrough to the bone refinement realm would be utterly impossible. As his training progressed, Yu soon felt an unbearable heat coursing through his body, while a warm current began to gather in his abdomen. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, this vital energy could not coalesce successfully. After completing a round of the 4th layer of the iron body technique, Yu found himself unable to break through to the bone refinement realm. However, the probability panel did display the 4th layer of the technique. Indeed, in these times, one must rely on external aids. Yu shook his head slightly, abandoning the notion of a breakthrough. He pondered whether the probability panel could facilitate a breakthrough, or perhaps allow him to directly temper his bones without the need for a breakthrough. He would have to try to find out. After swallowing 2 potent restorative pills, Yu resumed his training. This time, however, his body moved of its own accord, and the heat intensified further, a massive surge of warmth rapidly converging in his abdomen, leaving him with a sensation of being hollowed out. Fortunately, the restorative pills began to take effect, with an unending stream of nutrients transforming into heat that coursed through Yu's body. As 10 minutes elapsed, a pleasant warmth enveloped him, bringing unparalleled comfort. Bone refinement realm. Feeling the vital energy circulating within him, Yu extended his left hand, and a blood-red mist materialized, extending up to his elbow. To Yu's surprise, his blood power seemed exceptionally potent compared to others of the same rank. While novice bone refinement practitioners could only envelop their palms, he was capable of covering his forearm, making the disparity in strength glaringly evident. With flickering blue arcs of electricity dancing in his palm, the originally red blood power swiftly transformed into blue lightning. Yu gazed in astonishment at his left hand, realizing that upon reaching the bone refinement realm, he could unleash thunderous might without expending physical energy. Although the consumption of blood power was rapid, its duration was evidently longer than before. After assessing the quantity of vital energy within him, Yu felt confident that he could maintain this state for 3 to 5 minutes. Marking a significant qualitative leap for him, Yu stepped outside, grasping a stone platform in the yard with his right hand. He effortlessly lifted the 500-pound stone platform, estimating his strength to be around 2,500 pounds. It seemed that a perfect bone refinement realm would exceed 3,000 pounds. Setting the stone platform down, Yu murmured softly. This was only the surface. If he factored in his blood power, his strength would undoubtedly be even greater. At least, given his current circumstances, even practitioners at the second realm of body refinement would not stand a chance against him. Name: Yu is strength. Early bone refinement realm. Technique: MSHN body art, 3rd layer. Iron body technique, 4th layer. Martial skill: thunderous hand, extraordinary, intent. Thunderous might, 51. Mountainous might, 3. Iron control might, 5. Regulation, 0. Iron body technique, 4th layer. 0.1 chance of transformation into a demon. 28 completion of training. 20.4 perfect training. 50.5 overclock training. 1 comprehension of iron control might. Grants iron body skill. Aside from the enhancement in strength, the techniques had also grown more formidable, now including an iron control might and an iron body skill. The iron control might differs from the mountainous might, which enhances strength and defense. It is purely a defensive might with superior defensive effects. The iron body skill is an inherent ability of the technique that activates when the iron body technique is fully utilized, transforming the skin into a dark gray hue and providing a significant boost to defensive capabilities along with a degree of strength enhancement. It is an innate skill of the technique. It cannot be cultivated independently, but can be enhanced according to the technique's level. Given his current state, if he were to encounter that burly man from the Mountain River Gang again, it was likely that even his defenses would be insufficient to withstand Yu's might. Chapter 19. Betrayal and Treachery, Midnight Treasure Hunt. It is time to settle the score with the Mountain River Gang. Feeling the vital energy flowing within him, a glimmer of determination flashed in Yu's eyes. Although he had made rapid progress over the past month, the rate at which his resources were depleting was even swifter. The body-tempering pills had not cost him much, as most of his expenditures had gone into purchasing restorative pills. Essentially, whenever he trained, he would consume both body-tempering pills and restorative pills simultaneously, reducing the adjustment period during his training. This also led him to discover that he indeed did not possess any form of drug resistance. Of course, as his level increased, even without drug resistance, the efficacy of the pills was no longer keeping pace with his training speed. This was precisely why his expenditures had skyrocketed. He had started with 1,000 taels, and now only 30 remained. If he did not find a way to acquire some money, paying rent and affording meals would become a significant problem. Moreover, the elixir required for the second realm of body refinement, known as the essence solidification pill, was considerably more expensive than the body-tempering pills, costing an astonishing 1 tael per pill. While this may seem manageable, the average person barely earned a tael in a month, making it evident just how exorbitant the price of the elixirs was. Had it not been for his good fortune in finding some money, he would not only have been unable to break through to the bone refinement realm, but might have even been reduced to begging on the streets. Beyond his financial woes, Yu sought trouble with the Mountain River Gang for additional reasons. The first was to avenge young Ilian, who had always treated him well, now that he had gained strength. He was certainly inclined to reclaim justice on her behalf. The second reason was also related to young Ilian, or rather, to the Yang family. Based on his recent inquiries, it had come to his attention that when the vice leader of the Serpent Wolf Gang had mutated, not only did they dispatch 2 vice leaders to assist, but also young Ilian's father, Yang Kuei, and the vice leader. However, Yang Kuei had betrayed them, informing the Mountain River Gang of the situation. ASA result. The vice leader of the Serpent Wolf Gang was ambushed and severely injured, ultimately being killed by the arriving experts from the Mountain River Gang. Seizing this opportunity, the Mountain River Gang launched a surprise attack on all the strongholds of the Serpent Wolf Gang, culminating in the severely injured leader of the Serpent Wolf Gang fleeing with his subordinates, thus concluding this gang conflict. What enraged Yu was not merely Yang Kuei's treachery, but the fact that he had failed to inform young Alien and Yikong. Coupled with the attitude of the burly man from the Mountain River Gang, it was evident that Yang Kuei cared little for young Alien's well-being. Even a tiger does not eat its young. Yang Kuei's actions were utterly contemptible. Moreover, at the time, the Mountain River Gang had sent 2 practitioners at the second realm of body refinement to confront him. Had it not been for his good fortune in avoiding the calamity by being out, he might have already been a cold corpse in the dead of night. Yu, clad in a black, tight-fitting outfit, stood atop a large tree, gazing at a grand courtyard in the distance. This courtyard was where he had previously resided. However, it had since been occupied by the Mountain River Gang, transforming it into one of their strongholds. He had not forgotten how that burly man from the Mountain River Gang had kicked him, leaving his arm in pain for several days. This incident had remained etched in his mind, making the burly man his primary target. Yet, at the back entrance of the courtyard, a group of Mountain River Gang members were busy loading some sacks onto a horse-drawn cart. Acting furtively, what exactly were they up to? Yu furrowed his brow. While gang conflicts often involve territorial disputes and violence, such activities were not typically their means of sustenance. Even if ordinary people consented, the authorities would surely intervene. Thus, typically, gangs would collect protection fees and run their own enterprises, such as brothels or gambling houses, or engage in escort services. However, escort services were generally conducted during the day, making this clandestine operation at such a late hour quite unusual. Moreover, what was the meaning behind their secretive exit? Were they transporting something illicit? Observing the burly man emerging from the back entrance, Yu contemplated for a moment before refraining from acting rashly, opting instead to wait until these individuals had departed. Engaging them in the town might attract the attention of the authorities. After all, this situation differed from a gang war. Previously, the Mountain River Gang had made arrangements with the authorities, which was why there had been no sight of the constables during those days. Given that this was his first time undertaking such an endeavor, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. He also wished to ascertain what they were transporting. If it turned out to be a lucrative opportunity, that would be even better. Before long, 2 horse-drawn carts were loaded with their cargo, and the burly man rode behind, accompanied by more than 10 members of the Mountain River Gang. As they began to move toward the outskirts of the town, Yu leaped down from the tree, closely trailing the Mountain River Gang's procession. But wait, why were they heading toward the Wild Bee Forest? Yu's face was filled with confusion as he observed the direction of their journey. The Wild Bee Forest led into a wooded area, with mountains looming behind it. There were no other routes available. He pondered the significance of their midnight rendezvous to the Wild Bee Forest. Could it be a treasure burial? The mere thought sparked excitement in Yu's eyes. If that were the case, he might strike it rich. He could then enter seclusion for 3 to 5 months, emerging to do as he pleased. In a small place like Heyang Town, it would be challenging to hinder his progress for half a year. The Mountain River Gang's procession delved deeper into the Wild Bee Forest. They soon arrived at a location backed by a towering mountain. At the base of the mountain lay a pitch-black cave. "Boss, yeah, are we really doing this?" one of the Mountain River Gang members asked hesitantly. His eyes filled with doubt as he gazed at the cave. "That's none of your concern. Are you suggesting you want to go in and feed it?" The burly man cast a cold glance at his subordinate and spoke with a chilling tone. "Do not dare." Upon hearing this, the member of the Mountain River Gang immediately waved his hand, asserting that he valued his own life more than anything else and had no intention of sacrificing it to sustain that monstrous creature. "Let us depart," Boss Xie commanded, surveying the group. The others, aware of the gravity of the situation, promptly led the horse-drawn cart into the cave. Yu observed the Mountain River Gang entering the cavern. His conviction that this was a treasure trove deepened. Without further hesitation, he cautiously followed, utilizing the flickering light of the torches held by the preceding group. Yet, not long after, Yu was startled by a series of anguished cries emanating from ahead. The oppressive darkness nearly induced a heart attack. Watching the group recede into the shadows, Yu steeled himself and quickened his pace to catch up. Moments later, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Noticing the absence of the Mountain River gang, Yu hastened towards it, but as he approached the source of illumination, the scene that unfolded before him sent shivers down his spine. Before him lay a space the size of 2 basketball courts, filled with numerous bound individuals. At the deepest recess of the cave stood a colossal iron cage, housing a grotesque creature with 6 crab-like arms and a lower body resembling that of a spider. The creature lacked a head. Instead, a gaping maw adorned its abdomen, topped with 3 pairs of pitch-black eyes. Its mouth occasionally expelled 3 tentacle-like tongues, creating an extraordinarily bizarre sight. Chapter 20. The Breeding of Monsters. A plea for rescue monsters. Yiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Initially, he had presumed these individuals were merely engaged in the theft of treasures, but the Mountain River gang's madness was unfathomable. They were brazenly breeding monsters. The horse-drawn cart that had arrived earlier was not laden with riches, but rather with living human beings. The earlier screams made sense, given the blood-soaked ground beneath the creature. Inside the cave, numerous jars and bottles were scattered about. Yu scanned the surroundings, and suddenly his pupils constricted. In addition to the imposing man who had just entered, there were also uniformed officials present, connecting the dots from previous events. It became apparent that the authorities had allowed the mountain. It was precisely for this reason that, a month ago, they launched a surprise assault on the Serpent Wolf gang, with the assistance of the mysterious figure. Although the leader of the Serpent Wolf gang managed to escape, they officially became the foremost gang in Haeong Town, collaborating with the local authorities. However, not long ago, the mysterious individual instructed them to raise demons. As members of a gang, the Shanhua gang naturally adhered to their own code of conduct. While it was undeniably easy to plunder ordinary people, such actions would undoubtedly plunge them into an abyss of despair. If the officials of Jilin City were to discover this, they would surely meet a fate worse than death. Yet, they were unprepared for the fact that the mysterious figure's power far exceeded their expectations, compelling the high-ranking members of the Shanhua gang to ingest poison. With no other choice, they could only comply with the mysterious figure's demands. Even more alarming for the Shanhua gang was that the authorities were also involved in this affair, deepening their apprehension towards the mysterious figure. After listening to the burly man's words, Yu couldn't help but stroke his chin, lost in thought. He truly had not anticipated that the enigmatic figure from the ghostly spirit sect was so formidable, to the extent that even the authorities were under their influence. If that were the case, this matter was likely far from simple. No wonder he hadn't seen any officials before. Reflecting on it now, everything made sense. Moreover, why was the mysterious figure doing this? Was it merely to raise a demon? However, as far as Yu knew, even if the entire town were sacrificed to the demon, it would hardly withstand the onslaught of Jilin City's powerful warriors. Ghostly entities were another matter entirely, as they were notoriously unpredictable. Yet, if it were carbon-based life forms, they could be dealt with relatively easily. Even if Jilin City didn't rank highly in the nation, it was certainly not a small demon that could tip the scales. Do you know why the mysterious individual wants to raise demons? Yu inquired, frowning as he gazed at the burly man. If something untoward were to occur, it would be prudent for him to leave Haeong Town at the earliest opportunity. As for the desperate measures, he would leave that to others. Come closer, Big Brother Xie said with a chuckle. Yu rolled his eyes and promptly delivered a kick to Big Brother Xie's chest. Haven't you ever seen a pig run if you haven't eaten one? He had seen on television that such remarks typically preceded a sneak attack. Cough, cough. After being kicked by Yu, Big Brother Xie fell to the ground, coughing violently. However, before Yu could continue his line of questioning, a sudden thud sounded from behind. Yu turned to see a tentacle lunging towards him. With no time to think, Yu executed a lazy roll to evade the tentacle's strike. Yet, the tentacle did not cease its pursuit. Instead, it coiled around the burly man on the ground. "I'll be waiting for you down here," the burly man said with a smile before being dragged away by the tentacle. Yu looked up at the iron cage that held the demon. At that moment, a gaping hole had been torn in the cage. The members of the Shanhua gang and the officials he had previously slain had transformed into desiccated corpses, leaving only bloodstains on the ground. At this point, Yu realized that the earlier conversation was merely a ploy to buy time, intended to allow the demon to drain more blood from the populace. Bang! The demon broke free from its cage and devoured the burly man whole, with the cage no longer restraining it. A towering 4-meter demon appeared before Yu. Gazing at the demon's muscular 6 arms and spider-like lower body, Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "What in the world is that?" Before Yu could finish his exclamation, the 6-armed demon hurled a punch at him. Activating his iron body skill, Yu's entire form turned a dark gray as he enveloped his right hand in crackling blue arcs of electricity, meeting the demon's punch head-on. Bang! As expected, Yu was sent flying, crashing heavily against a rock wall. Is it truly this powerful? Yu landed on the ground, feeling a wave of soreness wash over him. He realized that the demon's strength was at least at the refining organ stage, perhaps even having surpassed the 3rd stage of body refining. After a brief comparison, Yu could only think, "It's worth a shot." Observing the rushing demon, he refrained from uttering any further words and dashed back into the passage he had entered. The demon, seeing this, immediately pursued him. However, the passage was only 3 meters high and approximately 2 meters wide. Lacking much rationality, the demon barreled into the corridor. Yet, due to its massive size, it was forced to curl its body, significantly hampering its speed. Witnessing this, Yu wrapped his hands in electric arcs and aimed for the stone wall above the demon, unleashing a barrage of strikes. With the aid of Thunder Force, 2 blue fists of energy shattered the stone wall, causing debris to cascade down and obscure the demon. However, the demon's vitality was astonishing, and it was unlikely to be dispatched so easily. Yes, he watched the 6-armed demon being buried under the rubble. Yu stood firm, channeling his blood energy swiftly, converting it into lightning power that coursed through his legs and arms. Bang! The debris was violently displaced by the 6-armed demon's resurgence. In that instant, Yu erupted forward, rapidly closing the distance to the 6-armed demon. With incredible speed, he unleashed a flurry of punches that resembled mere afterimages, striking the demon relentlessly, seizing the moment while the 6-armed demon was momentarily immobilized. Yu gathered all his energy into his right fist, expending every ounce of strength to deliver a crushing blow. As lightning crackled, his fist struck one of the demon's eyes, transforming into a thunder beast that sent the 6-armed demon hurtling out of the tunnel, crashing violently against the opposite rock wall. After executing this powerful strike, Yu knelt weakly on the ground. Although he had reached the 2nd stage of body refining and unleashed his blood energy, the brevity of his cultivation time had taken its toll. His internal energy was depleting far too quickly, and given the demon's overwhelming strength, it was impossible to inflict significant harm without fully activating his Thunder Hand technique. At that moment, the 6-armed demon's body was charred, with the left half, including 3 of its eyes, completely obliterated. Black blood dripped onto the ground, creating a gruesome sight. Yet, the 6-armed demon's recovery capabilities were formidable. Its left half began to reassemble, showing signs of regeneration. Chapter 22. The Formidable Demon. Time to retreat. Upon witnessing the 6-armed demon's recovery, Yu rose, cursing under his breath at the abnormality of it all. He swiftly swallowed a potent recovery pill and charged toward the six-armed demon. The demon, sensing his approach, opened its gaping maw and launched three tentacle-like tongues toward Yu'Yu. Yu'Yu's legs crackled with electricity as he accelerated to evade the attack, his whole body turning a dark gray as he unleashed a punch at the demon's uninjured side. Although the six-armed demon lacked rationality, it still possessed formidable instinctual reflexes. Just as Yu'Yu's fist was about to connect, the six-armed demon swung its enormous fist to strike back at him. Bang! The two fists collided, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The six-armed demon's strength was immense, and the impact forced Yu'Yu back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, the demon swung two additional fists toward Yu'Yu. Utilizing his small stature, Yu'Yu crouched to evade the oncoming attacks, then unleashed an uppercut, enveloped in electric arcs, targeting the joint of one of the six-armed demon's limbs. Fortunately, the six-armed demon's defenses appeared lacking. Under Yu'Yu's powerful strike, one of its arms was shattered. However, the six-armed demon had more than one arm. Transformed the remaining limb into a massive paw. Slamming down toward Yu'Yu. With no avenue for escape, Yu'Yu crossed his arms over his head to brace against the blow. Yet, under the force of the demon's might, he found himself kneeling on the ground. At that moment, the six-armed demon's spider-like legs suddenly extended, their sharp tips aimed directly at Yu'Yu. Realizing that being struck would likely spell his doom, Yu'Yu swiftly tilted his left arm, forcing the six-armed demon's oversized hand to slam into the ground with excessive force. In the next moment, he rolled away just in time to dodge the spider leg's assault. Damn it, one more try. If that fails, then I retreat. Observing the six-armed demon's rapidly regenerating side, Yu'Yu understood he had to resolve this swiftly. Otherwise, once the demon fully recovered, facing it head-on was an impossibility. With this in mind, Yu'Yu once again channeled electric arcs into his legs, then stomped down forcefully, causing the ground to quake as he dashed toward the six-armed demon. The demon, seeing this, opened its mouth to spew forth a glob of corrosive black slime. Upon witnessing this, Yu'Yu had no intention of evading. He swiftly shed his black robe and held it in front of him. The black slime possessed an extraordinarily corrosive nature, and upon contact with his clothing, it began to eat away at the fabric, leaving it riddled with holes. However, Yu'Yu's speed was remarkable, and before the garment could be completely disintegrated, he burst through the black slime, discarding the tattered fabric to the side. The six-armed demon seemed taken aback by Yu'Yu's audacity, momentarily stunned. Yet, as it opened its maw to unleash its tongue, Yu'Yu had already reached the demon's front. Bolstered by thunder force, Yu'Yu's speed surged to its pinnacle. With a rapid succession of strikes from his thunder hand, blue arcs transformed his hands into mere phantoms. Evading the six-armed demon's counterattacks with remarkable speed, within mere seconds, the demon's previously intact side was left riddled with wounds and injuries. Break! Yu'Yu let out a thunderous roar, channeling all his strength into his right fist. In an instant, blue electric sparks flickered, transforming into a lightning beast that charged once more towards the six-armed demon. Yet, at this critical juncture, the six-armed demon unexpectedly raised two of its movable arms, successfully blocking the lightning beast formed by Yu'Yu's thunder strike. With a resounding bang, the demon's arms exploded, but they still managed to thwart Yu'Yu's most powerful strike. Yu'Yu's expression shifted dramatically, however, before he could contemplate further. A spider leg lunged towards him in haste. Yu'Yu grasped the spider leg with both hands to prevent it from piercing through him. Yet, he overlooked the fact that the six-armed demon possessed more than just one spider leg. In that fleeting moment, another spider leg became a blur, shooting out at lightning speed and sending Yu'Yu hurtling away. He crashed heavily against the rock wall, debris flying, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. Damn it! Time to flee! Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his resolve to fight dissipating entirely. After all, he was not a fool. His life was paramount. Naturally, vanquishing the demon would be commendable, a boon for the region. However, if he failed to do so, he could only hope that this creature would not make its way towards Heyang Town. For its ability to devour flesh and blood to evolve would spell disaster for the entire town. As for risking his life, ridiculous. He was not a saint devoted to saving the world. The reason he had engaged with the demon was that he believed he could escape and had some desire to test his own strength. But now, the situation had changed. The six-armed demon's upper body was in a pitiful state, yet its formidable regenerative abilities rendered it fearless, as its 6 spider legs swiftly swung towards Yu. Swallowing a potent recovery pill, Yu promptly darted towards the nearby cave entrance. As he fled, he shattered the loose rocks above, determined to at least trap the demon if he could not kill it. If fortune favored him and the demon remained trapped, he would undoubtedly return to settle the score once his strength had increased. However, that was evidently not feasible. The Shanha gang would soon discover that the burly man had not returned and would undoubtedly send someone to investigate. Roar! The demon emitted a chilling howl. However, the passage was blocked by rubble, and Yu had already reached the cave's exterior. Surveying the obstructed entrance, Yu raised an eyebrow and, in a moment of inspiration, transformed his right hand into a sword-like gesture. With the enhancement of thunderous might, the rock wall proved less formidable than anticipated, allowing Yu to inscribe the 4 characters, God of Justice. Satisfied with his handiwork, he set off at a sprint towards Heyang Town. Regardless of the nefarious intentions of that mysterious figure from the ghostly spirit sect, he needed to return home first. Unfortunately, he possessed only a few dozen taels, barely sufficient for his training. Thus, he planned to search for any funds the burly man might have left behind in the courtyard. Though injured, his condition did not hinder his movements, and it wasn't long before he was back in Heyang Town. Taking advantage of the pre-dawn darkness, Yu hurriedly made his way to the large courtyard where he had once resided. Yet, upon arriving at the door to the room where Yikong had lived, he hesitated. He sensed that someone was indeed inside, possibly the burly man's wife and children. Could he truly bring himself to harm a woman and child? Damn it, if I don't kill them, will I just wait for them to retaliate against me? With that thought, Yu steeled himself. This world operated under the law of the jungle, where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. There was no doubt that the burly man had taken many lives in his time, and his family, as beneficiaries, should be prepared for such realities. Chapter 23. Robbery and Transformation into a Demon. Yu drew forth a small dagger, and under the influence of his blood energy, effortlessly severed the wooden bolt inside the room. Clatter, the sound of falling wood echoed. This was his first experience with such an act, and he had not considered many factors. Why Yu was startled, realizing it was the bolt that had snapped. Without further ado, he flung open the door and charged inside, only to have a long sword come crashing down upon him. Activating his iron body skill, Yu raised his arm, now a dark gray, to block the strike, then retaliated with a punch that pierced through the chest of the sword-wielding individual. Gazing at the disheveled woman sprawled on the ground, Yu had no time for reflection. He quickly began searching the room and soon discovered an iron box tucked at the side of the bed. Inside were several silver notes and some loose silver coins, estimating at least 600 taels. While the amount seemed modest, it exceeded Yu's expectations. He recalled asking Yikong previously, and it was said that a vice leader earned about 50 taels a month, which was hardly sufficient for living expenses and training. The iron box likely contained not only the burly man's funds, but also money allocated for training gang disciples, distributed by the gang itself. Of course, it depended on how black-hearted one was. The darker the heart, the more wealth one could amass. After securing the goods, Yu left the courtyard without killing anyone else. The dawn was approaching. and causing a commotion would not bode well. It was better to return home and rest. However, the events at the Wild Bee Forest weighed heavily on his mind. It seemed that a storm was brewing over Heyang Town. The following day, at noon, armed with money, Yu hurried to the apothecary. He set aside 100 taels for food and lodging, using the rest to purchase cultivation pills and recovery pills. As he strolled through the streets, he noticed that the Shanha gang appeared to be eerily quiet, as did the government office. This left Yu perplexed. Had they not discovered the incident at the Wild Bee Forest? Yet that seemed implausible. Given that he had killed someone in the courtyard the previous night, and the burly man had not returned, they should have gone to investigate the Wild Bee Forest. Could it be that they deemed it merely a robbery gone wrong? Nevertheless, he encountered several individuals who had been captured the previous night. These people were furtively purchasing goods, clearly planning to flee Heyang Town. Yu did not reveal his identity. After all, he had already saved them once, and their fate now rested in their own hands. Following that, he bought some provisions, as he did not intend to venture out for a while. Upon returning to his residence, Yu eagerly commenced his cultivation. Given his current training pace, the pills should suffice for him to reach the bone refining stage. The bone refining stage required the strengthening of the stomach, gallbladder, triple energizers, bladder, large intestine, and small intestine, enhancing the body's nutrient absorption capabilities, making it easier to assimilate food and pills. After swallowing the pills, Yu began to train using the iron body technique. For the next week, Yu remained at home, engrossed in his practice. However, one evening, he suddenly felt his blood energy surging, his entire being flushed with a crimson hue, and the flesh on his arms swelled unnaturally. Yu was alarmed. This was not the sensation of a breakthrough. After all, he had only recently reached the bone refining stage, and even with the assistance of the probability panel, it was improbable to reach the next stage so swiftly. Demonization, a term both familiar and foreign to him. Previously, due to the low probability, he had not paid it much heed. Yet, unexpectedly, after such a long period, it had triggered. The redness of his skin and the strange changes in his arms were initial symptoms of demonization. If not dealt with promptly, he could end up like the former vice leader of the Snake Wolf gang. Hastily halting his training, Yu's eyes turned bloodshot, and in a daze, he seemed to catch a whiff of a rich, metallic scent. Unable to control himself, he flung open the door and saw two children playing outside the courtyard. In that moment, an inexplicable hunger gripped Yu, and a powerful killing intent enveloped his heart. Sensing that something was amiss, Yu fought against the murderous urge and forcefully closed the door again. For he knew that if he truly acted, he would plunge into an abyss from which there would be no return. However, demonization was not easily resisted. Over 80% of martial artists could not withstand the encroaching killing intent, let alone someone like him, who had lived in peaceful times. He was acutely aware of his own state. His meager willpower could not stave off demonization. The overwhelming killing intent compelled Yu to once again open the door, and as he struggled against the turmoil within him, he slowly approached the children playing outside. Just then, his gaze fell upon the well nearby. Though not a purely good person, he was not excessively malevolent either. Clinging to the last vestiges of his sanity, Yu hastened to the well and, without a second thought, leaped in, splash with autumn upon them. As Yu plunged into the icy water, the shock of the cold jolted him back to clarity. He ceased to struggle, allowing his body to sink slowly. After about 10 minutes, a shadow suddenly emerged from the depths of the well. Damn it, I almost drowned. Yu spat out several mouthfuls of water, his face awash with a pallor of dread. Just moments ago, he had nearly believed he was on the brink of being demonized. Yet, as he sank into the frigid depths of the well, that bloodthirsty killing intent began to wane gradually. At this moment, he was uncertain whether to attribute this to sheer luck, but the sensation of having survived a calamity left him with lingering trepidation. Had he mishandled the situation earlier, it was likely that his journey to another world would have concluded right then and there. Drawing forth the small dagger from his waist, Yu used it to propel himself out of the well. Perhaps due to his disheveled appearance, he startled the two children who had just turned away, causing them to scream about water ghosts and flee into the distance. Ha ha ha! Yu could not help but laugh heartily. Then, in a moment of youthful bravado, he raised his middle finger to the heavens. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. After resting for a brief spell, Yu returned to his quarters to don a fresh set of garments. That moment, he felt rejuvenated. At least from a probabilistic standpoint, it seemed improbable that he would encounter such misfortune again in the near term. After all, such a low probability, if encountered again, could only signify his ill fate. Although he was unsure how he had managed to endure this trial, he recognized that next time he might not be so fortunate. Regrettably, when he initially acquired the adjustment points, he had forgotten to test their effects. Had he known that it would trigger demonization, he would have insisted on eliminating that risk. At least the outcome was favorable, which brought him some comfort. Next on his agenda was to swiftly enhance his strength, starting with seizing control of the Shanha gang. Chapter 24, Realm of Refinement. The slovenly man. Half a month later, Yu maintained an unusual posture, feeling as though his stomach, gallbladder, sanjiao, bladder, large intestine, and small intestine were being scorched by flames. As the blood and qi coursed rapidly through his body, his 6 viscera gradually acclimated to this searing sensation. After approximately half an hour, Yu's body softened, and he collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for breath, he had finally broken through. The time required to advance a level was becoming increasingly prolonged. Sensing the vitality within him, Yu murmured to himself, Name, Yu, Strength. Initial stage of refinement. Technique. Masha body technique, 3rd layer. Iron body skill, 5th layer. Martial skill. Thunderclap hand, transcendent. Concept. Thunder force, 51. Mountain force, 3. Iron control force, 7. Adjustment. 0. Gazing at his attribute panel, Yu was filled with emotion. It had only been half a year since his arrival in this world, yet he had already attained the initial stage of refinement, a level equivalent to that of Yi Kong, who had trained for over a decade. If Yi Kong were to discover this, one could only imagine his reaction, and of course, given Yi Yu's extraordinary training speed, Yi Kong might very well consider him to possess some hidden treasure. This was one of the reasons Yi Yu wished to distance himself from Yi Kong. He could not ascertain the consequences of testing human hearts. Through his prolonged training, Yi Yu had also uncovered a peculiar phenomenon. To alleviate the tedium of continuous practice, he had taken to training in the thunderclap hand during his leisure time. However, since reaching the transcendent level, that technique seemed to have peaked. His objective was to enhance his thunder force, so he continued to practice intermittently. Yet, despite the passage of time, he had not once triggered an insight into thunder force. It appeared that the thunderclap hand was insufficient to elevate thunder force to a higher realm. Upon reflection, this seemed rather reasonable. After all, thunder force provided significant boosts to speed and power, which was one of the reasons he could challenge opponents beyond his rank. It was likely that the low quality of the thunderclap hand necessitated a more formidable martial skill to further enhance thunder force. As Heyang Town was merely a small settlement, there was no assurance that even the local authorities possessed superior techniques or martial skills. It seemed imperative to execute a significant undertaking soon and then venture to other cities in search of opportunities. Yu closed his panel and was suddenly reminded of the Shanha gang. Previously, he had contemplated exacting revenge and then making off with a few spoils. However, after witnessing the gang's dealings with demons, he resolved that before departing, he would ensure the Shanha gang experienced true cruelty. Moreover, he required funds for his journey to other cities, so it would be fortuitous to procure some travel expenses. As evening approached, Yu decided to treat himself to a hearty meal. Yet, shortly after stepping outside, he encountered members of the local authorities, prompting him to recall a crucial detail. The earlier martial artist had mentioned heading to Jilin City to report the gang's dealings with demons. However, now that considerable time had elapsed, it seemed that Heyang Town had undergone no noticeable changes. Could it be that an unforeseen incident had occurred? Or was it possible that Jilin City had also experienced turmoil? Contemplating this, Yu raised an eyebrow. If that were indeed the case, this situation could prove troublesome. More critically, why was the enigmatic figure from the ghostly spirit sect feeding demons, and did he harbor intentions to sacrifice the entire Heyang Town? As he pondered these matters, Yu made his way to a restaurant. During this period, he had subsisted mainly on dry rations, which had long since dulled his palate. Upon seating himself, Yu ordered an array of dishes and began to indulge voraciously. Recently, Heyang Town had been rife with mysterious disappearances. Who could say otherwise? The authorities seem utterly inept, often absent, and there has been no explanation for the missing populace. Sighing, he listened to the conversation at the neighboring table. Frowning as he absorbed the talk of missing persons, regular disappearances, it appeared the authorities were genuinely remiss. Otherwise, such a significant issue would not go unaddressed. At the very least, they should have soothed the townsfolk. Yet, not only were the officials inactive, but they were also nowhere to be seen. Just as Yu mulled over these concerns, a tall figure suddenly plopped down beside him. Yu looked up to see a man with a scruffy beard. Clad in tattered gray robes, exuding an unmistakable air of a rogue. "Kid, mind if I join you for some food?" The slovenly man wasted no time, directly grabbing a piece of meat from Yu's plate and stuffing it into his mouth. He grinned at Yu with unabashed delight. Seeing that Yu remained silent, the man grew bolder and commandeered another dish for himself. Though other diners witnessed this scene, their eyes darted about in fear. Unwilling to intervene, just as the slovenly man raised his hand to seize more food, a dagger shot forth with lightning speed, pinning his palm to the table. "Kid, you dare." The man was taken aback and furious. But before he could utter further threats, Yu retaliated with a swift slap to the man's face, sending his teeth flying. "You insolent wretch, how dare you feast on what belongs to me?" Yu growled, delivering a kick to the man's side. Due to the dagger's presence in the table, as the man flew through the air, his palm was also shredded by the blade. "Kid, I'm a member of the Shanha gang. How dare you?" The slovenly man lay on the ground, clutching his injured hand, still sporting a fierce expression. However, upon meeting Yu's icy gaze, he swallowed his words and scuttled towards the restaurant's entrance. Deflated that a true hero does not suffer losses in front of him. "I shall return with my comrades to reclaim my honor. With your cowardly demeanor, you're better off without those hands and feet. Let me assist you." Yu's voice was frigid as he crushed a plate in his hand, then hurled the shards towards the man's limbs. The slovenly man's tendons were severed, and he fell to the ground outside the restaurant with a wail. Ignoring the man's cries, Yu's piercing gaze swept the room, and those who had been watching promptly lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his eyes. The essence of martial arts lay in this very principle. Yu had no intention of bullying the weak, but he would not allow himself to be bullied either. If one lacked strength, that was one thing. But to possess strength yet endure humiliation was akin to returning to the fields to till the soil. Furthermore, what of his affiliation with the Shanha gang? He had taken lives before. His presence here was motivated by a desire to leave a parting gift for the Shanha gang while hoping they would generously provide him with some travel funds. Casting one last glance at the groaning slovenly man, Yu resumed his meal with gusto. Chapter 25. The beggar in the alley, not worthy of grief. By the time Yu had satisfied his hunger, darkness had enveloped the sky. Observing the bloodstains at the entrance, he noted that the slovenly man had vanished without a trace. Clearly, Heyang Town was indeed in turmoil. Stepping outside the restaurant, he gazed at the moon rising in the sky. Softly murmuring to himself, After all this time, the authorities have yet to appear, and even the Shanha gang has failed to seek retribution. This seems to transcend mere negligence. Moreover, throughout his lengthy meal, many diners had discussed their plans to leave Heyang town. Evidently alarmed by the spate of disappearances at this rate, it was likely that numerous individuals had vanished. Could it be that the mysterious figure from the ghostly spirit sect intended to feed the entire Heyang town to demons? As this thought crossed his mind, a sense of urgency welled up within Yu. Forget it. Tonight I shall execute a grand plan, and tomorrow I will leave Heyang town. Regarding the enigmatic figure previously mentioned by the formidable man, Yu harbors considerable trepidation. After all, he is oblivious to the opponent's prowess and uncertain whether he should remain and engage in combat. However, one thing is clear to him. While he is immersed in his training, that six-armed demon may also be evolving. He had previously been unable to defeat the six-armed demon, and now he feels no more assured of victory, especially with the presence of a mysterious individual lurking in the shadows. With his current strength, he is somewhat lacking when it comes to confronting a third-stage body-refining warrior. In Heyang town, there are several such practitioners. He had initially planned to hone his skills through battle, to seize an opportunity and then retreat to continue his training, but it now seems he has been overly naive. Given the current circumstances, there is hardly enough time for him to train. Thus, for the sake of his own life, it is prudent to depart from this place. As for the matters concerning Heyang town, he can only leave them to fate. After all, even Shilin City has shown no signs of activity. Even if he wished to intervene, he would be powerless. It would be wiser to return when he has amassed sufficient strength to seek retribution for Yang Elian and Yikong. Upon returning to his lodgings, Yu donned the black robe he had procured and carefully wrapped all his belongings in cloth, securing them to his person. He had resolved to leave Heyang town after tonight, to avoid any unforeseen complications. Although a single night may not afford him the opportunity to seize much, it is certainly preferable to the risk of encountering misfortune. After vacating his rented room, Yu made his way to a nearby alley adjacent to a mountain river gang outpost. However, before he could infiltrate the stronghold, he noticed a few beggars lying amidst a thicket at one end of the alley. Contemplating the matter of the demons, Yu approached the beggars. Upon seeing the figure clad in black, one of the beggars who had not yet succumbed to slumber became instantly alert and roused the others. "Sir, we truly have no money," one of them lamented as Yu drew near. Even beggars fear death, especially in such a dark alley. Moreover, they are mere shadows in the town. Should they perish, the authorities would hardly take notice. "This is 5 taels of silver. I need you to spread word that a powerful demon has appeared in the town. If anyone inquires, tell them it is a headless demon with 6 arms and a spider's lower body, and that even the officials are unable to vanquish it." Observing the pitiful beggars, Yu tossed down the 5 taels of silver. "Perhaps few will heed such a rumor, but I have done what I can. It is my duty to act. After all, most people are innocent. Though he is not a particularly virtuous individual, this act is merely a matter of convenience, and the money he spent was not his own." "Is there truly a demon?" one beggar suddenly inquired. "There is indeed a demon, and it shall soon enter Heyang town. If you wish to survive, you would do well to leave this place after spreading the news." Yu replied, casting a glance at the beggar. He was uncertain whether the demon would actually infiltrate the town, but he surmised that the county office in Heyang town was likely of no help. If a significant number of people fled, it might draw the attention of other towns, thereby indirectly assisting Heyang town. Among the beggars, only the one who had questioned him appeared to believe Yu. While the others displayed indifferent expressions, their eyes fixated on the money. Without uttering another word, Yu departed the alley. This action was an attempt to do something for the ordinary citizens of Heyang town. The unfolding of events was beyond his control. Even if the beggars fled, it would simply mean that the townsfolk had met with misfortune. Upon entering the Mountain River Gang's stronghold, Yu was immediately noticed by several members. With an impassive countenance and unwavering resolve, he advanced, delivering crushing blows that felled all who beheld him. Feeding the demons is an affront to natural justice, whether or not these individuals were aware of the ramifications. The moment they joined the Mountain River Gang, they became accomplices. He had no time to engage in dialogue. It was far more expedient to deliver a swift sentence of death. With a physique that surpassed the ordinary body, Yu directly scaled the wall and, upon observing the two henchmen lurking in the corner, picked up two small stones, aiming them at the pair. As a flicker of blue light danced over the stones, Yu flicked his fingers, and in an instant, the stones pierced through the skulls of the two henchmen. Without pausing, Yu delved deeper, slaying all in his path, showing not an ounce of mercy. Who dares to kill in my young family? At that moment, a roar erupted from the backyard, followed by the appearance of a man in his 40s, clad in blue, his face adorned with a thick beard and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Upon seeing the man before him, Yiyu's expression grew notably grave. Yang Kuei had long cultivated a yellow-grade martial art and possessed formidable strength that ranked him among the elite in Heyang Town. Who exactly are you? Seeing Yiyu remain silent, Yang Kuei furrowed his brow and asked again. The one who will take your life. With that, Yiyu swiftly approached Yang Kuei, his arm cloaked in a dark gray hue. Striking directly at Yang Kuei's face, Yang Kuei formed his hand into a claw, colliding with Yiyu's fist. Yet, to his shock, he found Yiyu's strength to be overwhelmingly immense, resulting in him being forcefully pushed back over 10 meters while Yiyu barely staggered back a few steps. Iron body technique. Who are you? How is it that you possess such a skill? Gazing at the figure shrouded in black robes, Yang Kuei questioned with a mix of astonishment and fury. As the iron body technique belonged to the She-Wolf Gang. He was well aware of its existence, especially since it had recently been stolen. In his recollection, the She-Wolf Gang had never harbored such a figure. Perhaps this was a secret disciple cultivated by the gang leader? The notion of someone achieving such prowess in merely a month was ludicrous. He had never heard of such a phenomenon in his decades of life. Heh, you wish to know? I shan't divulge. Yiyu retorted with a mocking laugh. Without further ado, he activated Thunder Force and swiftly closed the distance to Yang Kuei. Humph. You will find out once I have slain you, Yang Kuei scoffed, his right hand adorned with long nails lunging toward Yiyu's face. Yiyu chose not to withstand the attack, but rather ducked to evade, knowing that Yi Kong had trained in the yellow-grade tiger claw technique, capable of shattering stone and wood. Even the iron body technique might not withstand such force. However, he was not afraid. He simply wished to avoid injury, especially since he was on the verge of departing from Heyang Town, and sustaining injuries would be quite inconvenient for him. After dodging the tiger claw, Yiyu retaliated with a powerful punch. Yang Kuei attempted to grasp Yiyu's wrist to halt his assault, but Yiyu's right fist, crackling with lightning, surged forward, striking Yang Kuei with tremendous force. Just as Yiyu expected to deal a crippling blow, Yang Kuei's body abruptly shifted to a dark gray hue. Bang! Yiyu's fist collided with Yang Kuei's chest as if striking a steel plate. Yet, ultimately, Yiyu's power surpassed Yang Kuei's, further amplified by the Thunder Force, pushing Yang Kuei back several paces. I never anticipated you would also practice the iron body technique, Yiyu remarked, his expression serious. As a defensive art, the strength of the iron body technique was indisputable. Nor did I expect you to have comprehended Thunder Force, Yang Kuei replied, narrowing his eyes, his mood gravely weighted. The forms of force were myriad, yet they invariably provided significant enhancements to strength. After languishing in the iron body technique for decades, he had barely grasped the superficial aspects of iron guard force. In contrast, Yiyu's understanding of Thunder Force evidently far surpassed his own. Despite lacking in raw power, Wai Yu refrained from speaking further and charged forward. Although he had not anticipated Yang Kuei's strength to be so formidable, it was still within his tolerable limits, especially since he had yet to unveil his ultimate technique. Yang Kuei, too, advanced, but his resolve to continue fighting waned as he recognized the futility of the struggle. He stood no chance against his opponent. It would be wiser to devise a plan for escape and rally the experts of the Shan He gang to encircle and eliminate Yu. Chapter 27. No Code of Honor. Act the part to the fullest. After several exchanges, Yu maintained a steady advantage. However, Yang Kuei proved no less formidable, skillfully evading Yu's heavy strikes with his agile techniques. Wai Yu realized that prolonging the skirmish might attract unwanted attention. Considerable time had elapsed, and it was possible that someone had already discovered the Shan He gang's hideout. Should he be cornered by the Shan He gang's experts before he could escape? He would find himself in dire straits. With this thought in mind, a fierce glint flickered in Yu's eyes. He then propelled himself forward, his legs crackling with blue arcs of electricity, surging towards Yang Kuei. As he swung his fist, he positioned his other hand across his chest. Yang Kuei, taken aback, raised his hand to block Yu's punch. But at that moment, Yu revealed a white stone in his other hand. Harnessing immense force, he crushed the stone, scattering its powder into Yang Kuei's eyes. Realizing Yu intended to employ a cunning trick, Yang Kuei instinctively closed his eyes. Although a seasoned warrior in the refinement stage, he was not impervious to certain substances. Should the powder obstruct his vision, even he would require an extended recovery period. In that brief moment, Yu's lips curled into a triumphant smile. He had anticipated that this maneuver would have limited effectiveness against a refinement stage expert. But it was merely to seize a fleeting opportunity. As Yang Kuei shut his eyes, Yu's right leg sparked with electric arcs, and he executed a powerful kick directed at Yang Kuei's groin. Despite his mastery of the iron body technique, certain areas remained inherently vulnerable. Moreover, Yang Kuei was caught off guard. Receiving Yu's strike squarely. It felt as if something had shattered upon impact, and an intense pain surged through Yang Kuei's head. His previously closed eyes bulged due to the blow, further obstructed by the drifting powder. A chilling scream shattered the stillness of the night. Yang Kuei shielded his eyes with one hand while clutching his groin with the other. "You despicable coward! How dare you disregard the code of honor?" The excruciating agony contorted Yang Kuei's features as he spat venomous curses. "Heh! I send my regards from Yikong," Yu replied with a sinister grin. Upon hearing Yu's words, Yang Kuei momentarily faltered, perplexed as to where Yikong had found such an ally. Without granting Yang Kuei a moment's respite, Yu concentrated his blood energy into his right fist. Transforming it into a powerful blue lightning force, he swung his fist, and the lightning morphed into a ferocious thunder beast that struck Yang Kuei, sending him hurtling backward, crashing through several walls before finally coming to a stop. Yu pursued through the debris, yet after receiving a direct hit from the transcendent thunder hand, Yang Kuei astonishingly remained alive. Now sprawled amidst the rubble, Yang Kuei was a pitiful sight, his body battered and bloodied. Gasping for breath, "Who are you?" Even in his weakened state, Yang Kuei struggled to voice the question that plagued him, for after knowing Yikong for so long, he had never suspected that Yu had connections to someone so formidable. "I am Yu. I trust you still remember me, Yang Jian." Yu slowly removed his hat, addressing Yang Jian, who cowered in the corner at that moment. Yang Jian was utterly terrified, a pale yellow liquid trickling down his pant leg. He could not fathom how the individual who had once been an untrained country bumpkin had suddenly transformed into someone more powerful than his father. Upon hearing Yu's name, Yang Kuei gradually fell silent. To prevent Yang Kuei from feigning death, Yu decisively severed Yang Kuei's head with a dagger. If such a fate could allow Yang Kuei to resurrect, it would be evident that fate had not yet abandoned him. "Please, spare me. Do not kill me." Yang Jian curled up in the corner, his face awash with terror as he pleaded. Sensing the foul odor in the air, Yu grimaced and approached Yang Jian. As for sparing Yang Jian, absolutely not. After all, while he was diligently honing his skills, this scoundrel had found time to frequent brothels. Such behavior was utterly intolerable. Besides, this wretch was merely 14. One could only imagine the havoc he would wreak as an adult. Ha ha ha, they're dead. All dead. Suddenly, Yang Jian, resembling a madman, pointed at Yang Kuei's severed head. Laughing maniacally, Wai Yu observed the deranged Yang Jian, a flicker of pity and hesitation crossing his gaze. Alas, I shall let you go this time. Yi Yu sighed, turning to exit the room. Moments later, Yang Jian abruptly ceased his laughter. Gazing at Yang Kuei's lifeless form, his eyes filled with vengeful fury, he silently vowed to avenge his father. Just as Yang Jian attempted to approach Yang Kuei's body, he inadvertently caught sight of a shadow on the window. Ha ha ha, well done, well done. As if madness had gripped him anew, Yang Jian erupted into another fit of laughter. You played your part well. In your next life? Do not forget, an actor must commit fully to their role. Wai Yu's voice emanated from behind Yang Jian, startling him into a momentary freeze. Just as Yang Jian was about to plead for mercy, a flash of blue light flickered, and a slender line of blood appeared on his neck. Almost immediately, Yang Jian's vision blurred, and he found himself gazing at his own lifeless body, alongside Yi Yu, whose face was adorned with a mocking expression. Observing Yang Jian's demise, Yi Yu shook his head slightly, reflecting on the youth's impetuousness. His inexperience had betrayed him after only a brief encounter, of course. Yi Yu had never intended to spare Yang Jian. He had merely been struck by a whim for mischief. After all, having already taken so many lives that night, it was only fitting to eradicate the roots of the problem. He inscribed the words God of Justice on the wall before turning away to search the other rooms. There was no option. He had revealed his name during his earlier display of bravado, and he could not afford to let a single loose end slip away. Indeed, after a thorough search, he discovered two individuals. One was a middle-aged woman clad in silk, likely Yang Kuei's wife, for silk was not a garment for the common folk. Even Yi Yu himself wore only coarse linen. The other person was found in the woodshed, a surprising encounter with the disheveled man from the restaurant. At tea that moment, the man lay pale and unconscious upon a haystack, seemingly having succumbed to excessive blood loss. Without a moment's hesitation, yet devoid of any intent to torture, Yi Yu swiftly ended the disheveled man's life with a single stroke. Following this, he rummaged through the middle-aged woman's quarters, uncovering over 1,300 taels of silver and a peculiar tome titled The Insect Cultivation Manual. Aware that company could arrive at any moment, Yi Yu promptly departed the Yang residence, incinerating his blood-stained garments and donning a new black robe before exiting Heyang town. As for the matters concerning the demons, he felt powerless to intervene. He had done all he could, and now it was up to the fates of the townsfolk. Chapter 28. Anomalous Circumstances, The Path to Immortality? As Yi Yu hastened towards the outskirts of the town, an unsettling sensation washed over him. He paused, glancing back at the tranquil town, which bore no signs of disturbance. Could it be a mere figment of my imagination? He shook his head, resolutely redirecting his gaze towards the town's exit. Regardless, his foremost priority was to vacate Heyang town to prevent any unforeseen complications. Avoiding the town's entrance, where officials were stationed, he made his way to a secluded corner of the city wall. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he leaped over the wall and landed on the other side. Remarkably, he felt a touch of the heroic. Casting a glance back at the wall, Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of pride. Within just 3 months, he had become a formidable expert, albeit only within Heyang town. His gaze returned to the horizon. A new world awaited him. With a single step forward, he was uncertain if it truly was a new world. Yet he found himself in a murky expanse. What is this? He surveyed his surroundings, confusion clouding his mind. The gray earth and withered weeds beneath his feet starkly contrasted with what he had just witnessed. Taking a step back, he attempted to retrace his steps to the wall, only to find the same dismal landscape behind him. Unwilling to succumb to superstition, Yu sprinted backward, yet no matter how fast he ran, he could not locate the wall. He felt as if he had genuinely entered a new realm. Witnessing this, panic gripped Yu, for he had no inkling of his current predicament. Heyang Town. As Yu exited Heyang Town, a colossal, pitch-black shadow surged forth. It was an enormous, fleshly creature standing 5 meters tall, adorned with 8 arms and possessing a spider-like lower body. Its abdomen was lined with eyes that surveyed the vicinity, while its tongue, reminiscent of a tentacle, slithered about in its gaping maw. Had Yu been present, he would have recognized it as the 6-armed demon he had previously encountered, now more aptly referred to as the 8-armed demon. The creature twisted its form as if it had caught a scent, swiftly making its way to a nearby residence. Upon observing the broken corpses sprawled on the ground, the flesh of the 8-armed demon writhed, and it unleashed a multitude of tentacles composed of its own flesh, devouring the remains of the deceased. At that moment, a town crier approached. The 8-armed demon, drawn by the sound of the gong, charged through the walls with the force of a tank. The crier, upon witnessing this grotesque monstrosity, trembled uncontrollably. A demon, with a piercing scream, the 8-armed demon swiftly transformed the crier into a mere pulp. The crier's cry startled the nearby residents awake, prompting them to light candles within their homes. The scent of blood invigorated the 8-armed demon, whose tentacles snatched up the remains of the crier, drawn by the life forces surrounding it, before it charged into the nearest household. Thus commenced a gruesome massacre. Heyang Town Government Office. The moon hung low and blue, casting a sinister glow, as the calamity of demons descended and spirits were unleashed. The presence of both demons and spirits left one pondering the true intentions of Kong Wenba. On the steps before the government office, an elder observed the eerie blue moon, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Recalling Kong Wenba, he couldn't help but sigh. They had arrived here some time ago, intending to lure out the ghostly cult's Kong Wenba, only to unexpectedly encounter this bizarre phenomenon of both demons and spirits manifesting together. Master, the officials have been subdued. What should we do next? At that moment, several young men and women emerged behind the elder, bowing in respect. Demons have appeared in Heyang Town. You 5 shall go and suppress them, while I attend to an old acquaintance. The elder instructed, pointing into the distance. Understood. The 5 young individuals clasped their hands in acknowledgement and hurried off in the direction indicated by the elder. As his disciples departed, the elder's gaze flickered. Deep in thought, he cast one last glance at the blue moon, then with a gentle wave of his sleeve, his figure transformed into a series of flickering shadows, vanishing towards the heart of Heyang Town. Upon arriving at the town square, he beheld a figure draped in a black robe standing amidst the chaos. Hovering 3 feet above the figure was a white cocoon emanating a suffocating aura of darkness. Ha ha, Imo Haolin, you've arrived. It has indeed been far too long. The figure in the black robe turned, their voice resonating from beneath the hood. In the glow of the blue moon, the face of a man in his 50s was revealed. Though one side bore the marks of severe burns, rendering his left mouth devoid of flesh, exposing a menacing grin. After all these years, you still refuse to relent, pursuing a fleeting legend to such an extent. Imo Haolin gazed at Kong Wenba with a complex expression, memories of their shared martial training from years past flooding back. They had both joined the Tianyin sect near Jilin City, and their lives had initially been quite pleasant. However, at an unknown point, Kong Wenba began to proclaim visions of celestial beings descending, plunging into a frenzy of obsession. He even resorted to seizing the sect's most potent techniques, slaughtering his fellow disciples in his quest for the path to immortality. You have not seen it. You will never comprehend their might. It is an alluring power beyond imagination. Kong Wenba's eyes shone with fervor as he fixed his gaze upon Imo Haolin, determination radiating from him. I have discovered the path to immortality. Today marks my first step towards ascendance. Upon hearing Kong Wenba's declaration, Imo Haolin shook his head slightly. Is your so-called path to immortality reliant upon demons and spirits? You know very well that these are mere fabrications, and your actions only lead to self-destruction. Imo Haolin sighed, slowly articulating his words. He had heard whispers regarding the so-called path to immortality, which purportedly required an immortal fetus as a catalyst to reshape one's soul and transform one's innate qualities. Imo Haolin was uncertain of the nature of this immortal fetus, but he understood that Kong Wenba had been misled into believing it to be a fusion of demons and spirits. However, demons and spirits were fundamentally different entities. How could such a fusion be accomplished? Moreover, it was said that the emergence of demons and spirits would only bring calamity to the world. This was not the promised chance for ascension, but rather a source of dread for all. You do not understand. You comprehend nothing. Kong Wenba's expression twisted in rage as he roared at Imo Haolin. Had it not been for your interference back then, perhaps I would have already embarked on the path to immortality. In that moment of hesitation, out of respect for their past bond, Imo Haolin had refrained from striking, only to be met with a sudden attack from Kong Wenba. It was precisely this incident that had prevented him from acquiring the core techniques and treasured legacies of the Tianyin sect. Otherwise, with his abilities, he would have undoubtedly achieved ascension years ago. Chapter 29. Exploding Sun Thunder, Blood Battle against Demons. The events of that day were my fault. Yet they do not justify your atrocities against humanity. You still have time to cease this madness. If you promise not to pursue such actions again, I will allow you to leave unscathed this time. Imo Haolin gently shook his head, letting out a sigh as he spoke slowly. Ha ha ha, after much effort, I have finally found a suitable spirit, and I have cultivated the corresponding demonic form. You actually expect me to give up? Kong Wenba laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with a frenzied light. Now that everything is prepared, we merely await the demons to slaughter the townsfolk of Haeong. Only then will I attain the coveted celestial fetus. At that moment, I shall make them understand that the path to immortality is not merely an illusion. And I will ascend to become a transcendent immortal. Since that is the case, further words are futile. Let us see our true abilities in action. Observing Kong Wenba, who had fallen into madness, Imo Haolin drew forth a short sword he carried. It has been many years since we last met. Let me see if your skills have indeed improved. Kong Wenba formed his hand into a claw, directing a palm strike at Imo Haolin, instantly unleashing a torrent of black energy that morphed into claws, lunging towards Imo Haolin. Unyielding, Imo Haolin countered with a wave of his hand, sending forth a silver sword aura that shattered the black eagle claws. In an instant, the two were engulfed in battle. Meanwhile, 5 young men and women surrounded the 8-armed demon. However, the creature's strength far surpassed their expectations, and even united, they could not deliver a significant blow to the demon in such a short time. The 8-armed demon continued its massacre of ordinary townsfolk, rapidly recovering from its wounds while steadily growing stronger. Senior brother, this cannot continue. We must use the exploding sun thunder bestowed by Master. One of the young women urged a lean man, her expression grave. Given the ferocity of this demon, it is imperative that we drive the exploding sun thunder deep into its body. Oh, not hold back. Assist me in breaching the demon's flesh, and leave the rest to me, the lean man replied, engaging the demon while addressing his companions. The 5 then surrounded the demon, launching their coordinated assault as planned. With their combined efforts, the 8-armed demon expelled 3 of its tongue-like tentacles from its mouth. attempting to ensnare one of them. Seizing the opportunity, two of the others, their garments bursting to reveal their muscular forms, grasped the demon's tongue. Meanwhile, another rushed to the demon's side, brandishing a 3-foot-long blade to tear open its maw. Seeing the moment ripe, the lean man dashed forward without hesitation, unleashing several sword energies that struck the 8-armed demon's eyes. The demon howled in pain, its tongue ensnared, exposing its gaping mouth. The lean man seized this moment to produce a fist-sized black metallic sphere. Channeling his blood energy into it before using a hidden force to hurl it into the demon's mouth. "Retreat!" he bellowed at his companions. Just then, the man wielding the long blade was caught in the clutches of the 8-armed demon. The others rushed to his aid, but the demon's flailing arms pushed them back, inflicting several blows upon the sword-wielding man. Go! The sword-wielding man, aware of the impending detonation of the exploding sun thunder, shouted through gritted teeth, enduring excruciating pain. Boom! In the moment of hesitation among the four, the thunder erupted. The overwhelming energy tore open the demon's belly, sending blood and flesh flying, nearly splitting the 8-armed demon in two. The sword-wielding man, too close to the blast, was thrown back by the explosion. The lean man hurriedly leaped to catch the sword-wielding man, both crashing through several walls in their descent, as the others rushed to assess their injuries. The lean man appeared relatively unscathed, while the sword-wielding man bled profusely from his mouth and nose, with one leg and arm blown off. Despite possessing an extraordinary physique, he was left on the brink of death from the blast's shockwave. As the group anxiously examined the two, the blood and flesh of the 8-armed demon began to transform those ordinary townsfolk it came into contact with. Their eyes turned crimson, their bodies undergoing various mutations, and they became frenziedly aggressive towards those around them. "This is bad. We must deal with those demon puppets at once," the lean man exclaimed in alarm to his fellow disciples, gently placing the sword-wielding man down. He charged toward the 8-armed demon. At this moment, the 8-armed demon appeared in a pitiful state, its mouth torn open, 3 of its arms remaining, and the front half of its spider-like legs obliterated. Yet, the demon's inherent resilience allowed it to crawl away as though unscathed, devouring every ordinary person in its path. The lean man could only barely restrain the demon's advance, surveying the chaos around him. The lean man was engulfed by the thick stench of blood, realizing the rapid spread of the demon puppets exceeded his expectations. Despite the efforts of his fellow disciples, a considerable number of townsfolk had already perished. As each ordinary person succumbed, red and gray mists began to disperse. The gray smoke drifted towards the town center, while the red mist surged towards the 8-armed demon. It was then that the lean man recognized that the demon's path was heading straight for the town center. Recalling his master's instructions, he glanced at the 8-armed demon, then back at his fellow disciples, a hint of reluctance flickering in his eyes. "Senior brother, no." One of the female disciples, sensing his intentions, cried out desperately. "Master taught us to eradicate all evil. This is the moment to fulfill our sect's will." The lean man smiled, determination and acceptance shining in his eyes. Remembering the vow he took upon joining the Tianyan sect, he realized that perhaps this was his destiny, meant for this very moment. As he activated the blood burst technique, a crimson aura erupted from within him, significantly amplifying his power and presence. With a forceful stomp, he propelled himself forward, shattering the ground beneath him as he surged towards the 8-armed demon with a speed many times greater than before. After absorbing a vast amount of blood energy, the 8-armed demon had not returned to its prior form. Instead, it had morphed into a colossal, writhing mass of flesh. Sensing an anomaly, the 8-armed demon blinked, its front eyes now positioned behind. However, in that fleeting moment, the lean man had already reached its rear, delivering a powerful blow that sent the demon crashing. Without pausing, the lean man, His face flushed, drew his long sword, and unleashed several blood energy blades upon the eight-armed demon. The formidable blades pierced the demon's defenses, inflicting deep lacerations upon its body. Enraged, the eight-armed demon extended its 8 arms, striking at the lean man, and thus commenced an intense struggle between them. Chapter 30. Heavenly Thunder Transformation. The red-skinned monster, after running for over an hour, ultimately surrendered. With his current physique, he should have been able to traverse the entirety of Haeong Town in such a span of time. Yet, despite his prolonged efforts, he remained ensnared in this gray, murky space, with no indication of an exit. What in the world is happening? Am I caught in a ghostly wall? Yu's face darkened as he gazed at the marks he had left behind, feeling a sense of helplessness. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless against this predicament. He had exhausted various methods, even resorting to using urine, but still could not find a way out. Time to lie down and give up. Gazing at the surrounding grayness, Yu grew weary of running. He gathered a pile of firewood, ignited it, and sat down to eat. Having not rested all night, he was now ravenous as Yu feasted contentedly. He suddenly spotted the tome on thunder techniques. Embracing a mindset of reckless abandon, he retrieved the book and began to study it. Thunder Technique. Heavenly Thunder Transformation, classified as a top-tier Shin-level technique, naturally possessed remarkable potency, especially given its learning requirements. This thunder technique required mastery of thunder momentum. By harnessing thunder momentum, one could significantly enhance their speed. According to the description within the technique, it offered a far superior acceleration compared to merely utilizing thunder momentum alone. Even at the initial understanding stage, it could double one's speed and convert that momentum into kinetic energy, providing an additional boost to one's attacks. With time to spare, Yu began to practice Heavenly Thunder Transformation, all the while observing his surroundings. If he could master this technique, he would not be entirely defenseless against formidable foes, as survival was of utmost importance. Unbeknownst to him, a considerable amount of time passed, and Yu found himself enveloped in blue lightning, transforming into a streak of azure energy that shot forth hundreds of meters. That wasn't too difficult, Yu remarked, pausing to admire the blue arcs dancing along his arm. After all, it is a Shin-level technique. I initially thought it would take a long time to master. Perhaps due to his high level of proficiency with thunder momentum, he had not spent much time before successfully executing the technique, achieving progress faster than he had with the Thunderbolt strike. Upon opening the probability panel, Heavenly Thunder Transformation appeared. Heavenly Thunder Transformation. Top-tier Shin level, lightning incarnate, soaring through the skies. The technique of Heavenly Thunder Escape. A mere glimpse into the threshold. 50 chance of failure, 48.4 chance of success, 1.5 chance of perfection, and 0.1 chance of overclocking. Compared to the initial learning of Thunderbolt Hand, the failure rate has dramatically decreased by 40%, which can only be described as an epic enhancement. With this adjustment, the possibility of failure during cultivation has become virtually non-existent. Without the slightest hesitation, Yu decisively redirected the failure rate towards overclocking. A 50% overclocking speed could likely enable even a dog to master Heavenly Thunder Escape. Yu sat down, recognizing that unlike Thunderbolt Hand, the cultivation of Heavenly Thunder Escape relied more heavily on comprehension. As he initiated the cultivation, a wealth of knowledge regarding Heavenly Thunder Escape surged into his mind. His hands moved instinctively, blue arcs of electricity dancing between them, which he then coalesced into a blue lotus in a most enigmatic manner. However, the blue lotus did not endure for long. As the cultivation concluded, it abruptly dissipated. In an attempt to condense the blue lotus himself, Yu found, as expected, that aside from scorching his hands black, there were no signs of success. Yet, he remained unperturbed. His provisions were sufficient to last him at least 10 days. And as long as he did not suffer from hunger, it was not a significant concern. Of course, he was not entirely carefree. If he could master this technique to a higher level, it might enable him to break free from the gray space. After a considerable amount of time, while Yi Yu was engrossed in practicing Heavenly Thunder Escape, his gaze suddenly shifted towards the sky. He observed that, unbeknownst to him, the surface of the blue moon had become shrouded in gray mist, with large swathes of gray and red fog surging towards a singular direction. Could something significant be occurring? Witnessing this scene, Yi Yu could no longer focus on his cultivation and hastily rose to his feet. However, the question of which direction to run in became a dilemma. After some contemplation, Yi Yu decided to follow the path of the mist. If it proved fruitless, he could always retreat in the opposite direction. He secured his pack on his back once more, and with blue arcs of electricity flickering around him, Yi Yu transformed into a streak of blue lightning, speeding towards the direction of the mist. Yet, scarcely 5 minutes had passed before he found himself gasping for breath, hastily stuffing a restorative pill into his mouth. Indeed, Heavenly Thunder Escape was swift, but it exacted a considerable toll on his vitality. Even though he had advanced to the realm of refining the organs, sustaining the consumption required for an advanced technique was still somewhat challenging. However, time was of the essence. As Yi Yu prepared to leave, the scene before him suddenly shifted, revealing a landscape of desolation. He had returned, yet Heyang Town was no more. Though he had anticipated various outcomes, the reality of the situation still left him in shock. Just as Yi Yu was momentarily dazed, a humanoid creature with crimson skin appeared, lunging towards him with claws bared. However, the red-skinned creature was slow, and Yi Yu quickly reacted, effortlessly sending its head flying with a swift strike. With the demise of the red-skinned monster, it was as though he had disturbed a hornet's nest. Numerous red-skinned creatures arose from the ruins. Yi Yu retreated 2 steps, re-entering the gray space, this time. However, the red-skinned creatures followed him in. Observing their approach, Yi Yu, though uncertain of the circumstances, understood that this was not a place to linger, since he could not escape Heyang Town by following the mist. He resolved to venture in the opposite direction. Casting one last glance at the red-skinned creatures, Yi Yu's body sparkled with blue arcs as he swiftly dashed away in the reverse direction. After half an hour, Yi Yu came to a halt, his face pale. He surveyed his surroundings. Not only had he failed to exit the gray space, but the number of red-skinned creatures was increasing around him. Given the current situation, it was highly probable that he had been looping in the vicinity. Otherwise, the red-skinned creatures would never have been able to catch up to him. His gaze shifted upwards to the moon. With the gray and red mist obscuring it, the once gray space had morphed into a lurid crimson HUET that moment. Yi Yu's spirit sank, for he had very few restorative pills left. Although the red-skinned creatures were weak, he had no way of knowing their exact numbers. If his suspicions were correct, these creatures might very well be the townsfolk of Heyang. Despite its small size, the town housed tens of thousands of residents. If this continued, he could easily find himself overwhelmed and trapped by these red-skinned creatures. Chapter 31. The cultivation of the immortal fetus, success or failure? Yi Yu glanced at the moon above, where the gray and red mist continued to coalesce towards a singular direction. Although he felt uneasy about it, it seemed that only the town center could hold the key to unraveling this predicament. Otherwise, if he attempted to leave under the current circumstances, he would soon be encircled by the red-skinned creatures, unable to fend them off. Moreover, there were likely numerous martial artists among them, and he was entirely in the dark regarding the events that had transpired here. Casting his gaze towards the encroaching red-skinned creatures, Yi Yu swallowed a restorative pill to buy himself time. He fearlessly charged forward, using his formidable physique to send the red-skinned creatures flying, following the peculiar phenomena in the sky. It was not long before he returned to Heyang Town. Yet, having only been away for a brief moment, the entire town appeared even more dilapidated, saturated with an ominous and bloody aura. Lifting his gaze to the center of the town, he saw a multitude of red-skinned creatures suddenly surge forth, approaching him in an exceedingly bizarre manner. Why Yu took a stance, his objective clear. He would head straight for the town center. He was determined to uncover the true nature of the situation in Heyang town. However, due to the immense consumption of heavenly thunder escape, Yu could only advance in the most conventional manner, forcing his way inward. Fortunately, most of the red-skinned creatures were relatively ordinary, unable to withstand even a single punch from him. The only ones he needed to be wary of were the red-skinned creatures that had once been martial artists, as their strength was markedly greater. Had there been more individuals in Heyang town who surpassed him, he might not have even qualified to breach the town center. With a clear target in mind, Yu charged forward like a bulldozer, steadily making his way into the town. The red-skinned creatures, once human, had now transformed into grotesque monsters, and thus Yu showed no mercy as he ruthlessly tore them apart with sheer brute force. At the center of Heyang town, Kong Wenba laughed heartily, gazing skyward. Ha ha ha, ultimately, I have the upper hand. At that moment, the pale white giant egg in the sky had become increasingly solid, while beneath it writhed a massive, grotesque tumor. The 8 thick arms protruding from the flesh made it evident that this was the same 8-armed demon from before. The gray and red mist in the sky rapidly converged, flowing towards both the giant egg above and the 8-armed demon below. Not far from Kong Wenba stood a gaunt man, now resembling a mere skeleton. His young disciple, tears streaming down her face, desperately shook him, hoping for him to awaken. Surrounding the two, a swordsman had vanished, leaving only 2 battered disciples of the Tianyin sect to fend off the onslaught of red-skinned creatures. Although the red-skinned creatures were not particularly powerful, after such an extended battle, the 2 disciples were utterly drained. If they could not devise a solution promptly, it would only be a matter of time before they were overwhelmed. The path to immortality is elusive and tenuous. Do not let selfish desires incite catastrophe. Mo Haolin knelt on the ground, his left arm gone, his face ashen as he implored Kong Wenba earnestly. What good are your words? The cultivation of the immortal fetus occurs today. This is my opportunity, Kong Wenba replied, his expression frenzied. At this moment, the 8-armed demon had fully transformed into a mass of flesh, crawling towards the pale white giant egg in the sky. As crimson patterns began to appear on the egg, a strange and eerie aura began to permeate the surroundings. Mo Haolin furrowed his brow, a grave expression crossing his features. In all his years, he had never encountered anything like this. It was said that demons possessed the power to annihilate worlds, embodying the traits of both ghosts and monsters, capable of rapid growth in an exceedingly short time. If this continued, the emergence of that demon would spell disaster for them all. With this thought in mind, Mo Haolin formulated a plan. Gazing at the seemingly deranged Kong Wenba, he swung his remaining arm down, striking the ground. Instantly, the earth trembled and cracked open, with a torrent of mud and stones surging forth, ensnaring Kong Wenba's feet and spreading over his entire body. I knew you would attempt to resort to trickery, Kong Wenba sneered. As Kong Wenba's veins bulged, he unleashed a terrifying force that shattered the mud and stones. Just then, Mo Haolin charged forward wielding a long sword, but Kong Wenba seized him with his blackened left hand. Kong Wenba's right hand was enveloped in dark energy as he struck Mo Haolin's chest, sending him flying. You were never my match before, and you are certainly not now. As Mo Haolin crashed through several walls before finally coming to a halt, a smirk of derision crept onto Kong Wenba's lips. I will have you accompany my senior brother in death. Just as Kong Wenba reveled in his triumph, the only female disciple of the sect suddenly appeared behind him, screaming as she plunged her sword into his chest. Although Kong Wenba believed himself to be the strongest here, he had sustained internal injuries during his earlier encounter with Mo Haolin. Caught off guard, he was unexpectedly wounded by the ambush. Get lost. The blood energy erupting from Kong Wenba sent the female disciple hurtling through the air. She spat out blood and then fell heavily to the ground. Yet, there was no trace of pain in her eyes. Rather, a sense of exhilaration washed over her, as if a great vengeance had been avenged, before she promptly lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Kong Wenba gazed at the long sword embedded in his chest, blood trickling down its blade. And a pained expression crept across his face. Given his current injuries, even if he were to recover, it would be exceedingly difficult to maintain his present strength. He looked up at the pale giant egg suspended in the air. His only hope rested upon it. Should it succeed, he would embark upon the path of immortality. If it failed, it would nonetheless fulfill his long-held wish. Having survived thus far, it was time to set forth. The flesh and blood of the eight-armed demon were consumed by the pale giant egg, which began to exhibit strange crimson patterns on its surface. At that moment, the sky transformed, and the moon shifted from a dark red to a blood-red hue. As if heralding the arrival of something extraordinary, a bizarre, bloody aura permeated the air, and Kong Wenba raised his hand and leapt into the air, his heart racing with excitement. After decades of preparation, today would determine success or failure. Injured and lying amidst the rubble, Imo Haolin watched this scene unfold, his eyes revealing a trace of helpless despair. Regardless of whether Kong Wenba succeeded or not, he would inevitably bring misfortune upon the Yinxia kingdom. Yet, a part of him secretly hoped for Kong Wenba's success, for it would not only prove the path to immortality feasible, but also demonstrate that human will is far more controllable than that of pure demons. After all, demons and ghosts are devoid of emotions. Humanity could not rely on the mercy of such bizarre entities. Ha ha ha, Imo Haolin, today you shall witness whether all my endeavors are right or wrong. Kong Wenba exclaimed as his right hand made contact with the blood-patterned giant egg, casting a glance down at Imo Haolin, laughter echoing forth. Immediately, the crimson patterns spread from Kong Wenba's right hand, enveloping his entire being. However, his pupils then dilated, transforming his eyes into an eerie shade of pitch black. Chapter 32. The Ambush and the Loss of the Blood-Patterned Egg Power. Immense power. Kong Wenba looked at his left hand, his face a mask of exhilaration. With a casual flick of his wrist, a terrifying surge of black energy shot forth, cleaving through the midsections of two Tiantian sect disciples who were battling the red-skinned monsters. The black energy did not lose momentum. It sent numerous red-skinned creatures flying and carved a long trench into the ground. Ha ha ha! The path to immortality. I was indeed correct. I am right at that moment. Kong Wenba laughed maniacally. There was no time to mourn the death of his disciples. Instead, lying among the rubble, Imo Haolin discerned something amiss in Kong Wenba, who had gained power. For martial artists, the greatest taboo is to transform into a demon. Having trained in the Tiantian sect for many years, Imo Haolin had witnessed countless demonized martial artists, and the initial stage of demonization is marked by an obsession with one's desires. Each individual harbors different desires. Yet he knew that Kong Wenba had always harbored an intense yearning for the path to immortality. At this moment, Kong Wenba resembled those demonized martial artists, having lost his mind in the face of overwhelming power. Release your grip, otherwise you will become a demon, Imo Haolin shouted at Kong Wenba, struggling to rise despite his severe injuries. However, he was gravely wounded, and even the slightest movement proved exceedingly difficult, let alone stopping Kong Wenba at this juncture. The path to immortality lay before him. How could he possibly abandon it? Do not worry, Imo Haolin, I shall not allow you to perish. You will bear witness to my journey towards immortality, Kong Wenba declared, gazing at Imo Haolin with wild laughter. Before Imo Haolin could offer further counsel, the scene shifted dramatically. Ha ha ha! Such a fine treasure shall be mine. a sudden booming laughter erupted as a blue thunder beast charged forth from behind Kong Wenba. Yi Yu, having transformed into the thunder beast with his thunderclap technique, struck the unsuspecting Kong Wenba, sending him sprawling. As he gazed at the blood-patterned giant egg in midair, Yi Yu's eyes gleamed with avarice. Kid Yu, the ambushed Kong Wenba fell to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth before he could finish his sentence. The crimson patterns on his body rapidly faded, and his eyes returned to their original state. Young friend, that is an ominous object. You cannot. Imo Haolin began to caution Yi Yu, but Yi Yu had already transformed into a blue streak of lightning, seizing the blood-patterned giant egg and fleeing into the distance. Yi Yu cared little for the warnings, for he was acutely aware of his own strength. Gazing at the devastation surrounding him, he could discern the ferocity of the previous battle. His earlier actions had merely been an ambush. And if he did not make haste to escape with the prize, who knew what would happen when those individuals regained their senses? Furthermore, though he had arrived late and was unaware of the giant egg's nature, he had witnessed the scene of Kong Wenba effortlessly dispatching 2 third-tier martial artists. It was vividly clear to him. The notion of a path to immortality sounded impressively grand. How could he not claim such a treasure? As the blood moon hung in the sky, the gray and crimson mists had dissipated. Yi Yu arrived at the outskirts of Heyang town, hesitating for only a moment before stepping forth. Just as he had anticipated, the grayish realm had vanished, and unimpeded, Yi Yu raced into the distance. Simultaneously, the blood patterns on the giant egg began to spread toward Yi Yu. Though he felt a twinge of recklessness in his actions, his speed surged unexpectedly as he sensed the sudden influx of power. Yi Yu's heart soared with joy, silently praising, "Indeed, it is a remarkable treasure." Yet, a flicker of unease lingered within him. He resolved to wait until he reached a safe location before contemplating his next steps. Perhaps he could examine the giant egg's origins or even roast it. Navigating through the wild bee forest, Yi Yu sprinted toward the mountains. To avoid being pursued, taking conventional paths was evidently unwise. Thus, he opted to abandon the idea of heading to other towns or cities, intending to hide in the forest for a spell. He also needed a place to rest, lest he be chased to exhaustion. However, as he entered the forest, Yi Yu's expression suddenly shifted. A terrifying force emanated from the giant egg, and caught off guard, he had no time to react. He felt his blood energy and stamina draining rapidly. In an instant, Yi Yu's complexion turned ashen, and his legs buckled beneath him, sending him crashing to the ground. Yet, due to the sheer velocity of his fall, he skidded along the ground for several dozen meters before finally coming to a halt after colliding with a large stone. It was precisely this rapid descent that caused Yi Yu, clutching the giant egg, to lose consciousness. As Yi Yu succumbed to his fainting spell, the 1-meter-high giant egg released a copious amount of blood mist, which began to disperse into the vast forest. Wherever the blood mist traveled, the vegetation withered away. Birds and beasts seemed to sense the impending danger, hastening deeper into the forest. Yet, some creatures, unable to react in time, quickly turned to mere piles of bones beneath the blood mist. Simultaneously, as numerous plants and animals perished, the blood patterns on the giant egg illuminated, resonating with those on Yi Yu's body. Gradually, the giant egg became transparent, transforming into a peculiar, writhing gray mist. Time slipped away, and eventually, Yi Yu groggily regained consciousness. What happened? Why does my head ache so? He felt his scalp, only to find dried blood clots. Had he been struck? Yi Yu strained to recall the events that had transpired. Previously, he had been unable to exit Heyang town and had subsequently slain numerous red-skinned monsters. Then he had spotted the seemingly precious giant egg, seized it, and fled to the rear mountains of the wild bee forest. And then, wait, where is the giant egg? At that moment, Yu realized the urgency of the situation and hurriedly searched for the giant egg. Yet, around him, there was no sign of the blood-patterned egg. Only the remnants of his fall and the bloodstains from where he had struck his head against the stone remained. What is going on? He wondered, surveying his surroundings. The area was littered with dead branches and decayed wood. Had it always been this desolate? Damn it! Could it have been devoured by a wild beast? The thought of the blood-patterned egg sent Yu into a frenzy. After all, it was a treasure he had snatched, one linked to the path of immortality. If he lost it, all his efforts would have been in vain. Resolute, Yu stood up and began to search fervently for any clues. However, after a lengthy search, he found no traces of beastly footprints or anything of the sort. Could it have been a flying beast? If that were the case, the peculiar blood-patterned egg would likely be lost to him forever. For the mountains beyond the wild bee forest were vast, home to many wild creatures, including formidable beings. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he couldn't help but strike his fist against a nearby tree. Crack! Despite exerting little force, the tree splintered under the impact. Yu stared at his fist in astonishment. Could it be that I have broken through again? However, he had only just recently made a breakthrough. It seemed too soon for such a development. Chapter 33. The Seeds of Demons and Ghosts. Fishwater Village. Yu hastily opened his status panel to assess his condition. Name: Yu's Strength. Initial stage of refinement. Cultivation method. Mashan body technique, 3rd layer. Iron body skill, 5th layer. Martial skills. Thunderclap technique, extraordinary. Heavenly thunder escape technique, initial understanding, intent. Thunder force, 51. Mountainous force, 3. Iron control force, 7. The anomaly. Seed of demons and ghosts. Regulation, 0. His level had not changed. Only the addition of the heavenly thunder escape technique was noted. Alas? Wait a moment. Yu involuntarily raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze towards the newly added item on the probability panel. Eerie? Demon seed? What could that possibly be? As he pondered the significant enhancement of his powers, he wondered if the demon seed was the colossal egg that had vanished. Yu took a moment to center himself and assess his bodily condition. Yet he could not locate the so-called demon seed. Perhaps it was a unique constitution? The thought of that enormous egg made the corners of Yu's mouth twitch involuntarily. Reflecting on the situation, he felt that something was amiss. After all, he had been exceedingly cautious, but everything began to change upon encountering the blood-pattern egg. Despite his desire for power and the whispers of the path to ascendancy from that mysterious individual, it was unlike him to recklessly charge forward to seize something without understanding the consequences. It was as if he had acted impulsively without even the time to weigh the pros and cons. Now, with the blood-pattern egg gone and the addition of the demon seed, he found himself unable to discern whether this was a boon or a bane. However, there was indeed a silver lining, such as the dramatic surge in strength. Previously, when he broke through to the refinement realm, his power was approximately 3,300 pounds, yet now it had soared to at least 5,000 pounds, an astonishing increase in strength. Yet, regarding the name, Yu gazed at the character's demon seed and fell into a contemplative silence. Was this truly a beneficial entity? Did it genuinely relate to the so-called path to ascendancy? Nevertheless, he found himself without alternatives. After all, it was hardly feasible to return and inquire. Following the descent of the blood moon, the blood-pattern egg had appeared extraordinary, and returning now would likely result in dire consequences. Forget it. At least things are looking up for now. I shall find a place to settle down first, Yu sighed, resolving to seek out literature on this subject in the future. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that the area was littered with withered branches and decaying wood, as though it had been abandoned for an extended period, devoid of even a single blade of green grass. Although he was uncertain of the circumstances, Yu felt that this locale was not suitable for prolonged stays. Initially, he had considered hiding within the forest for a while, but it now seemed that such an option was no longer viable, as he feared there might be similarly sinister and formidable creatures lurking in the woods. After a moment's contemplation, Yu cast his gaze towards the sky. The heavens were shrouded in dark clouds, yet he could still faintly perceive the shadow of the sun. Thus, he began to make his way along the forest's edge, hoping to find a suitable place to rest. However, he had not walked far when he realized that not only had his strength increased, but the vitality within him was at least several times greater than before. Unfortunately, his knowledge of the demon seed was woefully inadequate, rendering him incapable of assessing its merits and drawbacks. Reflecting on his earlier impulsiveness, Yu could only shake his head in regret. 3 days later, within a humble wooden cottage, an elderly man looked at the youth before him, who was devouring his meal like a ravenous ghost, and said with a tone of affection, "Take your time, dear child." The boy, his mouth stuffed with food, could only respond with muffled sounds. This boy was none other than Yu, who had traversed the mountains for 3 days. At that moment, he appeared ragged, his face smeared with dirt, and his gaunt features suggested he had gone days without food. Yet, the truth was that he indeed had been starving for 3 days. After departing from the wild bee forest, Yu had journeyed along the mountain range, but the desolate forest stretched for hundreds of kilometers, and he had not encountered a single creature along the way. Although he had prepared some provisions, upon opening his pack, he discovered that the elixirs and dried rations had long since spoiled and were inedible. To make matters worse, he had gotten lost, endlessly wandering without finding his way. Fortunately, fate had not entirely abandoned him. He stumbled upon this small village by a vast lake, which spared him from starvation. After consuming a large bowl of rice, Yu patted his now full belly in satisfaction. "Child, did you venture deep into the forest?" the elderly man inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "I came here alone, fleeing from disaster, and lost my way in the woods," Yu replied softly, lowering his gaze, though a hint of embarrassment flickered in his eyes. The thought of a refinement realm warrior nearly succumbing to starvation would surely provoke laughter from others. Furthermore, the expanse of the desolate forest stretched for hundreds of kilometers. Yet it had not encroached upon this place, suggesting that the villagers remained unaware of the dire situation there. The world is a harsh place," the elder remarked, shaking his head as he observed the downcast Yu. He felt sympathy for the youth's plight, surmising that some misfortune must have befallen his family, forcing him to seek refuge here. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Whether due to banditry or natural disasters, many found themselves uprooted from their homes. Yu then inquired further and learned that the elder's name was Dong Daching, the village chief of Fishwater Village. This place was no longer within the realm of Jilin City, but instead located near Broken Rock City. Yu was astonished to realize he had traveled such a distance, considering that Broken Rock City was separated from Jilin City by yet another city. It seemed he had crossed through the mountains to arrive at this location. However, this was fortuitous. After all, having taken something from another, it was paramount that he not be discovered. Once Dong Daching departed, Yu stepped outside. Villagers passed by occasionally, casting him only fleeting glances before continuing on their way. Observing the dark circles beneath their eyes, Yu could not help but furrow his brow. For some reason, these individuals appeared utterly lifeless, as though they had not slept in a long time. Recalling the funeral procession he had seen upon entering the village, he noticed the yellow paper affixed to the door of a nearby house, emanating an eerie aura. That moment, Dong Daching returned. "Village chief, is there something amiss?" Yu asked, scratching his head. "I wish to inform you that the nights here are rather unsettling," Dong Daching said with a sigh, his expression complex. "If you wish to rest, it would be wise to do so now. Once night falls, you may find it impossible to sleep. I shall escort you away come morning." "Unsettling nights?" Yu inquired, perplexed. Are there wild beasts roaming at night? For a village nestled in the mountains, the primary concern typically revolved around the threat of wild animals, as the creatures here differed significantly from those in his previous life. Some were relatively ordinary, while others were akin to the tiger-headed wasps of the wild bee forest, creatures that would spell doom for even ordinary warriors. Chapter 34. Nightmares invade? Ominous signs in the dead of night upon Yiyu's probing. Dongdiching briefly recounted the situation in the village. Half a month prior, the villagers had inexplicably begun to experience nightmares. Those who suffered injuries in these dreams found the effects manifesting in reality, ultimately leading to their demise. Dongdiching did not elaborate on the specifics of the nightmares, as they spread like a plague. Mere mention of the night would ensure one fell victim to such dreams. However, that was also the limitation of the nightmares. As long as one remained unaware, they would not encounter any issues. Unfortunately, due to the villagers' ignorance of the situation, most had heard rumors, and thus the phenomenon spread. Those who had not heard of it were swiftly sent away from the village, leaving behind those who had been informed. Have you sought assistance from Broken Rock City? Yu asked, intrigued by Dongdiching's account. Although he was uncertain of the cause, he could roughly deduce that it was related to some supernatural entity, ghostly beings, as only such eerie creatures would possess such peculiar abilities that, of course, nothing in the world was absolute. And given his limited understanding of this realm, it was entirely possible that other circumstances were at play. We reported it a week ago, but due to the recent change in leadership at Broken Rock City, they have no time to attend to us insignificant folk, Dongdiching lamented, his voice tinged with resignation. In the grand scheme of things, the power struggle in Broken Rock City took precedence over the lives of these humble villagers. Moreover, even if they became aware of the situation in Fishwater Village, there was no guarantee they would intervene. They might take other measures to prevent the situation from escalating. After exchanging a few more words with Dongdiching, Yu returned to his room. Sitting on the bed, he stroked his chin, contemplating whether to remain for the night. It would be ideal if he could provide assistance, especially since he had received kindness from these people. If he could not help, it would not matter much, for according to the village chief, as long as he remained ignorant of the nightmare specifics, he would be safe. Of course, he was also eager to hunt down those ghostly entities. After the recent demonic transformation, he desperately needed to regulate his state and alter his circumstances. Moreover, the insights gained from these experiences would greatly enhance his strength, which he likewise required. For instance, regarding the probability of iron control, if he were to rely solely on the 1% chance indicated on the panel, he had no idea how long it would take to fully comprehend it. If fortune were not on his side, he might undergo 1,000 repetitions without triggering even once as dusk fell. Yu prepared to rise. Yu was sleeping soundly when she heard the voice of Dongdiching coming from outside the door. Recalling the events of her nightmare, Yu jolted upright from her bed. After hastily consuming a few morsels, she followed Dongdiching to the village entrance. The entrance was marked by a vast expanse of grassland, with the great lake that sustains Yushui village visible in the distance. At that moment, several tents had been erected on the grass, and a number of villagers had gathered there, though they appeared listless, their eyes heavy with fatigue. Although daytime offered some respite from the nightmares, the villagers were preoccupied with their daily tasks, such as farming and fishing. To attempt these activities at night would not only lead to poor execution but could also result in severe accidents. Yiyu's presence went unnoticed. The villagers merely cast brief glances in her direction, too weary to engage further in conversation. Observing them, Yiyu couldn't help but furrow her brow. If this state of affairs persisted, it wouldn't take long for the villagers to be completely engulfed by nightmares. Should they succumb to madness and irrationally spread tales of these nightmares, it would spell unimaginable disaster for any place affected. Stay here, and I will arrange for someone to escort you out of the village by tomorrow, Dongdiching said. leading Yu beneath a tent with a smile in his eyes. She was merely a child, and he had no frenzied desire to drag a child into such calamity. "Thank you, village chief," Yu replied politely, then settled down on the ground. Yet, witnessing Dong Deching's stooped figure stirred a pang of sympathy within her. However, she was merely a practitioner at the refinement stage, lacking the specialized talismans of the authorities, and thus had no confidence in confronting malevolent spirits. Besides, she had encountered only one such entity, and whether she could locate it was another question entirely. As night deepened, many villagers began to nod off, their heads drooping. Tea times like these, young villagers would sound a gong to rouse those struggling to stay awake. As a practitioner of the refinement stage, Yu could easily endure several days without sleep as long as she was well fed. Watching the drowsy villagers, she felt a deep sense of regret for them. It had been nearly half a month since the nightmares began, and the villagers were nearing their breaking point. If the situation remained unresolved, it was doubtful that anyone would even be available to collect the deceased. "Old man, wake up! You can't sleep! Hurry, wake up!" A voice pierced through the crowd, filled with urgency. Yu turned to see a woman in her 40s tugging at an elderly man's collar, her face etched with worry. Yet, the old man lay with his eyes closed, showing no signs of awakening. Yu noticed the old man's furrowed brow, as if he were trapped in a nightmare of his own. The other villagers were startled awake, their eyes reflecting fear and despair. Suddenly, a gash appeared on the sleeping elder's forehead. Yu's heart raced at this sudden turn of events, as the wound seemed to have manifested from within, tearing through the skin. An ominous atmosphere began to envelop the area, and the villagers were gripped by panic, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Though a few villagers were practitioners, their skills were too rudimentary, having never witnessed such a scene and unsure of how to handle the situation. Just as Yu intended to approach, she felt a tightening in her chest and looked up towards the lake. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable sense of being watched from that direction. An aura both mysterious and eerie. A chill swept through the air, and even Yu, with her robust physique, felt a shiver. Suddenly, a scream erupted. Yu turned to the old man, who now bore terrible injuries to his chest and neck, blood gushing forth and startling the surrounding villagers. "Cursed! This is a curse!" a villager screamed, seemingly having lost his senses, his face a mask of horror. The others echoed his sentiments, though they had seen death before. Each occurrence filled them with dread anew. "What sins have we committed in Yushui village to deserve this?" Dong Daching, the village's pillar of strength, was overwhelmed with grief. He could not fathom why the villagers had to endure such torment. Yu refrained from offering comfort, knowing that as long as the underlying issue remained unresolved. Yu gazed upon the lake's surface and seized the opportunity to inquire. "The manifestations of specters are manifold. From what I gather, many of these entities are not simply conjured from thin air." During a casual conversation with Yikong, I learned that the emergence of these apparitions is often intertwined with grievance. Numerous spirits tend to tether themselves to particular objects. Coupled with the inexplicable sensation of being observed last night, Yu harbored a persistent suspicion that this vast lake held some significance. Indeed, there is precedent. It is said that the first person to perish from nightmares was one who glimpsed something forbidden at the lake's depths while swimming. Dong Yin paused momentarily, his expression a tapestry of complexity as he scrutinized the water, prompting Yu's heart to race. Truly, there was something amiss with the lake, and a wonder so many villagers had refrained from fishing, leaving only 6 brave souls to venture into its depths. "You need not fear," Dong Yin reassured him with a smile. "I fish here daily and have yet to encounter such phenomena." Observing Yu's unusual demeanor, Dong Yin elaborated, yet no matter how persistently Yu probed, Dong Yin refrained from broaching the subject of nightmares. By noon, perhaps due to the daylight, Yu had spent the entire morning aboard the vessel without detecting anything unusual, ultimately conceding to return to the shore, as for plunging into the water. He was not one to court death. Given his swimming prowess, encountering a specter would leave him with no opportunity to flee. Moreover, this expansive lake stretched over 10 kilometers. If a spirit truly lurked within its depths, Dong Yin was unwilling to divulge further, leaving Yu at a loss as to where to search. Upon his return to the village, Yu was met with the sight of over a dozen unfamiliar figures. Clad in black robes adorned with crimson edges, their waists belted with long knives, and a character for demon emblazoned on their cuffs, one might easily mistake them for cultists. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. He had heard Yikong mention that these were members of the Demon Slayer Hall. The Demon Slayer Hall is an official organization of the Yinxia Kingdom, dedicated to addressing the affairs of demons and malevolent spirits, primarily tasked with their apprehension. While it may have seemed that instances of demonization were rare in Heyang Town, this was merely due to the fact that most who succumbed to such fate were swiftly dealt with by other warriors or officials. In stark contrast to these small towns, urban warriors were more numerous and formidable. Thus, once demonized, they were not easily subdued, occasionally escaping pursuit. When demons proved too troublesome to handle, the authorities would dispatch the Demon Slayer Hall to ensure that ordinary citizens would not suffer undue harm. Chapter 36. Feeding the Charm Water. Spectres attack. This is the child I mentioned to you, Dong Dacheng said as he seized Yu's arm upon reaching the village entrance, addressing the members of the Demon Slayer Hall. He cannot leave just yet. We must await the completion of our investigation. From among the ranks of the Demon Slayers emerged a woman with a ponytail and striking features, who cast a glance at Yu and spoke. I am fortunate to have chanced upon the records of Fish Water Village. Otherwise, a grave disaster could have ensued. After all, the mere act of recounting a dream could lead to its spread. Should such a specter proliferate, the consequences would be dire, potentially endangering the safety of the entire Shattered Rock City. Unbeknownst to her, Dong Dacheng had more to say, but he was abruptly interrupted by the woman from the Demon Slayer Hall. We are merely following orders. You must understand the peril of this situation. Only once we have thoroughly resolved this matter can he leave. The woman from the Demon Slayer Hall spoke with an impassive demeanor. The other Demon Slayers exchanged furtive glances, their disagreement with her evident. Yet they understood the gravity of the situation. Better to err on the side of caution than to let anything slip through the cracks. Even they felt trepidation at the thought of leaving after hearing of the nightmares. Though the child elicits sympathy, he is not the only one deserving of pity. A single misstep could spell disaster. I am fine, village chief. After all, I have nowhere else to go. Staying for a while poses no issue, Yu replied with a smile, observing Dong Dacheng's furrowed brow. He was searching for an excuse to linger. And the man's words aligned perfectly with his intentions. Of course, he would only remain for one night. Should the situation remain unresolved, he would have no choice but to depart. One must know how to adapt. Gratitude is one thing, but accompanying the dead is out of the question. Perhaps he would return to address this matter when his strength had grown. After learning the situation from Dong Dacheng, the Demon Slayers circled the village once more, ultimately redirecting their focus to the Great Lake. The first villager's demise, after all, stemmed from a glimpse of something forbidden within its waters, and it was highly probable that something had been released from the lake. As night fell, the villagers gathered at the village entrance, now accompanied by over a dozen Demon Slayers. The Demon Slayers encircled the villagers, attentively surveying their surroundings. As time passed, a wave of drowsiness swept over the villagers. Many began to sway, their heads drooping in a state of somnolence. Bang! The gong was struck, rousing the villagers from their stupor. Dong Yin, wake up! Don't sleep! Suddenly, a cacophony erupted among the villagers, perhaps overwhelmed by fatigue or desensitized to the sound of the gong. 6 or 7 villagers failed to awaken, including the burly fisherman Yi had met earlier in the day. Quickly, terror etched itself onto the faces of the slumbering villagers, followed by the sudden appearance of wounds upon their bodies, indicating that they had indeed been ensnared by nightmares. A palpable sense of panic and unease spread through the crowd, anxiety and fear etched upon their faces. For in their understanding, those who succumbed to nightmares never awoke again. "Gather the unconscious," the demon slayers shouted, having discerned the unfolding situation. The villagers hastily assembled the 7 unconscious individuals together. "Let them drink this water," commanded the woman from the demon slayer hall, producing a yellow talisman. Igniting it and placing it into a bowl of water, instructing the other demon slayers. Why you could not help but raise an eyebrow at this scene, feeling as though he had encountered a charlatan. He had only ever witnessed such talismanic practices on television. Just when he thought the ritual might be ineffectual, the color of the unconscious villagers' faces began to visibly improve. My goodness, it actually works," Yu exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. The notion of feeding talismanic water seemed absurdly ludicrous to him. Surely there should be some formal incantation involved. Simultaneously, he was deeply intrigued by the nature of these talismans, which evidently possessed remarkable efficacy against spirits. After all, when the demonized Captain Mao Yanrue had encountered the specter in Heyang Town, it was through talismans that he had obliterated the entity. If he could master such techniques, hunting demons might become considerably more manageable. Suddenly, Yu glanced towards the direction of the lake. Simultaneously, the previously rejuvenated villagers' faces contorted once more in anguish. One villager appeared as though an invisible blade had rent open their chest, with even the beating heart visible through the gaping wound. "Don't chase me! Don't chase me!" Immediately, several of the slumbering villagers, their faces awash with terror, began to scream as though they were being pursued by some unseen horror in their dreams. The woman from the Demon Slayer Hall furrowed her brow, producing another talisman. Under the influence of her vital energy, the talisman ignited and transformed into a plume of azure smoke, which coalesced and surged towards the lake's edge. "You stay here. You few come with me to investigate," she commanded the other demon slayers, leading them swiftly towards the lakeshore. Watching the woman depart, Yuyu's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on the lake. For within his senses, something was circumventing the demon slayers, heading directly towards the villagers. While he could see nothing, the sensation was all too palpable. Another one has succumbed. At that moment, a commotion erupted among the villagers. Unlike before, where conversations had persisted, this time, a villager simply collapsed without warning. Pandemonium ensued as the villagers, faces stricken with terror, scattered in all directions, as if trying to escape a contagious affliction. "Everyone, do not run. Do not run," Dong Duching shouted anxiously from the sidelines. However, the villagers were now utterly paralyzed by fear, with individuals sporadically succumbing to an inexplicable slumber without warning, exacerbating the terror gripping their hearts. "Those who flee shall perish," a demon slayer bellowed at the panicked villagers. The demon slayers, once stationed at the periphery, brandished their long knives, crimson energy surging forth as they cleaved a massive stone in two. With cold eyes, the demon slayers surveyed their surroundings, and the villagers, feeling the weight of their gaze, fell silent, aware that any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Wei Yu stood among the crowd, his eyes rapidly scanning the villagers present. With each villager he locked eyes with, they would instantaneously succumb to an inexplicable slumber. Is it truly possible to sense them? Yu pondered, astonished. While he could not perceive the specters, he could distinctly feel something weaving through the crowd. Moreover, he discerned a troubling pattern. Those who fell into slumber were not languishing as before. A few individuals bore fatal wounds shortly after losing consciousness. From this, he could surmise that the unknown specter was rapidly growing stronger. In other words, the more villagers who perished, the mightier the specter would become. Chapter 37. The multi-faced ghost's brain. Yu takes action contemplating this. Yu's expression grew considerably grave. The ghostly entity was no longer pretending to be harmless. It was evidently relying on the fact that no one could see it, or it had already attained the strength to annihilate most of those present. What was even more precarious was that if everyone here were to perish, no one could fathom how much more formidable that ghostly being would become. At this moment, the demon slayer discovered something amiss and swiftly retrieved a piece of yellow talisman paper from his pocket. Channeling his blood chi, he ignited the talisman, and as the blue smoke ascended, a grotesque visage became discernible within it. It resembled a head approximately half a meter in diameter, its original form unrecognizable. With a pair of pitch-black eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation, the surface of the ghostly brain occasionally bulged, as though something were attempting to emerge. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the bulges were in fact human faces, displaying expressions of terror, as if they had endured agonizing torment in life, including the visage of Second Master, who had perished just the night before. Suddenly, the ghostly brain flickered and vanished, as the demon slayer scanned the surroundings. One of the villagers beside him unexpectedly revealed a sinister smile. The moment the demon slayer sensed something was amiss, the villager raised his right hand, emanating a thick, dark mist, and struck the demon slayer's head. Although the demon slayer reacted swiftly, retreating hastily, he was nonetheless scratched by the villager's claws, leaving 5 bloody marks across his face. Other demon slayers rushed over, drawing their blades to strike the villager without hesitation. The villager's smile twisted into one of fear, and just as the demon slayer believed the ghostly brain had escaped, the villager lunged once more, aiming for the injured demon slayer's face. In that critical moment, a blade of blood-red energy cleaved through the air, severing the villager in two. "Oh, not hold back!" The female demon slayer, who had previously departed, admonished her comrades. After all, the supernatural was capricious. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Though it was not entirely just for ordinary folk, sometimes they had to sacrifice a few to save the many. Upon witnessing the demon slayer eliminate the villager, the remaining villagers erupted into chaos. Regardless of how innocent these villagers were, they could not face death with equanimity. Indeed, most could not confront their mortality calmly. "Use the Qiyang talisman." The female demon slayer commanded sharply. One of the demon slayers produced the Qiyang talisman and affixed it to the remains of the bisected villager. However, the talisman showed no reaction, indicating that the ghostly entity had already fled. Observing the disarray, the female demon slayer furrowed her brow and kicked one villager to the ground. "Now heed my orders. Anyone who dares to move will face death," she threatened the panicking villagers. At this juncture, she could only resort to the most extreme measures to restore order. After all, there were over 500 villagers present. If they continued to scatter chaotically, not only would they fail to capture the hidden ghost, but they might also incur even greater casualties. "They care nothing for our lives, rather than be slaughtered by the ghost." "We should fight back," shouted a lone warrior among the villagers. Yet, before he could finish, a blood-red blade severed his head from his shoulders. The female demon slayer swiftly pushed through the villagers in her way and placed a Qiyang talisman on the fallen warrior's head. Contrary to her expectations, the talisman again exhibited no reaction. "Douc, they have no intention of allowing us to survive," another villager cried out. In an instant, the villagers descended into further chaos, scattering in panic. The demon slayers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to proceed. After all, these were over 500 lives. It was inconceivable to simply declare them expendable. Even their earlier threats had merely been a means to prevent greater loss of life. "I said, anyone who moves will die." The female demon slayer's expression hardened, as she raised her blade and felled another villager. Turning to her fellow demon slayers, she inwardly cursed. These rookies are utterly unreliable. More a hindrance than a help. If the demon hall were not short on personnel, I would never have to train these novices. Under her fierce gaze, the other demon slayers understood they could not merely stand by. They began to kick down several villagers. Seeing that the demon slayers were truly taking action, the villagers could only freeze in bewilderment. Just as they stood still, Yu, hidden among the crowd, suddenly narrowed his eyes. He sensed a presence rushing towards the orderly standing Dong Ducheng. While he could disregard the plight of others, the benevolent expression on Dong Ducheng's face compelled Yu to act. A blue arc of electricity surged from beneath Yu's feet, and he darted through the throng with remarkable speed. His right hand, enveloped in blue lightning, struck out before Dong Ducheng. A piercing scream echoed. Under the influence of the thunder force, a colossal head became partially visible amidst the electric glow, only to be sent flying by Yu's fist. It works, however. Sensing the ghostly brain's presence dissipating once more, Yu frowned. Despite having delivered a full-powered strike, it remained unfazed. Evidently, electricity did not possess the anticipated restraining effect against such supernatural entities. The others were momentarily taken aback by Yu's sudden intervention, particularly the demon slayers, who had not expected such a skilled individual to be present. Yu paid no heed to their thoughts. Having chosen to act, there was no need for concealment. Yet, the ghostly brain's aura was elusive, making it difficult for him to pinpoint its exact location. This was why he had refrained from attacking sooner. Furthermore, given the strength of his previous attack, the blood chi's capacity to inflict damage on the ghostly entity was indeed as limited as Yikong had suggested. Even with the enhancement of thunder force, he still could not be certain of vanquishing the ghost. "My name is Gao Xiaotsue. May I inquire about your identity?" The female demon slayer regarded Yu, intent on asking about his origins, but she noticed blue arcs of electricity once more crackling around him. In the blink of an eye, Yu, like a wild stallion, had arrived before another villager. His powerful punch not only sent the villager flying, but also struck the ghostly brain once more with his electrified hand. Yet Yu did not grant the ghostly brain a moment's respite. He swiftly pursued it while employing the Thunderbolt technique. With the enhancement of his abilities, the Thunder Beast summoned by the Thunderbolt technique had grown significantly stronger. Standing over a meter tall, it lunged at the ghostly brain, consuming it before exploding behind the villagers. Boom! Debris flew in all directions, leaving a sizable crater in the ground. However, upon gazing at the crater, Yu's expression revealed no trace of joy. Chapter 38. Ruthless Action. Eliminating the ghost at this moment, Yu sensed no presence of the ghostly entity within the pit, indicating that it had once again escaped. "You reawake!" a villager exclaimed as they noticed a previously unconscious individual regaining consciousness. "Stay away from them," Gao Xiaotsue commanded sharply. However, by the time she shouted, it was already too late. The previously unconscious individual wore a sinister smile. And then, under the ghost's control, launched an attack against the surrounding villagers. Under the ghostly entity's manipulation, ordinary individuals stood no chance. In mere moments, dozens lay dead or injured. Fortunately, the demon slayers intervened just in time, preventing a larger catastrophe. Yet, the demon slayers were hesitant, their actions restrained, even beginning to exhibit signs of being overwhelmed. "Have you all forgotten the 11th regulation of the Demon Hall?" Gao Xiaotsue shouted, slashing down a controlled villager. She turned to the demon slayers and admonished them. The 11th regulation stated that in the face of uncontrollable factors, personal safety must be prioritized to avoid exacerbating casualties. This rule explicitly indicated that any individual under external influence should be neutralized first. After all, the demon slayers were tasked with dealing with unpredictable entities. Excessive hesitation would only result in greater losses. Swift and decisive action was the hallmark of a true demon slayer, in comparison to the lives of ordinary people. Those of the demon slayers were undoubtedly more valuable, as one could not expect an ordinary individual to confront a ghostly being. Upon hearing Gao Xiaozui's words, the demon slayers exchanged determined glances, their resolve solidifying, and they resumed their battle without holding back. In contrast to the demon slayers, Yu acted without such reservations to owe him. Only those who had aided him warranted his assistance, and this was contingent upon not endangering his own life. Should circumstances become untenable, retreat was the best course of action. Confronted by the encircling villagers, Yu struck with ruthless precision, each blow nearly claiming a life. Yet, even if he wished to show restraint, it was futile. The villagers, now mere puppets under the control of malevolent spirits, relentlessly assaulted him as long as their bodies remained intact. Yu had no time to dawdle with these controlled villagers, and in a matter of moments, the surroundings were littered with severed limbs and dismembered bodies. The villagers gazed at Yu in terror, unable to fathom how an ordinary youth could transform into such a figure of horror. As Yu continued his grim work, he sought traces of the malevolent spirits. Soon, an unusual sensation enveloped his mind. Abruptly, Yu turned, activating Heavenly Thunder Escape, and charged towards another villager. Faced with Yu's superhuman speed, the villagers, though filled with fear, attempted to flee, but in an instant, Yu was upon them. "Got you," he exclaimed, gripping one villager's neck, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Under the influence of thunderous might, the ethereal visage of a ghostly brain materialized above the villager's head. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu intensified the output of his blood energy, and the ghostly brain quickly contorted in agony. Yu glanced at Gao Xiaozui, who wasted no time and tossed a red sun talisman to him. However, just as Yu grasped the talisman, the ghostly brain behind the villager vanished from sight. Observing this, Yu furrowed his brow, silently lamenting the tenacity of the malevolent spirit. It had been far easier for Mao Yinrui to deal with such entities. Moreover, at that time, Mao Yinrui's strength had not matched Yu's current prowess. Although that spirit had claimed a few lives, it had ultimately been subdued with relative ease. In contrast, this ghostly brain not only possessed the ability to inhabit bodies, but also to control the villagers. Exhibiting exceptional stealth, "I'll locate the spirit. You handle the extermination." Gao Xiaozui seemed to perceive Yu's predicament and spoke up. She then retrieved several talismans, casting them into the air, igniting them with her blood energy. The talismans formed a crimson formation overhead, enveloping all the villagers. Under the formation's influence, a gray mist appeared on the villagers' faces, as if they had received a death sentence. However, the depth of the gray varied. The villagers most deeply affected had nearly become puppets of the malevolent spirit. Yu scanned his surroundings, and with his unique perception, soon identified a villager entirely shrouded in black mist. The ghostly brain seemed aware of its discovery and detached itself from the villager's body. However, thanks to the presence of the crimson formation, its movements were still vaguely traceable. Having located the spirit, blue arcs of electricity surged from Yu's body as he transformed into a streak of light and charged forward. With his right hand clawed into a talon, he directly targeted the ghostly brain's eye. The brain writhed in pain, its face shifting as the malevolent visage upon it glared menacingly at Yu. "Look here," Yu bellowed, slapping the red sun talisman onto the ghostly brain's forehead. Although it was his first time utilizing a talisman, he had at least seen the process before. Blood energy surged into the talisman. It erupted in blinding brilliance. The ghostly brain emitted a piercing shriek, the faces upon it dissolving into nothingness. Yet, astonishingly, the spirit did not perish from this strike. Yu, undeterred, unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the brain with his hands. Now mere blue afterimages. His right hand transformed the electric arc into a thunderous beast, delivering a powerful punch to the ghostly brain's forehead. With a resounding thud, the ghostly brain shattered into fragments and dissipated. Before Yi Yu's eyes, a translucent thread appeared, swiftly burrowing into his body. Simultaneously, the crimson formation dissipated, and the formerly controlled villagers collapsed to the ground. Yi Yu surveyed the area, waiting for a moment, but the peculiar sensation did not re-emerge. Silently invoking the probability panel, he observed the emergence of 7 adjustment points, and a sigh of relief escaped his lips. If all went as expected, the ghostly brain had been vanquished. Thank you for your assistance. Gao Xiaotsue approached, intending to express her gratitude. Yi Yu merely glanced at her, nodded at Dong Daqing, and with arcs of blue electricity flashing, dashed into the adjacent woods. Watching Yi Yu's departing figure, Gao Xiaotsue stomped her foot in frustration. As a member of the demon-slaying hall, she had never before endured such blatant disregard. Yet, she was equally intrigued. Despite his youth, his extraordinary talent was evident. To comprehend thunderous might to such an extent was no feat for an ordinary individual. Yet she had heard no rumors of such a figure in the vicinity. Could he be a scion of a hidden clan? Or perhaps a disciple of a sect? Captain, what shall we do next? At that moment, a fellow demon slayer interrupted Gao Xiaotsue's musings. Do I really need to say? Quickly employ the ghost detection spell to ascertain whether the spirit remains. Gao Xiaotsue glared at the group of demon slayers. Her tone sharp. Had it not been for the unexpected aid of a powerful ally, their mission would have surely ended in disastrous casualties, let alone the challenge of defeating the spirit. Even so, the fate of those villagers was sealed. The toll had reached nearly 100 lives lost. Chapter 39. Blood Transformation, Surge of Vitality. On the evening of the following day, a weary youth appeared at the gates of Broken Rock City. Having just departed from Fishwater Village, I should have brought some buns for the journey, he muttered under his breath, gazing up at the towering city walls. After leaving Fishwater Village, he had sprinted eastward without pause. Arriving at Broken Rock City after nearly a full day of relentless travel, and now, he was utterly famished. Yu instinctively patted his satchel, feeling a surge of confidence. It contained the spoils he had previously acquired. Losing it would leave him begging for sustenance. Upon entering Broken Rock City, he found himself surrounded by ancient stone buildings. The city was renowned for its rich mineral deposits, hence its name, and was primarily inhabited by blacksmiths, most of the mine materials being forged into various armaments. With no time for sightseeing, Yu sought out an inn. Though he appeared youthful and disheveled, causing the innkeeper to initially dismiss him. It mattered little, money spoke louder than appearances. As he placed a 5-tael silver ingot on the counter, the innkeeper nearly fell over himself in eagerness to serve. Though 5 taels might seem modest, it was sufficient for an ordinary family to dine for over 3 months. After ordering a lavish spread, Yu feasted heartily before securing a room and instructing the waiter to purchase some clothing for him. After enjoying a refreshing bath, Yu reclined on the bed to contemplate his adjustment points. Having finally acquired 7 points, he was uncertain when he would have the opportunity to gain more, making their allocation of utmost importance. First and foremost, he needed to test his cultivation techniques. Previously, regardless of his efforts, the techniques had retained a 0.1 probability of demonization. Although he had narrowly escaped this fate last time, he could not rely on luck forever. With this in mind, Yu accessed his panel. To his dismay, the attempt resulted in a direct loss of 5 adjustment points. Without yielding the desired effect, the risk of demonization persisted, leaving him perplexed. Iron Body Technique. 5th level, 0.01 probability of demonization, 20 completion of cultivation, 28.4 perfect cultivation, 50.5 overclocked cultivation, 1 comprehension of iron control, with the added iron body skill, can use 0.09 of adjustment points. while it appeared that the risk of demonization had decreased tenfold. The lingering threat remained a source of concern. Moreover, he had lost 5 points in an instant. If allocated to iron control, he would likely enhance its strength in no time. Well, it's better than not being able to reduce it at all. Yu sighed. The past experience of demonization was still vivid in his mind, and he had no desire to endure it again. A tenfold reduction was already commendable. If he were to demonize again, it would simply be a stroke of ill fate. After some contemplation, Yu reduced the success probability of his cultivation technique by 2 points, transferring those points to iron control. Consequently, the comprehension probability of iron control rose to 3.09. With diligent practice, even a 3.09 chance would suffice. Now that he had arrived in Broken Rock City, Yu was determined to enhance his strength. He still possessed approximately 5,000 taels of silver, which should be sufficient for advancing to the third realm of body refinement, the blood transformation stage. In the ensuing month and a half, Yu remained secluded, living in the INN.AT that moment. He stood in the center of his room, performing peculiar movements, surrounded by a red mist. As he felt the blood within him surge and boil, a pained expression crossed his face. Upon completing the movements for the 7th level of the iron body technique, the red mist erupted violently, shattering the furniture around him. Yu retracted the mist back into his body, and at that moment, his strength had transcended to the third realm of body refinement, blood transformation. Only Yu's expression was dark and gloomy, with occasional flashes of pain evident in his eyes. He did not feel joy from his increase in strength. On the contrary, although he had reached the blood transformation realm, his body was now plagued by issues. Unbeknownst to him, his body was subtly aching, and the blood energy within him surged violently, as if it were about to rupture his very being. What could be the cause? Logically, self-cultivation should not go awry. Could it be a flaw in the technique? Yu's gaze flickered, and he found himself at a loss regarding his current predicament. Ultimately, it was his limited understanding of cultivation that hindered him. Even Yikong, who had instructed him, was merely at the refining pulse realm. Despite having attained his current level, other than Yikang's initial guidance, he had not systematically delved into the intricacies of cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Yu forcefully suppressed the tumultuous blood energy within him. Name: Yu. Strength: Early blood transformation realm. Cultivation technique: Mashan body technique, 3rd layer. Iron body technique, 7th layer. Martial skills: Thunderous hand, extraordinary. Heavenly thunder escape, initial understanding, intent. Thunder force, 51. Mountain force, 3. Iron control force, 37. Anomaly: Seed of demon. Regulation, 0. Now, he not only needed to address the violent blood energy, but also to find a suitable cultivation technique. The iron body technique had already reached the 7th layer, which could only elevate him to the pinnacle of the blood transformation realm. To advance further, he would need to seek out other techniques. Moreover, despite his rapid progress, his expenditures were equally exorbitant. In just a month and a half, he had spent over 3,000 taels of silver. Presently, his cultivation relied heavily on medicinal pills, and should the supply of pills cease, it might take him a year and a half to ascend even a single tier. Alas, what a string of unfortunate events had converged upon him. Yu scratched his head, feeling a tinge of annoyance. However, the foremost issue to resolve remained the violent blood energy, for without it being addressed, even his cultivation would be jeopardized. Gazing out at the night sky, Yu decided to step outside to alleviate his mood. Having resided in Suayan City for a month and a half, he had yet to truly explore the city. This was the perfect opportunity for a leisurely stroll. Observing the dilapidated room, he picked up his tattered bag and departed from the guest room. After paying a few taels of silver at the counter to settle his lodging fees, Yu left the inn where he had stayed for the past half-month. Standing in front of the inn, he felt somewhat disoriented, engulfed by a sense of loneliness as if he were a wanderer in a foreign land. Why dwell on such thoughts? Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Looking up at the moon, Yu began walking towards the distance. As he strolled along the streets, he observed the throngs of passers-by and the bustling thoroughfare. Having been in this world for over half a year, he had rarely ventured out, only purchasing medicinal pills. This was his first opportunity to quietly observe a city. Although it lacked the grandeur of his previous life, it possessed a unique charm. Chapter 40. The Blacksmith Shop. Internal and external techniques. Suayin City was renowned for its mineral resources, and one could find a blacksmith shop every few paces along the streets. After some contemplation, Yu entered one of the blacksmith shops. Given his current level in the iron body technique, coupled with the extraordinary physical prowess attained through accelerated training, he did not require the protection of armor. His intention in visiting the blacksmith was to procure a long blade. For his combat style was rather brutish, often resorting to tearing enemies apart with his bare hands, and he believed a weapon would lend a touch of elegance to his approach. Moreover, his dream was to traverse the world with a sword in hand. Relying solely on brute force felt amiss. What type of weapon would you like to purchase, esteemed guest? Upon entering the blacksmith shop, a young attendant greeted him warmly. In today's fiercely competitive market, poor service could make business exceedingly difficult. Do you have any swords suitable for a practitioner at the third layer of body refinement? Yu inquired directly, eyeing the weapons displayed on the wall. Certainly. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up at Yu's question. Although Yu appeared unassuming, most martial artists dressed similarly, and the shopkeeper did not presume Yu to be the wielder of the weapon. After all, Yu was quite young, and it was uncertain whether he had even reached the second layer of body refinement. Moreover, weapons were not necessarily better just because they were of higher quality. Typically, higher-grade weapons were heavier, necessitating a solid foundation of strength. Judging by Yu's demeanor, it seemed he was more likely to be purchasing a weapon as a gift. This cold iron sword weighs 1,500 pounds, forged from the finest black mysterious iron. An essential weapon for any adventurer. The shopkeeper continued, and this giant rock battle blade. It was wielded by the city lord of Suayin City in his youth. It is the unparalleled choice for charging into battle. Is the guest unsatisfied? Not to worry. We have more options. The shopkeeper launched into an enthusiastic description of various weapons, ranging from commonly used light swords to incredibly heavy battle blades. Nearly every conventional weapon available in the shop. Given the diverse techniques practiced by martial artists, the variety of weapons was naturally vast. To boost sales, the blacksmith shop crafted a selection of less mainstream weapons as well. Just in case. Too light and not impressive enough. Do you have anything else? Yu weighed the cold iron sword in his hand and shook his head slightly. Now that he had advanced to the blood transformation realm, his strength had reached an astounding 7,500 pounds. For someone of his caliber, these weapons, the heaviest of which weighed only 1,500 pounds, seemed somewhat lacking. Furthermore, the weapon's aesthetic appeal outweighed its practical utility in his eyes. He wished to avoid frequently switching weapons and preferred to select one that would suit him for the long term. The shopkeeper was taken aback by Yu's strength but wore a conflicted expression. For a typical practitioner at the third layer of body refinement, weapons generally weighed around 1,500 pounds. However, Yu not only sought something heavier but also more aesthetically pleasing, which posed a challenge. If there isn't anything suitable, that's fine. Observing the shopkeeper's demeanor, Yu refrained from pressing further and turned to leave. After all, he had no immediate plans to leave Suayin City. He could always revisit the matter of weapons later. Take care, esteemed guest. Although the sale did not materialize, the shopkeeper responded politely. Ultimately, he was more wary of the extraordinary strength Yu had just demonstrated. It was uncommon for someone around 15 years of age to possess such power. Even if he were slow to catch on, he understood that Yu must have an extraordinary background. It was better not to offend someone of such caliber, even if the business deal fell through. After exiting the blacksmith shop, Yu felt a tinge of disappointment. Though he had intended to purchase a weapon, there had been a hint of personal ambition mixed in. Having perused numerous novels in his previous life, he had seen many protagonists acquire legendary equipment from blacksmith shops, so he had hoped to try his luck as well. However, perhaps due to his lack of discernment, he failed to recognize any exceptional qualities in the weapons and did not find one that caught his eye. Since that was the case, he decided not to force the issue and would simply revisit it in due time. Continuing his leisurely stroll along the street, Yu soon spotted a bookstore, or rather, a shop selling cultivation techniques, martial skills, and various other texts. Remembering his concerns about the violent blood energy, he promptly entered the establishment named Fengyu Bookstore. The bookstore was not crowded. Seated at the counter was an elderly man of about 60 with a white beard. Observing the old man's keen gaze, Yu could not ascertain the full extent of his strength, but he was certain that the man had reached at least the third layer of body refinement. As Yu scrutinized him, the elderly man also took note of Yu. Their eyes met, and both sensed that the other was not to be underestimated. Particularly, the bookstore's elder displayed a flicker of astonishment. Pondering Yu's origins, I am Lu Zimo. Young friend, your prowess is indeed remarkable. May I inquire what you seek to purchase? The elder inquired with a smile as he regarded Yu, who had entered the room. I wish to acquire books concerning the third layer of body refinement and, if possible, seek out suitable cultivation techniques, Yu replied straightforwardly, not overthinking the matter. Given his current strength, he saw no need for excessive caution. Even if the elder were a master at the blood vessel realm, Yu felt confident that he could escape if necessary. Furthermore, the elder was running a business. It would be illogical for him to resort to violence against a customer unless he were unhinged. Regarding books on the third layer of body refinement, I have 7 available. As for cultivation techniques, are you interested in internal or external methods? Lu Zimo retrieved 7 books from the shelf and then continued to inquire. Internal? External? Yi was momentarily taken aback. You are not aware? This time, it was Lu Zimo who found himself at a loss. He could sense that Yu's strength was likely on par with his own. Yet such a formidable individual was oblivious to the distinction between internal and external techniques. Moreover, if Yu had not practiced internal techniques, how had he managed to break through to the third layer of body refinement? Not to worry. I can explain it to you, Lu Zimo offered. Lu Zimo quelled the curiosity bubbling within him and began to elucidate the concept of external martial arts to Yu. The so-called external martial arts pertain to physical cultivation techniques, which yield rapid results. With diligent effort, practitioners typically experience significant gains, swiftly cultivating their combat prowess. However, the practice of external martial arts can impose considerable strain on the body, making it increasingly difficult to enhance one's strength as one progresses. Upon attempting to break through to the third realm of physical cultivation, one may suffer from violent turbulence of qi and blood, placing a substantial burden on the body and potentially leading to catastrophic consequences, even resulting in death. At this juncture, the assistance of internal martial arts becomes imperative. Internal martial arts possess formidable power and place minimal demands on one's physical constitution. However, the cultivation of internal martial arts requires innate talent. Without it, one may not even achieve entry-level proficiency. Moreover, the myriad benefits of internal martial arts include the ability to regulate and nourish the body, which is crucial for breaking through to the third realm of physical cultivation. Furthermore, without the practice of internal martial arts, an ordinary practitioner of the physical realm may not live to see the age of 80. Chapter 41. Acquiring Techniques, Sealing the deal. Yu suddenly realized, inwardly cursing his own ignorance. After spending such a lengthy period in this world, he had mistakenly believed that only external martial arts existed. It was no wonder the turbulence of qi and blood was so severe. The body had reached its limits, necessitating the cultivation of internal martial arts to restore balance. Otherwise, by merely practicing external techniques, he would risk the dire fate of self-detonation. Alternatively, it could be that due to some special circumstances, he had managed to safely break through to the third realm of physical cultivation. Contemplating this, Yu felt a shiver of dread. Indeed, knowledge is the foremost productive force. Even having an advantage can sometimes prove insufficient. If he were to forcibly continue practicing the iron body technique, it would not be long before he met with a tragic end. With a hint of resignation, Yu reflected on how, at the time, Yi Kong was merely a practitioner of the physical realm, and thus had little to impart to him. It was also possible that his rapid advancement in strength had led Yi Kong to overlook the need to educate him in this regard. Fortunately, it was not too late to learn. At least he had not yet suffered a catastrophic failure, and it was still timely to cultivate internal martial arts. Do you have any formidable internal martial arts techniques available? Yu inquired directly, cutting to the chase as he looked at Lu Zimo. Internal techniques are scarce, and those that are scattered about are of low grade. To learn powerful internal martial arts, one must typically join a sect or another faction, Lu Zimo replied, casting a deep glance at Yu before producing 3 tomes of martial arts techniques, placing them on the counter. Yu picked up the 3 tomes and examined them one by one. However, these techniques only included descriptions, as the methods of cultivation were sealed within a red wax, and any attempt to forcibly open them would result in the destruction of the texts. Moreover, all 3 internal techniques were of the mundane rank, causing Yu to feel somewhat disdainful. Is there truly nothing else? Yu set down the 3 tomes and continued to inquire, primarily because he did not wish to join a faction. Or rather, he had no intention of doing so at this stage. He preferred a life of freedom and carefree existence over aligning himself with any major powers. Even if he were to engage in certain endeavors, it would be out of his own volition, rather than being coerced by others. That was what he truly desired. There are indeed other options, provided you are willing to assist me with a small task, Lu Zimo suddenly said with a smile. Let us refrain from matters of murder, arson, or robbery. Yu gently shook his head, unwilling to rashly agree to anything merely for a tome of martial arts. After all, he was still young, and could simply seek a standard internal technique to practice for now, switching to a better one later on. Indeed, I do require your assistance in eliminating a certain group of bandits residing in Changmen Mountain. In my youth, I fell victim to their treachery, which has since impeded my progress to the transformative veins stage. Thus, I wish for you to help me eradicate that band of brigands, Lu Zimo sighed, revealing a hint of helplessness. Surely, the situation cannot be that simple. Yu fixed his gaze on Lu Zimo, his expression calm as he spoke. The adversaries were not weaker than him, being at least experts of the transformative veins stage. He had also heard of the bandits of Changmen Mountain, aware that they were exceedingly cunning, with their leader being a formidable practitioner of the transformative veins stage. Due to informants within the city of Broken Rock, those bandits consistently managed to evade justice. Thus, I wish for you to assist me in exterminating that group of bandits once you have achieved a certain level of cultivation. As he spoke, a glimmer of hatred flashed in Lu Zimo's eyes. During his period of injury, he had organized several attempts to eradicate them, yet each time, the bandits had eluded capture. He had once naively believed that the bandits were simply too cunning, until one day he received an anonymous letter. The note contained little information, but it threatened him against continuing his actions, lest they bring calamity upon his family. For him, having his future destroyed was not something he could simply overlook. After extensive inquiries, he discovered that those bandits had escaped justice on more than one occasion, evidently receiving warnings from high-ranking officials in Broken Rock. To that end, he devised a compromise, trading with those who came to purchase martial arts techniques. And Yu was not the first to engage in such a transaction. However, those previous individuals had all vanished without a trace, likely having met with foul play. Yet Yu was different. Possessing such strength at a young age, he might indeed surpass the third realm of physical cultivation in the future. Moreover, given Lu Zimo's advancing years, this represented his final opportunity for a transaction. If it did not succeed, it would simply be fate. Let us discuss the compensation you propose, to ascertain if it is worth the deal you are offering. Why you hesitated before replying, though he felt a stirring of interest. For him, the idea of killing ordinary people felt somewhat distasteful, but eliminating evildoers did not pose the same moral dilemma. Nevertheless, he could discern that this matter was likely more complicated than it appeared. Often, collusion between officials and bandits is the most vexing predicament. I possess a mid-grade profound-level technique called the 9 Guardian Arts, which can sufficiently elevate your cultivation to the transformative vein stage. Lu Zimo's eyes narrowed as he directly presented his price. Unlike external techniques, internal techniques were exceedingly rare, and even the nearby sects likely possessed few such texts. Originally, this technique was not intended for trade. As it was his family's martial art, however, due to his desire for vengeance stemming from the tragic and sudden death of his only son over a decade ago, allegedly due to malevolent forces, he had long been aware that something was amiss but felt powerless to act. Thus, he resolved to take one final gamble, avoiding the burial of this technique with him. Agreed, but you may have to wait for some time, Yu nodded, slightly astonished. Indeed, cities were incomparable to small towns. Mere outings could lead to encounters with profound techniques. Based on his understanding of the probability panel, super-frequency cultivation indicated an elevation of an existing technique by one tier, if he were to obtain the 9 Guardian Arts. Even if the cultivation effects did not reach the Earth level, they would certainly surpass the upper tier of the profound level, given a bit of time. Along with his own enhancements, dealing with a bandit lair overseen by a mere transformative veins practitioner would be a trivial task. I am not in a hurry. As long as you can accomplish this within 5 years, Lu Zimo did not pressure Yu to resolve the matter quickly, for this was his last hope. Considering Yu's innate talent, 5 years should suffice to eliminate that band of bandits. Then it is settled. I shall not leave until that band of brigands has been dealt with. Yu vowed earnestly. After all, he had the advantage of cultivation, and a span of 5 years could potentially allow him to flatten Broken Rock City. After finalizing the transaction, Yu purchased several additional books on cultivation before departing the bookstore. Naturally, the practice of internal martial arts would also require medicinal elixirs. Subsequently, he visited a pharmacy to procure the necessary pills for cultivating internal martial arts, finally finding a nearby inn to take up residence. Chapter 42, Cultivating Internal Martial Arts. She returned stage lying on his bed. Yu utilized the flickering light of the oil lamp to peruse the books he had acquired from the bookstore. The cultivation of internal martial arts diverged from that of external techniques. Internal martial arts primarily focus on cultivating inner strength, a force akin to vital energy. There is no definitive superiority between the two. External techniques emphasize physical prowess, whereas internal arts concentrate on the refinement of inner strength. The stages of inner energy cultivation are categorized as qi tempering, qi condensation, qi gathering, qi breaking, qi returning, qi transforming, intent qi, spirit elevation, and energy transformation, corresponding to the 9 tiers of the third realm of physical cultivation. Tio break, through to the third realm of physical cultivation, one must at least reach the early stage of the second realm of internal martial arts, specifically the qi breaking stage. Naturally, it is preferable to cultivate both to the same realm. Otherwise, if the external technique is overly dominant, it may lead to disharmony between inner strength and vital energy, resulting in conflict. Conversely, if the internal technique is stronger, it will be more beneficial for the cultivation of external techniques, as inner strength has the effect of nourishing and repairing the body, thereby reducing the reliance on physical cultivation elixirs. At least, this holds true for ordinary individuals, as others cannot utilize medicinal elixirs as freely as Yu. Should one accumulate too many toxins from the elixirs within their body, it could obstruct their meridians and result in an accumulation of impurities from the pills. This not only hinders one's advancement in strength, but may even lead to a regression in cultivation. Having absorbed all the necessary knowledge, it was time to commence the cultivation of the 9 guardian arts. Yi Yu set aside the tome on cultivation and retrieved the technique known as Jiu Gong, bestowed upon him by Lu Zimo, as a profound level skill. When cultivated to its utmost, it could manifest the state of a flawless body, allowing one's essence to remain eternally anchored within, thus preventing fluctuations in one's energy due to external environmental influences. He then took out a pill purchased from the apothecary. A pristine white pill resembling jade, named Chui Yuan Dan. In comparison to the body-refining pill required for external cultivation. This internal cultivation elixir was 20 times more expensive, reaching a staggering price of 1 tael per pill. The sheer cost nearly plunged Yu into despair, exacerbating the financial strains on his already modest household. I hope this is enough for me to reach the breaking chi realm, he thought. Gazing at the Chui Yuan Dan in his hand, his face etched with resignation. Regardless, he knew he must first address the issue of blood energy turbulence. Otherwise, he would be unable to unleash his full strength in a confrontation. He promptly swallowed the pill and commenced his internal cultivation. A month later, Yu sat cross-legged upon his bed, as the energy within him cleared the last 2 acupoints, allowing the energy to circulate seamlessly throughout his body. Once Jiu Gong had completed a full cycle, returning the internal energy to his dantian, he gradually opened his eyes. A slight gasp escaped his lips, releasing a wisp of white mist. It seems my aptitude for internal cultivation is rather commendable. He exhaled, a smile gracing his face. Compared to external cultivation, the advancement in internal practices was astonishingly swift, encountering little in the way of bottlenecks, allowing him to attain the 2nd stage of internal energy. Qi return, surpassing his expectations of the breaking Qi realm. Of course, the consumption of pills was significant, totaling 1,600 taels. However, he experienced some unusual phenomena during his internal cultivation. Ordinarily, blood energy and internal strength are distinct energies. Blood energy is stored within the physical body and can be unleashed with activation, while internal strength resides in the dantian, forming a vapor-like energy. Yet, at this moment, his body and dantian converged into a semi-transparent red energy. The 2 forces could interchange and automatically established a circular flow within him, significantly accelerating the recovery rate of both the physical body and the red energy. Yu sought counsel from Lu Zimo, but the latter had never encountered such a situation. Nevertheless, despite not receiving the desired answers, he found no adverse effects thus far and even reaped considerable benefits, including an expanded reservoir of internal energy, a remarkable enhancement in endurance, and a notable increase in the potency of his force. The efficacy of using force with internal energy had always surpassed that of blood energy, and now it had undergone a qualitative transformation. Name: Yi Yu, a strength, early stage of blood transformation, early stage of Qi return, techniques. Mashan body art, 3rd layer. Iron body technique, 7th layer. Jiu Gong, 5th layer, martial skills. Thunderous hand, extraordinary. Heavenly thunder escape, initial insight, intent. Thunder force, 51. Mountain force, 3. Iron control force, 38. Energy accumulation force, 3. Anomaly. Seed of the demon, regulation, 0. Jiu Gong 5th layer, 0. 1 chance of transforming into a demon, 21 completion of cultivation, 27.4 perfect cultivation, 50.5 hypercultivation, 1 comprehension of energy accumulation force, with additional benefits of solidifying and nurturing the essence. After cultivating Jiu Gong, he also unlocked the energy accumulation force and the solidifying and nurturing effects. The latter is straightforward. It stabilizes the internal energy, preventing external influences from causing significant fluctuations. Under most circumstances, internal strength would not exhibit excessive volatility, allowing it to perform as intended. In contrast, the energy accumulation force was significantly more powerful. When employing blood energy and internal strength, one could accumulate energy to enhance damage or defense. With the energy accumulation force, this accumulation process was bypassed, allowing for immediate enhancement of the effect. Unfortunately, due to his limited understanding of the energy accumulation force, the amplification was not particularly pronounced. Nonetheless, Yu appreciated this all-encompassing enhancement capability, regardless of his comprehension level. Furthermore, upon reaching the fifth layer of internal cultivation, his strength surged by 500 gene, attaining a total of 8,000 gene, which was a commendable improvement for him. Time to make some money. He sighed, rising from his bed with a sense of futility. While cultivation was momentarily exhilarating, the cost of the pills was exorbitant. Thus, his primary objective was not further cultivation but rather devising a means to generate income. However, Shattered Rock City was not Hyang Town, and given his current unwillingness to depart, he could not resort to thievery. Moreover, with numerous skilled fighters in Shattered Rock City, he lacked the strength to confront them all, necessitating a low-profile approach. After a modest meal, Yu meandered towards the city square. The square was bustling with activity, predominantly populated by martial artists. Numerous governmental institutions were established here, with the local magistrate's office situated in this very locale. Yu's purpose for visiting was to seek opportunities for earning money. The pathways for ordinary martial artists to make a living were clear-cut, such as serving as bodyguards, escorting goods, or joining factions. Depending on their strength, the rewards would naturally vary. However, these tasks typically required considerable time, and aligning himself with a faction would offer him no advantages, as it could complicate matters in the future. Fortunately, there were many tasks available to martial artists that demanded less time. Chapter 43. The Demon Capture Bureau. Encountering provocation in addition to their regular adjudication duties, the local magistrate's office would occasionally issue more challenging tasks. After all, some individuals were exceedingly malicious and cunning, and the authorities preferred not to expend excessive manpower on their capture. Many powerful martial artists existed among the populace as well. This approach not only reduced the manpower burden on the authorities, but also indirectly restrained the powerful martial artists from causing disturbances, providing them with tasks to occupy their time. In summary, if a task succeeded, the government only needed to pay a modest reward. However, if a participant perished during the task, they could only blame their lack of skill. Moreover, as long as the task was not led by government officials, there would be no compensation for casualties, making it a win-win situation. Yu's objective for this visit was clear: to accept tasks and earn money. With his current strength, even a martial artist at the Meridian transformation stage would find it challenging to kill him. Dealing with martial artists of lower levels was even less daunting, as the enhancement from Thunder Force could easily overpower most combatants. The Demon Capture Bureau, an organization under the local government, primarily focuses on gathering clues about criminals and providing tasks for civilian martial artists, among other routine functions. Adjacent to the Demon Capture Bureau was the Demon Slaying Hall, both official entities operating in a joint enforcement capacity. Typically, tasks were issued by the local government, while the City Lord's office served as the highest authority in Shattered Rock City, primarily overseeing the overall situation and maintaining public order. After all, a city is vast, and if all matters were to be decided by the City Lord, they would have no time for anything else, as merely reviewing various petitions could consume their entire day. Upon entering the Demon Capture Bureau, Yu found the main hall to be approximately 500 square feet, adorned in a simple and pragmatic manner, constructed of black stone from the front desk to the walls. Given that martial artists could be quite reckless, the luxurious decor was eschewed in favor of a more utilitarian design. The atmosphere inside was lively, resembling that of a bustling tavern, as numerous martial artists congregated. Engrossed in conversation, Most of them possess strength at the second stage of body refinement. The reason for the higher average strength in this venue is that these individuals were often sought after by the authorities due to their notoriety as dangerous fugitives. Consequently, lower-tier martial artists would find little use here, merely increasing the risk of casualties. Kid, this isn't a place for someone like you. You should hurry back to your mother for some milk, a gruff voice called from Yu's left, provoking a chorus of laughter from the surrounding martial artists. Turning to his left, he beheld a burly man at a stone table, a mocking grin plastered across his face as he regarded Yu. What are you staring at? With those twig-like arms and legs, you might snap if you bump into someone. Best get lost. Upon beholding the youthful visage of Yu, the burly man could not help but mock him unabashedly. The surrounding martial artists appeared to revel in the spectacle, yet when they cast glances towards the giant, a flicker of apprehension crossed their eyes. This man was a warrior of the refining marrow realm, on the cusp of breaking through to the third stage of body refinement. Many chose to adhere to the adage that it is better to avoid trouble than to invite it. Thus, they remained indifferent to the taunts, recognizing that meddling could lead to unwanted enmity. After all, this was the Demon Suppression Institute, and the brute would not dare to lay hands on a mere child within its confines. With an icy demeanor, Yi retrieved a copper coin from his pocket. With a deft flick of his finger, the coin hurtled towards the giant at an astonishing speed. The burly man, undeterred, extended his hand to seize the coin. However, upon contact, his expression shifted dramatically. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the coin pierced through his arm, embedding itself into the stone wall behind him. Staring at his bleeding limb, the man was momentarily engulfed in disbelief, questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream. Yet, the searing pain jolted him back to reality, and as he gazed at the young boy, the derision in his eyes evaporated, replaced by a palpable fear. This boy was undoubtedly a warrior of the third stage. A shudder ran through the giant's heart at this realization. Tio possessed such strength at such a tender age either implied formidable backing or extraordinary innate talent. Either scenario was far beyond his capacity to offend. The spectators were equally bewildered by Yu's display of power, unable to fathom that a seemingly 15 or 16-year-old youth could wield such prowess. Could it be that he merely appeared youthful while being older in truth? Regardless, the strength he exhibited warranted their utmost caution, especially among those who had previously mocked him, all of whom instinctively recoiled a few steps, acutely aware that attracting the ire of such a person would lead to dire consequences. "My lord, please forgive my earlier insolence. This is my humble compensation," the giant stammered, disregarding his injury as he hastily produced a small pouch of coins, trembling as he spoke. "As for a confrontation, let us not jest. Although disturbances are frowned upon here, one can never be sure of another's intentions. Furthermore, those who come to the Demon Suppression Institute are often lone wolves without allies, rendering them unable to seek assistance." Casting a disdainful glance at the meager pouch, Yu scoffed inwardly. What value could such a paltry sum hold? Moreover, the giant's rapid capitulation and lack of self-identification indicated that he was indeed a solitary figure. In this world, lone wanderers were synonymous with poverty, as their attire and demeanor plainly revealed. The man's frivolous behavior and his simple hemp clothing made it evident that he was here to undertake tasks out of sheer necessity. A person lacking influence and of modest means, even if possessing the strength of the refining marrow realm, would only earn enough for survival and cultivation. Yu paid no heed to the giant and made his way to the front desk. As the onlookers witnessed his strength, they parted to grant him passage. Just as he reached the desk, a group of individuals clad in black entered the establishment. "What is happening here? Who dares to cause a ruckus in the Demon Suppression Institute?" The leading woman, upon seeing the bloodied arm of the giant, shouted with a fierce countenance. The crowd, recognizing the presence of the Slayer's Hall, turned their gazes toward the injured man, their expressions betraying a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Yet, despite their intrigue, they dared not laugh this time. The giant, on the brink of deflecting blame, met Yu's icy gaze and felt a pang of guilt wash over him. "My lord, I merely stumbled," he finally admitted through gritted teeth, refraining from uttering a word against Yu. The spectators rolled their eyes, their earlier enthusiasm waning. This once boisterous figure, who had boasted of invincibility, had suddenly transformed into a quivering coward. Chapter 44. Selecting Tasks, Headless Ghostly Apparitions? So it's you? Hai Xiaotsue exclaimed as she recognized Yu, her eyes lighting up. This young man had left a profound impression on her previously, and she was surprised to find him in Shattered Rock City. Yu, however, displayed little reaction, causing the giant to jump in shock. He had not anticipated their acquaintance. Simultaneously, he silently rejoiced at his earlier restraint from retaliating, pondering the potential chaos that could have ensued. After casting a brief glance at Hai Xiaotsue, he turned his attention back to the front desk. Standing at the counter was a woman with a ponytail, her strength also at the refining marrow realm. Beside her lay a wooden board adorned with numerous illustrations and papers containing brief descriptions of various tasks. "You seem to be in need of funds. We happen to have a task available with substantial rewards," Hai Xiaotsue remarked, attempting to engage Yu, who remained indifferent, showing no interest in forming a team. The onlookers regarded Yu with astonishment, bewildered by what status he held that could render the Slayers Hall members so accommodating. Ignoring Hai Xiaotsue, Yu continued to scrutinize the task board. The tasks listed were not overly numerous. Many involved capturing wanted criminals, while others pertained to slaying demons. He initially considered the capture tasks, but quickly dismissed them. Unlike demons, humans possessed intelligence, making the apprehension of criminals exceedingly challenging. If the authorities failed to provide timely updates on their locations, merely locating a fugitive could consume considerable time, with success not guaranteed. Additionally, one must avoid the indiscriminate killing of innocents, further complicating the endeavor. Conversely, slaying demons was comparatively straightforward. Demons typically acted on instinct, making their movements easier to predict, devoid of the cunning found in humans. Of course, this required one to possess adequate strength. Otherwise, encountering a demon would merely lead to one's demise. "That aberrant tiger demon will do," Yu stated, pointing to one of the demon-slaying tasks. He specifically chose to target a demon formed from a wild beast rather than a human demon. In this world, not only humans could transform into demons, many animals could do so as well. According to the literature Yu had perused, wild animals typically transformed into demons after consuming human flesh. A concept that perplexed him. However, that was not his concern. All he needed to know was that the task offered a reward of 1,200 taels. "Are you certain?" The front desk woman looked at Yu with surprise. Although she had witnessed his capabilities against the giant, the aberrant tiger demon was a creature of the bone refinement realm. Moreover, demons were inherently stronger than humans. Even warriors of the Bone Meridian realm would hesitate to claim absolute confidence against such foes. Hai Xiaotsue was equally astonished, for while Yu had exhibited formidable strength previously, it had not reached the level of the Bone Refinement realm. "The aberrant tiger demon is exceptionally powerful. I suggest you reconsider," she advised, her irritation with Yu's indifference tempered by a desire to assist. "That's unnecessary. If I come across the information on those other demons, I will take care of them as well," Yu replied, shaking his head while gesturing towards the other tasks. Since he had ventured out, he intended to earn as much as possible before retreating for seclusion once more. He aimed not only to elevate his strength to the Bone Meridian realm, but at the very least to enhance his internal cultivation. "Very well, please review these materials." Seeing Yu's resolute demeanor, the front desk woman had no choice but to present the relevant information to him. As Yu perused the documents, Hai Xiaotsue could not help but roll her eyes. This insufferable fellow must have been mute in his past life. "What brings you here?" The front desk woman inquired, shifting her gaze to Hai Xiaotsue. There's been another incident at the site where we previously discovered ghostly apparitions. A headless ghost has emerged from Yushui village, likely seeking revenge against certain individuals, Hai Xiaotsue explained, casting a glance at Yu. Recently, ghostly entities had reappeared, including a headless specter. Recalling the ghostly brain Yu had dealt with, she had made a special trip to Yushui village, where she witnessed villagers retrieving a crimson coffin from the lake, containing a headless corpse. Although the head had not been located, it was of little consequence. What mattered was that the headless ghost had attacked the villagers of Yushui village. Unlike before, this time the specter had only claimed 2 lives before vanishing. Subsequent sightings had occurred in other villages. Steadily moving towards Shattered Rock City. Uncertain if the headless ghost possessed the ability to kill through dreams, she sought to have the Demon Suppression Institute issue a task and alert other factions to track down the ghost's whereabouts. Otherwise, should the headless specter enter the city, the consequences could be catastrophic. That does present a dilemma. I shall inform others to notify the relevant factions. The receptionist, her expression grave, nodded slightly. While it was manageable to confront demons with sheer strength, dealing with ghostly entities proved to be a far more intricate affair. If luck were to abandon them, even beings above the 3rd realm could meet their end. Do you have any Qiyang talismans for sale here? Suddenly, Yu raised his head and inquired, having overheard the conversation between the two. Although he yearned to maintain an aloof demeanor, the nature of ghostly beings could not be measured by ordinary standards. Moreover, what if that headless specter truly sought him out? What happened to your stoicism? I thought you were fearless, Gao Xiaotsue scoffed, her lips curling in sarcasm. Witnessing Yu's discomfort brought her immense delight. After all, it turned out he, too, harbored a fear of death. I am merely considering the welfare of the citizens of Shattered Rock City. Do you wish for that ghostly entity to wreak havoc among the people? Yu proclaimed with righteous indignation. Upon hearing this, even the other martial artists in the hall cast a second glance at him. In contrast, Gao Xiaotsue felt a pang of frustration. While she recognized Yu's words to be mere bluster, she found herself unable to retort effectively. As an official, one was compelled to speak from the perspective of righteousness. Failing to do so would undoubtedly invite criticism from those with ulterior motives. The Qiyang talismans are distributed from above. Even we have very few. Gao Xiaotsue sighed, her tone tinged with resignation. The creation of Qiyang talismans is a painstaking process requiring considerable skill, and only one individual in Shattered Rock City possesses the ability to craft them. Thus, even the demon-slaying hall cannot distribute them in abundance over the course of a year, often relying on support from other cities. Do you possess the method of crafting them? Yu inquired. His hopes not yet extinguished, he needed to eliminate the ghostly entities to accrue adjustment points, a hurdle he could not circumvent. However, the effect of his blood energy on ghosts was limited. Had it not been for the Qiyang talisman last time, he might not have been able to vanquish that ghostly brain. We lack the talent for talisman creation. How could we possibly possess such a thing? Gao Xiaotsue shrugged, but then a smile graced her lips as she continued. However, if you assist me with a favor, I might be inclined to gift you one. Qiyang talismans are exceedingly precious, but their lack of crafting talent precludes them from possessing any means of production. If it involves slaying the headless ghost, then I can agree to your terms. After a moment's contemplation, Yu acquiesced. After all, he needed adjustment points, and by agreeing, he could obtain a talisman, which might allow him to replicate it. With his probability panel, he might even achieve something fortuitous. Gao Xiaotsue regarded Yu with mild surprise. She hadn't anticipated his swift agreement. Had she misjudged him, assuming he was merely cold on the outside but warm within? Very well, leave me your address, and I will notify you when the time comes. With that, Gao Xiaotsue produced a Qiyang talisman and handed it to Yu. He said little in response, simply providing the address of his lodging. Having accepted the task and acquired the desired talisman, Yu promptly turned to leave the Demon Capture Institute. Snap out of it. After all, he is still young. You mustn't be a case of an old cow consuming tender grass. The receptionist teased, observing Gao Xiaotsue lost in thought. Muttering, "Please refrain from such nonsense. I have no time for trivial matters." Gao Xiaotsue rolled her eyes, exasperated with her close friend. Her companion was delightful in many ways. Yet her penchant for gossip was excessive. If matters weren't clarified, it wouldn't be long before more people were in the know. All right, I shall cease my prattle," Mudding laughed, covering her mouth. Gao Xiaotsue shot her a glare. Her thoughts on gossip now quelled, as she turned toward the demon-slaying hall. After departing Shattered Rock City, Yu headed southeast. The location of the aberrant tiger, known as Kama Mountain, was also the recent site of its appearances. Kama Mountain was a forested area filled with vines containing paralyzing toxins and towering dark green fruit trees. The dark green trees, resembling pines and named Rami trees, bore yellow fruits, considered a decent delicacy, leading villagers to often venture into the mountains for gathering. The aberrant tiger, residing within Kama Mountain, sustained itself by preying upon these villagers, occasionally appearing near the settlements. After a frenetic hour of running, Yu finally beheld a verdant forest, with a grand mountain looming in the distance. After observing the forest's edge for a moment, he soon discovered a narrow path. He chose to follow the route commonly taken by villagers entering Kama Mountain. For the aberrant tiger frequently prowled along these trails, slaughtering defenseless commoners. Even if he failed to encounter the aberrant tiger, he could still glean some clues. Not long after entering Kama Mountain, Yu detected a pungent scent of blood. Turning slightly, he noticed that the ground and the trees were smeared with fresh blood, accompanied by numerous claw marks, and he even spotted a small finger bone. Witnessing this scene, Yu's expression darkened. Demons and aberrations truly deserve their demise. For ordinary individuals, life was often riddled with helplessness. Even when aware of the dangers posed by Kama Mountain, many still ventured into the mountains, driven by the need to survive. However, lacking strength, their prayers were futile. Against formidable demons, they were no stronger than ants. Yu crouched down to examine the blood on the ground. The blood showed no signs of drying, indicating that the incident had occurred not long ago. Considering that the aberrant tiger might not have ventured far, Yu followed the blood trail. After advancing approximately a kilometer, he suddenly heard rustling from the grass on his left. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu activated his iron body skill, transforming his form to a dark gray hue. Simultaneously, a 3-meter creature burst forth from the underbrush, lunging fiercely toward him. Yu's right hand crackled with electricity, colliding with the creature's arm. The tremendous force sent both parties flying. Once Yu regained his footing, he took a moment to observe his adversary. It was a humanoid creature adorned in a tricolored coat of white, yellow, and black fur, standing roughly 3 meters tall, its body brimming with explosive muscle. The enormous tiger head was smeared with blood, and its crimson eyes radiated a terrifying ferocity. Damn it! The Demon Capture Institute never mentioned this creature had evolved toward a more humanoid form. Yu cursed inwardly at the sight of the imposing tiger man. According to the intelligence from the Demon Capture Institute, the previous aberrant tiger, while vicious, had still resembled a typical tiger. Yet, in less than a month, this aberrant tiger had undergone a transformation toward a humanoid shape. This change had certainly exceeded his expectations. Naturally, the path of demonic evolution is not fixed. Just as a human can transform into a monster upon becoming demonic, one might also evolve into a human-like form. Moreover, no two demons share identical traits. Individual differences are inevitable. The aberrant tiger fixed its gaze on Yu, its crimson eyes seemingly intent on devouring him. With a roar, the aberrant tiger shattered the stalemate and charged at Yu. Yu clenched his slightly numbed right hand. arcs of blue electricity dancing across his form as he darted to the left of the aberrant tiger. Having already matched strength with it once, he realized he was slightly weaker, thus he had no intention of confronting it head-on. The aberrant tiger, sensing Yi Yu's movement, extended its clawed paw, aiming to strike Yi Yu's head. Yi Yu ducked to evade the attack, then swiftly turned and unleashed a spinning strike, his fist landing squarely in the aberrant tiger's abdomen. The force of the blow caused the aberrant tiger to instinctively bend over. Yet it still opened its gaping maw, aiming to bite Yi Yu's head. Faced with the gaping jaws of the aberrant tiger, Yi Yu activated Heavenly Thunder Escape, retreating rapidly. However, the aberrant tiger was no easy prey. It crouched low and pounced toward Yi Yu. The speed at which it lunged caught Yi Yu off guard, and before he could react, the suddenly accelerated aberrant tiger tackled him to the ground. Despite the protection of the iron body skill, the tiger's claws still pierced his skin. "Get off, you beast!" Yi Yu shouted in pain. With a surge of electricity crackling from his hands, a thunderous beast materialized before him, and with overwhelming force, he sent the aberrant tiger soaring into the air. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Yu rolled away to evade the landing spot of the aberrant tiger, as the creature landed on all fours. It faced the oncoming attack from Yi Yu's thunderous beast. Its chest was left mangled, and the blue lightning scorched its flesh. Roar. At this moment, the Ihu Guai was filled with a ferocious rage. Rising to its feet and swiping its tiger claws towards Yi Yu, who stood a few meters away. Just as Yi Yu pondered how the creature could launch an attack from such a distance, the right claw of the Ihu Guai suddenly elongated, landing a tremendous blow upon Yi Yu's chest. With a resounding rip, Yi Yu's garments were torn asunder, and 5 long, thin gashes were carved into his chest by this Ihu Guai claws. Fortunately, due to his iron body technique, honed through intensive training, Yi Yu's resilience surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner, leaving only superficial marks from the creature's assault. Gazing at the Ihu Guai before him, Yi Yu cast aside his belongings and swiftly tore away the remnants of his tattered clothing. Unlike typical body refinement practitioners, although Yi Yu possessed some muscle, his overall physique was rather lean, lacking the bulk of those who had mastered the art. However, physical stature was not a definitive measure of a warrior's prowess, and few of the same level could surpass him in strength. Activating iron control, the originally dark gray hue of his iron body shimmered with a hint of sheen. Without waiting for the Ihu Guai to strike first, Yi Yu surged forward, illuminated by flickering arcs of lightning. The Ihu Guai, its saliva dripping onto the ground, fixed a murderous gaze upon the approaching Yi Yu, its monstrous instincts clouding its vision with a singular desire for bloodshed. As Yi Yu closed the distance, the Ihu Guai swiped its claw towards his face, seemingly intent on shattering his skull. Unfazed, Yi Yu raised his left hand to deflect the claw while his right index finger jutted out, delivering a powerful punch to the joint of the creature's left arm. With a resounding crack, this Ihu Guai left arm dislocated under the force of the blow. Despite this, the creature did not retreat. Instead, it opened its gaping maw, dripping with putrid saliva, and lunged towards Yi Yu's head. Although Yi Yu's strength was inferior to that of the Ihu Guai, he did not falter in the face of its menacing jaws. Instead, he executed a swift maneuver to evade the bite, colliding with the creature and forcing it back several steps. However, just then, a crimson glow emanated from this Ihu Guai mouth. Yi Yu attempted to withdraw, but the creature was quicker. Gritting his teeth, he crossed his arms over his chest as the Ihu Guai unleashed a red energy sphere from its maw. With a thunderous explosion, the sphere collided with Yi Yu's arm, propelling him through the air. Struggling to regain his balance, he activated Heavenly Thunder Escape, landing swiftly in the dense underbrush. Seeing Yi Yu attempting to flee, the Ihu Guai charged at him on all fours. Yi Yu, glancing at his scorched arms, felt a chill pass over him. Fortunately, The pain was not debilitating, though it certainly irritated him as he noticed the pursuing Ihu Guai. He abruptly turned and concealed himself behind a towering tree. Though the Ihu Guai lost sight of Yu, it instinctively followed the path he had taken in that fleeting moment. While the creature dashed past, Yu seized the opportunity to strike. He executed a powerful shoulder check, unbalancing the Ihu Guai, then summoned arcs of blue electricity around his hands, thrusting his fingers towards the creature's eyes. Taken by surprise, this Ihu Guai left eye was instantly punctured. Yet, leveraging its primal instincts, it swung its massive head to evade Yu's second strike, extending its claw to swipe at Yu's head. In response, Yu's body crackled with blue electricity as he crouched low to dodge the claw. Channeling the gathered energy into his right fist, he unleashed a devastating blow against this Ihu Guai ribs. Weakened by the impact, the Ihu Guai let out a haunting roar, yet it showed no signs of retreat. Instead, it lunged at Yu with its formidable jaws. Sensing the foul stench of the creature's breath, Yu summoned a dark gray aura upon his left hand and thrust it into the creature's mouth. The Ihu Guai winced in pain, its jaws clamping down on Yu's arm. Thankfully, the combination of iron control and iron body fortified his defenses, resulting in only superficial punctures rather than damage to the bone. Yu merely frowned, then executed Heavenly Thunder Escape, delivering a swift kick to the creature's groin. Perhaps due to its incomplete transformation, the Ihu Guai reacted with exaggerated agony, its remaining eye bulging as black blood erupted from the other. In its distress, the creature's grip on Yu's arm loosened, providing Yu a brief window to deliver an elbow strike to this Ihu Guai. As the beast fell, Yu seized its chin, delivering a powerful kick to its neck. The combined forces of their strikes caused this Ihu Guai neck to cave in, and its jaw was wrenched free. In an instant, black blood gushed forth from its maw. The most formidable aspect of the Ihu Guai lay in its tenacious vitality. Even with its jaw torn away, it refused to succumb, instinctively kicking Yu away with immense strength. Under the force of this Ihu Guai might, Yu crashed through 5 trees before coming to a halt. Meanwhile, the gaping wound on this Ihu Guai body began to writhe as its flesh rapidly regenerated. Yu clutched his painfully throbbing abdomen. He struggled to rise. "Damn it, I shall rip your tiger whip off and feed it to the dogs," he growled at the recovering Ihu Guai. With no time to recover, arcs of blue electricity surged from within him as he charged once more at the Ihu Guai. The creature, now devoid of reason, became even more bloodthirsty, ignoring its own wounds as it lunged at Yu. Yu deftly evaded the attack with a sliding maneuver, seizing this Ihu Guai thick tail and using its momentum to slam it forcefully to the ground. Rising swiftly, he delivered another punishing kick between its legs. The Ihu Guai grasped at Yu's thigh, instinctively attempting to bite with its mangled mouth. Though its claws raked against Yu's legs, they merely left superficial scratches. Enduring the pain, Yu concentrated lightning into his right fist and struck the creature's wounded MW. The Ihu Guai recoiled in agony. Yu's other hand aimed directly for its uninjured eye, exploding it upon impact. With its sight compromised, the Ihu Guai descended into a frenzied state, its massive claws thrashing wildly at anything in reach. In mere moments, a multitude of trees were shattered by its relentless assault. Yu initially intended to wait for the Ihu Guai to weaken before launching another attack, but he was astonished to see signs of recovery in the creature's blinded eyes. In response, Yu surged forward, electricity crackling around him, closing the distance to the Ihu Guai. The creature, albeit hazily, sensed the faint blue arcs and clawed at Yu's face. However, Yu evaded by crouching low. Following up with an elbow strike, he sent the Ihu Guai rolling across the ground. Seizing the moment, Yu grasped its tail once more, channeling all his strength into a powerful throw. The Ihu Guai crashed violently into the earth, creating a massive crater upon impact. As it lay dazed, Yu leaped into the air, enveloped in arcs of electricity, descending rapidly to deliver a devastating dual kick to its heart. With a sickening crack, its bones splintered beneath the force of Yu's strike, causing its chest to concave inward. Unable to withstand the impact, the Ihu Guai arched its back, but was met with the ferocity of a blue lightning beast. Yu unleashed thunderous fist, striking the creature's torn maw and driving his fist through its skull. The surge of electric power coursed through the Ihu Guai, causing it to convulse violently. As he observed the creature's regenerating flesh, Yu gritted his teeth and delivered a fierce kick to its throat. With a thunderous shout, Yu exerted tremendous force, forcibly tearing the head of the along with its spine from its body. Gazing at the severed tiger head dangling from his arm, he noted that even in this state, the spine continued to excrete a viscous black liquid and sprouted small fleshy buds, seemingly attempting to restore its form. Observing this, Yu relentlessly smashed the tiger's head against the ground until it was obliterated and the spine completely shattered. The vitality of the demon was formidable, which was one of the reasons warriors held it in dread. After all, any creature that could grow stronger through death and possessed unparalleled regenerative abilities would instill fear in anyone, prompting thoughts of swift extermination. He gazed at the still twitching tiger carcass on the ground. Yu retrieved his backpack, gathered some firewood, and poured pre-prepared kerosene over it before igniting it with a flame. If he did not take this action, even as the tiger's body slowly lost its vitality, should other creatures consume it, the likelihood of them becoming demonized would significantly increase. Shifting his gaze to the tiger's head, he knew he had further tasks to accomplish. Carrying the head of a tiger was too cumbersome. He swiftly extracted this teeth and severed an ear as evidence, then tossed the head into the flames. After 2 hours of incineration, Yu crushed the bones and buried them before departing from Kama Mountain. Meanwhile, in a grand estate in Shattered Rock City, an elderly man sat in an underground chamber, meticulously painting something on yellowed paper with a brush. Suddenly, his hand froze mid-air as a red jade pendant on the table cracked in two. "Who is it? Who has slain my pet?" The elder glared at the shattered pendant, his eyes ablaze with fury. He had nurtured that for a considerable time, using it as a primary ingredient for concocting ascension pills. He never anticipated its demise at such a critical moment. Rising from his seat, a bizarre crimson light erupted from within him. "Since thee is gone, then your life shall suffice as recompense." The elder smashed the table with a palm and stormed out of the chamber. After dealing with the Yu began searching for other demons. However, after 2 days, he had only located 3 out of 5, with the remaining 2 seemingly vanished, possibly slain by others. Along the way, he encountered several groups intent on exterminating demons. For Yu, among the tasks he had accepted, was the most formidable. The other demons scarcely lasted 10 exchanges against him. Other warriors, lacking his prowess, often paid a hefty price to vanquish demons. Once, he had stumbled upon a group of 5, 3 of whom were dead and 2 severely injured. Had he not arrived in time, the remaining 2 would have surely perished. Of course, while he saved them, he would not forego his due reward. After all, he was not in the business of charity. Yet, he did not demand excessive payment, for having no money was more unbearable than death, and he had no intention of driving those injured warriors to their demise. Deciding not to pursue the remaining 2 demons, he concluded that he had acquired sufficient funds for a period of cultivation. As Yu munched on a boiled bun, he examined the evidence within his pack, which consisted of flesh and blood samples meticulously harvested from the demons. Some still exhibited a degree of vitality, with the ear of the slowly sprouting flesh buds. Such was the nature of demons. Their corporeal forms were as bizarre as those of ghostly entities. The stronger the demon, the more pronounced this peculiarity. If not handled properly, there was no guarantee that a similar demon would not emerge again. Having hunted 4 demons, along with the 500 taels he extorted, received for aiding the injured warriors, he totaled nearly 3,200 taels, ample enough to elevate his internal cultivation to the 3rd realm of internal energy. According to his calculations, this would position him to rival peak masters of the 3rd realm. After a simple meal, Yu glanced at the rising moon, then packed his belongings, preparing to return to Shattered Rock City overnight. With his current strength, he had no fear of traveling at night. If he encountered robbers, it would be an opportunity to acquire additional funds. As he traveled southeast, he would pass by Kama Mountain. However, upon nearing a village close to Kama Mountain, a strong stench of blood assailed his nostrils. Yu's heart raced as he beheld the village in the distance. The enhancement of his physical form had sharpened his senses, allowing him to detect the scent of blood. This odor was overwhelmingly potent, indicating that the situation was far more dire than a mere handful of deaths. Could it be that bandits had ransacked the village? Yu furrowed his brow as he contemplated the village before him. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to investigate. If the adversaries were weak, he could swiftly eliminate the bandits and secure additional resources for his training. Should they prove too powerful, his speed granted by Heavenly Thunder escape would likely allow him to evade even top-tier warriors of the 3rd realm, ensuring his safety. Cautiously approaching the village, he arrived at the entrance only to be met with several desiccated corpses, suggesting they had been dead for some time. Could it be another demon? Observing the villagers' gruesome fates, Yu pondered with uncertainty. Just 2 days prior, when he passed through this village, the inhabitants had appeared unscathed. The swift transformation of the villagers into corpses indicated either an encounter with blood-sucking demons or a brush with ghostly entities. Chapter 48. Emblem of Flames. Celestial Envoy? Is this it? Yu gritted his teeth, recalling the red sun talisman in his clothing, and cautiously made his way into the village. This village was small, comprising only a few dozen households. Due to the earlier appearance of most villagers had already relocated. As he moved through the houses, he encountered a trail of withered bodies. Before reaching the village center, he stumbled upon over 30 corpses sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, Yu halted. It dawned on him just how eerily silent it was. The tranquility felt unnatural. Despite the onset of autumn, it should not be this quiet. After all, the flora and fauna in this world were quite resilient, and it was far too early for them to enter a state of hibernation. All these signs indicated that some powerful entity lurked within the village, striking fear into the hearts of insects and other creatures, rendering them mute. This phenomenon was commonly referred to as an aura. Animals and insects possess a keener sense of danger than humans, often exhibiting heightened instincts. With this realization, Yu lost the desire to continue exploring. Previously, he had been emboldened by his formidable power, ready to seize a fortune and enact justice. However, the current circumstances felt amiss. He was uncertain what lay within the village. He decided to retreat and report to the authorities instead. After all, it was wiser to let others take the lead in danger. Just as Yu turned to leave, a shadow appeared behind him, unnoticed until now. Alarmed, he realized he had failed to detect the figure at such close proximity. You carry the scent of the. It seems you are the one who has slain my pet. Yu stood frozen in shock. The shadow suddenly spoke. Pet? Yu trembled at the revelation. He had never heard of anyone keeping demons as pets. After all, demons were no ordinary beings. They thrived on slaughter, even preying upon their kin, let alone other creatures. Could this person belong to the Ghost Spirit sect? Are you from the Ghost Spirit sect? Yu inquired, his expression grave, as he recalled that the last individual known to keep a demon was indeed affiliated with that sect. The Ghost Spirit sect. Such lowly scum is not worthy of comparison with me. The shadow approached Yu, scoffing derisively. In that moment, Yu finally discerned the figure's appearance. An unscrupulous old man sporting a goatee, clad in a black robe adorned with gold trim. Yu paid no heed to the old man's words, instead focusing on the fiery emblem embroidered on his chest, which caused his pupils to constrict. An official from the Yinxia kingdom. Moreover, only individuals of significant rank would dare to display such an emblem. This signified that the person before him was no ordinary individual. In an instant, Yu felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He never anticipated that not only did this person raise demons, but he was also affiliated with the authorities. Do you realize the penalties for raising demons in the Yinxia kingdom? Yu warned, his gaze wary as he confronted the unscrupulous old man. Of course, he only intended to intimidate his opponent and seek an opportunity to escape. As for engaging in a brawl, there aren't that many fools in the world. Since this person dared to act against ordinary folk and keep demons, he was undoubtedly formidable and had made ample preparations. For Yu, the priority now was to find a way to flee, not to engage in a protracted struggle. As a celestial envoy, why should I concern myself with the thoughts of mere ants? Not to mention Shattered Rock City, even the royal family of Yinxia could do nothing to me. The lecherous old man let out a cold laugh, his face adorned with disdain as he spoke. As the envoy of the celestial beings, anyone in the kingdom of Yinsummer ought to show a modicum of respect, let alone heed the words of mere mortals. However, upon hearing the old man's words, Yu found himself utterly perplexed. Celestial envoy? What does that mean? Could it be that this world truly harbors celestial beings? Yet, during my frequent visits to Lu Zimo's place and while perusing various texts, I found no mention of such beings. Even Lu Zimo himself was oblivious to their existence. Of course, whether they exist or not remains uncertain. Perhaps that member of the Ghost Spirit sect possessed some knowledge. Such deceitful rhetoric. What celestial beings could possibly exist in this world? Yu exclaimed, pointing at the lecherous old man with a face full of skepticism. Believe it or not, that is of little consequence. However, you have interrupted my affairs, and I fear there will be no easy resolution today. The lecherous old man shook his head, choosing not to pursue the topic of celestial beings further, for such matters could not be divulged to outsiders lest they invoke the wrath of the celestial elder. The reason he engaged in conversation with the young man before him was primarily due to his prolonged tenure as a celestial envoy, with no one to share this honor with. Thus, having the opportunity to converse brought him some comfort. Shall we negotiate? I could fetch you a demon to deal with, he suggested. As the lecherous old man prepared to take action, Yu promptly waved his hand in protest. That is not entirely out of the question, he conceded. The lecherous old man stroked his beard, seemingly lost in contemplation. Yet, before you could make a move, the old man continued, that peculiar tiger demon consumed much of my effort. If you are willing to become a demon, I might spare your life. Upon hearing the old man's words, Yu's expression darkened instantly. The implications of becoming a demon were all too clear. It meant transforming into a mindless, bloodthirsty monster. If survival meant becoming a demon, he would rather perish here. Who do you think you are? As the lecherous old man began to speak, Yu was enveloped in blue lightning, dashing towards him in an instant. The thunderous fist technique was unleashed, summoning an arc of electricity that manifested as a thunder beast, delivering a powerful blow to the old man's chest as he gazed at the swiftly retreating Yu. The lecherous old man revealed a cold smirk at the corners of his mouth. With the utterance of his words, a plume of gray, sinister energy erupted from his being, and in the blink of an eye, his legs transformed into mere phantoms as he pursued Yu with a speed that rivaled his OWN. That moment, Yu resembled a streak of lightning, darting towards the distant Kima mountain. Casting a glance back at the encroaching shadow, Yu's expression darkened, for the opponent's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, clearly surpassing his own capabilities. There was no time to return to the shattered rock city. His only option was to seek refuge in Kima Mountain, hoping to shake off his pursuer. "Child, you cannot escape. It would be wise to surrender," the lecherous old man's voice echoed mockingly from behind Yu. "Damn it, that cursed old fool. If I manage to escape, I will ensure you have no place to die," Yu retorted fiercely, glancing back at the old man. However, despite his bravado, despair gnawed at Yu's heart. For the chance of evasion was dwindling rapidly. "Ha, I have set my sights on your thunder force. Once I refine you into an ascension pill, you shall become a part of me." The lecherous old man laughed heartily, dismissing Yu's words. The ascension pill was a concoction crafted by demons, capable not only of enhancing strength, but also of inheriting certain abilities of the one refined. Originally, he had intended to kill Yu to avenge the death of the. However, upon witnessing Yu's exceptional thunder force, he resolved to transform Yu into a demon before refining him into an ascension pill. If fortune favored him, he might even inherit Yu's thunder force. Coupled with his own celestial seed, the power he could unleash would undoubtedly surpass that of Yu. Chapter 50. Refining the Ascension Pill. Unexpected developments. As Kima Mountain loomed closer, Yu swallowed 2 restorative pills, and a burst of azure lightning erupted around him, propelling him into the mountain's embrace. Simultaneously, a daze overcame him as the myriad experiences of heavenly thunder escape flooded his mind. At this critical juncture, heavenly thunder escape unexpectedly advanced to its second level, becoming second nature to him. Suddenly, Yu's speed surged once more, resembling true lightning as he navigated the densely wooded Kima Mountain with remarkable swiftness. Just as Yu believed he could elude the lecherous old man, a shadow emerged slowly from the moonlit shadows of the towering trees ahead. In an instant, the shadow, to Yu's astonishment, delivered a powerful punch to his face. Despite the protection of iron body and iron guard, Yu was sent hurtling back like a cannonball, crashing through several trees before finally coming to a stop. Utterly powerless. Lying on the ground, Yu felt a burning pain radiating from his face, the intensity of which left him no room to consider the lecherous old man. "I told you, you cannot escape my grasp," the old man said, approaching Yu with a sinister smile. As the helmet atop his head melted away into liquid, his aged visage was once again revealed. Yet, as he gazed down at the fallen Yu, jealousy flickered in his eyes. The youth's innate talent surpassed his wildest imagination. To think that he could break through his techniques in such dire circumstances was a source of immense envy. If only he possessed such talent, he would not have wasted so many years, and might have long since returned to the side of the celestial master to study more profound spells. The Ascension Pill. "I must refine him into the Ascension Pill," he resolved, convinced that with a stroke of luck, he could even inherit the extraordinary insight of Yu. As the lecherous old man indulged in his fantasies, Yu, lying on the ground, suddenly sprang into action, pushing himself off the ground and launching a kick towards the old man's head. "It won't be that easy for you to kill me," the lecherous old man sneered, seizing Yu's legs and forcefully slamming him back to the ground. This time, the power he exerted was at least double that of Yu's. The blow left Yu seeing stars. His mind clouded as if it had crashed, engulfed in a haze of pain. The ensuing agony compelled him to spit out a mouthful of blood, gazing at the nearly unconscious Yu. The lecherous old man carelessly tossed him aside. "Consider yourself fortunate. Let us see what quality of ascension pill can be crafted from you." After speaking, the old man produced various bottles and jars from his garments. He then procured a massive stone and split it neatly in two. Upon opening the jars, a pungent odor of blood wafted into the air. The old man sniffed it before extracting a black bamboo brush and began to sketch upon the stone. After more than half an hour, a blood-red circular formation materialized upon the stone. During this time, Yu briefly regained consciousness, only to be knocked out again by the lecherous old man. Excellent, I hope this will yield some surprises. The old man nodded in satisfaction at the blood-red formation on the stone. This time, he had invested more effort than ever in refining the ascension pill. If successful, it would undoubtedly smooth his path to ascension. With that, the lecherous old man seized Yu by the legs and threw him onto the blood-red formation. He then retrieved a small jade vial, pouring out 5 blood-red pills. Although the vitality of mortals was weak, if filled with resentment at the moment of death, it could be transformed into a blood demon pill, which increased the chances of demonic transformation. Previously, to avoid waste, he had crafted 5 blood demon pills while slaughtering villagers. When combined with the ascension pill, which mortals could not utilize, it would not only induce immediate demonic transformation, but also enhance the quality of the next ascension pill. He forced the 5 blood demon pills into Yu's mouth. A surge of dark red blood energy erupted from Yu, and his body began to tremble violently. Observing Yu's transformation, the lecherous old man produced a black potion, reluctantly pouring out a pinkish-white pill. No turning back now. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Gritting his teeth, the old man poured the remaining 2 ascension pills into Yu's mouth. Yu erupted in a mist of palpable dark red energy, his flesh swelling as if insects were burrowing within him. Simultaneously, the lecherous old man's black armor writhed, transforming into 9 eerie black tentacles that plunged into Yu's body. As the formation on the ground radiated a crimson glow, the old man began infusing the celestial energy from his celestial seed into Yu. Suddenly, Yu's eyes flew open, the excruciating pain contorting his face into a mask of agony. Then, the skin on his body erupted, crimson flesh bursting forth, transforming him into a grotesque mass. Witnessing this transformation, the old man's face flushed with exhilaration. The greater the change, the higher the quality of the ascension pill he would be able to refine. Perhaps through this ascension pill, he could finally tread the true path of immortality. As time passed, Yu's body, having swelled, began to shrink. Meanwhile, the lecherous old man, having expended a significant amount of celestial energy, appeared pale and haggard, yet the excitement in his gaze remained unmistakable. Almost there, it's nearly complete. But just then, Yu abruptly reverted to his original form, a tremendous force erupting from within him. This surge caused the black armor on the old man's body to recede, while Yu became enveloped in a black, viscous substance. Sensing something amiss, the lecherous old man attempted to retract the black tentacles. What is happening? Panic etched across his face as he realized he could not reclaim his celestial seed. The celestial seed was the foundation of ascension. Losing it would spell catastrophic consequences and sever his path to immortality. No, you two are a celestial envoy. The lecherous old man was only then struck by the realization, yet confusion soon clouded his features. Previously, Yu had not utilized his celestial seed. Moreover, this territory belonged to the South Forest Celestial Master. What other celestial envoy would dare to enter here, fearing the repercussions from the South Forest Celestial Master? A flood of questions surged through his mind. However, feeling the celestial seed within him fading away, the lecherous old man had no time for contemplation. His face painted with urgency. If he did not act quickly, not only would he fail to achieve immortality, but retaining his current powers would also be in jeopardy. Sever! The old man bellowed, unleashing a terrifying black energy that shattered the 9 black tentacles. With a thud, a wave of intense backlash surged within him, and the old man involuntarily spat a mouthful of blood. Chapter 51. The muscular giant, a savage battle. As the lecherous old man severed the tentacles, Yu's body began to twist and contort in an unnatural manner. the black, viscous substance undulating across his surface. The searing pain compelled Yu to cry out involuntarily. The lecherous old man observed this spectacle. His eyes filled with uncertainty. At this moment, he was baffled. It seemed as though Yu was absorbing his celestial seed. Yet, even if Yu were also a celestial envoy, would he not fear exploding from the reckless act of absorbing another's celestial seed? However, at this moment, the time remaining for the lecherous old man was running out. If his celestial seed were truly absorbed by the opponent, it would spell a fatal blow for him, potentially even jeopardizing his current status and power. For the esteemed immortal, a waste was akin to a mere mortal, nothing more than livestock awaiting slaughter. Contemplating this, the lecherous old man gritted his teeth and, disregarding his injuries, summoned his celestial seed. Black viscous fluid surged from within him. But unlike before, it now merely cloaked his arms and chest. He had no choice. The power of his celestial seed had diminished too greatly to envelop his entire body. What was even more infuriating was that this was a hard-earned cultivation. Even if he managed to reclaim his celestial seed later, he would have to start from scratch. Nevertheless, there was no other option. Reclaiming his celestial seed was of utmost importance. Moreover, with his strength, even in the absence of the celestial seed, dealing with that young man should not pose a problem. The lecherous old man stepped forward, instantly appearing before Yu's black viscous fluid writhed in his right hand. It morphed into a dragon-like claw. Reaching for Yu's head, however, just as the black claw made contact, Yu's head mysteriously shifted about 10 centimeters to the left, evading the lecherous old man's assault. Yet, a torrent of black energy erupted from the old man's hand, forming claw-like shadows that swept across, leaving deep, bone-revealing gashes on Yu's face. Struck by this blow, Yu's previously pained expression transformed, his eyes turning a fierce crimson as his muscles began to swell unnaturally, swiftly transforming him into a towering 3-meter-tall behemoth. With enormous arms swinging, Yu sent the lecherous old man flying, crashing through over 10 large trees before finally coming to a halt. But Yu's onslaught did not cease. The black viscous fluid rapidly converged towards his arms, coalescing into a massive black hammer. With blood-red eyes fixed upon the distant lecherous old man, he exerted pressure with his powerful legs, causing the ground to erupt, and leapt before the old man. As the black hammer descended, the lecherous old man, face filled with dread, executed a lazy roll to avoid the attack. At that moment, Yu's immense strength created a deep crater in the ground, while the old man was hurled away by the terrifying shockwave. Wind technique. 10,000 Ren's heart strike. In midair, the lecherous old man forced himself to stabilize, hands forming rapid seals, summoning countless black energy blades that swirled like a tornado towards Yu. The black energy blades were incredibly sharp, tearing Yu's skin upon contact, leaving numerous tiny wounds across his body. Although the wounds were minuscule, the sheer number of black energy blades caused crimson blood to drip from the cuts. As the lecherous old man landed, his face turned pale from the excessive consumption of celestial power. Gazing at the muscular giant in the distance, he dared not relax, pushing his body to the brink as he continued to summon black wind blades. Given the force with which he had just been tossed, it was evident that the opponent's strength exceeded his limits. With his celestial seed damaged, if he did not resolve the situation swiftly, he risked not only the inability to reclaim his celestial power, but also the peril of falling here. At that moment, a flicker of blue lightning appeared around Yu's body, quickly transforming into black lightning. With a feral roar, Yu unleashed a terrifying burst of black thunder, which morphed into a streak of black lightning that swiftly pierced through the vortex of black energy blades. In an instant, Yu stood before the lecherous old man, the massive black hammer crashing down upon him. A resounding boom echoed as the ground was smashed into a deep pit. The lecherous old man lay within the crater, crimson blood pooling beneath him, his body flattened and appearing utterly wretched. "You brought this upon yourself?" The old man's grotesque visage twisted slightly as a voice filled with rage erupted from his lips. Only to be met with Yi's black-hammered at this moment. Yi seemed devoid of reason, relentlessly swinging the hammer down upon the lecherous old man. After over 10 strikes, Yi suddenly halted. From within the pit, a black arm emerged, sharp fingers piercing the giant hammer, making it difficult for Yi to lift it. However, before the lecherous old man could catch his breath, a massive foot descended, unhesitatingly stomping down. Under Yi's overwhelming might, the old man's head sank into the ground. Yet, at that moment, the flesh of the lecherous old man began to writhe, transforming into countless blood-red threads that entwined around Yi. The blood-red threads seemed to possess a life of their own, incessantly burrowing into the wounds inflicted by the black energy blades. With another roar, Yi was overwhelmed by intense pain, his fury erupting. The giant hammer transformed back into black viscous fluid, returning to Yi's body, only to reappear as gauntlets on his fists. Ignoring the blood threads wrapping around him, Yi unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon the lecherous old man. The ground trembled beneath the weight of his colossal strikes. Time passed, and only after the earth had been hammered into a deep pit over 10 meters deep did the sound of fists pounding cease. Standing within the pit was the 3-meter-tall muscular giant, surrounded by an indistinguishable mass of red flesh and blood. Crimson blood trickled down the earthen walls, rendering the pit a gruesome sight. Just then, the muscular giant appeared to deflate like a punctured balloon, collapsing to the ground, revealing Yi's original form. The following day, a ray of sunlight pierced through the leaves, illuminating the desolate pit. Feeling the warmth upon his skin, Yi stirred slightly. His head throbbed painfully. Before he could open his eyes, a splitting headache gripped him, prompting him to curl up instinctively. After a considerable while, as the pain gradually subsided, Yi finally opened his eyes. Surveying his surroundings, upon seeing the lifeless mound of red flesh beside him, the memories of the previous night surged back into his mind. In an instant, the dissipating headache returned with a vengeance, causing Yi to pound his fist against the earthen wall in frustration. After more than 10 minutes, he felt somewhat better. Glancing at the pile of red flesh, Yi hurriedly leaped out of the pit back onto solid ground. Feeling a chill enveloping him, he realized he was completely unclothed. Thankfully, after a brief search, Yi managed to locate his belongings nearby. Chapter 52. Strength Enhancement, Twisted Armor. After donning his clothes, Yi settled onto the ground to assess his current condition. However, upon inspection, he discovered a significant issue. At some point, a pulsating black mass had appeared at the center of his chest. Yi attempted to touch it with his blood energy, but the moment he did, the black mass erupted, spewing forth countless black threads that startled him immensely. The black threads resembled a spider's web, connecting various parts of Yi's body, yet they inflicted no tangible harm, instead imparting an indescribable change to his physique. Firstly, he noted a considerable increase in strength, though the exact extent remained to be determined. Yi then extended his right hand, and a wave of black viscous fluid flowed from within him, undulating in his palm. "What is this?" Yi pondered, momentarily bewildered, before suddenly recalling the lecherous old man from the previous night. With a thought, the black viscous fluid transformed into a small black knife. Through experimentation, Yi realized that this black fluid possessed the ability to morph at will, exhibiting remarkable defensive qualities and resilience. However, compared to the lecherous old man's ability, this black, viscous fluid could only cover his arms. "Have I acquired that old man's powers?" he murmured, frowning as he glanced at the mound of flesh in the pit. Yet, this ability came with its drawbacks. For some reason, he felt an unsettling dissonance, as if the black mass did not belong to him. Furthermore, activating the black mass induced a growing desire for bloodshed within him. You deactivated the state, allowing the black liquid to merge back into his body, while the black mass retracted the black threads. Name: Yu E Strength. Peak Blood Transformation Realm, unstable. Peak Chi Transformation Realm, unstable. Cultivation Techniques. Ma Mountain Body Technique, 3rd layer. Iron Body Skill, 7th layer. 9 Guardian Skill, 5th layer. Martial Skills. Thunderclap Fist, extraordinary. Heavenly Thunder Escape, skillful. Intent. Thunder Might, 51. Mountain Might, 3. Iron Guard Might, 38. Chi Accumulation Might, 3. Anomaly. Demon Seed, Half-Hatch State. Distortion. Twisted Armor, 1st Stage 33. Regulation. 9. Gazing at the probability panel before him, Yu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. In a wonder, he felt a significant enhancement in his blood energy and internal strength. He had unexpectedly reached the peak of the blood transformation realm, while his internal energy had ascended a level, attaining the peak of the Chi transformation realm. Yu found himself in a state of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the sudden enhancement of his abilities. Could it be that the elderly man, during his previous unconsciousness, had performed some sort of arcane ritual upon him? As for the instability he felt, Yu took a moment to calm his mind and attune himself to the turbulent energy coursing through his veins, an uncontrollable rage akin to receiving a transmission of power from another. This disquiet stemmed from the fact that it was not inherently his own, resulting in a significant diminishment of his control. However, he dismissed it as a minor inconvenience, believing that with continued practice, he could assimilate this chaotic energy as his OW&I in addition to his newfound strength. A fresh classification appeared on his probability panel, revealing the half-incubated state of the demon seed. Yu instinctively rubbed his aching temples. He was utterly ignorant of what the demon seed entailed, leaving him perplexed about his current condition. Choosing not to dwell further on it, he redirected his gaze toward the aberration column, where a new entry titled Twisted Armor had manifested. Based on his conjectures, this item likely referred to the peculiar black mass residing within him. Twisted Armor. Aberration-type ability that amplifies physical constitution, bestowing exceptional recovery and resilience, capable of consuming various materials to grow. Twisted Armor Advancement. 30 chance of backlash upon leveling up, 60 chance of ascending to Tier 2, 9.5 chance of evolving into a strengthened version of Tier 2, and 0.5 chance of achieving a superlative Tier 2 version. As Yu perused the description of the Twisted Armor, a frown creased his brow. He had barely enough resources to sustain himself, and now this armor required the consumption of materials for its growth. Moreover, there was an exceedingly vexing issue. The Twisted Armor seemed to belong to the category of equipment, implying it could not be honed like a martial skill, while one could remain stagnant in a stage of cultivation until they mastered the technique. The enhancement of the Twisted Armor appeared to be a one-time affair. Should he fail to trigger the superlative version, he would have no choice but to wait for the next stage. Furthermore, he surmised that even if the next stage offered the option for a superlative version, its enhancements would likely be calculated based on the previous stage's foundation. Thus, a stronger foundation would yield a more potent subsequent stage. Perpetuating this cycle. Of course, this was merely his hypothesis, yet it seemed reasonably accurate. It was akin to the grading of martial techniques, where high-grade skills and low-grade ones represented entirely different paradigms, with their enhancement statistics varying drastically. A 50% probability felt dismally low, and the likelihood of ordinary advancements was disproportionately high. Attaining a strengthened version would prove exceedingly challenging. Yu shook his head slightly, his expression rife with helplessness. After all, ignorance could be bliss, but in a scenario where he had to choose from 3 options, it would be preferable to secure a strengthened version. Though it appeared to be a choice among 3, it resembled more of a binary decision. Unfortunately, his allocation of probability points was limited. While he remained uncertain as to why slaying the so-called celestial envoy yielded probability points, it was reasonable to assume that such beings were not abundant. Moreover, confronting demon entities posed significant peril. They were not foes one could simply choose to engage at will. He decided to postpone further contemplation on the matter. With a sigh, Yi resolved to cease brooding over this issue. Presently, he lacked the materials necessary for advancement. Pondering further would be futile. It would be wiser to take each step as it came and address future matters when the time arrived. Yu then cast his gaze towards the viscous remains in the pit, deliberating before leaping into it. After a thorough search, he found nothing of value. After all, with the individual having been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, not even the sturdiest of items would have survived unscathed. Fortunately, his endeavors had not been in vain. Not only had he experienced an enhancement in strength, but he had also acquired the twisted armor and 9 probability points. Naturally, the risks he had faced were commensurate with his gains. Had unforeseen issues not arisen, he might have ended up with nothing to show for his efforts. He truly had no desire to endure such an ordeal again, not merely due to the old man's formidable strength, but more importantly, because he had nearly been transformed into a demon himself. Upon returning to the surface from the pit, Yu commenced gathering firewood. Given the peculiar behavior exhibited by the opponent, he harbored reservations even about the remains. He feared they might possess some latent, aberrant capabilities akin to that of a demon. To prevent any wild beasts from consuming the tainted flesh, he deemed it necessary to incinerate it entirely. Just as Yu prepared to return with the firewood, a tattered, yellowed book caught his attention among the underbrush. Curiosity piqued, he approached and retrieved the volume, which was approximately 3 centimeters thick, its cover emblazoned with the words Spell Analysis. Chapter 53, Spell Analysis, Task Submission. Spell Analysis? Upon opening the book, Yu's pupils dilated, and astonishment spread across his face. This was, indeed, a tome concerning talismans. It was well known that talismans were potent weapons against demonic entities, serving as the foundation of the government's resistance against such threats. The absence of talismans could significantly hinder a martial artist. Without them, relying solely on one's own vitality would often lead to dire consequences unless one possessed overwhelming strength. For instance, during his encounter in Fishwater Village, despite exhausting all his efforts, he found it exceedingly difficult to vanquish a demon. Yet, with the application of a single red sun talisman, he dispatched the foe with ease. This was not to say that vitality was without merit, as talismans also required it for activation. The potency of a talisman was directly influenced by the user's energy. However, in the absence of talismans, one would need to expend far more effort to contend with demonic entities, and even then, success was not guaranteed. This was the crux of the matter. The book in his possession detailed the characters of talismans. Yet, contrary to his initial expectations, Spell Analysis cataloged some arcane symbols while providing annotations of their meanings. Instructions for crafting talismans? Yu flipped to the end of the book, finally discovering the coveted methods of talisman creation. However, only 2 types were recorded, one for detecting possession by demons and the other, the Red Sun Talisman, which possessed offensive capabilities. Ecstatic to have found what he sought, a smile illuminated Yu's face. With the method for crafting the Red Sun Talisman, encounters with demonic entities would become significantly more manageable, and he could seize opportunities to hunt them for probability points. Closing the book, Yu scanned his surroundings. This was the very site where he had battled the nefarious elder, so it was likely that the tome had fallen from him during their confrontation. This only deepened Yu's curiosity regarding the elder's true identity. After all, the origins of talismans were shrouded in mystery, seemingly only accessible to the government. Recalling the flame insignia on the elder's attire, could he indeed belong to the government? Yet, the government was primarily focused on exterminating demons. While the elder had been breeding such perilous creatures, this was decidedly perplexing. It seemed prudent to keep this matter under wraps. Divulging it could attract mortal peril. Yu's expression turned serious as he dismissed the notion of reporting the elder's deeds to the authorities. The elder's identity was enigmatic, clad in official garb and dubbed a celestial envoy. Should he recklessly inform the government, he might find himself with nothing to gain and everything to lose, at least until he comprehended the elder's standing. It was wiser to harbor this information privately. Subsequently, Yu stowed the spell analysis safely, incinerated the remnants in the pit, and began his journey back to Shattered Rock City. Noon, Shattered Rock City. Upon his return, Yu made a beeline for the Demon Capture Institute. The moment he reappeared, the martial artists in the hall began to speculate whether he had returned empty-handed. Despite Yu's formidable prowess, his youth led many to doubt his courage in the face of demons. Given the strength of the aberrant tiger, few in Shattered Rock City could withstand its might. Naturally, this was also due to the city's remote location. Primarily a mining settlement, it attracted few high-caliber martial artists who preferred to seek their fortunes elsewhere. Arriving at the counter, he was met once more by the same woman from before. Without preamble, Yu placed the package containing parts of the demon's body on the counter. Yu Ting opened the parcel, her face betraying astonishment. Inside lay only a few items, primarily fingers and teeth, but the tiger's ears and fangs were particularly striking. The significance of the tiger's ears in relation to Yu's task was all too clear. Please hold on. I will summon someone to verify this. Yu Ting glanced at Yu before hurrying toward the back room. While it was highly probable that the items were genuine, the scant evidence Yu had collected necessitated further assessment by others. Nevertheless, judging by the size of the tiger's ears and fangs, there should be no room for error. The inspection was also a formality, ensuring that no deceit had transpired. Before long, Mu Ting reappeared, accompanied by a middle-aged man. The man had a square face adorned with a small patch of black beard, and his bright eyes radiated vitality. "You are the one who slain the aberrant tiger?" he inquired, gazing incredulously at Yu. Though he had mentally prepared himself, witnessing Yu's youthful visage left him momentarily dumbfounded. What had he been doing at the tender age of 14 or 15? He vaguely recalled just beginning his martial training, often pursued by his family for his reluctance to practice. Indeed. Yu nodded slightly, maintaining an outward composure, yet internally feeling a twinge of pride. After all, aside from his psychological age, his physical appearance barely reflected that of a mere 13-year-old. Glancing around, it was evident that even in the nearby cities of Broken Rock City, one would struggle to find anyone more exceptional than him. Of course, this was largely thanks to his unique abilities. Otherwise, not only would he have failed to reach the blood transformation realm, but he might have already perished in Heyang Town. The middle-aged man scrutinized Yu for a moment before beginning to examine the demonic remains on the table. After approximately 10 minutes, he confirmed the origin of the materials. Indeed, they belonged to a demon. The middle-aged man regarded Yu with renewed astonishment. What kind of power could possibly defeat a demon at the blood essence realm? Was it the Meridian realm? Or perhaps a breakthrough into the three realms? "My name is Bai Ziqiang. Young friend, would you be interested in joining the demon-slaying hall?" he inquired gravely, captivated by Yu's youthful visage. For a talent such as this, joining the demon-slaying hall would undoubtedly bolster the strength of Broken Rock City significantly. With time, a journey to the imperial capital might not be out of reach. "I apologize, but I do not have such intentions at the moment," Yu replied, shaking his head in refusal. Though joining an official organization might offer better prospects, he was well aware of his own situation. He had not yet reached a point where he required external assistance. Moreover, he preferred to retain his freedom of schedule, as various tasks might hinder his cultivation. Most importantly, he was akin to an undocumented individual, thus he did not wish for anyone to discover his origins from Heyang Town. "You need not rush to respond, young friend," Take your time to consider it. If you are willing, the demon-slaying hall will certainly provide you with the utmost benefits in your training. Bai Ziqiang replied with a smile directed at Yi Yu. Very well, I shall contemplate it. Yi Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, Mu Ting returned from the back room, handing Yi Yu a sum of 2,700 taels of silver. Without further delay, Yi Yu took the money and departed from the Demon Capture Institute, leaving behind a group of astonished martial artists. They could hardly believe that he had truly dealt with the aberrant tiger, a creature on par with demons of the Blood Meridian realm. Alas, this young man's future appeared boundless. It seemed Broken Rock City was fated to miss out on his potential. Observing Yi Yu's retreating figure, Bai Ziqiang couldn't help but sigh. Although he had presented the invitation, he understood it was more of a courteous gesture driven by a glimmer of hope. Given Yi Yu's innate talents, not only Broken Rock City, but even the neighboring cities would find it challenging to accommodate such a remarkable individual. Mu Ting's expression flickered with a semblance of understanding as she nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 54. Testing Materials and Requirements for Talismans. After leaving the Demon Capture Institute, Yi Yu did not venture to the alchemy shop, but instead sought a nearby materials store. As the distorted armor required upgrades, even though he currently lacked sufficient funds, he needed to ascertain the materials necessary for its advancement. He wished to avoid missing out on required items in the future due to ignorance, which would undoubtedly lead to regret. Simultaneously, he required materials to craft the Red Sun talismans, as these represented his only means of dealing with spectral entities at present. Moreover, he had previously promised the individuals from the demon-slaying hall that he would assist them once he located the headless ghost, while also seeking to acquire some regulation points. Upon arriving at the materials store and gazing at the various prices, Yi Yu was momentarily taken aback. The types of materials were exceedingly numerous, each serving a multitude of purposes. For instance, specific materials were essential for concocting elixirs or forging weapons, with their value varying accordingly. The higher the grade of the elixirs or weapons, the more expensive the requisite materials became. Notably, the talisman brushes used in crafting talismans were exorbitantly priced. For instance, a small segment of fire crystal bamboo cost 130 taels. Nevertheless, since talisman brushes were indispensable for creating talismans, Yi Yu had no choice but to grit his teeth and purchase the materials he needed. As for the distorted armor, Yi Yu opted to buy a few relatively inexpensive materials for testing purposes. After all, it was merely for experimentation. Who knew if the cheaper materials might prove useful? After settling the bill, Yi Yu felt a pang of regret as he paid 350 taels. This was merely the beginning. Once he determined the types of materials required for the distorted armor, he anticipated that the true expenses would reveal themselves. It was not mere paranoia. Just observing that lecherous old man made it clear. At such an advanced age, the distorted armor had only reached the second tier, which illustrated the difficulty of enhancement. After completing his purchases, Yi Yu promptly returned to the inn. He laid out the items he had acquired on the floor and began testing the distorted armor. Upon activating the black fleshy mass, a viscous black liquid emerged from his palm. Under Yi Yu's control, the liquid transformed into tendrils, enveloping one of the materials. Simultaneously, the progress bar for the distorted armor reflected a slight change, albeit minimal, with an increase of only 0.0001. What on earth? At this rate, how long will it take to advance? Yi Yu stared at the panel, momentarily at a loss for words. If the progress continued at this pace, the quantity of materials required to achieve 100 progress for the distorted armor was hardly worth mentioning, let alone the financial and energetic investments involved. This was merely the first trial. Perhaps he should experiment with the others. Encouraging himself softly, Yi Yu proceeded to test each material one by one. The lowest progress recorded was 0.00001, while the highest reached 0.004, attributed to a mineral known as blaze oregon compared to other materials. Ores were evidently more economical, as Broken Rock City was rich in mineral resources, including reserves of blaze ore, and naturally, such minerals were not without their costs, and the quantity required for the distorted armor was substantial. However, the advantage of ores lay in their ability to be refined. Perhaps he could visit local blacksmiths to see if they had any refined ores available. Additionally, you discovered that the distorted armor exhibited a pronounced dependency on mineral resources, with nearly all ores yielding higher rates of progress compared to other materials. Furthermore, a particularly intriguing aspect was that specific ores could enhance the chances of obtaining an upgraded version. This implied that certain minerals might even elevate the potential for a superlative version. Regrettably, Broken Rock City remained a marginal town, devoid of higher-tier ores. Fortunately, blaze ore could indeed augment the chances of attaining an upgraded version, and his baseline goal was to achieve this upgrade. It was not that he was unwilling to pursue a perfect upgrade to a superlative version, but rather that focusing on enhancing his strength took precedence over methodically testing which materials were optimal. For him, leveraging levels to exert pressure was a reasonable strategy. There was no need to chase perfection. Moreover, with a 50.5 chance of achieving a superlative upgrade, if that probability were to fall short, it would simply be fate. Of course, if he possessed sufficient regulation points, he would not hesitate to enhance his chances further. In the days that followed, Yu refrained from further testing and instead dedicated himself to cultivating his techniques. As his current realm remained unstable, he chose not to purchase elixirs, planning to wait until his foundation stabilized. Besides cultivation, he also needed to practice crafting talismans. Talismans served as potent tools against spectral entities, and acquiring regulation points necessitated mastering this skill. The inn, 10 days later, Yu sat at a table adorned with numerous sheets of yellow talisman paper. In his hand, he held a brush crafted from a red crystal, intently drawing peculiar patterns on the talisman paper. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. His hand suddenly trembled uncontrollably, igniting the talisman paper in flames that reduced it to ashes in an instant. Truly challenging, he muttered while Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face etched with a sense of helplessness. A week ago, he had solidified his cultivation, and since then, he had commenced the task of crafting talismans. Naturally, the creation of talismans necessitated the use of a talisman brush. After exhausting 3 fire crystal bamboos, he finally succeeded in producing a single talisman brush, and he also prepared some talisman paper. However, when it came to the actual drawing of the talismans, he encountered several issues. The crafting of talismans not only required specialized talisman paper and brushes, but also demanded the guidance of mental strength, supplemented by a fusion of his own inner energy and blood vitality. Although the talisman script analysis contained methods for utilizing mental strength, his own seemed woefully insufficient. At best, he could manage to draw 5 talismans before needing to rest for an extended period. Furthermore, his inability to concentrate his mental strength meant that, over the course of 3 days, he had not achieved a single success. Gazing at the ashes on the table, Yu could not help but sigh. Even questioning whether he possessed any innate talent for talisman crafting, it became evident to him that talismans were not a pursuit for the average individual. It was no wonder that even the Talisman Hall treated their talismans with such urgency. The difficulty of their creation was likely the cause. According to his conjecture, crafting talismans required talent, mental strength, and a unique blend of energies. Talent was nebulous and beyond Yu's capacity to assess. As for mental strength, he had indeed made attempts, but focusing proved exceedingly challenging, which was a primary reason for his failures. The crux of the matter likely lay in the mixed energy within him. Even ordinary martial artists, when practicing both external and internal arts, found that their blood vitality and inner strength were 2 distinct types of energy. A singular type of energy was insufficient for crafting talismans, a fact Yu had already tested on the first day. When he forcibly separated the 2 energies, he found himself utterly incapable of drawing talismans. The moment the talisman brush touched the paper, it would spontaneously combust. Thus, ordinary martial artists fundamentally lacked the potential to create talismans. Chapter 55. Success in Crafting Talismans. Gao Xiaotsue comes knocking after 2 more days of attempts. If he still failed, he would have to reconsider his approach. Wai Yu gazed at the talisman paper before him and shook his head slightly. Though the talisman paper was essential to him, if his talent for crafting talismans was lacking, it would be futile to continue wasting time. For him, if he could not create talismans, he might as well pursue the path of overpowering demons with brute strength. He believed that with sufficient might, he would eventually be able to extinguish the malevolent beings with the power of his blood vitality. Of course, being able to craft talismans would be ideal, as the ability to regulate energy was crucial for enhancing his strength. The creation of talismans could establish a virtuous cycle, allowing him to navigate the early stages of cultivation and significantly save time. As time passed and darkness enveloped the sky, Yu focused intently on drawing the talismans. Under the gentle caress of moonlight, it felt as though fortune smiled upon him. This time, Yu completed the talisman in one fluid motion, the fire crystal brush making the final stroke. Had he succeeded? He stared at the yellow paper inscribed with strange characters, momentarily lost in thought. Once he regained his senses, he eagerly opened the probability panel, silently praying that the talisman creation would manifest on the screen. Without the panel, given his qualifications, taking days to draw a single talisman would be less beneficial than concentrating on cultivating his techniques. Fortunately, the probability panel did not disappoint him. The words Qiyang Talisman appeared before him. Qiyang Talisman, first tier 96 probability of failure, 3.995 probability of success, 0.005 probability of crafting a perfect talisman, 0 probability of crafting a transcendent talisman. No wonder he had been unable to produce any. It was almost laughable to think he could succeed under such circumstances. Yu rolled his eyes at the Qiyang Talisman panel, muttering under his breath. There was no escaping the reality of the staggering failure rate he was witnessing. According to the lore of novels, one might possess some degree of talent for talisman crafting, but not much. With a failure rate as high as 96, drawing 100 would yield at most 4 Qiyang talismans, underscoring just how low the chances of success truly were, let alone the 0 probability for transcendent talismans. Thankfully, he had the panel, and without further ado, he increased the probability for transcendent talismans to 50%. After spending 2 hours eating and resting, Yu returned to his desk without hesitation. He grasped the fire crystal brush and commenced crafting talismans once more. With the support of the probability panel, his hand moved almost of its own accord, accompanied by newfound insights into the creation of the Qiyang talisman. These insights flooded his mind, enhancing his proficiency in talisman crafting. As the fire crystal brush danced swiftly across the talisman paper, a pristine talisman materialized before him in mere moments. Wai Yu eagerly picked up the talisman for inspection. Compared to his previous attempts, this Qiyang talisman bore a more intricate and dimensional script. Although it resembled its predecessors, it possessed an innate elegance that set it apart. Despite recognizing this as a transcendent talisman, Yu's limited knowledge of talismans prevented him from discerning the specific differences without prior experience. Alas, the talisman script analysis was not a manual for crafting talismans, but merely an introductory text on the characters used in talismans. The first step in crafting talismans involved understanding the meanings of the scripts, allowing for proper writing and creation. Without a teacher to guide him, he could only navigate this path through trial and error. Fortunately, he had finally succeeded in creating a talisman. Otherwise, his journey as a talisman master might have ended there. Moreover, after utilizing the probability panel to create the talisman, a wealth of experience flooded his mind, raising his success rate for talisman crafting to 5%. If this trend continued, the likelihood of failure would eventually dwindle to 0. Having secured the completed Qiyang talisman, Yu refrained from continuing to draw more talismans. Rubbing his painfully throbbing head, He recognized this as a sign of excessive mental strain. If he persisted in crafting, not only would success remain elusive, but he might also succumb to prolonged unconsciousness, with severe cases potentially rendering him simple-minded. After freshening up, Yu collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, around noon, a sharp knock echoed at the door just as Yu finished drawing another talisman. Though he felt a twinge of exasperation, he nonetheless covered his desk with a cloth. Unwilling to let others know of his talisman crafting abilities, upon opening the door, he found Gao Xiaotsue standing outside, her face drawn and weary, dark circles under her eyes suggesting she had not slept well in quite some time. "Have you located the headless specter?" Yu inquired, noting her haggard appearance. "We have found it. I specifically came to seek your assistance," Gao Xiaotsue replied, nodding, her gaze toward Yu laden with complexity. Days prior, she had learned of Yu's successful hunt of the YHGUI, and while she recognized his formidable strength and mastery of thunderous forces, the swiftness of his victory still left her incredulous. She even entertained the notion that Yu might be possessed by some ancient specter, as mere talent could not adequately describe his prowess. After all, while leveling up was one thing, mastering thunderous forces was an entirely different endeavor. Despite her years of cultivation, she had only managed to elevate her fire force to a mere 10%. Yu's display in Fishwater Village indicated that his comprehension of thunderous forces was at least above 30%. "Assisting you in vanquishing the specter poses no problem, but I have a condition," Yu stated, his resolve firm. After all, this was a matter of confronting a malevolent spirit. A single Qiyang talisman would hardly suffice to compel him into action. "Of course, if you agree to help, we will additionally reward you with 3,000 taels of silver," Gao Xiaotsue smiled, recognizing that securing Yu's assistance was worth the expenditure. After all, compared to training the demon slayers, 3,000 taels was quite modest. The demon slayers were the elite among ordinary martial artists, a status not easily obtained through mere financial means. However, the specters were exceptionally perilous, and none could guarantee their survival. Yet with Yu's involvement, the risks would be significantly mitigated. "I do not require the money. What I need is a method to break through to the third stage of physical refinement," Yu replied, shaking his head and looking intently at Gao Xiaotsue. Having reached the pinnacle of the blood transformation stage, his iron body technique had also attained its utmost limits. Currently, the highest tier of martial arts available in Shattered Rock City was the yellow grade, which only allowed for cultivation up to the peak of the third stage of physical refinement, known as the pulse transformation stage. Although this was 2 tiers above his current technique, it still did not meet his requirements. He sought a method to transcend the third stage of physical refinement. Yet, as Lu Zimo had indicated, practitioners who could break through the third stage in Shattered Rock City were exceedingly rare, and the corresponding techniques were equally scarce. As the foremost power in Shattered Rock City, the government undoubtedly possessed methods for transcending the third stage. Chapter 56. The Chance to Exchange, Talisman Master, Techniques to Break Through the 3 Stages? Gao Xiaotsue paused momentarily, taken aback. Given Yu's exceptional talent, coupled with his refusal to join the Demon Hall, she had speculated whether he might be affiliated with a certain faction or a disciple of a sect. However, if he were indeed a disciple of a faction or sect, how could such a remarkable individual lack access to techniques? Had she misjudged, concluding that Yu was merely an ordinary person with opportunities? "I am afraid this is beyond my jurisdiction. I will need to report this matter," she responded. Gao Xiaotsue regained her composure and, with a face full of remorse, remarked, "Even within the Demon Slayer Hall, sufficient contributions are required to exchange for martial arts techniques. Moreover, Yu is not a member of the Demon Slayer Hall. He is merely a warrior they invited to assist. I cannot make such decisions unilaterally." "Then let us go together," Yu responded with a gentle smile, not wishing to put Gao Xiaotsue in a difficult position. It would be ideal to obtain the techniques, but if not, it is no great concern. After all, there are numerous ways for me to enhance my strength in the short term. I can invest in external techniques and the twisted armor, while for body refining techniques, I can take my time to search for opportunities. Gao Xiaozue nodded and subsequently led Yu away from the inn. Upon arriving at the Demon Slayer Hall, Yu curiously surveyed the building. The hall was a 3-story stone structure, devoid of ostentatious decorations, and the main hall was exceedingly simple and clean. That moment, over 10 individuals were gathered in the hall, with a middle-aged man in his 40s seated at the top. The middle-aged man possessed a square face, adorned with a thick black beard, and his piercing eyes exuded an air of competence. While Yu scrutinized others, the Demon Slayer guards observed him with equal curiosity. After entering the hall, Gao Xiaozue approached the middle-aged man and whispered something in his ear. "I am Gao Gang. Let us speak in the back." The middle-aged man rose and said with a smile directed at Yu. Yu nodded and followed Gao Xiaozue and Gao Gang into the back room. "Please, have a seat." Upon entering, Gao Gang took a seat at a round table and gestured for Yu to sit. Yu, feeling indifferent, casually settled down in front of Gao Gang. "You must be aware of the rarity of the body refining techniques for breaking through to the third realm. Even within the Demon Slayer Hall, one must complete numerous tasks to redeem them." Gao Gang poured a cup of tea and pushed it towards Yu with a smile. "Regardless of how precious the techniques may be, they surely cannot compare to human life. Exchanging a technique for the elimination of a headless ghost seems to favor you." Yu shrugged, unfazed by Gao Gang's remarks. "Isn't this merely a negotiation? Naturally, one must advocate for their own interests." Furthermore, during their journey, he had discussed with Gao Xiaozue and learned that the headless ghost was no trivial foe. The Demon Slayer Hall had attempted to confront it twice, dispatching peak Third Realm warriors, yet they had been unable to subdue the headless ghost and had suffered the loss of over 10 Demon Slayer guards. "Oh? Are you so confident in your ability to slay that headless ghost?" Gao Gang raised an eyebrow, a flicker of intrigue crossing his face. He was perplexed as to where Yu derived such confidence to make such a bold claim, even if the opponent could defeat a fiendish tiger. At such a young age, he would likely only be a peak Third Realm warrior. Gao Gang had witnessed the headless ghost himself. Even peak Third Realm warriors risked death with the slightest misstep. "Not exactly. But I am certainly more assured than you," Yu chuckled. "Perhaps I was not capable before, but do not forget that I now possess the Crimson Sun Talisman. Although I have yet to test its power, it must surpass the one Gao Xiaozue provided." He was not speaking without basis. The quality of the Crimson Sun Talisman he crafted was evidently superior. The headless ghost and the previous ghost brain were discovered in the same location. Can it truly be stronger than the Third Realm? More assured than us? Gao Gang scrutinized Yu intently before suddenly breaking into a smile. "Since you resolved that ghost brain, if you can assist in slaying the headless ghost, I can offer you an opportunity to exchange for a technique. Not imposing excessive demands on Yu," Gao Gang continued. "For him, using a technique to befriend a genius is a lucrative transaction." Although he had not broken through to the Fourth Realm during his time at the Demon Slayer Hall, he had accumulated enough resources. Acquiring a technique was not a challenge for him. He also wished to ascertain whether Yu's abilities matched the value of the technique. "Very well, let us await the outcome." Yu nodded, responding with a smile, secretly pleased that this opportunity seemed assured. Once he acquired the technique, he would be able to break through to the essence refinement realm, significantly enhancing his strength. Their operation was scheduled for the night. Gao Gang briefed Yu on the plan for the evening. The headless ghost had recently arrived in the Shattered Rock City and was located to the south of the city. The Demon Slayer Hall had made several attempts. However, the headless ghost proved exceedingly troublesome. Not only was it elusive, but it also unleashed invisible attacks that severed opponents' heads. For the night's operation, the Demon Slayer Hall planned to deploy 2 peak Third Realm warriors, along with another peak Third Realm warrior recruited from the common folk. If the operation failed tonight, their remaining Crimson Sun talismans would be insufficient for another attempt, and they would have to wait for the higher-ups to send more talismans. Therefore, it was imperative to successfully hunt the headless ghost. Otherwise, the potential loss of life could be staggering. Gao Gang sighed, looking utterly helpless. Are the Crimson Sun talismans really that scarce? Yu inquired, somewhat puzzled. Although he was aware of their rarity, he found it hard to believe a city like Shattered Rock would lack them when even a small town had some. Alas, the sole talisman master remaining in Shattered Rock City has gone missing, and the Crimson Sun talismans need to be distributed among various towns, leaving hardly any available. Gao Gang shook his head, internally cursing the missing talisman master. Originally, that talisman master's output was low, managing to produce only a few talismans each month. Now, at a critical juncture, he had inexplicably vanished. What was even more frustrating was that talisman masters were exceedingly rare, and there was little one could do about it. The talisman master is missing? Yu raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling the lecherous old man. Could that talisman master possibly be him? Upon further contemplation, he found this possibility quite plausible. The clues pointed unmistakably towards that talisman master. Spell analysis, flame insignia, formidable strength. Every detail aligned. Yu subtly probed Gao Gang about the talisman master, but Gao Gang was largely unaware of him. The talisman master had come from the imperial capital, and even the city lord had to tread cautiously around him. Additionally, the talisman master rarely ventured out, leading many to be unaware of his existence. Chapter 57. The Yihang Courtyard. Young city lord. After listening to Gao Gang's account, Yiyu's gaze flickered with uncertainty, yet he had essentially confirmed his suspicions. However, one aspect perplexed him. Why would the lecherous old man, hailing from a place like the imperial capital, engage in the breeding of demons? After all, demons were humanity's archenemies, and the frequency of demonized warriors was far greater than that of ghostly entities. The lecherous old man, in his quest to find the talisman master, had even resorted to slaughtering an entire village, mirroring the actions of the ghost spirit sect he had encountered previously. Yet, the lecherous old man displayed disdain for the ghost spirit sect, claiming to be some sort of celestial envoy, clearly not affiliated with them. Could there be other heretical organizations? Unfortunately, having only been in this world for a little over half a year, Yu was unable to fathom the lecherous old man's origins. In the dead of night, Yu lay atop a building, with Gao Xiaotsue sitting nearby, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Since the Demon Slayer Hall only had a general idea of the ghostly entity's location, they had to split up to locate the headless ghost. It was undeniable that cities differed vastly from small towns. Even at this late hour, the streets remained bustling with activity. Yu observed the Yihang Courtyard across the way, where a lively scene unfolded in front of the entrance, contrasting sharply with the beggar at the door. Shall we go in for a while? Noticing Yu's unwavering gaze upon the Yihang Courtyard, Gao Xiaotsue pouted in annoyance, teasing him. Let us go in, Yu replied as he stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Gao Xiaotsue was momentarily taken aback. Are you truly going in? We are on a mission, and this involves the lives of many people. I hope you take it seriously. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gao Xiaotsue's expression turned serious, internally cursing, men are all the same. It is nothing. I haven't eaten enough tonight, and this is a perfect opportunity to grab a bite. Yu dismissed her concerns and, without further ado, leaped off the rooftop. Of course, he did not intend to indulge in revelry at the Yihang Courtyard. Rather, he felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort while gazing at it. He could not quite articulate why, but it was a peculiar sensation that reminded him of his earlier experience in Yushui village when discovering concealed ghostly entities. Perhaps it was due to the crowd, but the feeling was not as distinct, prompting him to approach for a closer look. Watching Yu depart, Gao Xiaotsue's expression shifted repeatedly, but she ultimately gritted her teeth and followed. The pair arrived at the entrance of the Yihong courtyard, where the madam of the establishment paused momentarily upon seeing Gao Xiaozue in uniform. It was not that public officials had never come here for leisure, but rather that no woman had ever visited before. Could something be amiss? Were they here to apprehend criminals? However, the madam was not one to be easily unsettled. She quickly donned a smile and approached them. "May I ask what brings you, distinguished guests?" she inquired respectfully as she approached them. "Naturally, we are here for some entertainment. Do you think I came to chat with you?" Yi replied. Yu curled her lips and, having spoken, strode directly into the Yihong courtyard. Gao Xiaozue followed behind, rolling her eyes, yet still trailed after Yu. In contrast to the Shimo Hall, the interior of the Yihong courtyard was resplendently adorned, with red silk ribbons hanging everywhere and the air saturated with a rich fragrance of perfume. "Young master, would you like a private room?" the matron inquired with a beaming smile as she caught up with them. Just that table. Yu surveyed the surroundings and quickly spotted an empty table by the second floor. After all, he was not genuinely there to indulge in the pleasures of the flower house. A private room would obscure his view of the outside, making it impossible to discern any irregularities. "Young master, that table is already reserved," the matron said, looking troubled as she gazed at Yu. "Then ask them to make way, or do you wish to disregard the face of the Shimo Hall?" Yu fixed a piercing stare at the matron, his expression unfriendly. Gao Xiaozue frowned behind him, bewildered by Yu's intent. Did he intend to leverage the Shimo Hall's name to intimidate? Yet, considering Yu's remarkable prowess at such a young age, she presumed he was not so superficial. "What if I choose not to give you face? Do you have any idea who I am?" Just then, a boisterous voice resonated from the entrance of the Yihong courtyard. "The young city lord has arrived." Upon seeing the individual at the door, the matron immediately rushed to greet him. Yu turned around, raising an eyebrow. The newcomer appeared to be around 20, clad in a brocade robe, with a gaunt figure and a complexion that spoke of a life untouched by hardship, a typical pampered young master. Given that he was called the young city lord, his identity was self-evident. However, Yu did not expect to encounter the city lord's son, Wei Yong, here. "Hey, why the silence? Are you intimidated?" Wei Yong regarded Yu with a provocative smirk. As the son of the city lord, he squandered his days in such establishments instead of serving the citizens. One could only imagine how the townsfolk would feel if they knew. Yu shook his head slightly, a look of pity crossing his features as he remarked, "In these times, it seems both men and spirits revel in ostentation. A public servant flaunting himself in the Yihong courtyard so brazenly. Are you not intentionally courting animosity for your father? You, as a member of the Shimo Hall, are you implying that I cannot come here?" Wei Yong narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. "Who informed you that I belong to the Shimo Hall?" Yu countered with a smile, his tone reflective. "If you are not, why do you carry the name of the Shimo Hall? Do you understand the repercussions of impersonating a public official?" Wei Yong glanced at Gao Xiaozue beside him, seemingly seizing an opportunity, and declared arrogantly, "Young lord, he is an assistant we invited to help us investigate ominous entities." Gao Xiaozue clasped her hands expressionlessly and replied, "Indeed, it seems all men are inherently untrustworthy." "Him? Are you trying to make me laugh?" Observing Yu, who appeared no older than 15, Wei Yong erupted into laughter, as if he had heard an absurd joke. "Young lord, please maintain a semblance of seriousness." Gao Xiaozue frowned, her demeanor grave. It appeared that when she returned, she would have to remind her father not to misplace his allegiances. This pretentious young city lord, having only been in power for 2 months, was likely to become a source of trouble. One must avoid entanglements with such individuals. Wei Yong prepared to retort. He felt a sudden stirring at his waist where a yellow jade pendant rested. Placing his hand upon the pendant, A wave of warmth spread through his palm. Goodness, there truly is an ominous entity here. I concur with your assertions, the son of the city lord. How could he afford to be so complacent? Thus, he resolved to retreat for 3 days of seclusion to contemplate how to better serve the populace. Setting down the pendant, the previously arrogant demeanor of Wei Yang vanished, replaced by a visage of deep remorse. With no other recourse, he preferred to flee rather than remain and confront others. The sudden transformation of the young city lord left the matron and onlookers utterly bewildered, at the very least. You are the son of the city lord. Where has your initial bravado gone? I have matters to attend to. We shall meet again. Wei Yang clasped his hands together and, having spoken, turned to leave. Late, Yu stated calmly, his voice low. What do you mean, late? Gao Xiaotsue was taken aback, and as realization dawned, she became increasingly anxious. She was well aware of Yu's capabilities and his unparalleled perception. In the past, while the villagers of Yushui struggled to locate the ghostly entity, Yu, with his extraordinary senses, was able to uncover its trail. This was the primary reason she sought his assistance. Wei Yang's heart quickened, and he hurriedly led his 2 subordinates toward the exit. However, just as they were about to leave the Yihong courtyard, they found themselves confronted by Yi Yu and Gao Xiaotsue. Unwilling to accept defeat, Wei Yang gritted his teeth and attempted to move toward the door once more, only to find himself back where he started. Onlookers, including the matron and patrons, exchanged confused glances. What is the meaning of this back and forth? Are you leaving or staying? I am the son of the city lord. You must protect me. At that moment, Wei Yang was devoid of the young lord's poise, crying out as he inched closer to Gao Xiaotsue. For him, nothing was more important than preserving his life. Professional matters required professionals. For now, remaining by Gao Xiaotsue's side felt like the safest option. Despite being the son of the city lord, he was merely an insignificant figure at the bone-refining stage, utterly incapable of surviving against an ominous entity on his OWN. Yu, have you located the ominous entity? Gao Xiaotsue disregarded Wei Yang and turned to Yu, her expression serious. Not yet, but it is undoubtedly here. Let us ascend to the upper floor and rest for a moment, Yu replied. Shaking his head as he made his way up the stairs, cough, cough, young brother, I shall treat you today. Let us share a table. Wei Yang coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment, then resumed his ingratiating demeanor toward Yu. Now is not the time to indulge the young city lord's whims. Sometimes, saving face is trivial, as long as one does not lose their life. Even the members of the Shimo Hall were inquiring of Yu, clearly recognizing his abilities. In this situation, clinging to a powerful ally was the wisest course. Once they were seated upstairs, a table laden with dishes was soon presented. However, apart from Yu, the other 2 had no appetite. And even the courtesans brought by the matron were turned away. No one knew whether the ominous entity might be mingling among the crowd, so any potential intruders were swiftly intercepted by Wei Yang's subordinates. As Yu dined, he watched the dancers below, occasionally glancing elsewhere. Yet, for reasons unknown, the ghostly entity had yet to make an appearance. What is happening? Why can't we leave? As time passed, some began to notice the peculiarities, and chaos erupted below. Panic and unease started to spread, and soon the entire Yihong courtyard descended into turmoil. Yu observed the scene with an impassive expression, then redirected his focus to the surrounding environment. There are members of the Shimo Hall above. We must seek them out. At that moment, someone recalled Gao Xiaotsue and turned their gaze toward the upper floor. Everyone, please remain calm. We are devising a solution and will likely be able to exit shortly. Gao Xiaotsue stood, attempting to pacify the agitated crowd below. You brought the ghost measuring talismans, didn't you? Why not use them now? Yu recalled the talismans employed by Mao Yanrue and looked at Gao Xiaotsue. You too should assist as well, he said, directing his words to Wei Yang's subordinates. Gao Xiaozue retrieved 3 ghost measuring talismans and handed 2 to Wei Yang's companions. However, before long, chaos erupted anew as 2 patrons inexplicably engaged in a brawl. Their faces were etched with fear, as if they had witnessed something terrifying. Wei Yu furrowed his brow, his gaze suddenly directed toward the entrance. Due to the scuffle, 2 individuals were pushed out of the Yihong courtyard. Yet, unlike their previous retreat, these 2 did not return. They simply exited the establishment. Are they able to leave? Wei Yang, who had been closely observing Yi Yu, noticed this development and cautiously suggested, I am unsure. Perhaps you might try it's possible that the ghostly entity has already departed. Wei Yu shrugged, a smile playing on his lips. Though I say so, that peculiar sensation still lingers. Evidently, the ghostly entity has not truly left. It was strange. Thus far, the ghost measuring talismans had failed to identify the entity, yet it also had not emerged to wreak havoc. Perhaps it is best to wait a little longer, he thought to himself. Just a bit longer. Wei Yang chuckled twice, not daring to heed Yi Yu's words to act recklessly. After all, his jade pendant was still emanating heat, a clear indication that the nearby malevolent spirits had not vacated the vicinity. Although he could not take the risk himself, it did not imply that he could not send others in his stead. Wei Yang glanced at his subordinates. One of them understood the unspoken command and approached the entrance, discreetly pushing a patron out of the Yihong courtyard when no one was paying attention. Like the 2 patrons who had been thrust inside previously, this one too fled without a backward glance. Not daring to return to the establishment, Brother Yi, I just remembered I have matters to attend to at home, so I must take my leave. Let us meet again next time. Upon seeing someone depart, Wei Yang could no longer remain seated, and he clasped his hands together, smiling as he addressed Yi Yu. His courtesy towards Yi Yu stemmed primarily from the latter's composure. There was no trace of panic about him. To encounter malevolent spirits and maintain such demeanor suggested either that Yi Yu was a fool or possessed an unwavering confidence. Yet, one could scarcely assume that someone capable of enlisting the assistance of the demon-slaying hall was merely a simpleton. Though Wei Yang was accustomed to being brash, there were certain matters best left unprovoked, particularly when it concerned a martial artist adept at dealing with malevolent entities. I advise you against leaving this place, Yi Yu remarked, casting a glance at Wei Yang before turning his attention back to the entrance of the Yihong courtyard. It must be said that while Wei Yang appeared somewhat ostentatious, his ability to yield and adapt was indeed extraordinary. Had it been anyone else in his position as the son of the city lord, they would likely have already begun issuing commands. Instead, Wei Yang refrained from such actions, even choosing not to interfere with Yi Yu's decisions. Of course, as the son of the city lord, it was reasonable to assume he possessed some means of self-preservation, which accounted for his rather nonchalant demeanor. Why? Wei Yang, having just risen, paused at Yi Yu's inquiry. Do you not sense the scent of blood? Yi Yu countered with a question rather than providing an answer. He had detected a metallic tang of blood when 2 patrons exited the Yihong courtyard, and after Wei Yang's subordinate had forced another person out, the stench had intensified. Thus, Yi Yu surmised that the trio had not truly left the courtyard at all. No, where did you catch that scent? Wei Yang raised an eyebrow, moving his nose slightly to sniff the air. However, he could not discern any trace of blood. Or perhaps he did catch a whiff. But it was of the sort typically associated with women. Chapter 59. The Pyramid of Heads. The headless ghost. Yi Yu turned his gaze toward a nearby private room. Wei Yang felt a twinge of confusion. How could he not detect the scent of blood from such proximity? As he stepped forward to verify, he suddenly halted at the door, glancing back at his subordinate. Open the door, he instructed. For Wei Yang, it was imperative never to expose himself to danger, regardless of the circumstances. Though his subordinate hesitated, as a guardian of the young lord, he steeled his resolve and approached, pulling open the door to the adjacent room. As the door swung open, a pungent stench assailed their senses. Within the modest room lay a multitude of corpses, each head severed and arranged with meticulous precision in a pyramid formation at the center of the chamber. In that instant, an icy chill surged through Wei Yang's being. Among the heads piled in the room were not only the 3 patrons who had just departed, but also others, including the courtesans and madams of the Yihong courtyard. For reasons unknown, the once raucous atmosphere of the Yihong courtyard fell into an eerie silence. Wei Yu glanced downstairs, observing that the previously animated crowd appeared frozen in time. At this moment, it became apparent to Wei Yang and his companions that those individuals had perished long before their arrival. No wonder the 3 patrons had been able to exit with such ease. They had merely witnessed illusions. Seeing this, Gao Xiaotsue drew her long knife from her waist and swept it across the room. Yet, as the blade made contact with a patron, it simply passed through their body as though triggered by some unseen mechanism, causing all patrons and courtesans to disintegrate into fine dust. The Yihong courtyard transformed into a dilapidated shell, as if it had been abandoned for decades. Wei Yu cast his gaze upon the food laid out on the table, a wave of nausea washing over him. What he had consumed was not a meal but rather a collection of revolting insects. What in the world is happening? How could I not have noticed? Yi Yu's previously calm demeanor darkened considerably. He hurriedly checked his body for any abnormalities, finding none. Even the repulsive morsels he had ingested had been fully digested. Gao Xiaotsue leaped up from downstairs, joining Wei Yang and the others, all of them now tense and observant of their surroundings. Brother, do you think we can escape? Wei Yang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, fear evident in his eyes as he inched closer to Yi Yu. At this moment, all he desired was to flee, but he knew that relying on himself was futile. He could only place his trust in Yi Yu. After all, Yi Yu's ability to detect the scent of blood was a testament to his formidable strength. While he had 2 subordinates, they were merely martial artists at the blood transformation stage, capable of little more than enjoying the spoils of life alongside him. They were far from equipped to contend with the recently discovered headless ghosts. I don't know. We must first locate the headless spirit, Yi Yu replied, his expression grave as he surveyed the area. However, apart from the crumbling buildings, there was no sign of the headless ghost. Previously, he had assumed that the mixed auras had obscured his ability to find the headless ghost. But now, the peculiar ambience suggested that the headless ghost could manifest anywhere. Suddenly, Yi Yu's attention was drawn to the room piled high with corpses. Noticing the change in Yi Yu's demeanor, Gao Xiaotsue retrieved a ghost detection talisman and tossed it into the room. In an instant, the talisman ignited and turned to ashes. Upon witnessing this, Yi Yu's legs crackled with energy as he charged into the room like a tank, unleashing a powerful punch towards the pyramid of heads. Bang! A surge of lightning erupted from his fist, the ferocious energy exploding against the pyramid of heads. The impact not only shattered the head pyramid but also created a gaping hole in the floor. Simultaneously, the entire Yihong courtyard began to tremble violently, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Being a wooden structure, the martial artists within the courtyard were not overly concerned about being crushed. Yet, at that moment, Yi Yu appeared to sense something amiss and quickly turned his gaze to one of Wei Yang's subordinates. "Get down," Yi Yu shouted. However, due to Yi Yu's sudden movement and the buildings quaking, the martial artist momentarily froze in confusion. In that fleeting instant, a thin line of blood appeared at the base of his neck. By the time the others reacted, the subordinate's head had already fallen to the ground. His face still bearing a look of bewilderment, a chill ran down the spines of the remaining 3, and they swiftly rushed towards Yi Yu. Yet, Yi Yu paid them no heed. Instead, he began to clear the corpses blocking the way and charged through the wall into the adjacent room. As he entered the room, Yi Yu's body prickled with an instinctive alertness, and without a second thought, he dropped to the ground. There was no visible change in the room, and Gao Xiaozue and the others entered with puzzled expressions. Unsure of why Yi Yu had suddenly prostrated himself, compared to the others, Yi Yu's complexion was notably grim. Despite the absence of any apparent anomalies, he had undeniably felt something hurtling toward him just moments prior. Rising again, he charged towards the wall, breaking through 3 walls in rapid succession, even shattering 2 load-bearing columns, further destabilizing the already precarious structure. Upon reaching the 4th room, a towering gray figure in the center caught Yi Yu's attention. It was a headless spirit, standing at an imposing height of 2.5 meters, clad in armor woven from vines, wielding a long black blade. Confronted by the formidable headless spirit, Yi Yu's expression turned serious. Gao Xiaozue had previously mentioned that headless spirits and ghost brains were one and the same, yet it remained a mystery why 2 distinct entities had emerged. The oppressive aura emanating from this headless spirit suggested that it was on an entirely different level compared to the ghost brain. The headless spirit raised its black blade, suddenly slicing through the air with a swift motion. There was no sound, but Yi Yu instinctively rolled away to avoid the unseen strike. Gao Xiaozue and the others, now alert, quickly spotted the headless spirit in the distance. The remaining subordinate of Wei Yang drew his long knife, affixing a yellow talisman to its blade, seemingly intending to assist. However, at that moment, the headless spirit swung its blade once more, this time targeting Wei Yang and his companions. "Get down!" Yu shouted loudly at the 3 individuals. Having learned from previous lessons, they immediately dropped to the ground without a second thought, remaining utterly silent. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Yu swiftly unleashed the technique of thunder escape, charging straight toward the headless ghost. The ghost raised its black blade defensively, seemingly attempting to halt Yi Yu's momentum. However, with nearly 10,000 pounds of sheer strength and the force of thunder, Yi Yu collided with the ghost, sending it crashing through the wall, vanishing into thin air. Observing this, Yi Yu smashed through the wall once more and retrieved a red sun talisman from his pocket. As the talisman was activated, a blazing red-yellow light erupted, striking the airborne headless ghost as if it had been struck by lightning, causing it to plummet to the ground. Chapter 60. Black Lightning, the power of the red sun talisman in the instant of its descent. The headless ghost swung its blade towards the pursuing Yi Yu. With the ghost so close, Yi Yu had no choice but to cross his arms defensively. Black viscous fluid surged from his palms, forming a dark armor around his forearms. Though the attack seemed silent, an invisible force struck Yi Yu's arms, tearing apart the black armor. Glancing at his bleeding forearms, Yi Yu noticed the armor wriggling as if it possessed life. Quickly restoring itself, faced with the ghost just inches away, Yi Yu erupted with blue lightning, instantly appearing before the headless ghost. As he unleashed a punch, the blue lightning transformed into black lightning upon contact with the dark armor. Even the blue thunder beast that had previously manifested during his thunder fist technique morphed into a black thunder beast. Unlike before, the sensation of his punch striking the ghost felt akin to hitting solid wood, and the ghost seemed genuinely wounded, releasing a torrent of gray mist. Witnessing this, Yi Yu felt invigorated. However, the headless ghost offered no respite, delivering a kick to Yi Yu's abdomen. A chilling sensation seeped into Yi Yu's body, as if it sought to freeze him. Yet, as the mingled energy of blood and internal force coursed through him, the frigid feeling diminished significantly. Seizing the moment, the headless ghost unleashed a flurry of strikes aimed at Yi Yu's neck. Realizing the ghost's pattern of attack, Yi Yu dodged with a swift maneuver, performing a bridge to evade the assault. He understood that the neck was a vulnerable part of the human body, and despite his iron body and formidable defenses, he dared not face such strikes head-on. However, while Yi Yu evaded, Wei Yang's subordinate was not so fortunate. Unable to perceive the ghost's attack and without Yi Yu's warning, he felt a sharp pain as blood trickled from his neck. "Little brother, I'll wait for you outside." Wei Yang called out to Yi Yu as he witnessed his subordinate's head roll to the ground. turning to flee the room. With no other option, he realized this was a battle of immortals, and remaining here would be futile, perhaps even fatal. In contrast, Gao Xiaotsue pressed forward, placing the red sun talisman on her blade before unleashing a fiery slash towards the headless ghost. Yet, the ghost effortlessly blocked the attack with a single hand. However, the talisman's enhancement charred the ghost's arm. Nevertheless, compared to Yi Yu, this damage was negligible. Go protect Wei Yang. I will handle this headless ghost. Yi Yu shouted to Gao Xiaotsue. Yet, she hesitated, wanting to assist, but Yi Yu's stern gaze compelled her to leave the room, gritting her teeth in resignation. Her strength paled in comparison to Yi Yu's. Staying could distract him. Once Gao Xiaotsue departed, Yi Yu retrieved a self-made red sun talisman from his pocket. Now undisturbed, it was the perfect moment to test the talisman's power. His right hand's black viscous fluid writhed, transforming into a black tang sword. The headless ghost's form began to blur, as though it might vanish at any moment. Yet, since the destruction of the human head pyramid, the ghost's presence in Yi Yu's perception was strikingly clear. Whether due to his enhanced abilities or the influence of the twisted armor, this sensation was far less taxing than when he sought the ghost brain. The headless ghost threatened to disappear. Yi Yu wasted no time, swinging the black sword towards the empty room's window. Instantly, a surge of black lightning sliced through the air, striking something with a sizzle. The headless ghost appeared, visibly wounded, its form flickering at the window's edge. Lacking any excess emotion, the ghost swung its black, long-handled blade down at Yi Yu. Expressionless, Yi Yu swiftly enveloped his arm with the black sword and raised it defensively to protect his neck. Predictably, the ghost's attacks were always aimed at the neck. As the invisible blade tore through his arm's armor, Yi Yu charged toward the ghost. The headless ghost vanished again, but Yi Yu, surrounded by flickering blue arcs, suddenly changed direction, crashing into the opposite side. The sensation of striking would confirm he had collided with the ghost. Denying the ghost any opportunity, Yi Yu activated the self-made red sun talisman in his left hand and pressed it against the ghost. The yellow talisman rapidly ignited, yet the talisman's inscription remained affixed to the ghost. A dazzling yellow glow erupted from the talisman, radiating an overwhelming warmth that spread rapidly, even reaching Gao Xiaotsue and Wei Yang downstairs, enveloping them in a soothing warmth. Conversely, the headless ghost reacted as if it had encountered a natural enemy, its body rapidly dissolving where it touched the talisman, transforming into gray viscous fluid that dripped to the ground. In mere moments, the ghost's form was reduced to little more than a shattered left half. Brandishing its blade, the ghost swung at Yi Yu. Although Yi Yu was surprised that the ghost had not been vanquished, he remained vigilant, once more shielding his neck. As the twisted armor was torn asunder, Yi Yu successfully defended against the intangible assault. Then, donning a claw-like black gauntlet, he pierced the ghost's left chest, sending black lightning coursing through its form, causing a torrent of gray mist to surge from within. Yet, despite this, the headless ghost persisted, and the emanating gray mist morphed into the faces of the deceased, clawing and reaching for Yi Yu. Not granting the ghost a moment's respite, Yi Yu again retrieved a red sun talisman and affixed it to the ghost. A brilliant yellow light erupted, distorting the gray faces, which dissolved under the talisman's might. The headless ghost's remaining body melted as if it had touched lava, ultimately transforming into gray fluid that dripped onto the ground. With a resounding crash, as the headless ghost vanished entirely, the Yihong courtyard trembled violently, its wooden structure collapsing and burying Yi Yu and the others beneath the debris. After a moment, a head emerged from the wreckage. Wei Yang glanced at the fallen building, suddenly recalling the headless ghost, and began anxiously searching for Yi Yu amidst the chaos. After all, if Yi Yu perished, he would have no means to confront the ghost. Although he possessed items for self-preservation, they would only provide fleeting protection, insufficient for a proper escape. Yet, Yiyu was nowhere to be found. Gao Xiaotsue, however, managed to extricate herself from the splintered wood beside Wei Yong. Like him, her first instinct upon emerging was to locate Yiyu. Chapter 61. Feigning Injury, the Spirit Realm. At that moment, Yiyu forcefully pushed aside the surrounding debris, emerging amidst the ruins of Yihong Courtyard. Upon seeing Yiyu unscathed, Gao Xiaotsue and Wei Yong exhaled in relief. After all, their combined strength was insufficient to contend with the headless ghost. How did it go? Did you deal with the headless ghost? Gao Xiaotsue inquired eagerly. I did, Yiyu replied, glancing at the panel before nodding. After vanquishing the headless ghost, his adjustment points had increased by 15. Compared to the 8 points gained from defeating the ghost brain, it was evident how formidable the headless ghost had been. Fortunately, the Red Sun Talisman had played a crucial role. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to resolve the conflict swiftly. Thank you, Brother Yi, for saving my life. Should you require assistance in the future, please seek me out. I will repay this debt in full, Wei Yong expressed gratefully, clasping his fists. Of course, his words were also a means to foster future connections. After all, anyone capable of defeating a headless ghost was someone he wanted to befriend. It was merely a small effort, Yiyu waved dismissively, not placing much importance on it. Killing the headless ghost was a promise made, and Wei Yong was fortunate. Otherwise, he might have met a fate akin to that of his unfortunate subordinates. Once again, I am grateful, Brother Yi. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. Wei Yong gazed into the distance at the approaching demon-slaying guard. After speaking, he turned and departed without hesitation. It was unavoidable. Visiting the Yihong Courtyard was never a favorable circumstance, and even with the title of young lord, it was unwise for too many to be aware of his presence. Certain matters were understood implicitly, but being caught in the act was an entirely different scenario. Moreover, his father was new to this place, and Gao Gang held a significant position within the demon-slaying hall, a target of his father's potential alliances. Thus, it was best to avoid being discovered by Gao Gang. Are you hurt? Without acknowledging Wei Yang's departure, Gao Xiaotsue approached Yiyu, her face a mask of concern. Yiyu glanced at his hands. The wounds inflicted by the headless ghost had long since healed, leaving not even a scar. Although such remarkable recuperative abilities were impressive, they sent a shiver down Yiyu's spine. For a body refinement warrior, while physical strength was formidable, advancing would also substantially enhance recovery capabilities. Yet, no matter how one might argue, even if his physique now rivaled the pinnacle of the third stage of body refinement, such an abnormal recovery was unwarranted. Typically, recovery would require at least 3 to 5 days. His current recuperative capacity far surpassed that of the pinnacle of the third stage, akin to that of a demon. Among the beings Yiyu had encountered, only demons could achieve such a feat. His mind involuntarily drifted to the strange egg he had seized and the twisted armor acquired from the lecherous old man. The seed of the demon had augmented his physique, while the twisted armor had further intensified this effect. It's nothing, just a minor internal injury. I should recover soon, Yiyu replied with a forced smile. Fabricating a tale after all, aside from his own peculiar circumstances, claiming to be injured could elicit sympathy from the demon-slaying hall personnel. At least he could assert that he had sustained injuries while vanquishing a ghostly entity, potentially securing some form of compensation from Gao Gang upon his arrival. Before long, a demon-slaying guard arrived to restore order, followed closely by Gao Gang and others, who were equally hurried. Xiaotsue, are you all right? Gao Gang approached Gao Xiaotsue with an anxious expression, scrutinizing her closely. I'm fine. It's just that Yiyu has sustained a minor internal injury. Gao Xiaotsue had just turned her head to look at Yiyu when she noticed his once rosy complexion had turned pale, resembling someone gravely wounded. Was Yiyu like this just now? Confusion filled Gao Xiaotsue's mind as she observed Yiyu's feeble demeanor. I'm fine. Just a trivial internal injury, a small issue, Yiyu reassured her. Coughing lightly, even producing a trace of blood. Of course, this was all an act. He had merely manipulated his blood energy to create the illusion of injury. After all, one must perform the role convincingly to secure greater benefits. This is Bai Hua Dan, effective for treating internal injuries. Moreover, it was thanks to you that the headless ghost was eliminated. I will fulfill my promise and additionally provide you with 1,000 taels of silver. Gao Gang said, presenting a white jade vial to Yu. Though his eyes bore a complex expression, he was well aware of the formidable nature of the headless ghost, having faced it in battle before. Thus, he was astonished to learn that Yu had single-handedly dealt with it. Such strength was likely beyond his own. A genius, a true prodigy in martial arts. Yu feigned humility, smiling. Exorcising demons and vanquishing ghosts is our duty. I simply wish to spare the populace from harm. If only our Yinsha kingdom had more individuals with your aspirations, Gao Gang remarked, gazing at Yu with admiration. After a brief exchange, Yu excused himself under the pretense of his injuries and departed from the ruins of the Yihong courtyard. Returning to the inn, the next morning, Yu sat cross-legged on his bed, internal energy surging within his abdomen. As the energy coursed through his meridians under his control, it converged at a single point and swiftly surged towards the Jianjing acupoint. Without a hint of surprise, as if it were a natural progression, the final barrier of the inner qi realm was shattered. A torrent of internal energy flooded into his abdomen, further expanding his dantian, causing Yu's total internal energy to rise significantly. Finally, I've broken through to the inner qi realm. Yu exhaled with relief, feeling a wave of elation as he sensed the internal energy within his abdomen. According to the goals he had previously set for himself, he had saved at least half a month's time in achieving this level. He owed much to that lecherous old man, not only advancing his internal energy by one realm, but also enhancing his body refinement to the limits of the blood transformation realm. Now, he merely required a technique to break through to the bone transformation realm to further augment his power. Yu extended his right hand, gathering blue electrical energy that quickly coalesced. Compared to the previous effects of the thunder force, this time the gathered electricity appeared more solidified. Perhaps due to the differences between body refinement and inner strength, the internal energy significantly enhanced the thunder force, while the blood energy also greatly amplified the Iron Guardian force. Yet, as he gazed at his status panel, Yu fell into contemplation. Name: Yu, Strength. Pinnacle of Blood Transformation, Early Inner Qi Realm. Techniques: Mashan Body Technique, 3rd layer. Iron Body Skill, 7th layer. 9 Guardian Technique, 7th layer. Martial Skills: Thunderclap Palm, Extraordinary. Heavenly Thunder Escape Familiar, Talisman, Red Sun Talisman, Intent, Thunder Force, 51, Mountain Pressure, 3, Iron Guardian Force, 41, Energy Accumulation, 4, Anomaly, Seed of the Demon, Half-Hatch State, Distortion, Twisted Armor, First Stage 33. 585, Adjustment Points, 24, Chapter 62, Intent Allocation, High-Level Master. After slaying the headless ghost, his adjustment points had risen to 24, yet how to allocate them posed a dilemma. For Yu, there were numerous methods to enhance his strength, which was also why he was not in a hurry to acquire body refinement techniques. Aside from body refinement cultivation, he could also elevate his intent, the twisted armor, and his inner strength, particularly the twisted armor. During his earlier battle with the headless ghost, he discovered that it significantly increased his damage against ghostly entities. If this enhancement could continue, perhaps in the future, he would be able to eliminate ghosts without relying on talismans. Of course, the method to enhance the twisted armor was equally troublesome, as it could only be upgraded by consuming materials and could not be refined repeatedly, offering only a one-time advancement opportunity. Thus, the superlative upgrade of the twisted armor had become a significant concern. However, Yu was equally invested in improving his intent, as the enhancement of intent was unaffected by any external factors, providing a direct boost to his strength and forming one of the fundamental reasons for his ability to fight beyond his level. Yet, the scarcity and danger of ghostly entities made acquiring adjustment points quite challenging. As for the so-called Immortal Envoy, he had no idea what that entailed. The only clue was that the Immortal Envoy might disguise themselves as a Talisman Master. While seeking out a Talisman Master seemed somewhat simpler, he was not one to indiscriminately slaughter innocents. After all, not every Immortal Envoy could be a villain, and carelessly killing Talisman Masters could lead to the demise of many ordinary lives. This was Yiyu's predicament. He was neither a purely good person nor an extreme villain. Otherwise, he would not be toiling for money but rather engaging in murder and robbery. Moreover, the Immortal Envoy likely hailed from the imperial capital of Yinxia, and he did not wish to attract the attention of the capital's formidable individuals. Casting a glance at his status panel, Yu pondered for a moment before allocating 4 points each to energy accumulation and mountain pressure. Although the Mashan body technique was of no use to him, he had no aversion to accumulating intent. In fact, he hoped to acquire even more. Of course, that was merely a thought. After all, adjustment points were hard to come by, and boosting the foundational one was a slow process. He did not have the luxury of time for extensive cultivation. As for the Iron Guardian Force, which had now reached 41, Yu intended to wait until it hit 51 before making further decisions. After all, his Thunder Force had stagnated at 51, and no amount of practice had yielded progress. He feared the Iron Guardian Force might yield similar results, so it would be prudent to defer that consideration. With 16 adjustment points remaining, Yu decided not to allocate more points for the moment. However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, these adjustment points would likely be applied to the twisted armor. After all, even a slight increase in the chances for a superlative upgrade would significantly benefit his future hunts against ghostly entities. It is time to pay a visit to the demon-slaying hall, Yu declared, rising from his bed, preparing to collect his commission and techniques from the demon-slaying hall. After freshening up, Yu made his way directly to the demon-slaying hall. Just as he arrived at the entrance, he spotted Gao Xiaotsue emerging from within. "You've arrived just in time. I was about to head home. Let us go together," Gao Xiaotsue exclaimed cheerfully upon seeing Yu at the entrance. "Why would we go to your home?" Yu asked, a hint of wariness in his tone. He was there to collect techniques, not to engage in matchmaking. Was she perhaps coveting his looks? He dismissed such thoughts. "With your status, it's impossible for you to exchange for techniques at the demon-slaying hall, but my family has some, so my father asked me to bring you to select one." Noticing the expression on Yiyu's face, Gao Xiaotsue quickly explained, although the demon-slaying hall has many exceptional cases for obtaining cultivation techniques, it requires a rigorous selection process to choose a method. Moreover, my father, Gao Gang, only made a verbal agreement with Yiyu. Therefore, we decided to bypass this process and offer a different method of granting the technique that, of course, it will not be the same as those from the demon-slaying hall. However, my family has some influence in Shattered Rock City, and the techniques we possess are not inferior to those of the demon-slaying hall. After pondering for a moment, Yi resolved to accompany Gao Xiaotsue, realizing that he bore no grudge against her family and had even assisted them in dealing with the headless ghost. There was no need to create animosity. Under Gao Xiaotsue's guidance, the two soon arrived at a residential area. Observing the wooden houses around them, Yu raised his eyebrows, casting a curious glance at Gao Xiaotsue. It was important to note that due to the presence of demons and monsters, most houses were constructed from stone, which was less susceptible to destruction and spared the effort of reconstruction. Hence, wooden houses were a rare commodity, typically built only by affluent families. Gao Xiaotsue approached a grand entrance and knocked. Shortly after, a servant clad in a gray robe opened the door and stepped out. "Miss, please come in," the servant said with a respectful demeanor upon seeing Gao Xiaotsue. "Let us proceed," Gao Xiaotsue replied with a nod, leading Yiyu into the courtyard. The yard was expansive, featuring a rockery pond and vast flower beds. Directly ahead stood a grand residence, flanked by smaller structures, with several servants and maids moving about as they walked. The servants and maids greeted them warmly. Witnessing this scene, Yu couldn't help but think, how delightful it is to be wealthy. However, as they passed through a corridor, an elderly man with a head full of white hair caught Yu's attention. Dressed in a blue robe, he possessed piercing eyes and was seated by the pond, tossing feed to the fish. An extraordinary master. The multiple exclamations of "hi" stemmed from the intense sense of danger the old man exuded. It was noteworthy that even the headless ghost had never instilled such a feeling in him. The old man's strength undoubtedly surpassed that of the ghost. However, it was somewhat inappropriate to compare him to a ghost since the capabilities of such entities were not merely superficial. Many possessed the ability to triumph over stronger opponents, such as the headless ghost, whose invisible blade energy was nearly impossible to defend against. Had it not been for his protective armor, even with his self-created red sun talisman, it was uncertain whether he could have emerged victorious, with a significant chance of being rendered incapacitated. Yet, the old man before him imparted an overwhelming sense of crisis. If one were to equate him to a demon, his strength would likely exceed that of the blood transformation realm. Yu furrowed his brow. Could he be from the refining chi realm? The refining chi realm is a level above the foundational 3 realms, also serving as a classification for body refining warriors. Contemplating this, Yu's expression grew solemn, inwardly lamenting the hidden talents within Shattered Rock City. After all, even if Shattered Rock City was not a major city, it would be too disheartening if the only martial artist above the foundational 3 realms were the city lord. It now appeared that the city likely harbored numerous high-level warriors in secret. Chapter 63. Incomplete technique, silver body skill? Heaven has blessed us. Xiaotsue, you have finally brought a grandson-in-law to our Gao family. The old man exclaimed with tears of joy upon seeing Yu and Gao Xiaotsue. Before Yu could respond, the old man had swiftly moved to his side, inspecting him closely by gripping his shoulders. Yu attempted to break free, but the old man's grip was astonishingly strong. Not daring to exert his full strength and sensing no malice, Yu ceased his struggles. Grandfather, what nonsense are you spouting? He is merely in his teens. Gao Xiaotsue hurriedly intervened, her expression one of helplessness. Being a teenager is perfect. He is robust and vigorous, and you won't have to spend your days alone, the old man said with a warm smile directed at Yu. Gao Xiaotsue cast an awkward glance at Yu. This is my grandfather, Gaocong. Please do not take offense. He is a bit eccentric. There was little choice. Being the sole child of the Gao family in her generation, her family constantly urged her to marry. However, her passion for martial arts led to her family occasionally making some bewildering remarks. No worries. I find Gao grandfather to be quite amiable, Yu replied with a smile. Young man, you are quite impressive. You must treat my granddaughter well in the future, Gaocong said, wrapping his arm around Yu's shoulder, beaming with joy. Don't we still need to obtain the cultivation technique? My father must be waiting eagerly. We should hurry. Upon witnessing her grandfather's enthusiasm, Gao Xiaotsue blushed and pushed Gaocong away, anxiously leading Yu toward the inner chambers. Watching their departing figures, Gaocong's smile faded, replaced by a look of astonishment. For just a moment, he had assessed Yu's bone age and discovered that he appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years old. Yet his strength astonishingly reached the foundational 3rd realm, and he exhibited both internal and external cultivation. With such innate talent, it was unlikely to find another like him in all of Shattered Rock City. When did such a genius arrive in Shattered Rock City? Could he be a disciple of the Feiyu sect? Gaocong murmured to himself, filled with curiosity. Due to Gaocong's distraction, the two walked in silence until they reached a door. When Gao Xiaotsue opened it, a room filled with books came into view. Inside were numerous volumes, and at the far end stood a desk, with 4 pots of plants placed in the corners. That moment, Gao Gang was seated at the desk, deeply engrossed in reading a book. You've arrived. Here are a few cultivation techniques I have prepared for you. You can choose one from among them. Upon hearing the commotion, Gao Gang looked up with a smile, gesturing toward the books on the table. Thank you, Yu replied, clasping his hands in gratitude. He approached the desk and examined the techniques laid out before him. There were only 4 volumes, but it was essential to recognize that these were techniques capable of breaking through the foundational 3 realms. Their worth incomparable to ordinary methods. Not to mention, Yu had initially anticipated finding merely 2 volumes. Picking up the techniques, he glanced through them. 2 were of the yellow grade, 1 was of the low-level profound grade, and 1 was of the high-level profound grade. High-level profound grade? Yiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. The Gao family was so generous as to offer a high-level profound technique. He had expected to be fortunate to obtain a low-level profound technique. After all, cultivation techniques were exceptionally precious, and those capable of breaking through the foundational 3 realms were exceedingly rare. The Gao family seemed overly generous. However, the name, Silver Body Skill? That technique was incomplete, lacking the initial cultivation method, thus yielding at most the effects of a low-level profound technique. Gao Gang shook his head, a look of regret on his face. Generally speaking, techniques yield the best results when cultivated step by step, particularly when advancing through major realms. For instance, it is preferable to practice the same technique in the foundational 3 realms, and only switch to another upon reaching the refining Qi realm. The Silver Body Skill, however, is somewhat disjointed, caught precisely between the blood transformation realm and the refining Qi realm. Due to the absence of the initial technique, while the subsequent cultivation could proceed normally, the differing foundations would result in varying effects during the cultivation process. Moreover, ordinary martial artists typically follow a uniform type of technique. For example, if one practices an earth attribute technique initially, continuing with earth attribute techniques will yield significantly better results. Is there perhaps another technique called Golden Body Skill? Yu inquired, puzzled as he looked at the technique in his hand. Golden Body Skill? I have not heard of such a thing. Gao Gang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Then I will choose this one. Without hesitation, Yu selected the Silver Body Skill. It was clear that this technique was likely an advanced version of the Iron Body Skill. He had found the Iron Body Skill quite beneficial in his cultivation, and the Iron Body Skill it bestowed would further augment his defensive capabilities. Of course, there was another reason behind his choice. Previously, due to his limited understanding of cross-stage techniques, he had assumed that techniques were cultivated starting from the foundational 3 realms. However, all 3 techniques provided by Gao Gang were for the refining Qi realm, while he himself was a practitioner of the blood transformation realm. Thus, if he wished to continue cultivating, he needed to find a technique that would enable him to break through to the peak of the foundational 3 realms. Do you possess the initial cultivation method for this technique? Upon seeing Yu select the Silver Body Skill, Gao Gang raised an eyebrow and asked, "It was unusual for anyone to choose this incomplete technique." As the Silver Body Skill not only lacked its initial cultivation method, but even the subsequent cultivation methods were not complete. While this might not pose much of a problem for an ordinary individual, the absence of the initial cultivation method was a significant drawback. I do have it. Would you like it? I can sell it to you. Yi replied with a smile. To him, techniques were merely tools for cultivation. As long as others could afford the price, he had no qualms about sharing his techniques with them. As for whether others might surpass him, enough with the jesting. He is not a relic of the past. Nor is his mindset so archaic. He does not adhere to the belief that only he should cultivate alone. Moreover, even if he practices the same technique, his results differ from others, for his accelerated cultivation yields effects that far surpass those of the same rank. One might say it is akin to elevating the technique's grade by 1 tier. Take, for instance, the mid-level Xin grade technique, 9 Guardian Arts. In his hands, it is at least upper-level Xin grade, or perhaps even beyond. If you truly possess such a technique, I am willing to add another 1,000 taels. Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, Gao Gang rose from his seat, his expression grave. After all, this is an upper-level Xin grade technique, and the Gao family possesses only their ancestral martial arts of this caliber. For families like theirs, acquiring another technique bolsters their foundation. Although this branch of the family has only Gao Xiaotsue, the Gao family still has numerous offshoots, providing more opportunities for the younger generation. Yi Yu promptly retrieved the secret manual for the iron body technique from his bosom. Although 1,000 taels is not a significant sum, indeed, it is quite meager, considering this is a prerequisite for the silver body technique. It matters little to Yi Yu, for the Gao family has rendered him substantial assistance, and he sees no need to quibble over trivial gains. Then, I thank you for your generosity, Yi Yu said, and upon receiving the iron body technique, Gao Gang's face lit up with joy. He had not anticipated Yi Yu to be so accommodating. Initially, he had promised Yi Yu a reward, yet now it seems he has benefited more. Now that I have obtained the technique, I want to take up any more of your time, Yi Yu said, cupping his hands in respect to the beaming Gao Gang. How about we share a meal here before you depart? Gao Gang suggested, glancing at his daughter. Though she was somewhat older, a martial artist's aging process slows with the elevation of their realm. If he could foster a connection between the two, it would be a significant advantage for the Gao family, granting them greater influence in Suiyin City. Perhaps another time. I have matters to attend to, Yi Yu declined, shaking his head. It was a jest. He was merely a step away from the transformation realm, and now that he had secured the technique, he had little desire to linger for a meal. Very well then, Gao Gang replied, somewhat regretfully, observing Yi Yu's eagerness to leave. After politely declining Gao Gang's invitation, Yi Yu followed Gao Xiaotsue out of the Gao family's courtyard. Let us part ways here. Until we meet again, Yi Yu said, clasping his hands in farewell before making his way toward the inn. As Gao Xiaotsue watched Yi Yu's retreating figure, a different glimmer shone in her beautiful eyes. Being too exceptional is not always a blessing. Remembering Yi Yu's impressive display at the Yihong courtyard, Gao Xiaotsue couldn't help but sigh. She could see that Yi Yu was not one to content himself in this small town, and her potential was limited. At most, she could match her grandfather, yet such prowess would hardly allow her to keep pace with Yi Yu. Upon returning to the inn, Yi Yu eagerly opened the manual for the silver body technique. After a thorough examination, he confirmed that it resonated with the earlier layers of the iron body technique. Without hesitation, he commenced his training according to the manual stipulations. In stark contrast to before, Yi Yu learned the first layer of the silver body technique, essentially the 8th layer of the iron body technique, in just over 2 hours. Iron body technique, 8th layer, 0.01 chance of transforming into a demon, 15 completion rate, 31.4 perfect cultivation, 50.5 accelerated cultivation, 3.09 comprehension of iron control, grants the iron body skill. The silver body technique documented only 7 layers of training methods, 2 of which were subsequent to the iron body technique, while the remaining 5 pertained to the refinement realm. Unlike previous experiences, for some unknown reason, this time, his cultivation speed was notably faster. It seemed to be linked to the distorted armor. Gazing at the iron body technique's interface, Yi Yu murmured to himself. Given his prior pace in learning new phases of techniques, it would typically require at least half a day to master a layer. Yet this time, he had accomplished the 8th layer of the iron body technique in just over 2 hours. The most significant influence during this period had undoubtedly been the distorted armor. It was likely connected to this enigmatic artifact. Regrettably, his understanding of it was still minimal, leaving him perplexed as to its true nature. Nonetheless, it seemed to be a fortuitous development, or at the very least, no adverse issues had arisen so far. Not only did it endow him with the ability to transform his equipment, but it also amplified his damage against spectral beings, and now it had directly enhanced his cultivation aptitude. Yi Yu did not dwell excessively on the distorted armor. His primary focus remained on breaking through to the next realm. With the technique now visible on his interface, Yu activated his automatic cultivation mode, ingesting medicinal pills, allowing his body to instinctively perform the cultivation motions. In an instant, Yu felt a transformation in his spine, akin to grinding teeth, or the sound of sharp objects scraping against glass, inducing a profound discomfort throughout his being. This peculiar sensation persisted for quite some time, until he had practiced the iron body technique for the 6th time, at which point a warm current surged from his spine, enveloping his entire body. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the warmth began to dissipate, soon replaced by a torrent of blood energy coursing around him. Through his perception, Yu quickly realized that this blood energy was merging with his internal force, coalescing into a unified energy. Feeling the surge of power within him, he estimated that his pure strength was now at least around 12,000 Jin. If he were to encounter a strange tiger beast again, he could easily tear it to shreds in no time. Naturally, he was still somewhat lacking when facing the lecherous old man. After all, had it not been for his demonization last time, he would likely be buried beneath a mound of grass by now. Moreover, he sensed that the lecherous old man was distinctly different from ordinary martial artists. Perhaps the rumored immortals indeed possessed an essential difference from martial practitioners. Nevertheless, Yu was confident that once he broke through to the transformation vein realm, engaging the lecherous old man directly would pose no significant problem. Following that, Yu refrained from further contemplation on his aptitude. Though he had already reached the transformation realm, he was not content with his current strength and subsequently resumed his seclusion training. 1.5 months later, at the inn, truly, the path to enhancement grows ever more arduous. Feeling the tumultuous blood energy within him, Yu shook his head in resignation. It had been 1.5 months since his last breakthrough. Yet despite this lengthy period, he had not even reached the peak of the transformation realm. Moreover, compared to ordinary martial artists, he was relying on medicinal aids for his cultivation, completely free from concerns about toxicity or resistance, which underscored just how difficult it was for ordinary martial artists to enhance their strength. Having refrained from further training, Yu stretched lazily and rose from his bed. While advancing his strength was of utmost importance, he had resolved to step out today to fulfill his promise to Lu Zimo. For various reasons, nearly 3 months had passed, and due to the lingering injuries from before, Lu Zimo's health had deteriorated significantly, leaving him bedridden and reliant on others for care. Having benefited from Lu Zimo's kindness, it was only fitting that he honor the commitment between men. Should he fail to eradicate that band of brigands now, he might find himself delivering messages to Lu Zimo's grave in the future. Moreover, Yu harbored a nagging suspicion that matters were not as simple as they appeared. For last month, Lu Zimo had seemed in good health, likely able to live for another 3 to 5 years without issue. Yet, so abruptly, Lu Zimo's injuries had inexplicably resurfaced. Recalling Lu Zimo's previous mention of a hidden hand behind the mountain bandits, Yu speculated that this individual might be connected to the recent developments. This fellow truly does not allow for peace. Yu heaved a sigh, feeling a sense of helplessness within. Tio put it plainly. It was indeed Ru Zimo's restlessness that was to blame. A month prior, Ru Zimo had sought the assistance of a peak 3-realm warrior to eliminate bandits at Changmian Mountain. It was after this endeavor that Ru Zimo's old injuries resurfaced, leading him to believe there must be a connection. Nevertheless, Ru Zimo exhibited some principles. Perhaps he perceived that Yu had a greater chance for revenge, thus he did not insist on Yu accompanying him. Regrettably, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen events, and the peak 3-realm warrior did not return, leaving Ru Zimo in a weakened state. Although Yu had contemplated waiting a while before embarking on his journey, the passage of 1.5 months of cultivation had depleted his funds of over 4,000 taels of silver. As fate would have it, with Ru Zimo's predicament at hand, he resolved to first investigate the situation at Changmian Mountain. If feasible, he would eradicate the bandits in one fell swoop. If not, he would proceed to the Demon Arresting Institute to receive a mission. Chapter 65. Changmian Mountain. A sudden assault. After departing from Suiyin City, you arrived before a majestic mountain after 3 hours of travel. The mountain was adorned with numerous locust trees, and from a distance, it resembled a reclining figure, hence its name, Changmian Mountain. The terrain of Changmian Mountain was intricate, teeming with wild beasts, making it a place rarely ventured by ordinary folk. However, due to its status as a key thoroughfare leading out of Suiyin City, banditry flourished in the area. 3 major bandit factions inhabited the mountain, one of which was Ru Zimo's adversary. After a careful survey, you stepped into the forest. In contrast to the city, the forest was significantly cooler. Yet shortly after he ventured a short distance, he sensed something amiss. Having undergone multiple advancements, and bolstered by the twisted armor and the demon seed, his perception had transcended that of ordinary individuals. He could even detect the presence of malevolent spirits, let alone other entities. Upon entering the forest, you felt as though he was being covertly observed. Raising an eyebrow, you discreetly accelerated, slipping into a nearby thicket. Not long after his departure, 2 figures clad in black emerged at the spot where Yu had just stood. They scanned their surroundings, noting the trampled foliage, and exchanged glances before pursuing him into the woods. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled thuds echoed as the black-clad figures were sent flying from the underbrush. Yu emerged slowly from the thicket, observing the 2 black-clad individuals with a hint of curiosity. Their strength was formidable, evidently having reached the peak of the foundational 3 realms. Otherwise, an ordinary warrior would have been swiftly dispatched by their blows. The 2 black-clad figures brushed off their chests, seemingly unfazed, and rose from the ground. "Speak, who sent you?" Yu inquired with a cold demeanor. "Seems the intelligence was flawed. I initially thought you were an insignificant character, yet your strength is unexpectedly formidable," one of the black-clad men retorted, revealing a flicker of trepidation in his eyes. They had received word that Ru Zimo sought assistance at Changmian Mountain and had preemptively eliminated that warrior before he could enter the mountains. They were also aware of Yu's movements, but deemed him too young to warrant significant attention. Their current aggression stemmed from concern over Ru Zimo's resurgence, fearing he might act out of desperation. Thus, they preemptively sought to eliminate potential threats. Unwilling to speak? Then prepare to meet your end. Seeing their reluctance to divulge information, Yu chose not to press further. In an instant, his legs crackled with arcs of electricity, and he appeared before the 2 men in the blink of an eye. However, the black-clad figures, being peak foundational 3-realm warriors, quickly regained their composure, intertwining their hands with crimson flames as they struck towards Yu's face. Activating his iron body skill, Yu's form transformed into a gray hue, and he retaliated with both fists, colliding with the men's blows. Bang! Sparks flew as Yu involuntarily staggered back 2 steps, while the 2 black-clad men were pushed back 7 or 8. "Not bad. This is intriguing," Yu remarked, glancing at his charred hands with a smile. He had longed to test his strength, and now it was clear that ordinary 9th-tier warriors were no match for him. The expressions of the 2 black-clad men grew serious. Their opponent's power exceeded their expectations. Nevertheless, as foundational 3-realm warriors, they were not easily deterred. They exchanged glances and drew their long blades, charging at Yu in unison. In response, Yu stomped his left foot heavily, sending dirt flying into the air. Taking advantage of the momentary obscured vision, he charged forward, elbow first, colliding with the foremost black-clad man, sending him sprawling. The other, however, swung his blade towards Yu's head. Yu reacted swiftly, enveloping his left hand in blue lightning to seize the incoming long sword, then executing a kick. The black-clad man, unyielding, infused his blade with immense blood energy, straining to withdraw it, while the other unleashed several flames in a desperate attack. However, Their strategy underestimated Yi Yu's strength. With a firm grip on the sword, blood trickled from his palm, yet the sword remained lodged. Instead, Yi Yu's kick struck the black-clad man's chest, sending him reeling, blood spewing forth. The flames aimed at Yi Yu were effortlessly extinguished with a single swipe of his hand, causing no damage whatsoever. This is hardly entertaining. It is time to send you on your way. Casting a glance at the minor wounds on his palm, Yi Yu looked up with a smile. Use that move. One of the black-clad men wiped the blood from his mouth and spoke to his companion in a low voice. The other nodded, positioning himself behind his partner, delivering a powerful strike to his back. The foremost black-clad man's blood surged within him, and he raised his long sword overhead, unleashing a 3-meter-long flame blade that swept forth, igniting the surrounding foliage. Yet, just as they prepared to attack, Yi Yu's body crackled with lightning, and in an instant, he was before them. Your speed is too slow. In your next life, refrain from practicing such lengthy techniques. Yi Yu shook his head slightly, seizing the neck of the foremost black-clad man. With a fierce motion, he slammed the man into the ground, causing the earth to shatter. The black-clad man could not suppress a mouthful of blood, attempting to speak, but Yi Yu's grip was unyielding, silencing him completely. The second black-clad man, witnessing this, swung his blade toward Yi Yu's eyes in a desperate attempt to force him back, however, with lightning crackling around his gray arm. Yi Yu grasped the blade with astonishing speed. With a powerful tug, he wrenched the sword from the man's grip, causing injury as the blade grazed his palm. Realizing the stark disparity in their strength, the black-clad man abandoned concern for his companion's safety and fled deeper into Changmian Mountain. Observing the retreat, Yi Yu did not hasten to pursue, instead directing his gaze to the black-clad man pinned beneath him. The man struggled to pry Yi Yu's grip from his neck, yet they were clearly not on the same level. Despite being a blood vessel realm warrior, he concentrated a vast amount of blood energy into his right hand and struck at Yi Yu's face. Yet Yi Yu would not allow his handsome visage to be marred. He seized the man's fist, forcefully wrenching his arm down. The excruciating pain caused the black-clad man to roll his eyes back. Teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Chapter 66. Slaying the black-clad man, Snakebone Village. After a brief moment of agony, the black-clad man assumed that Yi Yu would interrogate him about his employer. Maintaining a defiant expression as if ready to embrace death. However, the reality was far from his expectations. Yi Yu's left hand morphed into a black, viscous substance, forming a black gauntlet that enveloped his arm. In the next moment, before the black-clad man's incredulous gaze, Yi Yu delivered a punch that obliterated his skull. Am I simply too strong? Or are these individuals too weak? Yi Yu mused softly, discarding the remnants of blood and brain matter from his arm as he gazed at the lifeless body on the ground. As for torture and coercion, he had never truly contemplated the matter, or rather, he simply did not wish to squander his time. For him, fulfilling his agreement with Lu Zimo was of utmost importance. While casually acquiring some funds from the mountain bandits to aid in his cultivation was merely a secondary concern. Subsequently, Yi Yu delivered a swift kick that sent the head of the dark-clad man flying, confirming that his adversary was indeed dead and would not transform into a demon. Without hesitation, he turned and pursued the retreating figure clad in black. Utilizing the speed granted by Heavenly Thunder Escape, Yi Yu quickly located the escaping dark-clad man. However, he did not rush to strike, but leisurely followed behind. The mountain bandits led precarious lives, often changing their hideouts to evade the authorities and rival gangs, especially from their fellow outlaws, as the ruthless nature of their world meant that betrayals and backstabbings were commonplace. The two dark-clad figures were evidently connected to Lu Zimo's enemies. Thus it was certain that the dark-clad man would seek out the mountain bandits more swiftly than if he were to wander aimlessly alone. As expected, it wasn't long before Yi Yu sensed the presence of humans. Without further ado, Yu employed heavenly thunder escape to swiftly close the distance to the dark-clad man's figure. Before the latter could react, Yu struck a powerful blow to his back, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. "Please, do not kill me. I will tell you everything you wish to know." The dark-clad man, lying on the ground and visibly terrified, retreated as Yu approached. "Very well. Tell me who sent you to ambush me?" Yu inquired with a faint smile. The dark-clad man's eyes darted nervously. He attempted to speak, but was swiftly seized by Yu's grip around his neck. His eyes flickered, clearly contemplating deceit. "It seems giving you a chance is futile. I shall send you on your way," Yu stated coldly, devoid of expression. Without granting the dark-clad man any opportunity, Yu promptly snapped his neck and discarded him like refuse. Fearing that he might not be entirely dead, Yu delivered a final kick, shattering the man's skull. That moment, peculiar sounds emanated from the underbrush. Yu vanished from sight, only to reappear behind a scarred man. The scarred man sensed something amiss, but as he turned, he was seized by Yu's grip around his throat. "I ask, and you answer. Are you from Shegojia the mountain bandit?" Hoarse and desperate, shouted towards Xiangyangbo. Yet at that moment, Xiangyangbo had no intention of entangling himself further. Ignoring the bandit's dire plight, he swiftly fled deeper into the Longmian mountain, for he understood that only by locating his leader, Lu Zhang, could he grasp a chance at survival. As for the mountain bandits under him, once Yu was dead, he could simply recruit more. This world is rife with shortages, but there is no lack of subservient minions. The mountain bandits were weak. In a single encounter, they were all slain, unable to withstand even a mere strike from Yu. Witnessing the demise of these mountain bandits, Yu did not linger. Hastily pursuing Xiangyangbo during the chase, Yu slowed his pace, trailing closely behind Xiangyangbo. However, the deeper they ventured into Longmian Mountain, the more Yu sensed something amiss. The sky was shrouded with dark clouds, and the forest was ravaged by a violent wind, as if a torrential downpour were imminent. Yu frowned, feeling an inexplicable unrest within. The fierce winds not only chilled his body but also carried a pungent scent of blood, an intensely rich odor. This stench surpassed even that of the village slaughtered by the lecherous old man beneath Karma Mountain. What was happening? Were these mountain bandits engaged in other nefarious dealings? Yu gazed at Xiangyangbo's back, perplexed. Though mountain bandits were notorious for their bloodshed, they rarely indulged in large-scale massacres. After all, most bandits sought wealth. Excessive killing would not only deter travelers but could also invite the wrath of the authorities. If that were to happen, even if this group of bandits had backing, the lord of the city would not stand idly by. Especially with the recent change in leadership of Suayan City, it would not be prudent for someone to act as a scapegoat, as the lord of Suayan City would likely welcome such opportunities. Moreover, Yu found it odd that there had recently been no reports of mass disappearances or deaths near Suayan City, except for that village beneath Karma Mountain. Additionally, Yu discerned from the air that, aside from the overwhelming scent of blood, there lingered an indescribable aura of negativity, like a lingering grudge. While Yu pondered, a cave suddenly appeared before him, and in front of the cave stood over a dozen mountain bandits, waiting. "Intruder! Stop him!" Xiangyangbo shouted to the guarding bandits. Having found his destination, Yu offered Xiangyangbo no further opportunity. He swiftly positioned himself behind him. With a flick of his wrist, a black, viscous substance transformed into a massive hammer, crashing down upon Xiangyangbo, sending him sprawling to the ground. Blood spewed from Xiangyangbo's mouth. His bulging eyes filled with terror. The bandits guarding the cave, witnessing this scene, rushed towards Yu. Upon engaging with the bandits, Yu immediately sensed their difference. These bandits were all martial artists at the transformation of Marrow stage. Yet, despite their strength, they were no match for Yu of the same realm. He could effortlessly eliminate those at the Meridian transformation stage. let alone these bandits of equivalent stature. After shattering Xiangyang Bo's legs with a single kick, Yu turned and advanced with his hammer. As the thunderous force collided with the hammer, it morphed into a more destructive black lightning, obliterating one bandit into pieces with a single strike. In stark contrast to the previous bandits who fled, the remaining ones brandished their weapons and charged forward without a hint of fear. However, the disparity in strength ultimately proved insurmountable. Within moments, the majority of these bandits lay dead or wounded under Yi Yu's overwhelming power. The few remaining bandits, even if not dead, were left crippled by Yi Yu's hand. Strangely, these bandits crawled towards Yi Yu on the ground, as if devoid of consciousness or pain, resembling mute figures in their relentless pursuit. Yi Yu furrowed his brow, sensing that something was increasingly amiss. Even trained assassins could scarcely exhibit such behavior, so how had this bandit lair acquired such capabilities? Chapter 68. The life-draining pill? The blood-soaked stone chamber having dealt with the remaining bandits. Yi Yu turned his gaze around. This moment, Xiangyang Bo had vanished, leaving behind a trail of blood. With the formidable physique of a martial artist, even with his legs incapacitated, Xiangyang Bo crawled with surprising speed. Yi Yu looked toward the dark cave and strode in without hesitation. However, upon entering, a strong stench assaulted him, causing him to furrow his brow. This foul odor mingled with the rich scent of blood, reminiscent of countless corpses piled within. Not far into the cave, Yi Yu spotted Xiangyang Bo crawling on the ground. "Do not kill me. I can divulge everything you wish to know," Xiangyang Bo cried out, his face a mask of terror upon seeing the approaching Yi Yu. Initially, he had hoped that the blood guards at the entrance would hold Yi Yu off for a moment, but he had not anticipated such a swift pursuit. Given Yi Yu's strength, even his leader, Lu Zheng, might not prevail against him. Now, all he desired was to survive, even if it meant betraying his own leader. "Speak. Who is behind you?" Yi Yu inquired curiously as he approached Xiangyang Bo. Truthfully, he had not intended to uncover the identities behind. Yi Yu spat disdainfully at Xiangyang Bo's body and retorted. After dealing with Xiangyang Bo, Yi Yu cautiously ventured deeper into the cave. As he progressed, the stench of decay and the metallic tang of blood grew increasingly pungent. After traversing nearly 100 meters, a vast stone chamber materialized before him. The chamber spanned approximately 200 square meters. Devoid of any guards, yet filled with numerous cages and an array of jars and bottles strewn across the ground. Within the iron cages were many individuals, bound and seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. At the far end, 2 tunnels led into the unknown. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Yu tore off a sleeve to cover his face. This situation was far from simple, and it was wise to conceal his identity to avoid future complications. Upon entering the stone chamber, Yi Yu circled the iron cages, discovering that the captives were predominantly young adults, many not exceeding 30 years of age, and even a few children around the age of 10. Witnessing this scene, Yi Yu's curiosity about the longevity elixir intensified. Observing the slumbering civilians within the cage, he attempted to open one of the iron enclosures, but regardless of his efforts, the occupants showed no signs of awakening. To avoid alarming them further, he chose not to interfere any longer and resolved to investigate the situation further. Turning his attention to the 2 entrances and inhaling the air thick with the scent of blood, Yi Yu opted for the tunnel with the strongest odor. Approaching the left tunnel, he found it shrouded in darkness, with only a flicker of murky green light emanating from within. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. After walking nearly 100 meters, he discovered that the green glow originated from an oil lamp containing a noxious yellowish liquid that emitted a foul odor when ignited. Continuing down the passage, after passing 8 oil lamps and covering nearly 800 meters, Yi Yu arrived at another stone chamber. The sight within the chamber caused his pupils to constrict sharply. It was similar in size to the previous one, featuring an octagonal well at its center. The ground was littered with hundreds of corpses, their chests torn open, with their innards long gone. Blood flowed along the grooves in the floor, ultimately draining into a small hole beneath the octagonal well. This gruesome sight sent a chill down Yiyu's spine, raising goosebumps across his skin. The bodies piled on the ground bore expressions of sheer terror, their contorted faces seemingly reflecting the immense suffering they had endured in life. A wave of unnameable fury surged within him, causing the blood within him to boil, and even the black viscous substance on his skin began to writhe uncontrollably. For him, taking lives in this world was a commonplace occurrence. After all, one could never predict what one might encounter or entirely distance oneself from danger. However, the concepts of killing and torturing were entirely distinct. Who, other than a psychopath, would engage in such heinous acts? Chapter 69. Bloody Brutality? The demon Lu Zhang? Yiyu forcefully suppressed his rising anger, striving to control the erratic flow of his blood and the twisting armor encasing him, before approaching the octagonal well. Gazing into the depths, he found it filled with dark red, viscous blood, the intense metallic scent emanating from it. The bubbling blood ignited a primal urge to consume within him. Could this also be considered a resource? Yiyu furrowed his brow, contemplating a dreadful notion. If this was indeed a resource, did that mean he could, like the demons, enhance his twisted armor through slaughter? Yet, recalling the horrifying backlash associated with the twisted armor, he ultimately curbed his insatiable desire to devour. After utilizing the probability panel numerous times, he had discerned certain patterns. While the panel could diminish the likelihood of specific outcomes, reality still fluctuated. For instance, devouring the flesh and blood of demons would inadvertently increase the chances of demonization. Similarly, the risks of succumbing to madness during cultivation and mental issues had comparable effects. Therefore, even if the blood could enhance his twisted armor, he was unwilling to engage in indiscriminate slaughter for the sake of improvement. He preferred to steadily cultivate his strength rather than risk his own demonization. Suppressing his consuming desire, Yiyu pressed onward. Entering another tunnel, this one, however, was merely a dozen meters long. Upon emerging from the tunnel, he was met with a scene that was equally chilling as the previous one, sending a shiver down his spine. The chamber contained several stone mills, alongside stone troughs, and a wooden barrel filled with a crimson liquid. Yiyu's gaze fell upon the foremost trough, which contained a heart. Given the earlier chamber's corpses, the source of these hearts was painfully evident, while the other troughs housed various organs. Slaughterhouse. The term inexplicably surfaced in Yiyu's mind. He could not fathom the depraved individual capable of such atrocities. Although life for commoners in this world was arduous, it had not reached the point of cannibalism. Was this truly the material required for concocting the so-called longevity elixir? And what kind of person resorted to such means to prolong their life? After a brief pause, Yiyu continued deeper into the chamber, heading toward the tunnel at the far end. After traversing over 300 meters, his brow furrowed, and his eyes glowed with a crimson hue. For reasons unknown, the deeper he ventured, the more restless he felt within, not from anger, but from the unsettling sensation that he might demonize at any moment. This feeling was deeply uncomfortable, even prompting thoughts of retreat. After a moment's reflection, Yiyu resolved to delve further. If he had not yet reached the end, then he would have to reconsider and return later with several hundred pounds of liquor to incinerate the place. After traversing another 200 meters, Yiyu finally beheld the next stone chamber. The chamber's walls were etched with bizarre, blood-colored symbols, and above it hovered an unknown dark red crystal. Compared to the previous chambers, this one, while less bloody, was even more unsettling. 5 stone platforms were arranged in a pentagonal formation, with a circular blood pool at the center, upon which rested 5 diminutive stone platforms. What shocked him was that on the outer platforms lay 5 women. Their abdomens torn open, with umbilical cords leading to the blood pool stone platforms. On the smaller platforms within the blood pool, the umbilical cords were connected to 5 palm-sized infants. The women on the outer platforms were immobile. Yet the rise and fall of their chests confirmed they were still alive. Additionally, within the chamber stood a figure towering at 2.5 meters. Cloaked in black robes, the figure held a bucket, from which the contents, a mixture of blood and something resembling flesh, could be faintly discerned. The robed figure then scooped the mixture with a spoon and poured it into the open bellies of the women on the stone platforms. Each infusion contorted their faces in agony, as if they were undergoing unimaginable torment. At that moment, the eerie symbols around the chamber glowed with a sinister red light, and the infants on the stone platforms began to swell. However, rather than growing normally, they curled into themselves, resembling grotesque meatballs. Upon witnessing this scene, Yiyu's eyes widened in horror as he recalled what Xiang Yangbo had mentioned about the longevity elixir. Could it be that these infants were the very essence of the longevity elixir? After a brief shock, an overwhelming fury ignited within him. The black viscous substance on his right hand writhed rapidly, transforming into a half-meter-long black blade. Seizing the moment while the robed figure was feeding, Yiyu erupted with blue electricity, instantly appearing behind the figure several dozen meters away. The black blade sliced upward, its razor-sharp edge tearing through the back of the robed figure. The excruciating pain elicited a howl from the figure, who instinctively swung an arm backward. Yiyu's expression shifted as he crossed his arms in front of him. But he had underestimated the figure's strength and was sent flying by the blow. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift. Blue arcs of electricity flickered around him, allowing him to adjust his body mid-air and land on the stone wall to dissipate the force of impact. Simultaneously, the tattered black robe fell to the ground, revealing the figure beneath. It was a creature with a red body, its back swollen with grotesque tumors, resembling a monstrous, upright red toad. As the toad turned, a half-human face emerged from its head, covered in red blisters. Yiyu's pupils dilated as he recognized the identity of the creature. The leader of the Snake Bone Village, Lu Zhang. Earlier, Lu Zimo had shown him a portrait of his foe. Yet he never anticipated that this was the form Lu Zhang had taken. Given the current state of the creature, it was unmistakably a demon. However, when had demons ever performed tasks for others? Aside from slaughtering and devouring flesh, who are you? Why are you here? What have you done to Xiang Yangbo and the others? Lu Zhang's grotesque visage twitched slightly as he posed his questions to Yiyu. Yet, upon witnessing this, Yiyu felt as though he had encountered a ghost, his eyes filled with disbelief. For in his subconscious, demons were thoughtless entities, driven solely by a thirst for bloodshed. But what was he witnessing now? A demon capable of articulate speech and possessing rational thought. This utterly contradicts his understanding of demons, or rather, most individuals have never encountered such a creature. Could it be that the opponent is not demonized, but has undergone some form of distortion? I am addressing you. Have you lost your voice? Upon noticing Yiyu's silence and the way he regarded him as a monster, Lu Zhang immediately shouted in a stern voice. Chapter 70. Intense Battle, Sudden Attack. You mentioned your group of good brothers. They have already proceeded below to await your arrival. Why you landed on the ground, teasingly remarked, you seek death. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang erupted, his towering figure resembling a tank as he charged toward Yiyu. Unfazed, Yiyu enveloped his arms with black, viscous liquid, transforming them into armored gauntlets. As black lightning coursed along his arms, Yiyu executed heavenly thunder escape, deftly evading Lu Zhang's charge. Observing Lu Zhang's restored back, his right hand crackled with electric energy, morphing into a black thunder beast that struck Lu Zhang's back. The formidable force, combined with Lu Zhang's momentum, sent him crashing into the rock wall with a resounding bang. The wall crumbled, Debris scattering, Liu Zhang shook his head and turned his body, only to be met with Yi Yu's swift, flying kick that struck him squarely in the face, propelling him backward. Watching Liu Zhang soar through the air, Yi Yu's legs entwined with lightning, propelling him to Liu Zhang's side in an instant. Just as he prepared to attack, Liu Zhang's fleshly tumors suddenly opened wide, aiming to unleash a torrent of yellow-green liquid. Sensing something amiss, Yi Yu stomped on the ground, causing it to shatter, and countless fragments flew up to intercept the yellow-green liquid spewing from Liu Zhang. The thft of the liquid colliding with the stones echoed, as the stones dissolved rapidly as if doused in corrosive solution. Meanwhile, Liu Zhang seized the opportunity to regain his strength. "You cursed invader, die!" Liu Zhang roared, clearing the debris with a punch aimed at Yi Yu's face. Yi Yu leaped backward, only to find Liu Zhang's arm elongating unexpectedly, delivering a powerful blow to Yi Yu's chest. Feeling the pain radiating from his abdomen, Yi Yu gritted his teeth and delivered an elbow strike, deflecting Liu Zhang's fist to the ground. Then, rapidly moving forward, he executed a whip kick to Liu Zhang's head. Unlike before, this time Liu Zhang did not go flying. Instead, he leaned to the left, dissipating the force of Yi Yu's kick. "I've got you," Liu Zhang smirked, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Just as Yi Yu intended to retreat, Liu Zhang seized his left leg. Feeling the pressure on his leg, Yi Yu's expression shifted, and before he could react, Liu Zhang slammed him down heavily onto the ground. The impact shattered the surface, and Yi Yu's eyes widened in shock as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his thigh muscles torn open. Liu Zhang sought to strike again, but a sudden pain in his arm revealed a black blade had pierced through it. Turning his gaze to Yi Yu, he saw black liquid coalesce into a tang knife in his hands. As Yi Yu leaped upward with force, the tang knife cleaved through Liu Zhang's arm muscles, the excruciating pain causing Liu Zhang to release his grip on Yi Yu's calf. Yi Yu broke free, supporting himself with one hand as he leaped backward, a grave expression etched on his face. Ultimately, he had been too careless. Although the opponent had not surpassed the foundational 3 realms, the sheer strength of his demonized form surpassed Yi Yu's. And the peculiar anatomy of demons endowed them with an extraordinary recovery ability, not to mention retaining human cognition. If this continued, the odds of him overcoming this foe were slim. "I had thought you formidable. How fortuitous that I can use you as nourishment. I believe it will certainly expedite the refining of the longevity elixir," Liu Zhang remarked with a cold sneer, gazing at Yi Yu from a distance. Yi Yu stood up, his expression impassive, as the black liquid within his torn thigh writhed, restoring itself in no time. The twisted armor granted him remarkable recovery capabilities. After all, this was the power of the celestial envoy, and its manifestation was not to be underestimated. Observing Yi Yu's swift recovery, Liu Zhang's eyes flickered with intrigue. To his knowledge, while ordinary warriors possess strong recuperative abilities, they paled in comparison to this level. As for himself, despite undergoing partial demonization, his capabilities were severely limited. The second round commenced. Yi Yu whispered, blue arcs of electricity flickering around him as he swiftly approached Liu Zhang. Though his strength fell short of Liu Zhang's, his speed surpassed it. After all, he harnessed the power of thunder, and his explosive speed was beyond that of an average individual. However, his habitual inclination for direct confrontation often led him to engage in head-on clashes. In an instant, Yi Yu arrived before Liu Zhang, swinging his tang knife, entwined with black lightning, aiming directly for Liu Zhang's eyes. Liu Zhang, realizing the impending danger, immediately swung his left arm in a sweeping motion. Yet, Yi Yu deftly pivoted, landing on Liu Zhang's left side. Despite Liu Zhang's demon form, the sensation of pain remained unmitigated. As Yi Yu thrust the tang knife into Liu Zhang's armpit, the latter, in agony, retaliated with a backhand strike toward Yi Yu. However, Yi Yu quickly ducked down and swung his tang knife with tremendous force. Under Yi Yu's colossal strength, Lu Zheng's chest was torn open by the blade. Seizing the moment, Yu once more employed the heavenly thunder escape, transforming into a blue streak as he retreated rapidly. Just as Lu Zheng sought to catch his breath, Yu charged forward again, thrusting his tang knife toward Lu Zheng's eyes. Yet, Lu Zheng was no pushover. The tumors on his body inflated, releasing a torrent of yellow-green corrosive liquid. Yu's tang knife writhed, morphing into a black shield that blocked the onslaught of corrosive liquid. "You fell for it, mountain-shaking palm," Lu Zheng bellowed, his massive hand crashing down onto the black shield. The powerful force surged through, quickly transforming into a tremor that penetrated the shield and struck Yu. Yu's expression changed, feeling a sharp pain in his chest as he spat blood and was sent flying. He skidded across the ground for dozens of meters before colliding with a wall. His chest caving in, a ringing in his ears, the world spinning around him. "Ha ha ha, did you not expect me to employ techniques suddenly?" Lu Zheng laughed mockingly, observing Yu sprawled on the ground. Coughing, Yu couldn't help but expel blood, which poured from his mouth and nose. While some demons could wield techniques mastered by their human selves, they lacked the subtlety and timing to execute them effectively. Thus, with proper coordination, slaying a demon was far from insurmountable. Of course, this hinged on sufficient martial prowess. Otherwise, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes would be in vain. Indeed, he had overlooked this crucial element, primarily due to his lack of experience. Unfortunately, recent battles had largely been one-sided. Coupled with his excessive confidence in his abilities, leading him to believe that even in defeat, he could escape. In contrast, Lu Zheng had lived for decades, engaged in a life of robbery and violence. Resorting to underhanded tactics was second nature to him. Chapter 71. Descent into the Blood Well, Complete Twisted Armor. Witnessing Yu's bizarre recovery ability, Lu Zheng denied him any chance to recuperate, charging straight at him. Meanwhile, Yu, feeling lightheaded, could only force himself to stand against Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng leaped beside Yu, swinging his fist directly at him. Yu, in a desperate bid, awkwardly dodged the attack. However, evasion was not a sustainable strategy, and soon Lu Zheng found an opening, landing a punch squarely on Yu's face, sending him crashing into the ground. Just as Lu Zheng prepared to strike again, black liquid clung to his fist, lifting both him and Yu. Lu Zheng, seeing this, executed a kick aimed at Yu's lower body. In response, Yu grasped Lu Zheng's fist, using it to propel himself upwards and evade the attack, then spun around to kick Lu Zheng in the head. The earlier kick had left Lu Zheng unstable on one leg, causing him to stagger precariously. Seizing the opportunity, Yu activated the heavenly thunder escape, making a beeline for the tunnel. Given the disparity in their strengths, Yu had lost the will to continue fighting. Rather than engage Lu Zheng in a battle to the bitter end, he preferred to retreat and enhance his strength, returning to obliterate Lu Zheng. Regrettably, the innocent civilians in the stone chamber were beyond his salvation. Furthermore, it was likely that more lives would be lost. Yet, in comparison to the lives of others, Yu cherished his own existence more. Besides, if he were to perish here, no one would care about those civilians. Who could tell how long this situation would persist? Yu raced toward the tunnel, but just as he surged forward, he felt a powerful force behind him. Bang! As there was no escape within the confines of the tunnel, Yu was sent flying by a powerful shockwave from Lu Zheng's tremor palm. He landed awkwardly on the ground, a metallic taste flooding his throat as he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Survival was of the utmost importance. Lu Zheng cleared the fallen debris obstructing the tunnel and charged towards the rising Yu. With no other option, Yu forced himself to endure his injuries and hurriedly sprinted towards the forward tunnel. However, the energy required for healing was equally taxing, and repeated injuries had significantly slowed his body's self-repair, resulting in a noticeably reduced speed compared to before. You cannot escape. Perish. Lu Zheng's voice echoed ominously from behind as he closed in on Yu, who was on the verge of reaching the second stone chamber. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force surged from behind, and the terrifying tremor palm struck Yu once more, sending him hurtling into the air. Due to his position in mid-flight, Yu could not adjust himself, plunging directly into the octagonal well at the center of the second stone chamber. Liu Zhang approached the edge of the well, his brow furrowing as he observed the blood-soaked depths. I wonder how long you can hide. He sneered, gazing at the still, crimson water of the ancient well. This blood well, measuring a depth of 8.8 meters, had no nearby underground river, and the walls were constructed from solid black rock. Even if the opponent possessed formidable strength, the well offered only a singular means of escape, and holding your breath. This is no ordinary well. With the accumulated grievances of thousands, the longer one stays inside, the more susceptible they become to the blood's influence, leading to demonic transformation. Not even Yu, should he linger too long, could retain his human consciousness. Thus, Lu Zhang stood by the well, exhibiting no intention of leaving. As time passed, 3 hours swiftly elapsed, yet the well remained as undisturbed as before. What is happening? Why does the blood appear to be thinning? Lu Zheng's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the well, his brows knitting together in concern. Could it be that the boy has truly chosen to embrace demonic transformation? Watching the thinning blood, Lu Zheng's heart began to waver. The enhancement gained from demonic transformation was exceedingly potent. Given Yu's previous display of power, should he undergo such a transformation, he would undoubtedly surpass Lu Zhang. Yet, demons possess no autonomy. While he had retained his consciousness through special means, he could not venture far from this cave, lest he succumb to madness and become a true demon. However, it is essential to understand that demons do not adhere to any sense of allegiance. Unless one possesses absolute strength to crush their opponent, if that boy were to transform, he would instinctively seek to devour him. Just as Lu Zhang grappled with his next course of action, a sudden bubbling sound emanated from the well. Peering into its depths, Lu Zhang beheld a shadow gliding beneath the murky blood. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a dark whip shot forth from the well, firmly ensnaring his neck. Feeling the constricting force, Lu Zhang gripped the whip with both hands, attempting to sever it. However, after several futile attempts, he realized the whip was remarkably resilient. Yet, under the tremendous force of demonic transformation, the whip began to stretch and thin in Lu Zheng's grasp. Just as he prepared to muster all his strength to break free, a tremendous pulling force erupted from the well, followed by the emergence of a shadowy figure. Without hesitation, Lu Zhang unleashed a tremor palm towards the figure, but it too retaliated with a strike of its own. A black lightning beast clamped onto Lu Zheng's palm, sending him hurtling backward. When the shadow finally landed, Lu Zhang could discern its form. A suit of pure black armor, sharp and angular, reminiscent of some dark crystalline forging. Red crystals adorned the chest and joints, while the helmet's eye sockets glimmered with an eerie dark green crystal, exuding an inexplicable strangeness. Yu glanced at his own hands, now transformed into black claws radiating a chilling glimmer. Reveling in this newfound transformation, Yu felt an unprecedented exhilaration. The twisted armor had not yet evolved, but its complete form was an entirely different concept compared to before. That moment, Yu felt an overwhelming surge of power, contemplating the possibility of effortlessly obliterating Lu Zhang with a single punch. However, he was aware that this was merely an illusion. Despite the substantial boost in strength, Lu Zhang was still a demon. Without overwhelming power to dominate, no one could claim the ability to vanquish a demon with ease. Though Yu had acquired the full twisted armor, he also bore the risk of demonic transformation. Within the blood well, the probability of backlash from the twisted armor surged to an astonishing 68. 6. Had the probability panel not reduced the backlash chance by 50%, he might have already become a mindless killing machine. Moreover, the adjustment points originally reserved for contingencies had been entirely allocated by EU, raising the odds of evolving into the superlative form to 66.5. Fortunately, adjustment points were consumables, trivial compared to the prospect of becoming a demon. As long as he could retain his self-awareness, he could gradually accumulate adjustment points in the future. Chapter 72. Lu Zhang transforms. The battle resumes at this moment. Lu Jing's eyes were filled with astonishment. Sensing the brutal aura emanating from Yu, he had not anticipated that Yu would choose demonic transformation. It is known that for an ordinary warrior, such a transformation equates to death. For demons are merely mindless beasts, becoming increasingly grotesque through slaughter. Yet, why did the opponent appear in this manner? Recalling the demons he had encountered, each had been deformed and hideous, himself included. Now we stand on equal footing. Yu's voice resonated from within the black armor, startling Lu Zhang. How is this possible? You maintain your self-awareness, Lu Zhang exclaimed, pointing incredulously at Yu. The fact that his opponent could articulate speech was even more shocking than the transformation itself. After all, he had only retained his rationality under special circumstances during his own demonic state, which confined him within this cavern, lest he lose his mind and become a true demon in this vast world. Nothing is impossible, Yu replied with a smile. However, contrary to Lu Zhang's assumptions, he believed this should not be classified as demonic transformation. Rather, it was the ability he had seized from that celestial envoy, who, being an official, might have counterparts aplenty. Indeed, there is truly nothing impossible. A peculiar expression crossed Lu Zhang's face. Does this mean I too can break free from my current restraints and escape this prison of a cave? As Lu Zhang pondered, Yu suddenly vanished from sight. Sensing something amiss, Lu Zhang barely had time to react before Yu reappeared before him. With a swift kick, Yu struck Lu Zhang squarely in the face. The twisted armor endowed him with enhanced strength, and he sent Lu Zhang's head deep into the earth. Clearly, the complete twisted armor is indeed different from before. Feeling the power coursing through him, Yu glanced down at Lu Zhang, murmuring softly. Had this been previously, he would have lacked the strength to achieve such an effect. Yet, the twisted armor had augmented his physical attributes, transforming once impossible feats into mere trifles. You are doomed, Lu Zhang, with his head embedded in the ground, bellowed fiercely. Soon, the bulges on his back began to swell, and a torrent of yellow-green corrosive liquid erupted forth. Yu extended his right hand, transforming his arm armor into a black shield that shielded him. The previously corrosive yellow-green liquid now merely dripped off the black shield like water. However, in that instant, Lu Zhang suddenly reached out with a massive hand. Seizing Yu's leg.in response to Lu Zhang's unexpected assault, Yu unleashed a burst of black lightning from his other leg, stomping down onto Lu Zhang's arm with force. With a resounding crack, Lu Zhang's arm snapped. The intense pain compelled him to wrench his head free, flinging Yu away with his severed limb. Cursed wretch, today you shall witness the true essence of a demon, Lu Zhang roared, gazing at the fallen Yu in the distance. Lu Zhang's upper body swelled dramatically, his wounded arm rapidly healing, becoming twice as robust as before, with grotesque bulges erupting from his form, releasing a gray mist. The sheer weight of his upper body caused him to hunch over. Resembling a colossal toad, tremor palm, Lu Zhang raised his powerful arm, aiming a strike at Yu's location. Aware of the tremor palm's might, Yu enveloped his legs in black lightning and swiftly utilized Heaven's thunder escape to evade to the side. Boom! The ground suddenly erupted, leaving behind a massive 2-meter-long palm print. Having missed his strike, Lu Zhang crouched down, resembling a true toad. In the next moment, he propelled himself forward with a powerful kick from his hind legs, moving even faster than before to stand before Yu. Upon witnessing this, Yu activated the Iron Body skill, then delivered a fierce kick to Lu Zheng's face. The tremendous force caused Lu Zheng's face to indent under the impact. However, at that moment, Yu noticed the strange smile creeping at the corner of Lu Zheng's mouth. As Yu prepared to retreat, Lu Zheng swept his right arm across, pinning Yu to the ground. At this time, Lu Zheng's visage underwent a grotesque transformation. Half of his human face was entirely filled with grotesque growths, which rapidly expanded like a balloon. The fleshy tumors on Lu Zheng's back suddenly inhaled deeply, and then his enormous belly began to swell. Once this was accomplished, Lu Zheng opened his cavernous mouth and unleashed a torrent of greenish-yellow gas directed at Yu. Due to the rapidity of events and being grasped by Lu Zheng's large hand, Yu could only conjure a black shield from his armor to protect himself. The thud-thud-thud of the yellow-green gas splattering against the shield echoed like stones colliding. Just when Yu thought he had successfully blocked the attack, a yellow-green hue began to seep through the back of the black shield. His armor was corroding. Seeing this, Yu hastily commanded his distorted armor. The armor writhed, and several strands of black thread shot out, piercing into the rock wall above. With a powerful tug on the black threads, Yu was pulled free from Lu Zheng's grasp in midair. Yu suddenly exerted his strength, gathering a vast amount of black lightning on his right arm. He then unleashed the thunderclap strike, forming a colossal 3-meter-long thunder beast that lunged toward Lu Zheng below. With a thunderous boom, the black thunder beast exploded upon contact with Lu Zheng, sending him flying. As Yu landed, he immediately executed the celestial thunder escape to pursue Lu Zheng, who, relying on his formidable physique, stood up and once again unleashed the mountain-shaking palm toward Yu. Sensing the violent surge of blood energy, Yu arched backward to evade the attack. Bang! The wall behind Yu was left with a significant dent from the force of the energy. Paying little heed to this, Yu quickly regained his footing, his left arm morphing into a black tang knife, which he then swung toward Lu Zheng's face. However, Lu Zheng, having evaded the attack, raised his left arm to block the black tang knife. Under the immense strength of Yu, Lu Zheng's arm was nearly torn apart. Feeling the pain from his arm, Lu Zheng raised his right arm and delivered a punch toward Yu. This time, Yu did not dodge but instead retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! The two fists collided, sending debris flying from the ground. In this exchange, the power of both individuals was closely matched, allowing Yu to grasp the challenge posed by Lu Zheng, particularly since this adversary possessed the intellect to counterattack effectively. While Yu's strength was formidable, his offensive techniques were regrettably limited, making it impossible for him to swiftly resolve the confrontation with Lu Zheng. Furthermore, utilizing the distorted armor would drain a significant amount of mixed energy, and prolonged usage would inevitably put him at a disadvantage. "Kid, you cannot kill me." Lu Zheng glared at Yu with his massive eyes, his gaze icy. Simultaneously, his severed left arm began to rapidly regenerate, an astonishing healing ability that allowed him to disregard his injuries. Chapter 73. Destroying the Stone Wall. Rationality vanishes. "That may not be the case," Yu replied, his eyes darting toward the tunnel leading inward. Noticing the shift in Yu's gaze, Lu Zheng's large eyes flickered with a hint of unease, believing Yu had discovered his weakness. Yu, once again, unleashed the thunderclap strike, propelling the black thunder beast toward Lu Zheng, sending him flying. Following this, Yu dashed straight toward the tunnel entrance without a backward glance. "Damn it!" Lu Zheng roared, charging after Yu in no time. The two arrived at the stone chamber where the longevity elixirs were concocted. Yu halted beside the infant, only to find that the child had undergone yet another transformation. The once rosy body had turned into a milky white, resembling jade, making it nearly impossible for anyone to discern that it was an embryonic infant. "What are you trying to do, kid?" Lu Zheng barked at Yu. However, Yu keenly sensed that Lu Zheng seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. a hint of ease in his eyes. Yu felt perplexed. Did this creature not fear him destroying these infants? Or perhaps the longevity elixirs were easy to concoct. Just tell me who instructed you to create the longevity elixirs. And I won't harm these infants, Yu stated, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Zheng's grotesque face. Then he noticed that Lu Zheng occasionally glanced toward the stone wall, as if something were etched upon it. What could possibly be on the wall? Soon, Yu observed the peculiar red characters inscribed there. These symbols were bizarre, resembling incantations or magical scripts. Just as Yu scrutinized the stone chamber, Lu Zheng suddenly directed the mountain-shaking palm at him. Die! Seeing this, Yu quickly dodged to the side. The terrifying energy obliterated an infant, causing the mother connected by the umbilical cord to exhibit a pained expression. Yet, Yu had no time to concern himself with such matters, for he realized that the mountain-shaking palm, which was capable of shattering stone and wood, had left the wall unscathed. Perhaps Lu Zheng had restrained his power to prevent damage to the wall. It seemed he had accurately guessed that the mysterious inscriptions on the stone wall were crucial to the crafting of the longevity elixirs. Realizing this, Yu hurried to the stone wall. But as he reached out to act, Lu Zheng intervened. As long as you do not destroy the wall, I can reveal anything you wish to know, Lu Zheng stated darkly from a short distance away. Oh? Then tell me who ordered you to create the longevity elixirs, Yu inquired, stroking the wall and smiling. I do not know. That person merely sent subordinates to contact us, Lu Zheng replied, fixing his gaze on Yu with a serious expression. Your answer is no answer at all. Why? Yu rolled his eyes, forcefully digging a chunk of stone from the wall as a warning. After all, this was information already provided by Yangbo, and he was not about to be deceived by such a response. I genuinely do not know, but I have heard that the longevity elixirs are related to Fengyue Mountain, Lu Zheng said, his expression turning tense as he saw Yu tampering with the stone wall. Fengyue Mountain? Yu couldn't help but furrow his brow. Previously, due to frequent visits to Lu Zimo to read, Lu Zimo had informed him that Fengyue Mountain was not a geographical location, but rather a sect. Fengyue Mountain was located northeast of Broken Rock City, roughly 200 kilometers away. In the realm of Yinsummer. Due to the formidable strength of sects, they operated as independent entities, not subject to the governance of the Yinsummer authorities. Of course, the Yinsummer government was no weakling either, which led to frequent collaborations between these sects and government officials. Fengyue Mountain was the most powerful sect in this region, second only to the Tianyin sect. Its disciples usually remained secluded, rarely venturing outside, only emerging when summoned by the authorities. Why? Yu recalled Lu Zimo's high regard for Fengyue Mountain, describing it as a completely righteous sect. How could it be associated with the crafting of longevity elixirs? I only heard this. I truly do not know the specifics, Lu Zheng explained, sensing Yu's skepticism. However, as they spoke, Yu was about to continue his inquiry when Lu Zheng suddenly accelerated toward him. In response, Yu unleashed a burst of black lightning from his arm, striking the wall, which shattered a large portion of it. Die? Lu Zheng's crimson eyes widened as a swirling mass of yellow-green gas formed in his mouth. Under Lu Zheng's control, the yellow-green gas rapidly compressed, transforming into a dark green sphere hurled toward Yu's position. Boom. Although Yu managed to evade in time, the shockwave from the dark green sphere still sent him flying. Kid, you are too inexperienced to challenge me, Lu Zheng proclaimed as he approached Yu, stomping him into the ground. Yet, when Lu Zheng glanced at the damaged wall, a flicker of manic rage crossed his eyes. Contrary to Yu's assumptions, the mysterious inscriptions on the wall were not only integral to the crafting of longevity elixirs, but also served to prevent Lu Zheng from succumbing to demonic transformation and losing his sanity. After all, if it were solely for alchemical purposes, he wouldn't need to converse with Yu. Regardless of whether it was destroyed, there would always be someone to replace it. As for the infants? In this world, humans would always be the most abundant resource, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were inexhaustible. If the alchemical process failed, it would merely mean starting again. As there were countless individuals capable of concocting longevity elixirs. "You are celebrating too soon." Yiyu's voice emerged from beneath Lu Zheng's foot. Suddenly, Yiyu's arm twisted 180 degrees, and the black tang knife swiftly sliced through Lu Zheng's thigh. The intense pain caused Lu Zheng to lift his leg, providing Yiyu with the opportunity to rise and launch Lu Zheng away. However, Yiyu did not pursue further. Instead, he approached the stone wall to wreak havoc upon the inscriptions. Originally, he intended to leave this place, as Lu Zheng's unexpected transformation had rendered their strengths evenly matched. Continuing this deadlock held little significance for him. It would be wiser to wait until he reached the Meridian Transformation Realm to seek retribution. Yet, the act of crafting longevity elixirs was far too heinous, which is why he resolved to destroy the stone chamber dedicated to their creation first. "I will make you pay." Lu Zheng's eyes burned with a crimson fury as he roared, yellow-green gas coalescing in his mouth before launching several energy spheres at Yiyu. Drawing from his prior experience, Yiyu deftly employed Heavenly Thunder Escape to evade the assault in an effort to expedite the destruction of the stone wall. Yiyu summoned a black war hammer, unleashing a relentless barrage against the barrier. However, as Lu Zheng pursued him with frenzied aggression, Yiyu began to sense something amiss. At that moment, Lu Zheng resembled a wild beast. In addition to hurling energy spheres, he had forsaken his signature technique, the earth-shattering palm. His attacks were devoid of any coherent strategy, starkly contrasting with his previous cunning tactics. Damn it, I should have realized sooner. It was only then that Yiyu chastised himself for his foolishness, failing to perceive the connection between the stone wall and the demonic transformation. Ultimately, he suffered the consequences of inexperience, feeling a mix of embarrassment and frustration despite his external advantages. Fortunately, it was not too late to recognize this. Dealing with a mindless beast was certainly simpler than outsmarting a seasoned adversary. Chapter 74. Vanquishing Lu Zheng and seeking spoils confronted by the frenzied Lu Zheng. Yiyu abruptly halted. At that moment, Lu Zheng seemed to truly have lost his sanity, unable to halt his forward momentum and crashing into the battered rock wall. Yiyu materialized a black tang knife in his hand and swiftly employed Heavenly Thunder Escape to position himself behind Lu Zheng. With a decisive strike, he brought the blade down upon Lu Zheng's back, this time severing the flesh directly from his body. While the demons possessed formidable regenerative abilities, they were not truly endowed with infinite recovery. They required internal energy to facilitate healing. Inflicting damage upon a demon's corporeal form would amplify their energy expenditure, thus diminishing their regenerative capacity and making them easier to slay. The most effective method was to inflict widespread destruction or directly excise the flesh from the demon's body. Roaring in pain from the injury, Lu Zheng retaliated with a fierce punch aimed at Yiyu. Anticipating the attack, Yiyu swiftly crouched down and executed a sweeping kick, sending the severed demon flesh flying and tripping Lu Zheng to the ground. Deprived of this flesh, Lu Zheng was forced to expend additional energy to recover his form. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Zheng was down, Yiyu unleashed a series of punches, striking Lu Zheng's head with relentless force, causing blood and brain matter to splatter. Yet, for a mindless demon, damage to the head was not necessarily fatal. After all, demons acted primarily on their brutal instincts. Lu Zheng opened his maw wide and expelled an energy sphere, forcing Yiyu to retreat. Regaining his footing, Yiyu kicked the ground, sending debris flying, which obscured Lu Zheng's line of sight. In that fleeting moment, Yiyu's right arm morphed into a black war hammer, and he leapt into the air, bringing the hammer down upon the advancing Lu Zheng, toppling him to the ground. However, Lu Zheng's tenacious vitality enabled him to rise swiftly, resuming his assault against Yiyu. For over an hour, amidst Lu Zheng's irrational onslaught, Yu employed every tactic at his disposal to finally subdue him. Damn it. It seems Lu Zheng's greatest strength as a demon is his recovery ability. Gazing at the remnants of Lu Zheng, reduced to mere bones and a head, Yu panted, conversing with himself. Demonic transformation typically conferred enhancements in certain areas, such as increased strength or the ability to utilize various special attacks. Yet, after such an arduous battle, even with all flesh stripped away, Lu Zheng continued to recover slowly. Yu's arm, still pulsating with vitality, transformed into a great cleaver, cleaving Lu Zheng's head in twain. Observing that Lu Zheng still clung to life, Yu limped over to the tunnel, retrieving an oil lamp and pouring the foul-smelling lamp oil over Lu Zheng's body before igniting him in flames. Once this grim task was complete, Yu dispelled the twisted armor, his complexion pale and weakened as he sank to the ground. His gaze fell upon his thigh, where a deep gash exposed bone. Lu Zheng's final desperate strike had been ferocious. Even he could only respond with all his might. Yet, after such an extended battle, not only had Lu Zheng expended tremendous energy, but Yu was also utterly exhausted. I must ensure that Lu Zmo pays me more. Yu murmured softly, his face ashen. Had he foreseen the formidable nature of Lu Zheng, he might have declined the task altogether. After all, when weighed against the value of life, a single technique was hardly worth the risk. If it were not for the twisted armor, he might have perished long before finding the chance to turn the tables on Lu Zheng. After a brief respite, Yu rose from the ground. Due to the earlier confrontation, only 2 intact stone platforms remained. The rest lay in ruins. Approaching one of the platforms, Yu gazed at the unconscious pregnant woman and the infant, a wave of melancholy and complexity washing over him. The world was harsh. Often, the true horrors were not the demons and monsters, but rather those who dwelled in the light yet harbored dark and malevolent hearts. The longevity pill. Yu pondered the significance of these 3 words. For those nearing the end of their lives, such a pill was undoubtedly a lifeline. Yet, its creation necessitated human sacrifice, and in such a cruel manner, it was a notion that Yu, who had known only peace, found difficult to accept. Of course, he was no saint and bore no delusions of grand altruism, but given the opportunity, he would not hesitate to rend apart those deranged individuals. After all, some people were simply born into the wrong circumstances. The best solution was to grant them a second chance. Rest in peace, and may you find better fates in your next lives. With a sigh, Yu conjured a small knife, mercifully ending the lives of the pregnant woman and her child. Rather than allow them to endure a painful existence, it was kinder to send them on their way. Though it was a harsh act, he was no healer. It was likely they would perish long before reaching the city. Moreover, even if they returned to the city, what could be done? Leaving aside the question of whether they could be cured, considering the potential mastermind lurking in Shattered Rock City, he might very well need to flee himself, let alone carry 2 burdens. His philosophy was simple. He could assist others and undertake tasks within his capacity, but only when his own life was not at stake. Having resolved the matter of the longevity pill, Yu employed several red sun talismans. Given the circumstances here, it was evident that without intervention, new demons could emerge at any moment. The red sun talismans had the ability to dispel malevolent thoughts. While they might not eradicate them entirely, they would at least reduce the likelihood of demonic births. After some contemplation, Yu inscribed the words, "Those who commit unworthy deeds will meet their demise," upon the wall, alongside the name of the God of Justice, before departing the stone chamber. Returning to the original stone chamber, Yu noted that the captive had yet to awaken. He cast only a fleeting glance before shifting his focus to the entrance of another tunnel. This stone chamber had 2 paths. Previously, he had followed the scent of blood, so it was likely that the other tunnel led to the bandits' treasure. With this thought, Yu felt his previously dismal spirits lift considerably. After traversing nearly 100 meters through the tunnel, a stone chamber spanning over 50 square meters appeared before him. Inside were a bed and several large wooden crates. Eagerly, Yu approached the boxes, only to discover them filled with liquor upon opening them. After inspecting all the boxes, he found little more than 1,000 taels of silver amidst the food and drink. Damn it, these scoundrels. Do they not have the habit of saving money? Yu scoffed at the boxes, irritation etched upon his face. However, with the situation as it was, he could only resign himself to the reality. After all, bandits lived precariously, likely taking each day as it came, and it was already commendable that they had managed to save over 1,000 taels. Just then, Yu noticed a corner of a book peeking out from beneath the pillow. He hurried to the bed, casting aside the pillow, revealing a tome inscribed with the characters earth-shattering palm. Chapter 75. Arranging for the Common People. Returning to the bookstore Earth-Shattering Palm. Upon seeing the title, Yu recalled the technique Lu Zheng had employed earlier. This palm technique possessed extraordinary penetrative power, capable of injuring him even through the twisted armor. With this in mind, Yu hastily opened the manual. After a thorough examination, he realized it was a high-grade Shin-level martial skill, capable of shattering stone and splitting mountains. However, it required a certain level of mountainous intent as a foundation. Otherwise, its effectiveness would be diminished to less than half. With the acquisition of this martial skill, this journey was far from a loss. As Yu finally closed the secret manual, a faint smile graced her face. She then stowed away the shocking mountain palm technique and turned to exit the stone chamber. Glancing at the still unconscious individuals in the cage, Yu found herself in a quandary. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to first relocate them outside, then retrieved some provisions. Once these tasks were completed, Yu returned to the cave, dousing the entire stone chamber with wine before igniting it in flames. Watching the blaze engulf the cave, Yu approached the slumbering figures once more. It was a mystery what substance Lu Zheng had administered to them, as the previous cacophony of battle had failed to rouse them. However, where there is a will, there is a way. Yu soon discovered a small stream. After pouring 2 buckets of water over the group, she finally managed to awaken them. "Please, spare us. We beg you." The first words of the awakened individuals were laced with sheer terror as they pleaded with Yu, evidently fearing her potential wrath. "The one who imprisoned you is dead. You are safe now," Yu replied, her expression a mixture of sympathy and complexity as she regarded these unfortunate souls. Upon hearing her words, the group paused, momentarily stunned. Yet, there were no cheers of joy, only the sounds of fear and weeping, as if they could hardly believe what they were hearing. With no other option, Yu patiently explained their situation. After a prolonged discourse, they reluctantly began to trust her words. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving us." A 30-something man stepped forward from the crowd, kneeling before Yu. The others soon followed suit, kneeling and expressing their gratitude profusely. "Enough of the kneeling. I do not appreciate it. Please, distribute the food among yourselves," Yu replied. Handing out the provisions, it appeared that after a long period without sustenance, these commoners ravenously devoured the dry food, with some even choking and turning red in the face. Observing this, Yu sighed and fetched 2 more buckets of water from the stream to prevent any further choking incidents. Surveying the despondent group, Yu inquired about their origins. As expected, they were all abducted from various places, with many not even knowing one another. Their tales were strikingly similar. They had been taken without reason, shuffled around multiple times, and ultimately brought to this location, where they were forcibly given an unknown liquid that rendered them unconscious. "What are your plans? If you wish to return home, I can provide you with some silver as travel expenses," Yu offered, aware that remaining here was not a viable option. Not only did they risk encountering bandits, but the threats posed by venomous snakes and wild beasts were also considerable. "I have been alone since childhood. May I accompany you, sir?" One man trembled as he knelt before Yu. The others looked to her with similar hopes, for the distance to their hometown was vast, and the dangers they might face along the way were unpredictable. Moreover, even if they returned, there was no assurance they would not be captured again. I have no intention of taking anyone with me. However, if you have nowhere to go, you may visit Yushui village nearby. The village chief is a decent person, and you will find shelter there, Yu replied, shaking his head, unwilling to be encumbered by a group. He was accustomed to solitude, and having others following him would hinder his movements and attract unwanted attention. Given that Yushui village had suffered 2 recent attacks by malevolent entities, the old village chief would likely provide them a safe haven. Ultimately, after some discussion, only 5 individuals expressed a desire to return home, while the others opted to explore Yushui village. With decisions made, Yu led them away from the long sleep mountain. Upon reaching the main road, he generously provided them with some travel funds, offering a bit more to the 5 who would journey further in this harsh world. Money was an essential commodity in difficult times. Meeting was a form of fate, and giving a little could express goodwill. Watching the commoners depart, Yu limped towards the direction of Broken Rock City. Late at night, in the abundant bookstore, Lu Zimo lay pale and exhausted on his bed. Just then, the sound of a door creaking open echoed through the room. Although he heard it, Lu Zimo was too weak to muster the strength to rise. Meanwhile, a shadow approached the window. "What are you sneaking around for?" Lu Zimo inquired, his voice barely above a whisper. As he recognized the figure of Yu, who had returned after a 5-hour journey, "I have dealt with Lu Zhang," Yu stated, observing the frail state of Lu Zimo, who had lost the vigor of life. Yu dismissed the thought of requesting additional payment from him. After all, it was merely bad luck that had led Lu Zimo to encounter the demonized Lu Zhang. Throughout their interactions, Yu had come to understand Lu Zimo's character. Had Lu Zimo been aware of Lu Zhang's transformation, he would have likely sought help from the authorities long ago. Unlike bandits, a wise demon posed unimaginable dangers. "I know I am close to death, but do not use that as a pretext to comfort me. All I ask is that you seek vengeance for me when you are able," Lu Zimo said weakly, managing a faint smile. While he had faith in Yu's potential, the recent death of a Meridian Realm martial artist reminded him of the formidable power of Lu Zhang's backers. Even with Yu's abilities, he would need more than 3 months to reach such heights. Lu Zimo had previously cautioned Yu against rushing into vengeance. As Yu was his last hope, "I understand you may have doubts. This is Lu Zhang's martial technique, which you should recognize," Yu said, producing the shocking mountain palm manual and handing it to Lu Zimo. Fortunately, with this manual in hand, Yu felt relieved, as explaining the existence of a rational demon would be challenging. Few would believe such a tale. Moreover, due to the demonization, Lu Zhang had lost his human traits, making it difficult to find any evidence. Chapter 76, Safe Travels, Rising Power. As Lu Zimo gazed at the manual, it was as if a light had returned to his eyes, and he sat up and beat. "Is this real?" he asked, disbelief etched upon his face. "You have read countless texts. You should be able to discern the authenticity of this manual." Yu replied with a smile. Being a bookseller, Lu Zimo quickly confirmed the shocking mountain palm manual's legitimacy. It was indeed the technique that had inflicted grievous injuries upon him. "Thank the heavens. I am truly grateful to you. I can die without regrets now," Lu Zimo exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at Yu. Though he had squandered a lifetime, he considered it all worthwhile, willingly enduring it all. With Lu Zhang's demise before him, it served as the best consolation. "This is merely a transaction between us. We both obtain what we need," Yu replied, shaking his head slightly that he sighed, recognizing the bitter irony in fulfilling one's wishes only at death's doorstep. Had it not been for his intervention, Lu Zimo, with the strength and backing of Lu Zhang, would likely have passed away without peace. At Lu Zimo's insistence, Yu recounted the events leading up to this moment. Perhaps sensing Lu Zimo's impending death, He did not hold back the truth about Lu Zheng's demonic transformation. Although Yi Yu spoke with a semblance of calm, Lu Zimo sensed the inherent peril. As for a rational demon, as a voracious reader, Lu Zimo had never encountered one personally, yet he had heard rumors about such entities. The world was vast and full of wonders. Besides, Lu Zheng's transformation had been influenced by those bizarre writings. Now that my wish has been fulfilled, I doubt I have many days left, Lu Zimo reflected. I have spent my entire life in this bookstore, and my relatives and friends have long since left Broken Rock City. Once I depart, I bequeath the bookstore to you, hoping it will ease your journey in the martial arts. After a brief silence, Lu Zimo regarded Yi Yu with a complex expression. Yi Yu hesitated. For other martial artists, owning such a shop in the city might be advantageous, but for Yi Yu, Broken Rock City was merely a fleeting stop on his journey. He would likely depart soon. Given that, accepting the shop would be a waste, as its earnings would hardly satisfy his training needs. Dio not rushed to decline. I know the bookstore holds little value, but its tranquility is a boon. It will facilitate your practice in the future, Lu Zimo urged, noticing Yi Yu's inclination to refuse. Then I thank you, Yi Yu replied. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Yu ultimately acquiesced. Yu Zimo's assertion was indeed accurate. He required a change of environment. The recent battle against Lu Zhang had illuminated his shortcomings. His relentless pursuit of leveling up had resulted in a neglect of martial arts training. It is crucial to recognize that while levels hold significant importance, the mastery of martial techniques plays an equally vital role in combat. Had he perfected Heavenly Thunder transformation to its utmost pinnacle beforehand, perhaps his encounter with Lu Zhang would not have been so disadvantageous. The same applies to the realm of intent. He must also cultivate this aspect. However, training in martial arts necessitates an appropriate setting. Even if he chose not to keep the bookstore, he would still need to seek out a new residence. Rather than embarking on a search for housing, it would be more prudent to first reside in the bookstore. Dio not mention it. If I were to pass away, I hope you could assist in finding a place to lay me to rest, he remarked. Upon hearing Yi Yu's willingness to take over the bookstore, a faint smile graced Lu Zimo's pale visage. Subsequently, the two exchanged little conversation, and after agreeing to Lu Zimo's proposal, Yi Yu settled into the side room. Due to the intense battles he had endured, he quickly succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, a series of urgent knocks jolted Yi Yu awake. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a woman clad in homespun garments. The visitor was none other than Li Yun, the caretaker of Lu Zimo. "What is the matter?" Yi Yu inquired, furrowing his brow. "Master Ru has passed away," Li Yun replied, her face etched with anxiety. Stunned by the news, Yi Yu hastily pushed the door open and hurried to Lu Zimo's chamber. Upon glancing at the bed, he found Lu Zimo lying peacefully, a faint smile gracing his lips. Approaching the bedside, Yi Yu checked for Lu Zimo's pulse. Not only was there no pulse, but his body had already grown cold. "May your journey be smooth," he murmured solemnly after a prolonged silence. Having spent only a brief time in this world, and with few individuals with whom he could truly connect, Lu Zimo had become his singular friend, making his departure all the more poignant. Fortunately, his efforts bore fruit, as he had successfully vanquished Lu Zhang. Fulfilling Lu Zimo's long-held wish, given that Lu Zimo had no relatives or close friends in Suiyan City, the subsequent funeral was rather unceremonious. Yi Yu instructed Li Yun to arrange for a funeral procession. After spending a night at the bookstore, he found a suitable location the next day to erect a grave for Lu Zimo. Time swiftly passed, and 2 months flew by in the blink of an eye. While sorting through Lu Zimo's belongings, Yi Yu discovered a stash of 3,000 taels and silver notes, which allowed him to remain in the bookstore's backyard to cultivate rather than venturing out. Li Yun was entrusted with the management of the bookstore, only calling for him when disturbances arose. After 2 months of diligent training, Yi Yu's prowess had markedly improved compared to his previous state. Name: Yi Yu, E strength, initial stage of pulse transformation, Initial stage of strength transformation. Techniques. MSHN body technique, 3rd layer. Iron body technique, 9th layer. 9 Guardians technique, 9th layer. Martial skills. Thunderbolt strike, extraordinary. Heavenly thunder transformation, extraordinary. Mountain shaking palm, mastery. Talismans. Crimson sun talisman, ghost detection talisman, air intent. Thunder force, 66. Mountainous force, 31. Iron control force, 51. Energy accumulation force, 45. Special. Demon seed, half-hatch state. E-anomaly. Twisted armor. Stage 100. Adjustment rate. 0. Iron body technique 9th layer. 0.01 chance of transforming into a demon. 15 completion of training. 31.4 perfect training. 50.5 super frequency training. 3.09 comprehension of iron control force grants the iron body skill.